Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2981 to Chapter 3032. GMO looked at the astrolabe and said, "Third ship, enter the 75th tunnel. Fifth ship and third ship, cooperate and block the other end of the tunnel. There are 5 enemy ships in the 75th tunnel. You must sink them as soon as possible. After sinking the enemy ships, head to the 86th tunnel and rest. 7th ship, head to the 5th hull. 3 of our ships are entangled. Remember, lead them to the 98th tunnel. I'll send someone to support you. 6th ship, you idiot. Don't you know how to read the star chart? The enemy is already behind you, yet you're still rushing forward. In front of you is the 81st tunnel, it's a one-way tunnel. You still dare to rush in? Do you want to die? Go to tunnel 103. There's an underground hole there. Go in at 30% speed and hide in the hole. When the enemy ships pass by, give them a good beating from behind." Orders came out of Chimo's mouth. To be honest, Chimo had commanded battles in the past. But it was in a world where everyone was flying in the sky. Generally speaking, they would set up their own formations. It was a matter of who was better at using formations. But in the underground world, it was completely different. Here, it was like playing a game. You can see the enemy's movements. What you need to do was to use your ships to sink the enemy's ships and make them crawl out of their ships. As long as the enemy crawls out of their ships, there's nothing for you to do. The rest can be handed over to the Vines and Zerg. GMO didn't think that commanding a battle would be so interesting. It was too interesting. He felt like he was playing a game. It had been 5 days since the extraterritorial devil race launched an official attack on the underground world. During these 5 days, GMO's group had sunk the most demon beasts' celestial tools. However, all of the demon beasts' celestial tools had become nourishment for the Vines and food for the abnormals. Naturally, Ling Feng's fleet was also doing well. Although they suffered some losses, their casualties were much worse compared to the extraterritorial devils. As long as the extraterritorial devils dared to come out of their large artifacts, they would immediately be killed by the Vines and the xenomorphs. Even if their large artifacts were destroyed, as long as they came out, the Vines and the xenomorphs would immediately protect them and send them to other large artifacts. In the past few days, the extraterritorial devil race had already lost nearly 1,000 demon beast celestial tools. This number was very astonishing. Even if the two sides were to fight openly outside, they would not necessarily lose so many demon beast celestial tools in 5 days. However, in this underground maze, they actually lost so many demon beast celestial tools in 5 days. This made Yuan Rong feel incomparably annoyed. Yuan Rong discovered that Zhao Hai's fleet seemed to be very familiar with the underground world. Moreover, they seemed to have a clear grasp of their whereabouts. Their large artifacts would always appear in the enemy's encirclement. This was also the reason why they suffered the most losses in the past few days. Yuan Rong didn't know how the other side did it, but he was very clear that if this continued, they would suffer even more losses. In order to find out what method Zhao Hai's fleet used to know their whereabouts, Yuan Rong also went to the large artifacts that the extraterritorial devils had sunk. However, they didn't find anything. But in the end, they still found something. They discovered that the communicators used by the extraterritorial devils were very good. Although the communicators weren't very eye-catching, Yuan Rong knew that these communicators could play a huge role in a war. He immediately sent people to study these communicators. In the end, they came to the conclusion that these communicators could be used freely in a chaotic battlefield. Moreover, they could be used as if 2 people were talking. This was much more powerful than the transmission formations they used. Hearing this news, Yuan Rong was very surprised. However, he didn't have any other way. Although they could easily make these communicators, it wasn't easy to make them on a large scale. Even if they knew that these communicators were good, they couldn't immediately equip the army with them. They could only look on enviously. In this situation, Yuan Rong couldn't do anything. He could only strengthen the number of demon beast artifacts in each squad. At the same time, he made them only use the large passages that could be turned around. However, no matter how big the passageway was, it was impossible for tens of thousands of demonic beast artifacts to set up a formation and attack. They were still in small groups, and the other party could still chase them from the front and back, forming a local advantage. If you sent reinforcements, they would disappear into those small tunnels again. If you dared to chase after them, then congratulations, your name would be on the death list again. Yuan Rong felt a headache, an incomparable headache. He found that fighting with Zhao Hai in such an environment was really not a wise choice. However, he had no choice but to fight. He was at a loss, incomparable loss. But what was the use? He had to do it, and he had to do it as well as possible. Yuan Rong felt that his head was getting more and more painful these days. While Yuan Rong was at a loss, Zhao Hai was standing inside the Heaven's secret building. He was looking at the projection in front of him. The projection was the same as the astrolabe, but it was even more detailed than the astrolabe. Zhao Hai didn't use the Heaven's secret building to attack Yuan Rong and the others. He only sent the demon beasts and aliens to attack Yuan Rong and the others. This was already enough for him. Laura and the others were also looking at the projection. They were now the commanders of the entire battlefield. But since it wasn't the time to encircle and annihilate the enemy, they were only looking at the battle with the mentality of watching a play. While Zhao Hai was calmly looking at the projection, the housekeeper's voice was suddenly heard, "Young master, the new void transmission formation has been made. Do you want to test it?" Upon hearing the housekeeper, Zhao Hai and the others immediately perked up. They no longer looked at the projection. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Has it not been tested yet?" The housekeeper replied, "Not yet. We've only tested it on the computer. The success rate is 100%. Now we're only missing the final step, which is to test it. Young master, do you want to test it now?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "If we test it now, wouldn't we be discovered by the demon's formation? If we make a move here, their formation would be broken. When that time comes, I'm afraid that we would be in trouble. I'm afraid that our plan to kill them in the underground world would be ruined." The butler solemnly said, "They won't. Young master, you can rest assured. Our current void teleportation formation is also a spirit formation teleportation formation. It's the kind of teleportation formation that can be used within a spirit formation. As long as we don't destroy their spirit formation, they won't discover us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's fine as long as they don't discover us. Let's test it right here. Have we teleported the location? Let's go to the mountainous area. There are no more demons there. They won't be able to discover us." The housekeeper nodded. Then a void transmission formation appeared in the Heaven's secret pavilion. This transmission formation wasn't very big, it was only about 1 meter in diameter. Then a small stone appeared in the transmission formation. Then a white light flashed as the stone disappeared. Then the transmission formation disappeared as well. Only a projection appeared. The projection appeared in the mountainous area. Zhao Hai had dealt with the extraterritorial demons in the mountainous region. But when he left, there was nothing left in the mountainous region. Naturally, the extraterritorial demons wouldn't send an army to guard a place where there was nothing. In the end, the army withdrew, leaving the mountainous region desolate. However, the mountainous area was already recorded in the space's map. Naturally, one could return to the mountainous area at any time. Zhao Hai didn't want others to know about the space's secret, so he decided to study the void transmission formation first. Now that he wanted to test the void transmission formation, he chose a mountainous area that nobody paid attention to. Under Zhao Hai's attention, a void transmission formation suddenly appeared in the mountainous area. Then a stone came out of the void transmission formation and quietly laid on the ground. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but clap his hands. Then he laughed and said, "Good, it's a success. Ha ha ha. Now that we're ready to retreat, those people wouldn't have any scruples. They can fight the demons without any worries. Laura, send a letter to them and tell them the good news. But also tell them that we need to wait a few days before we can transfer the army to the new void transmission formation. Tell them not to worry." Laura had a happy expression on her face as she nodded. Then she turned around and left. Laura and the others knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. When they fought, they didn't need the space's help as much as possible. Even if they did use the space's help, they would use it for refining and research. They wouldn't let the space directly participate in the battle. Just like when the demons trapped them in the garbage world. If Xiaohai wanted, then he could have used the space to move everyone. However, Xiaohai didn't do so. He would rather have the space research the void transmission formation. This was what Xiaohai insisted on. The reason why Xiaohai insisted on this was because he didn't want the space to be discovered. The space was too formidable. Even if Xiaohai obtained a few artifacts with internal spaces, they wouldn't be as formidable as the space. Because of this, he didn't want anyone to know about the space. Secondly, he was afraid that he would rely too much on the space. The space's appearance was very mysterious. It was like a game on Earth, a dream. What would happen if the game disappeared one day? Because of this, Xiaohai needed to adapt to this method of fighting without the space. Although every step he took required the space, he would never use it to fight unless it was a matter of life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the space to fight the enemy. Everyone who was fighting against the demons received Laura's letter. When they heard that the new void transmission formation had been researched and was currently being made, everyone cheered. However, nobody wanted to leave immediately. At this point, they were already used to fighting. Every commander of the large artifacts stared at their astrolabes, watching the enemy slowly walk into their trap. Naturally, they didn't want to leave. Only a bastard wouldn't want to take advantage of the situation. After all, they still haven't taken enough advantage of the situation. The previous battles with the extraterritorial demons had caused them to become enemies. If they didn't eliminate the extraterritorial demons, then they wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. Additionally, in the process of eliminating the extraterritorial demons, they would be able to obtain countless benefits. If they didn't do this, then they would be struck by lightning. Another 5 days passed, and the battle was still going on. The extraterritorial demons' losses were increasing, but the number of enemies had decreased. Previously, they weren't very familiar with the use of the astrolabe. They weren't very familiar with the use of the terrain. Additionally, their cooperation with each other had become more and more tacit. This made it even more difficult for the extraterritorial demons to deal with them. Xiaohai was very satisfied with this situation. Recently, he also strengthened his contact with Tiger's Might and the others. He wanted to know what was going on in the Void Realm. He couldn't let them fight here while their backyard was on fire. Xiaohai didn't have the time to monitor the Void Realm right now. Moreover, there weren't a lot of realms that were fighting against the extraterritorial demons. The extraterritorial demons' main forces were the underworld, the 5 great clans, as well as the original forces of the Void Realm. Only a small number of realms that were in contact with the Void Realm joined the army. On the other hand, the realms that were watching from the sidelines were an unstable factor. If they felt that the Void Realm's elites had left, then they might suddenly attack the Void Realm. This was because the Void Realm's forces weren't present. Before, Xiaohai had the undead deal with the extraterritorial demons in the Void Realm. This was also a warning to the other realms. Don't think that just because the Void Realm's elites had left, they would be able to take advantage of the situation. If they really dared to do so, then there would be people to deal with them. Xiaohai's warning seemed to be very useful. Until now, those realms didn't dare to act recklessly. This made Xiaohai feel very relieved. In fact, if he didn't care about the other realms and just focused on the underworld, then Xiaohai wouldn't be worried at all. The people and large artifacts that he brought to the extraterritorial demons were all obtained from the War God Plane. There were also 2 fleets left in the underworld. It can be said that the underworld didn't lose much of its defensive strength. Even if those realms wanted to attack the underworld would still have the strength to deal with them. Xiaohai didn't even need to send the undead to help. However, Xiaohai wouldn't just watch the other forces suffer. In any case, those forces had expressed their support for him by sending their elites to follow him to the extraterritorial demons' territory. In the eyes of the other families, going to the extraterritorial demons to fight them was a matter of 9 deaths. As for how much profit they could get, they didn't even think about it in the beginning. Out of their trust in Xiaohai, they sent their elites to follow Xiaohai. This was a favor that Xiaohai accepted. Therefore, he couldn't let those forces get into trouble. Cultivators were ruthless people. Some cultivators were willing to extinguish their emotions and desires in order to achieve longevity, progress further, and ascend. This extinguishing of emotions didn't refer to the feelings between men and women, but family, love, friendship, and all other emotions in the mortal world. Cultivators like Xianxia, who had been through countless realms, should be even more ruthless. However, this wasn't the case. Xianxia valued emotions very much, so much so that he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. The people of the Void Realm supported him, this was a kind of sentiment. Xianxia couldn't owe them a favor. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate the extraterritorial devil race and remove the biggest enemy of the Void Realm. Of course, if the people of the other realms wanted to attack the Void Realm while he was dealing with the extraterritorial devil race, then Xianxia would certainly send his undead to eliminate them all. Xianxia had never shown mercy to his enemies. Fortunately, the Void Realm was very calm. It was calm beyond Xianxia's imagination. The people of the other realms didn't cause any trouble in the Void Realm. Everything was normal. Although he didn't know what the other realms were thinking, as long as they didn't cause any trouble, Xianxia wouldn't touch them. If they really dared to cause trouble, then Xianxia wouldn't be polite. After contacting Tiger's Might, Xianxia no longer cared about the Void Realm. As long as the Void Realm was fine, his main target was the extraterritorial devil race. Xianxia discovered that after a few days of fighting, the extraterritorial devil race had become smarter. They now had a complete understanding of the terrain around their camp. Moreover, they began to slowly expand. Yuan Rong had changed his previous approach. He didn't scatter the fleet to find Xianxia and the others. Instead, they were now moving forward bit by bit with the help of multiple magic artifacts. Moreover, they wouldn't go too far. Most importantly, they were now familiar with the terrain. Xianxia and the others were also very familiar with the terrain. Perhaps because the extraterritorial devil race were too angry, they wanted to find Xianxia as soon as possible and eliminate him. Therefore, they suffered a big loss. But now, it was different. They slowed down and didn't rush blindly into the underground world. They began to move steadily and slowly. Everywhere they went, they drew a map. This was equivalent to them controlling the area. They could also use the terrain to deal with Xianxia and the others. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Xianxia had the ability to change the terrain. Their approach was futile. However, Xianxia didn't use this method to deal with them right now. Xianxia was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the opportunity comes, he would use all of his strength to deal with the demons in the underworld in one fell swoop. Xianxia gave Ling Feng and the others an order. They could continue to attack the extraterritorial devil race, but they couldn't be in a hurry. They couldn't attack the extraterritorial devil race's lair just because they were slowly expanding. Ling Feng and the others didn't intend to attack the extraterritorial devil race's lair. Naturally, they also knew that the extraterritorial devil race was drawing a map. When they heard this news, they almost laughed out loud. Because of this, they didn't rush to attack the extraterritorial devil race. Ling Feng and the others also thought that they could leave the underground world at any time. What was there to be anxious about? They would let the extraterritorial devil race be happy for a few days. When the extraterritorial devil race thought that the time was right and wanted to deal with them in one fell swoop, they would suddenly discover that the terrain of the underground world had changed. The map that they drew had turned into a piece of paper. When they thought about the extraterritorial devil race's expression when they found out that the map was completely useless, they felt happy. Therefore, although Ling Feng and the others didn't have the same results as before, they still had a lot of smiles on their faces. 2 months, 2 whole months. The extraterritorial devil race used 2 whole months to draw a map. This map wasn't the entire map of the underground world, only a part of it. However, this was enough. The extraterritorial devil race was preparing to attack. Yuan Rong stood in his own demonic dragon and looked at the dark underground world outside. He had been holed up here for more than 2 months. 2 months was nothing for a cultivator. Seclusion wouldn't last more than 2 months. However, for Yuan Rong, these past 2 months were a kind of torture. For more than 2 months, Xianxia's people had been constantly sneak attacking them. They relied on the fact that they were more familiar with the terrain. Although the losses in these 2 months weren't as heavy as the previous few days, they were still very tired. Zhao Hai's people were constantly attacking them. There were even some beasts and vines that suddenly appeared in the camp. This made them nervous all the time. Now, they had the map of the underground world. Although it wasn't complete, with their military strength and the map, Yuan Rong believed that he could bring huge losses to Zhao Hai's people. At that time, he could slowly draw more maps. When he drew the entire map of the underground world, it would be the time of Zhao Hai's death. When he thought of this, Yuan Rong's face couldn't help but reveal a ferocious expression. He couldn't wait to kill Zhao Hai immediately, but he couldn't do it. His Majesty the Devil King didn't blame him. This was Yuan Rong's biggest reliance. His Majesty was very patient. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. His Majesty was patient, but Yuan Rong wasn't. His Majesty asked him to eliminate Zhao Hai. But more than 2 months had passed, and they didn't even win once. Although they had taken down a few of the opponent's large instruments, it was definitely not a victory. Yuan Rong felt that he had failed His Majesty the Devil King, he had failed His Majesty's trust in him. Because of this, he wanted to make Zhao Hai pay the price this time. After thinking about this, Yuan Rong couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he said, "Army, let's go. Don't leave anyone in the camp. Let's go all out. We want Zhao Hai to have no place in the underground world." Everyone nodded. Then the army rushed towards the underground world. When they entered the tunnels, it was very calm. There were no vines attacking them, and they also didn't see Zhao Hai's fleet. They could move forward without any worries. Yuan Rong stood inside the dragon's body, a smile appeared on his face. This was what he had done in the past 2 months. Every place that they passed through was cleaned up. Zhao Hai's fleet couldn't reach the tunnels that they cleaned up. It can be said that this place was their domain. In such a complicated place, it took them 2 months to occupy such a large area. This made Yuan Rong very happy. He had enough reason to be proud. He believed that this time, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Zhao Hai. Recently, Yuan Rong heard news that Zhao Hai's sneak attacks had become more frequent. Yuan Rong wasn't surprised, all of this was within his expectations. Zhao Hai's domain was getting smaller and smaller. Naturally, they would go all out to resist. It was normal for the army to be attacked. This just proved that Zhao Hai was desperate. While Yuan Rong and the others were moving forward, Zhao Hai was sitting in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's conference room. The commanders of Spirit Edge and the other large artifacts were also present. It was Zhao Hai who called them over. Everyone was staring at the huge astrolabe in the conference room. On the astrolabe, there were green lines that were constantly moving forward. On the periphery of the green lines, there were some red dots that were already prepared. Ling Du's eyes lit up as he looked at the green threads and said, "Good, these guys are finally moving. To be honest, I really admire them now. I didn't expect them to have so much patience. Fortunately, they are finally moving. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to keep so many extraterritorial devil race here." Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother Ling, I dare to bet that even if they don't move this time, Zhao Hai won't let them have an easy time. How many extraterritorial devils are here now? I'm afraid that if we leave these people here, the demon race would suffer a huge loss. This is exactly what we want. How could Brother Zhao miss this opportunity? If you miss this opportunity, then the underground world would have been built in vain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that if we leave these people here, then the demon race would suffer a huge loss." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and laughed, "Xianxia understands me. That's right, if we don't make the extraterritorial devils suffer a great loss this time, then my underground world would really be built in vain. Today, I called all of you here to tell you that we can't move separately anymore. Small-scale operations won't be enough to deal with those extraterritorial devils. After everyone returns, turn on your communicators for me. This time, we will be moving as one and will be under my command. Does anyone have any objections?" No objections. How could anyone have any objections? No one had any objections, and everyone nodded. They were very convinced of Zhao Hai's ability to command. They were very clear that they could fight the extraterritorial devils to this extent in their territory because of Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's command, and if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's various magical artifacts, then they wouldn't be where they were today. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhao Hai continued, "It's good that no one has any objections. Now, teacher, go back and prepare. Without my command, no one is allowed to attack. Also, send a letter to your realm and ask about the situation. Those extraterritorial devils are very vengeful. They won't be satisfied with just eliminating us. Tell your realm to prepare." Everyone nodded, they didn't have any objections. In fact, during this time, they had already contacted their realms. Their realms were very calm, nothing had happened. However, to be safe, they still strengthened their realm's defenses. Naturally, they also sent their loot back to their realms. After everyone left, Zhao Hai returned to the top floor of the Heaven's secret pavilion. Laura and the others were sitting there, pointing at the projection as they discussed how to deal with the demon. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter. When it comes to commanding, Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Laura and the others. Therefore, he decided to let Laura and the others do what they want to do. Yuan Rong was somewhat complacent. Although he hadn't defeated Zhao Hai yet, he believed that he had the upper hand and could kill Zhao Hai at any time. Yuan Rong smiled as he watched the army advance. From time to time, he would recall the map of this section of the road. He knew that he was already very far away from his own camp. However, that didn't matter. Now, this entire area was his camp. Just as Yuan Rong's army was moving forward, the beasts in front suddenly stopped. Yuan Rong couldn't help but be surprised. Then he immediately asked, "What's going on? Why did they stop?" An extraterritorial devil beside him shook his head and said, "I'll go ask immediately." Yuan Rong nodded. At this time, an extraterritorial devil suddenly rushed over and said to Yuan Rong with a puzzled expression, "Grand Marshal, reporting from the front. There's no road ahead." Yuan Rong stared. Then he couldn't help but frown and said, "No road? Isn't this the main path? It leads to the 9th space. How can there be no road ahead?" While speaking, he waved his hand. An extraterritorial devil immediately took out an astrolabe. This astrolabe was the map they made. An astrolabe was the most commonly used map for cultivators. It wasn't very complicated to make, but it was a 3-dimensional map. Moreover, it could be zoomed in or out at any time. However, it was very rare to make an astrolabe like the one Zhao Hai used. It could show the enemy and oneself at any time. Yuan Rong looked at the astrolabe and frowned even more. Then he gestured on the astrolabe and said, "That's not right. This is the main path. How can there be no road ahead? Let the people in front see what's going on." As soon as his voice fell, he heard a series of noises coming from the side of the mountain. Yuan Rong could not help but look towards the side of the cave wall. With one look, he could not help but feel his soul leave his body, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the wall of the cave. Moreover, this hole was rapidly getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, the hole was big enough for a large artifact to pass through. Moreover, the hole was still getting bigger. Behind the hole, Yuan Rong felt a very dangerous aura. Yuan Rong understood why the person in front of him said that there was no road ahead. At the same time, he also understood that what he had done in the past 2 months was completely useless. Zhao Hai could change the terrain of the underground world at any time. The map he had drawn before was just a piece of waste paper. Yuan Rong's eyes widened as he roared, "Pass down the order. Tell the people in front to immediately attack the mountain wall in front of them and open up a path as soon as possible. Be quick, that is Zhao Hai's trick." The person beside him was also stunned, but Yuan Rong's shout brought him back to his senses. He immediately went to pass down the order. At this moment, Yuan Rong suddenly saw that the newly appeared passage next to him, which was large enough for 5 large artifacts to travel side by side, suddenly emitted a series of roars. Yuan Rong was all too familiar with this sound. It was the sound of large artifacts moving at full speed. Yuan Rong immediately understood why Zhao Hai wanted to dig such a large passage. His face turned pale. He knew that he had been completely tricked by Zhao Hai. He wasn't willing, he really wasn't willing. Thinking of this, Yuan Rong couldn't help but roar, "Everyone, get out of the beast artifacts and prepare to attack the passage. Attack with all your strength." This was the best method that Yuan Rong could think of right now. Although their beast artifacts were very flexible, they were currently advancing with a large army. There were several beast artifacts that were moving side by side. If they wanted to change the direction of their beast artifacts, it would be very difficult. Moreover, from this sound, it could be inferred that the other party was about to arrive. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. It seems like the other party was going to crash into the demonic dragon. This time, the other party was coming for Yuan Rong. In this case, the only method that Yuan Rong could think of was to have everyone come out of the beast artifacts and attack the passage. This way, even if the other party's large artifacts hit them, they would be able to dodge to the side. After all, a person was more flexible than a beast artifact. Following Yuan Rong's command, the cultivators and the beast artifacts desperately ran out. At the same time, they attacked the passage. But at this time, vines suddenly rose from the ground and wrapped around the cultivators. The cultivators who were attacking the passage didn't have any time to react and were wrapped up by the vines. Yuan Rong closed his eyes. He knew that he was finished, completely finished. Before, Zhao Hai didn't deal with him, making him think that Zhao Hai's power had disappeared from the area that he occupied. Now, he knew how naive he was. Zhao Hai was luring his army out of the camp. In the camp, his army was clumped together like a fist. Now that his army had entered the passage, the situation inside the passage was completely different. It was as if his fist had opened up and turned into a palm. Zhao Hai could use the terrain to break the fingers of this palm. And this time, Zhao Hai wanted to break the tendons that controlled the entire palm. As long as the tendons were broken, the palm would be completely crippled. When he thought of this, Yuan Rong couldn't help but feel sad. He really didn't think that he would fall into such a situation. Just a moment ago, he was still happy and wanted to give Zhao Hai a heavy blow. Even if he couldn't kill him, he still wanted to hurt him and break one of his legs. But now, he knew that he was an idiot who fell into Zhao Hai's trick. At this time, Yuan Rong saw the large artifacts rushing towards them. The speed of these large artifacts was already at its maximum. They rushed straight into the middle of the army and smashed his beast artifacts into pieces on the spot. Yuan Rong just stood there. He didn't move, nor did he put up a protective shield. He just watched as the large artifact protected his body. In the end, he was smashed into a pile of minced meat. However, the large artifacts didn't stop. They passed through the group and disappeared on the other side of the cave wall. Yuan Rong only now realized that new tunnels had been dug out on both sides of the cave wall. The snake-like army of the extraterritorial devil race was struck heavily from the middle, just like a snake that had been slashed by a knife. Now, this snake was still lying in a hole, and it was difficult for it to even turn around. All of the extraterritorial devils went crazy. They knew what this meant. Moreover, Yuan Rong had been killed. They had lost their unified commander. For a moment, the entire army of the extraterritorial devil race was in chaos. Fortunately, there were still a lot of mid-level officers in the extraterritorial devil race's army. These officers were veterans of many battles. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil race's hierarchy was very strict. These officers quickly took control of the situation. Then they immediately elected a new commander. Then the extraterritorial devil race's army began to retreat. However, it wasn't easy for them to retreat now. The beast artifacts in the front were attacking the cave wall in front of them. They thought that the cave wall was built by Zhao Hai, so it wouldn't be too thick. However, they were wrong. No matter how they attacked the cave wall, it was still the same. There was no sign of it being broken at all. They couldn't move forward, and they couldn't run to either side. So they could only retreat. The speed of the beast's advance was much faster than their retreat. But no matter what, they had to retreat. Under the command of the commander, the beast artifacts forcibly turned around, intending to go back the way they came. However, when they turned their heads, they discovered that their escape route had also been sealed off. What had sealed off their escape route was the cave walls, not the large artifacts. At this time, holes appeared in the caves on both sides of the army from time to time. As long as a hole appeared, large artifacts would rush out at full speed and crash into the army, leaving a bloody path in their wake. Even if the extraterritorial devil race made all the cultivators come down from the beast artifacts, it would be useless. This was because as soon as they came down, they would immediately be attacked by the vines and the alien army. The extraterritorial devil army had finally gone mad, completely mad. There was no way for them not to go mad. They felt like a snake that was trapped in an iron pipe. Both ends of the pipe were blocked. Some people were constantly using hammers to make holes in the pipe and then hammering nails into the holes. The only thing they could do was to twist and turn in this iron pipe, but there was no way for them to get out of the pipe. This kind of feeling was very bad. But no matter how bad it felt, they could only endure it. This was because they had fallen into this situation. They could only fight back and do their best in hopes of escaping. Unfortunately, Xianxia wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Even if they did their best, they would only be able to hold on for a while. Xianxia stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and looked at the situation on the projection. Laura and the others were constantly issuing orders. Ling Feng and the others didn't have any doubts as they carried out the orders. Under Laura and the others' orders, the extraterritorial devil race's large artifacts began to move. As long as the extraterritorial devil race's army flew forward with all their strength, it wouldn't take long before they hit the extraterritorial devil race's army. Every time, the extraterritorial devil race's army would kill their way out. They didn't need to slow down, they just needed to fly forward with all their strength. Although there were times when the extraterritorial devil race's army needed to make turns, these were all displayed on their astrolabe. This allowed them to prepare in advance. Moreover, the turns they made were very big, so there wasn't any danger. Before long, they would bump into the extraterritorial devil race's army. They would be able to kill their way out of the enemy's army and kill their beast artifacts. Ling Feng and the others felt like they were playing a game. They didn't need to do anything, they just needed to keep driving their large artifacts forward. Of course, they couldn't reduce the power of their large artifacts, they had to drive them forward with all their might. At this point, Ling Feng and the others didn't need to give any orders. All they needed to do was to look at their astrolabe. The reason why Ling Feng and the others stared at the astrolabe was because they discovered that their astrolabe was different from the astrolabes they knew. Ling Feng was also a battle-hardened person, so he was very familiar with astrolabes. He had also made his own astrolabe before. When Xianxia gave him the astrolabe, he was just curious about it. When he saw the figures of enemies and allies, he knew that this astrolabe wasn't simple. However, he was still able to make it himself. But now, he discovered that the astrolabe's terrain can change. This made him surprised. The astrolabe was like a map. After it was made, the terrain on it wouldn't change. Although it could be enlarged, reduced, and viewed in 3D, it was still a map. However, their map was completely different. Their map could actually change itself. Ling Feng could see that some places on the map had completely changed. At the same time, one of the bright spots on the map was his large artifact. The route of his large artifact was marked on the astrolabe. He could clearly see where he was going and where he was going to turn. This was the first time he had seen such an astrolabe. In Ling Feng's opinion, this couldn't be considered a battle. They were just moving forward according to the predetermined route. Along the way, they were able to easily eliminate their enemies. This was too shocking. After a while, Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. He retracted his gaze from the astrolabe and turned to look at the people around him. These people were all in the same realm as him. They were his confidants. They were also staring at the astrolabe. Ling Feng looked at them and said, "How is it? Aren't you very surprised?" Sure enough, Mr. Xianxia's things aren't simple. One of his subordinates looked at Ling Feng and said, "But how did Mr. Xianxia do it? Why did the astrolabe change like this? Isn't this too surprising?" Ling Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, the underground realm was created by Mr. Let's not talk about how he dug it out. The vines are also Mr.'s things. With those things, it wouldn't be difficult for Mr. to make the astrolabe. I think that the entire underground realm has been occupied by the vines. Naturally, Mr. would be able to notice the changes in the underground realm." After saying this, Ling Feng paused, then he pointed at the astrolabe and said, As for the changes on the astrolabe, it's even simpler. The astrolabe that Mr. gave us is a set of artifacts. These astrolabes don't exist individually, they are a set. The one in Mr.'s hand is the main one while the ones in our hands are the subdiscs. The main disc can control the subdiscs. Therefore, the astrolabe that we can see changes. Ling Feng's guess wasn't wrong. The astrolabe that Zhao Hai made was a set of artifacts. This number of artifacts was really shocking. However, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a big deal. He had made a lot of these artifacts, so it wasn't a big deal. The war was still going on. The extraterritorial devils were like a group of dragons without a leader. Although they were still going all out, their efforts were futile. Zhao Hai wouldn't be lenient with them. 1 day went by, 2 days went by, 3 days went by, 10 days went by, 1 month went by, 2 months went by, 3 months went by, the war went on for 3 months. During these 3 months, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop fighting. Their large artifacts spun clockwise and counterclockwise countless times in the underground world before destroying all the artifacts. Besides destroying the artifacts, Zhao Hai didn't spare any of the extraterritorial devils who participated in this matter. All of them were killed. During these 3 months, the Demon King didn't send people to support the extraterritorial devils. Unfortunately, all the known entrances were blocked by Zhao Hai. After the extraterritorial devils arrived, they simply couldn't enter. Even if they found an entrance, they still couldn't enter. This was because they discovered that the ground near the entrance had become incomparably hard. Moreover, it could even block spells. This made them feel like a dog biting a hedgehog. The Demon King was about to go crazy. He knew how many subordinates he had in the underworld. It was impossible for his subordinates to seal the entrance to the underworld. The only one who could seal the entrance was Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai dared to block the entrances, it meant that he had the confidence to deal with them. This was what the Demon King was most worried about. These people were the elites of the extraterritorial devils. If they were to be lost, then the blow to the extraterritorial devils would be too great. After the entrances were sealed for a month, the Demon King was already in despair. At the same time, he calmed down. He finally discovered that his current situation wasn't very good. Those elites were lost in the garbage world. If Zhao Hai were to come out of the garbage world, then how would they deal with him? Although the extraterritorial devils still had a lot of troops, the remaining troops wouldn't be more than the ones he sent to the garbage world. In other words, if Zhao Hai were to come out of the underground world, then it would be even more difficult for them to deal with Zhao Hai. They might even be dealt with by Zhao Hai. This discovery made the Demon King's hair stand on end. He immediately issued a conscription order. At the same time, he had the extraterritorial devils seal the garbage world. If 1 layer wasn't enough, then he would use 2 layers. If 2 layers weren't enough, then he would use 3 layers. He must lock Zhao Hai in the garbage world. 2 months later, there was still no movement in the garbage world. However, the Demon King had already given up. He was an emperor. He didn't think that Zhao Hai and Yuan Rong would perish together. This kind of thing was infinitely close to zero. Therefore, he withdrew his army from the garbage world. At the same time, he began to conquer and collect supplies. As long as it was something that could be used in war, he would take it all. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also issued an order to attack the outside world. First, he wanted to gather the foreign demons' army and crazily expand. As long as there was a plane that they could reach, they must conquer it. After conquering it, they would forcibly brainwash the people in that plane. Although this would affect the intelligence of those people, he didn't care too much about it. He would attack those planes crazily, turning the people in those planes into puppets that only knew how to listen to him. At the same time, the materials in those planes would become his war materials. Although the extraterritorial devils suffered heavy losses in Zhao Hai's hands, they still had a lot more troops in their hands compared to other worlds. As long as the extraterritorial devils found a world, as long as they could enter that world, then their army would rush in and flatten that world. After being flattened, the extraterritorial devils would immediately conquer that world. This was the most terrifying part. In just a little more than a month, the extraterritorial devil race had conquered more than 100 realms. Almost all the realms that they had conquered had been wiped out. This didn't mean that they had killed all the people in those realms. In fact, they didn't. They just turned the people of those realms into puppets. 3 months later, Zhao Hai's war in the underground world came to an end. In this war, they destroyed a total of 500 extraterritorial devil legions. Zhao Hai didn't take any of the supplies in these legions and distributed them to others. However, he took all of the corpses of the cultivators in these legions. Nobody objected. Ling Feng and the others even thought that Zhao Hai was very generous and gave them all the good things. Although Zhao Hai's alien army increased, they were already numb to it. They knew that they couldn't stop Zhao Hai from increasing the number of aliens. Therefore, they didn't try to stop him. On the contrary, they were trying their best to befriend Zhao Hai. At this point, even if they had the courage of the heavens, they wouldn't dare to become Zhao Hai's enemy, not even for a moment. However, Zhao Hai didn't increase the number of aliens too much. After reaching 100 billion, Zhao Hai stopped increasing the number of aliens. On the contrary, he began to increase the strength of the aliens. In the past, there were a lot of aliens. However, their individual strength wasn't very formidable. If a divine condensation cultivator can deal with an alien, then a divine condensation cultivator can deal with at least 10 aliens. Naturally, these 10 aliens were ordinary aliens. In other words, they were aliens that ate the corpses of cultivators. The xenomorphs can eat anything in order to evolve and become stronger. However, they still need to give this strength to the mother nest in order to make more xenomorphs. Because of this, low-level xenomorphs weren't very strong. They only had strong defense and strength, as well as a lot of things that they could use to attack. But this wasn't the case for the mother nest. But to be honest, a cultivator's attack wasn't weak. Moreover, whether it was a close combat cultivator or a magic artifact cultivator, they would have a lot of treasures on them. Even close combat cultivators could casually throw out a few magic artifacts. So, a cultivator wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an alien. The most terrifying thing about the alien army was their ability to reproduce. As long as there was a poisonous nest, as long as there was enough energy, they could continuously produce more aliens. This was the most terrifying thing about the alien army. Aliens were also divided into ranks. The lowest level aliens were those that ate grass or trees. Although they grew up, the amount of energy that grass and trees could provide them was too small. Their strength was also very weak. If they couldn't eat a few trees, then they wouldn't be able to fly. These aliens were the weakest. As long as a cultivator calmed down, then even a cultivator in the teleportation realm would be able to kill a few aliens. Naturally, in a large-scale battle, the aliens would be much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Their fighting instincts allowed them to have a better understanding of each other. The higher-level aliens were those that ate human cultivators. Although these aliens couldn't be as strong as the human cultivators that they ate, they were still stronger than those that ate grass and trees. The third type of xenomorphs were those that ate demonic beasts. After absorbing the demonic beast genes, these xenomorphs would become as powerful as those demonic beasts. These xenomorphs were even more terrifying, especially those that ate demonic beast artifacts. These xenomorphs would mutate. Not only would they become bigger, but they would also become half undead, making them even harder to kill. The last aberration, which was also the most powerful aberrations, were the aberrations that ate the extraterritorial devils. After eating the extraterritorial devils, horns would grow on their heads, and these horns would emit destructive light. This was an energy attack that was comparable to the power of laws. It was very overbearing, and these aberrations were the most difficult to deal with. After Zhao Hai formed an army of billions of aliens, he didn't increase the number of aliens. Instead, he allowed them to absorb more energy. This way, the aliens would become even stronger. The aliens' evolution was almost unstoppable. What they evolved was their genes. They would constantly absorb good genes in order to replace the weak ones in their bodies. This kind of attack was unstoppable. At the same time, it was also very terrifying. This was because no one knew what they would become in the end. Naturally, this didn't mean that the aliens could become very powerful. That was impossible. Take the Kuanping inside Zhao Hai's space for example. It was a peak existence in all planes. If the aliens could absorb its genes, then wouldn't they be able to evolve into countless kunpangs? Then wouldn't Zhao Hai be able to walk sideways in all planes? However, this wasn't the case at all. If Zhao Hai dared to let the aliens absorb the Kuanping's genes, then the best outcome for the aliens would be to have their bodies collapse and turn into a pile of flesh and blood. This was like a person who could only eat a bowl of rice. However, if you wanted to eat a bucket of rice, then you would die from overeating. It was that simple. An army of 100 trillion was already a terrifying force. However, some of the aliens weren't very strong. This would affect the fighting strength of the alien army. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't increase the number of the aliens. Instead, he increased their strength. Using the aliens' ability to absorb energy, they would become stronger and stronger. This way, the alien army would be able to become stronger. Zhao's army was no longer the same as before. In the past, his army would swarm together with all kinds of creatures. But now, there were beast-like artifacts that could store smaller creatures inside their bodies. They could even compress the space inside their bodies and store the smaller creatures inside. Zhao's army was now different from before. In the past, his army would swarm in and mix together. But now, it was different. Inside the army, there were beast-like artifacts that could store smaller creatures inside their bodies. Besides these large aliens, there were also aliens that could be used as scouts, aliens that could use spells, aliens that could release destructive lights, aliens that could charge head-on, and all kinds of other aliens. These aliens even learned how to cooperate in battle. It seems like they had become smarter. Zhao Hai was sitting in the conference room of the Heavenly Secret Sect. Everyone in the alliance was present. Everyone had a smile on their faces. To be honest, they didn't think that they would be able to deal with the extraterritorial devil army this time. Aside from some casualties at the beginning of the battle, there were almost no casualties in the last battle. Moreover, their harvest was enough to make them smile in their sleep. Zhao Hai sat there as he looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, "The matter of the garbage realm is basically finished. Although the demons have added a lot of barriers, those barriers are useless against us. We don't need to be afraid of them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Everyone nodded. Ling Du smiled and said, "I contacted the realm 2 days ago, everything is normal. Hee, the extraterritorial devil clans are really afraid of us. They just want to trap us here and won't take the initiative to attack us. This is a good thing. This means that we're now on the same side as the extraterritorial devil clans." Everyone chuckled. To be honest, they had reason to be proud. They were fighting against enemies that were dozens of times stronger than them. Now that they were able to fight like this, they should be happy. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We have to deal with the extraterritorial devils as soon as possible. You still don't understand the situation of the extraterritorial devils. The extraterritorial devils have gone crazy. Do you know what they have done?" Everyone shook their heads. However, their expressions were solemn. Just by listening to Zhao Hai's tone, they knew that the extraterritorial devils had done something crazy. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "They are now desperately attacking other realms. As long as they can reach a realm, they would attack it. Moreover, they would forcibly turn people into puppets that only know how to kill. Now that they have conquered hundreds of realms, their army has recovered a lot. In the past, when they conquered realms, at most, they would kill those who resisted. Then they would slowly brainwash them and turn them into slaves. This time, they actually turned those people into puppets. Puppets, this is equal to destroying those realms. I can't believe they came up with such an idea. How could they think of such an idea?" As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were startled. Ling Feng's expression changed as he said, "It seems like these extraterritorial devils didn't have good intentions from the very beginning. If we didn't deal with them early on, then what happened to those realms today would be our tomorrow. Mister has done a great thing this time." Everyone nodded. They knew about the brutality of the extraterritorial devils. These guys weren't humans. In their eyes, all races were their slaves and tools. If they were allowed to develop, then all the realms in this layer would have no way to survive. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The extraterritorial devils have been forced by us this time. However, if they continue to do this, then the number of puppets in their hands will increase. These puppets can also kill people, which will bring us a lot of trouble. Therefore, I wanted to let everyone rest for a while. But now, it seems that we can't. GMO said, Brother Zhao, how can we still be in the mood to rest at this time? Let's move quickly. If we let those guys gain more power, then our losses in the future will only be greater. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at everyone and said, I intend to start from two aspects. One is the internal affairs of the extraterritorial devils, and the other is the external affairs. Needless to say, we will directly declare war on the extraterritorial devils and they will have no choice but to respond. As for the internal affairs, we need to pay attention to them. Having said that, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, the internal affairs of the extraterritorial devils seem to be fine. All the cultivators under their rule have been brainwashed by them. Therefore, they think that there's no problem. But in fact, there's another force in the extraterritorial devils. This force calls themselves the Underground Army. They unintentionally removed their brainwashing ability. But because they are too weak, they have been operating underground. They don't dare to let people know about them. I've gathered a lot of information from them. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but be enlightened. They were very curious about where Zhao Hai's information came from. Actually, Zhao Hai told them this because he wanted them to think this way. Zhao Hai wouldn't tell them about liquid silver. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I intend to vigorously support the Underground Army and let them develop as soon as possible. This is a good opportunity for them. We will attract the attention of the extraterritorial devils while they destroy the extraterritorial devils from the inside. Moreover, I promised them that as long as we eliminate the extraterritorial devils, I will give them a plane and let them become the masters of that plane. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't have any objections because this matter was proposed by Zhao Hai. Not to mention a plane, even if it was 100 planes, they wouldn't hesitate to accept it if Zhao Hai said so. Zhao Hai said, it's good that no one has any objections. Leave the external matters to us and leave the internal matters to them. When the time comes, we'll launch a pincer attack. I don't believe that the extraterritorial devils won't be able to survive. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, although the extraterritorial devils are expanding, this expansion isn't something to be proud of. Although the puppets aren't weak, they are still far inferior compared to cultivators. However, we can't let them expand like this. Otherwise, this layer would be destroyed. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, we will begin our attack on the extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to his room. However, he didn't stay in the room for long. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in a cave. Several people were waiting for Zhao Hai in the cave. The person in the lead was Yu Chuang. Yu Chuang was standing in the cave with an excited expression. When he saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he immediately went forward and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, congratulations to Mr. for your great victory. Ding Ba and the others also saluted. Zhao Hai cupped his fists towards them as well. Then he smiled faintly and said, everyone is too polite. Haha. Come, let's sit down and have a chat. Yu Chuang nodded and invited Zhao Hai to sit by the fire in the cave. After everyone sat down, Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, did you eliminate the extraterritorial devils that entered the garbage plane? This time, the number of extraterritorial devils that entered the garbage plane was quite large. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there are a lot of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken us several months to deal with them. Hee. We'll be preparing to attack the demons in a few days. Their crazy expansion isn't a good thing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. Yu Chuang nodded and said, this kind of expansion isn't a good thing. But if Mr. were to calculate, the extraterritorial devils should have more troops than you, right? You must be extra careful. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, you don't need to worry about this. Although we've lost our geographical advantage after coming out of the garbage plane, this isn't a big deal. We're already prepared. Mr. Yu Chuang, you said that you wanted to see me this time. Is there something you need? Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and pondered for a moment. Then he stood up and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "This Yu Chuang came to see Mr. this time because I have something that I need Mr.'s help with." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to say it. Mr. wants me to help you strengthen the underground army as soon as possible?" When Yu Chuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with admiration, "Mr.'s wisdom is as deep as the sea. Nothing can be hidden from Mr. Mr. is right, we came here to ask for Mr.'s help. Mr. should also know that the underground army's numbers are too small. If Mr. really gives us a plane in the future, we wouldn't be able to rule it with our current numbers. But now is an opportunity to strengthen the underground army." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang and gestured for him to continue. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Ever since we removed the spell and magic seed from our bodies, we've been studying the brainwashing spells and magic seeds of the demons. These spells and magic seeds are very formidable. However, they aren't without flaws. When a person's soul force fluctuates violently, the spell would be weakened. Even the magic seed would be affected to a certain extent. If we remove the spell and magic seed from a person's body at this time, then we would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Since then, we've been studying the brainwashing spells and magic seeds of the demons." After saying this, Yu Chuang paused for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said with excitement, "Mr. destroyed a lot of extraterritorial race elites in the garbage realm. This matter has greatly stimulated the extraterritorial race. A lot of brainwashed extraterritorial race members are now having strong soul fluctuations. This is a good opportunity. However, we're currently lacking some supplies. Therefore, we would like to ask Mr. for help." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no problem with this. The conditions that I promised you before are still valid. After we defeat the extraterritorial race, I'll certainly give you a plane. Moreover, as long as I'm in this plane, nobody will harm you. The matter of supplies is also a small matter. Just give me a list of what you need and I'll prepare it for you. However, I have a condition." Yu Chuang didn't think that Zhao Hai would agree so quickly. However, when he heard that Zhao Hai had a condition, he immediately relaxed. In his opinion, since Zhao Hai helped them, then it was only natural that he had a condition. If there was no condition, then it would be abnormal. Therefore, he immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please don't hesitate. As long as we can do it, we'll do our best." Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang, then he smiled faintly and said, "This condition is actually very simple. I want you to cooperate with us in the war against the extraterritorial race." "Alright, there's no problem at all. The extraterrestrial devils aren't just your enemies, they're also our enemies. As long as we can defeat them, we're willing to cooperate with you." Yu Chuang didn't expect to agree to Zhao Hai's conditions. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang and smiled, then he said, "That's for the best. Mr. can make a list of what you need. I'll see if I have it on me. If I do, I can give it to you right now." Yu Chuang wasn't polite, he immediately took out a jade slip and entered the contents. Before long, he handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and looked at its contents. Then he smiled and said, "So it's these things. Alright, I have them on me. I'll give them to you." Then Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out several spatial bags. Then he gave the items inside to the group. Yu Chuang received the spatial bags and looked inside. He discovered that there were indeed things that he needed. Some of the herbs that he needed were already processed. This made him curious, he didn't know why Zhao Hai had these things on him. Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang and said, "Some of these are spoils of war. I'll give them all to you. I hope that you can get them done as soon as possible." Yu Chuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. can rest assured, I'll do it well." "Right, Mister, you'll be attacking the extraterrestrial devils in a few days. Is there anything that we can help you with?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't need your help. You just need to remember to make sure that your people don't forget to carry identification formations. Alright, if there's nothing else, then I'll be heading back. I need to prepare for the attack in a few days. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright. Yu Chuang nodded and said, we have no other questions. I wish Mr. a great victory. Zhao Hai laughed, then he cupped his fist towards Yu Chuang and then disappeared from the cave. After Zhao Hai left, Dingba arrived in front of Yu Chuang. He looked at Yu Chuang with a puzzled expression and said, Leader, are we really going to expand? Yu Chuang nodded and said, right, expansion. This is a good opportunity. If we don't use this opportunity to expand, then I'll feel sorry for myself. Dingba, when the extraterrestrial devil army entered the garbage realm, did you think that this would be the result? Dingba shook his head and said, I didn't. At that time, I thought that if Mr. Zhao Hai escaped from the garbage realm, then they would win. At that time, they would be able to deal with the extraterrestrial devils for some time. But who would have thought that Mr. Zhao Hai would be able to safely come out of the garbage realm while the extraterrestrial devil army was left behind? This is something that I didn't expect. Mr. is really too strong. Yu Chuang smiled bitterly and said, now I know why he can command such a large army. Moreover, nobody in that army opposed him. It's because of his ability. If I were to command Zhao Hai's army, I'm afraid that I would have already been destroyed by the foreign demons. Compared to Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm too far behind. Yu Chuang smiled bitterly and said, you're right. Dingba said, Leader, I think that you shouldn't compare yourself to Mr. Zhao Hai. A person like him can only be called an outstanding person. There's nothing that he can't do. Comparing yourself to him would only hurt your confidence. When Yu Chuang heard this, he stared. Then he looked at Dingba and said, Dingba, why do you say that? Did you also have the heart to compare yourself to Mr.? Dingba smiled bitterly and said, no. From the first time I saw Mr., I knew that I would never be able to compare to him. He's a dragon in the sky, while I'm at most an ox on the ground. I'm not talking about an ox, but an ordinary ox. Yu Chuang smiled bitterly. He had to admit that Dingba's words made sense. Zhao Hai wasn't someone they could compare to, the difference was too big. Yu Chuang let out a long breath and said, no matter what, we're now his allies. Allies need to act like allies. Mr. didn't look down on us, but we can't drag him down. Dingba nodded and said, what leader said is right. If we can't show our strength, then even if we defeat the demons in the future, I'm afraid that nobody would look down on us. We need to strengthen ourselves as soon as possible. We need to make those people understand that we're not incompetent. Yu Chuang laughed and said, right, that's what I meant. Therefore, we need to expand our strength. When the time comes for the demons to be eliminated, we would be able to get a lot of benefits. If I had doubts before about Mr.'s ability to eliminate the demons, then I don't have any doubts now. Mr. can definitely do it. Dingba nodded, then the two turned around and left. When Zhao Hai returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Laura and the others were waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Laura immediately greeted him and said, Big Brother Hai, what do we do now? The demons are going all out to expand. Even if we go from one realm to another, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill them all. What should we do? Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he said, how about this? Aren't the extraterritorial demons expanding outwards? We'll deal with their armies. If they go to another realm, then we'll go there. What do you think? Laura thought for a moment and then said, but this would involve a lot of our forces and energy. In the future, we wouldn't be able to deal with the demons. The demons' territory is too big. Even with the thousands of realms that we know of, conquering them one by one wouldn't be something that can be done in a year or two. And in these few years, the demons might come up with a way to deal with us. Brother Hai, we can't go on like this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we can't go on like this. Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he said, Steward, can you research a way to quickly remove the demon seed? It would be best if we can remove the brainwashing spell as well. The steward's voice was heard, no problem, young master. We can use curse arrays and some ordinary arrays to remove the demonic seed. At the same time, we can also wake up those who were affected by the brainwashing technique. Of course, if we use it well, we can reverse the effects of the brainwashing technique. While removing the brainwashing technique, they will also have an incomparable hatred towards the extraterritorial demon race. Upon hearing the steward, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Laura and said, "What do you think of this method?" Laura thought for a moment and then said, "Let's do it like this. Call Yu Chuang over and we'll divide our forces into two groups. One group will be ourselves. We'll take half of the aliens to block the demon's expansion while the other half will lead the other half. With Yu Chuang's cooperation, we'll remove the demon's demon seed as soon as possible. This way, we'll be able to cut off the reinforcements of the demons. At the same time, we'll be able to disintegrate them from the inside. This way, we'll be able to deal with them much faster." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. But we'll have to see when the steward can make the curse formation." "Steward, how long will it take to make the curse formation?" The steward replied, "About 10 days. Young master can rest assured. In 10 days, not only will the curse formation be researched, we'll also be able to make a batch." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, we're still waiting for 10 days. Laura, immediately send a letter to Yu Chuang and tell him that I want to discuss the matter with him. Have him come immediately." Laura nodded and then turned around to make arrangements. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai immediately called Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret building. After everyone arrived at the conference room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I just told everyone that the extraterritorial demons are crazily expanding. If they continue to expand, then we won't be able to kill them all. Therefore, I'm prepared to change this situation. I've already sent someone to invite Mr. Yu Chuang. Mr. Yu Chuang is the leader of the underground army. Invite him over so that we can discuss how to deal with the extraterritorial demons." Ling Du looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "I think Mr. already has a plan, right? If Mr. has already thought about how to deal with the demons, then you don't need to be polite with us. Just tell us directly." Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and couldn't help but smile. "You guys really understand me." "You're right, I've already thought of a method. I believe that this method will be useful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You guys really understand me." Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I asked Mr. to speak frankly. After so many days, we already know about Mr.'s methods. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have reached this point. We have absolute trust in Mr., so please speak frankly." Seeing everyone nodding, Zhao Hai didn't hold back as he said, "I think that there are only two methods that the demons can control their subordinates. One is brainwashing, which can be said to be a type of magic. Moreover, they've been using it on them since they were young. Moreover, they're constantly brainwashing them. Because of this, they're very loyal to them. The second method is something that everyone didn't know about before, the demon seed." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a transparent sphere appeared in his hand. Inside this sphere was a huge centipede-like thing that was constantly twisting. It looked very frightening. When everyone saw the object in Zhao Hai's hand, their expressions couldn't help but change. At the same time, they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said, "This is the demon seed, a type of magic of the demons. The function of the demon seed is very simple. It's used to monitor the cultivators who have been implanted with the demon seed. If the cultivators who have been implanted with the demon seed have any thoughts of opposing the demons, then the demon seed will activate and directly attack the cultivator's soul. At the same time, it will release something that will make the cultivators slowly lose their thoughts of opposing the demons. If someone is determined to oppose the demons, then the demon seed will activate and directly destroy the cultivator's soul, causing the cultivator to die an unnatural death. This is the most important method that the demons use to control cultivators." "Demonic seed?" Everyone repeated in confusion. For many of them, this was the first time they heard about demonic seeds. At first, they thought that the extraterritorial devils controlled other races just to brainwash them. But now, they knew that there was such a thing as a demonic seed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The foreign demons have been using demon seeds for a long time. Almost all the races under the rule of the foreign demons use demon seeds. If you don't have any thoughts of rebelling against the foreign demons, then the demon seed would help you cultivate and strengthen your soul force. But if you have any thoughts of rebelling, then the demon seed would be your death warrant." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Demon seeds are used by the foreign demons." Everyone's expression changed. They didn't think that the demonic seed would be so overbearing. This was beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "This time, we'll deal with the foreign demons from this aspect. I want to eliminate the demon seeds as well as the brainwashing technique. This way, the foreign demons wouldn't be controlled by the foreign demons. This way, the foreign demons would have one less helper. Dealing with them would be much easier." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm going to use this method to deal with the foreign demons." Everyone nodded. While they were talking, Ji Wuming's voice was suddenly heard, "Young master, Mr. Yu Chuang has arrived." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately said, "Invite Mr. in." Ji Wuming nodded, then the conference room's door was pushed open. Yu Chuang walked in with Dingba behind him. Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards Yu Chuang and said, "I have seen Mr. Yu Chuang. I've just met Mr. Yu Chuang. I'm really sorry for inviting Mr. Yu Chuang here. I hope Mr. Yu Chuang can forgive me." Everyone stood up and gave Yu Chuang a salute. At the same time, they stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai had just met Yu Chuang. Yu Chuang quickly replied, "Mr. Yu Chuang is too polite. I'm sure Mr. Yu Chuang has something to tell me." After Zhao Hai asked Yu Chuang to sit down, he said, "Before, I wanted to attack the demons 3 days later. However, it seems like there are some problems with this plan. First of all, the demons are currently expanding. If we attack them, they would certainly send their puppets to deal with us. There are a lot of puppets, so it wouldn't be easy for us to kill them all. If we deal with the realms under the demons' control like before, it wouldn't be easy. The demons have several thousand realms under their control. If we want to conquer all of them, it would take several years before the demons would be able to conquer more realms. When that time comes, we would still be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, attacking the demons directly isn't a good idea." Yu Chuang nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the demons would be able to conquer more realms in 3 days. Because of this, attacking the demons directly isn't a good idea. So it's not good for us to attack the extraterritorial devils." Everyone frowned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They admitted that Zhao Hai was right. But if they don't attack the extraterritorial devils, then what else can they do? Zhao Hai looked at Yu Chuang and said, "Mr. Yu Chuang has a method to get rid of the devil seed and the brainwashing technique. I want to start from there. I'll lead half of our forces to block the extraterritorial devil's expansion. No matter which realm they attack, I'll intervene. Maybe we can even form an alliance with that realm to deal with the extraterritorial devils together. Everyone, you should cooperate with Mr. Yu Chuang and do your best to wake up the devil seed in the extraterritorial devils. Only then can we slowly eliminate the extraterritorial devils." When Yu Chuang heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mister, I'm against this." Everyone looked at him. Yu Chuang looked at everyone and smiled bitterly, "I won't hide it from everyone. I'm against it not because Mr. Zhao Hai's method isn't good. It's also not because I don't want to use my method to get rid of the devil seed. It's just that getting rid of the devil seed isn't easy. It requires a combination of medicine and artifacts. Moreover, it would take a long time to get rid of the devil seed and the brainwashing technique. This method isn't suitable for large-scale use. Otherwise, our underground army wouldn't be so small." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already thought about this. I'm currently developing a formation that can be used on large artifacts. This formation can provide energy to large artifacts. This formation can easily remove the demon seed and remove the brainwashing technique. This is the reason why I want to change my plan." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already thought about this." Yu Chuang stood up, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can Mr. really make such a formation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can. In fact, I've been studying this formation for a long time. However, I didn't make much progress in the past. It's only now that I've made a breakthrough." Yu Chuang thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, "That won't do. Mister, you don't know how strange people can be. Even if the devil seed and the brainwashing technique are removed, their hearts might still be on the side of the extraterritorial race. This is especially true for those who have been with the extraterritorial race for a long time." Zhao Hai stared, then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Yu Chuang doesn't need to worry about this. If there are people who don't want to stand on our side and deal with the extraterritorial race, then we'll just kill them. In any case, I'm going to kill them anyway. I have 100 billion alien troops in my hands. I'll leave 50 for everyone and take the other 50. When the time comes, we'll attack from both sides. I want to see what the extraterritorial race will do. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yu Chuang's expression couldn't help but change. However, he quickly calmed down and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Since Mr. said so, then I have nothing else to say. I'll just follow Mr.'s instructions. However, I wonder how long it will take for Mr. to make the formation." Zhao Hai replied, 10 days. After 10 days, I'll give everyone the formation. When the time comes, we'll attack from both sides. I don't believe that the extraterritorial race would be able to resist. Everyone nodded. Then Yu Chuang said, "Then I'll go back and wait for the news. I won't hide it from Mr. I can't leave for too long. So I hope everyone can forgive me." Everyone didn't say anything and just cupped their fists towards Yu Chuang. Then Yu Chuang left the room. After Yu Chuang left, Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "All right, since this is the case, I won't say anything else. Everyone should go and prepare. We'll act in 10 days. Yu Chuang is an old member of the extraterritorial race, so he's very familiar with the demons. You should listen to his opinion before you act." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. After everyone left, Ji Wuming came in with a jade slip in his hand. He handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took a look at the jade slip and saw that it contained the method to remove the demon seed and the brainwashing technique. It seems like it was left behind by Yu Chuang. Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise Yu Chuang. This Yu Chuang really knew how to do things. When Zhao Hai heard that Yu Chuang wanted to use this method to deal with the extraterritorial race, he actually left behind the method to remove the demon seed. However, this method wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. Regarding the brainwashing technique and the demon seed, even Yu Chuang didn't understand it as well as Zhao Hai. 10 days wasn't a long time for cultivators. And now, Zhao Hai was completely relieved. 10 days. The housekeeper only took 5 days to complete the curse formation. Actually, it wasn't a complete curse formation. It was a mixture of ordinary formations and curse formations. Because of this, it was able to achieve this effect. There were a lot of curse formations that directly affected a person's soul. Even if you die, the curse formation would still remain on your soul. This was the most terrifying aspect of curse formations. But it was precisely because of this feature that the housekeeper was able to develop this curse formation. 10 days later, Zhao Hai called everyone to the conference room. Even Yu Chuang was present. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then smiled. He turned his hand and took out a spatial bag. He placed the spatial bag on the table and said, "This is the formation I talked about. This formation is very big. Each large artifact can only have one. The method to use it is very simple. As long as there is energy, it will operate on its own. You won't be able to see anything special, there won't be any light, and there won't be any smell." Everyone looked at the spatial bag curiously. Yu Chuang couldn't help but ask, "Mister, have you tested this before? Is it really useful?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already tested it. It's really useful, very useful." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, then cheered. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao with a face full of excitement. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "I'll leave the matter of the extraterritorial demons to you. Do it according to our previous plan. With your current strength, you can seal up 10 realms and use this formation. If someone doesn't want to work with us, then don't be polite and just kill them. The army of aliens that I left behind isn't just for show." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone's heart shook. Then they nodded and didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. They knew that this wasn't the time to be lenient. If they were lenient, then they would give the extraterritorial devils an opportunity. It was better to be ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, from today onwards, we'll part ways. But if you have any problems, then send me a letter immediately. I'll be able to support you in the shortest time possible. So don't worry. The extraterritorial devils won't be far away." Once the extraterritorial devils are eliminated, what will happen to the realms that came out? What will happen to the realms that lost their elites? Everyone, I won't say much. Think about it. Even an idiot could understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was clearly telling them that as long as they eliminate the demons, then they would have a share of the realms that the demons obtained. For everyone, this was good news that couldn't be any better. Zhao Hai was telling them that as long as they eliminate the demons, then they would have a share of the realms that the demons obtained. In this battle, they had obtained a lot of spoils. Just those spoils alone made them feel that this battle was worth it. If these realms were added, then it would be a great bargain for them. Not to mention that their casualties weren't as big as they thought. Even if they were to die, they would still feel that it was worth it. This was because they believed that even if they were to die, as long as Zhao Hai won, then he wouldn't mistreat their realms. They believed in Zhao Hai's character. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Zhao Hai continued, "Everyone, I've already said that after we win, Mr. Yu Chuang can choose any realm as the territory of the resistance army. At the same time, I also guarantee that as long as I'm in this realm, nobody will be able to harm them. So I hope that everyone can remember this. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my word. I hope that everyone won't make me violate my oath." Everyone understood what Zhao Hai meant. Naturally, they wouldn't object. Zhao Hai had already told them about this matter. In fact, as long as Zhao Hai was in this realm, then there wouldn't be any conflict between them. As long as Zhao Hai was in this realm, then they wouldn't dare to use their weapons. This was because Zhao Hai was too strong. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Before, Zhao Hai had promised to give him a realm. This was a secret agreement between the two of them. Yu Chuang was afraid that Zhao Hai would go back on his word. This was especially true when he saw how everyone obeyed Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really went back on his word, then what should he do? Yu Chuang discovered that he had no way to deal with this. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai had said this in front of so many people. Cultivators still attached great importance to their promises. Since Zhao Hai said this in front of so many people, then it meant that he wouldn't go back on his word. Otherwise, no one would believe him. At this moment, Yu Chuang's heart finally calmed down. He stood up excitedly and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. "Yu Chuang thanks Mr. This Yu Chuang will never forget Mr.'s kindness." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Mr. Yu Chuang, you joined us later, so you don't know what I said before. Before we attacked the demons, I already told everyone that I don't want anything from the attack. Everyone will be divided according to their contributions. Mr. Yu Chuang, although you joined us later and didn't have a lot of people, you still provided us with crucial information. Your contributions are huge, so you should get what you want. Therefore, you don't need to thank me." Yu Chuang nodded and said, "Mr. Yu Chuang, you joined us later than us." Yu Chuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and then sat down with an excited expression. Everyone looked at Yu Chuang's expression and sighed. They knew why Yu Chuang was so excited. Zhao Hai said that Yu Chuang's resistance army had a small number of people. Fortunately, they wouldn't have a lot of people. At most, they would have the strength of a great sect. A great sect would have its own boundary. Naturally, Yu Chuang had reason to be happy. "I'll give everyone 2 days to rest. After 2 days, we'll set out. Yu Chuang, you go back and collect information about the demons. After 2 days, you'll lead the others and win over the demons' realms one by one. Among us, you're the most familiar with the demons, so we'll be relying on you." Yu Chuang nodded, then he said, "All right, let's divide the formations. I'll give you 2 days to rest. After 2 days, we'll set out. Yu Chuang, you go back and collect information about the demons." Yu Chuang stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Can rest assured." The Devil King sat in his study with a jade slip in his hand. After a while, he put down the jade slip and said to the extraterritorial devil standing in front of him, "You've done well. In such a short period of time, you were able to conquer more than 300 realms. You've done well, but this isn't enough. We need more people. I don't believe that Zhao Hai's evolved beasts will keep increasing in number. If there are too many of them, Zhao Hai won't be able to control them all. As long as we have people in our hands, we will be the final victors. Zhao Hai is a great enemy of our clan. If we can't defeat him, we won't be able to defeat him. The person standing in front of the Devil King cupped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. This subject will do his best." The Demon King nodded, then he sighed and said, "I've wronged you, letting you take your revenge. But you should know that our losses this time are too heavy. If we can't replenish our manpower, then it would be troublesome." The Demon King nodded, then he sighed and said, "I've wronged you." The person said, "This is all my brother's fault. If it wasn't for his poor command, our clan wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Your Majesty, you're already being very kind by not punishing our Yuan clan. This subject will definitely do his best for your Majesty." The Devil King nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to say these words. Yuan Rong's death can't be entirely blamed on him. You can go. Remember, our main goal now is to conquer those realms and take the people in those realms." The person nodded and said, "Yes, your Majesty." After saying that, he slowly left the study. The Devil King looked at the person's back and couldn't help but sigh. This person was called Yuan Yi, and he was Yuan Rong's older brother. The Yuan family had always been a warrior family of the extraterritorial devil race. The members of their family seemed to have an innate ability to command. Every generation of devil kings doted on their family. Yuan Ye's commanding ability was even stronger than Yuan Rong's. In fact, Yuan Rong's strongest point was not his offensive ability, but his defensive ability. Yuan Rong's defensive ability was very famous among all the members of the Yuan family, while Yuan Ye's offensive ability was the most famous in the Yuan family. Originally, when they went to the Trash Realm to deal with Zhao Hai, the Demon King was prepared to let Yuan Yi go, but unfortunately, at that time, Yuan Yi was in seclusion. They didn't have time to wait, so they let Yuan Rong go. However, they didn't expect that not only did Yuan Rong die in the Trash Realm, even the entire army was left in the Trash Realm. Not a single one of them returned. After Yuan Rong's death, Yuan Yi came out of seclusion. The Devil King immediately gave Yuan Yi an order to lead the army to attack the other realms and conquer all the realms they knew of. Yuan Yi did very well. In just a little more than a month, he conquered more than 300 realms. This made the Demon King's anxious mood slowly calm down. However, when he thought of Zhao Hai, the Demon King's head began to hurt again. He couldn't help but have a headache. 3 months, Zhao Hai had been in the Trash Realm for 3 months, but he still hadn't come out. The Demon King was sure that Zhao Hai and the others had met with misfortune. However, if Zhao Hai didn't come out, then the Demon King didn't know how many losses Zhao Hai had suffered. Of course, the most important point was whether or not Zhao Hai could come out of the Trash Realm. It was precisely because he didn't know that the Demon King was even more upset. This time, the Demon King could be said to have suffered a great loss in the Trash Realm. If Zhao Hai's losses weren't great, then the Demon King would be out of luck. The Demon King was a person who didn't plan for victory first. He considered things in the worst-case scenario so that he could make corresponding arrangements. If things didn't worsen, then he would be well prepared. This was a great advantage in the war. After Yuan Yi left, the Demon King slowly stood up and walked to the door of the study. He opened the door and looked outside. The 2 guards outside the door immediately saluted him. The Demon King waved his hand and looked up at the sky. However, he sighed in his heart. He muttered, "Zhao Hai, you really didn't disappoint me. I'm so lucky to have met an opponent like you. Then, let's have a competition. Let's see who will die in the end, you or our extraterritorial devil race." At this time, Zhao Hai was on the large artifacts of the other fleets. He was looking at the installation of a curse formation. Because the large artifacts of each realm were different, their artifacts naturally had the ability to supply circuits. The curse formation needed to be connected to those circuits in order to be used. As for how to make the curse formation display its greatest power, this required Zhao Hai's guidance. After 3 days, under Zhao Hai's guidance, everyone installed the formations on their large artifacts. After that, Zhao Hai invited everyone to the conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Now that everything is ready, I've already told you everything. Now, I'll only say one thing. Remember, no matter which realm you conquer and turn into the enemy of the demons, you have to return to the garbage realm and rest for some time. Understood?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you some instructions." Remember, no matter which realm you conquer, you have to return to the garbage realm and rest for some time. Do you understand? Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why they had to do this. After turning the people of those realms into the enemies of the extraterritorial devil race, they should celebrate their victory and pursue them. Why did they have to return to the trash realm to rest? Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, letting you rest is for your own good. After you turn the extraterritorial devil race into the enemies of the extraterritorial devil race, they will need some time to digest our words. If you stay there all the time, they will feel uneasy, which isn't good. Although everyone didn't understand, they still nodded. Of course, they didn't know that the curse formation on their large artifacts could turn the extraterritorial devil race into the enemies of the extraterritorial devil race. If they stayed in that realm for a long time, the extraterritorial devil race would be suspicious of their intentions. This was because they were affected by the curse formation and treated the extraterritorial devil race as their enemies. Moreover, this influence had a certain side effect. When they were affected by the curse formation, there would be a period of time when their hearts were filled with resentment. If Ling Feng and the others didn't leave quickly, then there might be a conflict. After a few days, this resentment would disappear, and then they would focus all their hatred on the extraterritorial devil race. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell them this clearly. He only told them to leave for a period of time after turning the people of that realm into the enemies of the extraterritorial devil race. Then they would return to the garbage world to rest. This way, the resentment in the hearts of the people of those realms would naturally disappear and wouldn't affect their actions. Although Zhao Hai didn't say anything, these people also didn't ask Zhao Hai. After these days of fighting, Zhao Hai had already established his prestige in their hearts. Therefore, they wouldn't question Zhao Hai's orders and would only carry them out. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, if the extraterritorial devil race really goes all out to deal with you, then you will return to the garbage world and defend it. Remember, you must not be lenient this time. If you find out that people are still loyal to the extraterritorial devil race, then kill them all. Everyone nodded. These people weren't afraid of killing people. If Zhao Hai didn't want to take advantage of these people, then they would have already killed them. Because of this, they didn't feel any psychological burden from Zhao Hai's order. Zhao Hai's order didn't cause them any psychological burden. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, everyone, go back. After you return, you can depart. I'll also be leaving soon. If there's anything, don't forget to send me a letter. Remember, if you can't do it, then you can defend the garbage world. With your familiarity with the underground world, you should be able to hold on until I return. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. They didn't hesitate at all. They had already experienced many things like this, so they naturally knew what to do. After the group left, Zhao Hai returned to his room and said to Laura, which realm are the extraterritorial devil race army in? Laura pointed at the projection and said, they attacked 50 realms at the same time. We already have their coordinates. Brother Hai, what should we do? Should we deal with 50 at the same time or 10 at the same time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 10 isn't interesting, we'll deal with 50 at the same time. Now that the alien army has taken shape, it's time to make a move. Julie, Kai, I'll leave it to the two of you. Kai, you can go all out this time. When Kai heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but smile as she said, yes, thank you Brother Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He was very clear that Kai hadn't used her full strength before. The seven-colored flower didn't just rely on vines to attack people, not to mention the fact that the seven-colored flower had undergone genetic modification. The seven-colored flower's vines could only be regarded as the weakest attack. Moreover, the seven-colored flower itself could release poisonous gas. After going through many genetic enhancements, the poisonous gas released by the seven-colored flower was extremely toxic. Moreover, the seven-colored flower could also release tiny cells. Once these cells enter a person's body, they would quickly grow and suck the person to death, turning the person into a mass of vines. Moreover, the seven-colored flower itself could also fly out and attack the enemy like an artifact. Don't underestimate the toughness of the seven-colored flower. When a seven-colored flower flew out to attack the enemy, it would definitely not be inferior to any artifact. When the seven-colored flower received an attack that was strong enough to damage it, the flower would explode. The power of the explosion, even if it was a void-piercing realm expert, if they were not prepared, they would also be seriously injured. In the previous battle, Kyer had not used these methods. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Have those people left? If they're gone, then we'll go out and find a bigger place with more people. We'll go there and command 50 people. I think it would be very interesting." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Then it's here, the Folded Realm. This place is very special. The people of the Folded Realm are very brave. Just like the Golden Demons, they have their own beliefs. Additionally, there are a lot of people in this realm, all of them have the surname Folded. Their cultivators are called the Folded Army. The extraterritorial demons encountered some trouble here. Hundreds of billions of troops have been madly attacking the realm for nearly a month, but they still haven't been able to conquer it. However, the situation of the Folded Realm isn't very good. They have already lost a third of their people. Moreover, they can't keep up." Yuan Yi stood in his own demonic dragon. In front of him stood a few extraterritorial devil clansmen. These extraterritorial devil clansmen were all injured and seemed to be in a sorry state. However, they all stood upright with a trace of anger on their faces. Yuan Yi looked at them coldly and said, "It's been almost a month. Hundreds of billions of troops couldn't even capture a single realm. What are you doing? You even let them injure you. Good, very good. The longer you live, the more promising you become. Tell me, how many troops do you have left in this realm?" One of the extraterritorial devils angrily replied, "Grand Marshal, there are still about 100 billion cultivators left in this realm. We don't know how many women, children, and old people are left." Yuan Yi scolded, "You're a good for nothing. Hundreds of billions of troops have been attacking them for almost a month, yet you still let them have 100 billion troops. If you're not a good for nothing, then what are you? When have we, the extraterritorial devils, ever suffered such a loss? Listen up, I'll give you 10 days. If you can't capture the Folded Realm in 10 days, then I'll kill you all." The extraterritorial devil race's people complied, then they turned around and left. After they left, several extraterritorial devil race's people came over. However, these people were very different from the extraterritorial devil race's people. They looked thin and weak. Of course, this was only in comparison to the extraterritorial devil race's people. One of the extraterritorial devils cupped his fist towards Yuan Yi and said, "Grand Marshal, isn't 10 days too short? We all know how powerful the Shi family army is. I'm afraid that we can't deal with them in 10 days. Yuan Yi sighed and said, "I know that it's impossible to deal with the Zhe family army in 10 days. The Zhe family army actually believes in the army god. Every one of them thinks about how to fight when they have nothing to do. These fellows are crazy, wanting to take them down in 10 days is just a dream. I'm just giving them some pressure." Recently, the situation in the realms has been unstable, and the humans have been slacking off. This is definitely not a good thing. Therefore, I need to give them some pressure and make them go all out to attack. Yuan Yi, you should pay more attention to the other realms. I'm afraid that the Zhe family army won't have any good barriers." Yuan Li nodded and said, "Yes, Grand Marshal, rest assured. There's no problem with the other realms. But why don't we withdraw from the Folded Realm? If we withdraw from the Folded Realm, then we won't have to waste our troops here." Yuan Yi said solemnly, "Withdraw? Yuan, remember, the demons aren't invincible like they were a few months ago. At that time our army had already conquered the Folded Realm. But now, Zhao Hai is still rampaging in the demon realm. He has defeated our army one after another. This is the same as breaking their bones. It's because of this that the Folded Realm hasn't been conquered for a long time. If we can't destroy the Folded Realm and just retreat, then the hearts of the people would be broken." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's because of this, the Folded Realm hasn't been conquered for a long time. If we can't destroy the Folded Realm and just retreat with our tails between our legs, then the hearts of the people would be broken." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's because of this, the Folded Realm hasn't been conquered for a long time." At this point, Yuan Yi sighed and said in a deep voice, "Our extraterritorial demon race used brainwashing and demon seeds to control the human race and make them loyal to us. However, morale doesn't conflict with loyalty. Without morale, those people wouldn't be able to fight like before. It would be good if our army's fighting strength could be reduced to 60%. Morale has a great influence on the army. Therefore, we can't retreat. Once we retreat, the last bit of morale will disappear. When morale reaches the bottom, we won't be able to fight this war. If we lose our morale, then we'll lose our morale. When Yuanli heard Yuan Yi, he didn't know what to say. Then he said, if that's the case, then I'll make arrangements. We won't let the battle in the folded realm affect the other realms. Yuan Yi nodded and waved his hand, then Yuanli withdrew. Yuan Yi looked at the sky outside the demon dragon, his eyes filled with hatred as he muttered, Zhao Hai, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces, only then will I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. While Yuan Yi was being ruthless, a group of people wearing armor were standing in a hall on a high mountain. There was a huge stone chair in the hall, and an old man was sitting on it. This old man was wearing a golden armor with a dragon head. His hair was white, but he was still sitting there. However, his body was emitting a tiger-like aura. A tiger-headed halberd was inserted into the ground next to the stone chair. The blade of the halberd was emitting a faint red light. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked at the old man in golden armor. The old man also looked at the people below the stage. After a while, he said in a deep voice, the sons of my Shi family have never been afraid of death. This time, the otherworldly demons suddenly attacked my Shi realm. My Shi family fought with them for more than a month. Nearly 50 billion people died, but not a single one retreated. Now, we don't have much resources left, but the bodies of my Shi family's sons are still there. As long as my Shi family's sons can still move, then we can only fight, not retreat. The Shi family would rather die in battle than surrender. We would rather die than surrender. We would rather die than surrender. We would rather die than surrender. Along with the old man's words, the people in the hall roared. Their eyes were filled with determination. This was because they were prepared to die in battle at any time. The Shi clan's men were warlike and dared to fight. For the Shi clan's men, dying in battle was an honor. They were a group of war maniacs. Although the Shi clan had a lot of people, they were running out of artifacts, pills, and other resources. Without these resources, their casualties would increase. What was certain was that the day of their defeat wasn't far away. It was precisely because of this that the old man said that they would rather die than surrender. They had no chance of winning against the extraterritorial devils. The old man looked at the crowd and said, although I, Jiruhai, wasn't able to lead the Shi clan to greater glory, I still need to preserve the Shi clan's backbone. If the Shi clan doesn't have any backbone, then they wouldn't be worthy of being a member of the Shi clan. Everyone, listen carefully. The extraterritorial devils will soon attack us. Everyone, remember this, my Shi clan will not surrender. Even if we die, we will die in the charge. Everyone loudly responded. At this time, a burst of footsteps was heard. Then a person ran in from outside the hall. He cupped his fist and said, Patriarch, there's a situation outside. I don't know when it happened, but a large artifact appeared outside. We haven't seen it before. It doesn't look like a large artifact used by the extraterritorial devils. When Jiruhai heard this, he suddenly stood up and pulled out his halberd. Then he said in a deep voice, gather the troops and be on guard. That person responded, then the sound of drums could be heard from outside the hall. When Jiruhai arrived outside the hall, a large number of cultivators had already gathered on the mountain. These cultivators were all wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. They stood in groups in an orderly manner. At the top of the mountain, a large artifact was parked there. This large artifact looked like a palace. This was a type of large artifact that the Shi clan had never seen before. Jiruhai stood in front of the hall and looked at the large artifact. He didn't know where it came from or why it appeared here. However, Jiruhai had a feeling that this large artifact didn't belong to the extraterritorial devils. While he was looking at the large artifact, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared on top of it. This group of cultivators were all wearing armor and had weapons in their hands. However, their weapons were very simple. They only had one weapon, a saber, a shield, and nothing else. This group had about 100,000 people. Flying in front of this group were 3 people. The leader was wearing a black warrior's uniform. He didn't have any weapons on him. Behind him were 2 armored cultivators. They also didn't have any weapons in their hands. Although this group of people was nothing compared to the Zhe family's army of nearly 100 billion, Zhe could tell at a glance that this small group of people was made up of elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. They weren't inferior to the Zhe family at all. The small group stopped not far from the Zhe family's great hall. The leader of the group was a cultivator who wore a warrior's uniform. Then he cupped his fist towards the Zhe family and said, "Demon Killing Alliance's alliance leader, Zhao Hai, requests to see the Zhe family's patriarch." When Zhe heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he handed over his halberd to the person next to him and loudly said, "The Shi clan's patriarch, Zhe Zhonghai, greets Mr. May I know why Mr. wants to see me?" Zhao Hai looked at this ferocious old man and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist towards the old man and said, "Zhao Hai greets the patriarch. I'm here for the extraterritorial devil race." "Oh, the extraterritorial devil race is currently at war with the Shi clan." When Zhe heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown. Then he asked, "May I know what Mr's relationship with the extraterritorial devil race is?" Clearly, he was used to calling the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai looked at Zhe and said, "My evil killing alliance is an alliance that specializes in dealing with the extraterritorial demons. We've been fighting with them in their territory for several months now. At this point, we've already killed several thousand of their 100 billion troops. This time, we came here specifically to help the Zhe family deal with the extraterritorial demons." Zhe nodded and said, "The Evil Killing Alliance is an alliance specialized in dealing with the extraterritorial demons." Zhe looked at the people behind Zhao Hai and sneered, "Help us deal with the extraterritorial devil race? Just by relying on those people behind you? You even destroyed several 100 billion extraterritorial devil race's army. Ha ha ha. Young man, don't you think that your words are too ridiculous?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not funny at all. Because what I said is the truth. If Patriarch Shi doesn't believe me, then you can take a look. Since the extraterritorial devil race is here, then we'll have a fight with them. Patriarch Shi can just watch." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned around and led the iron-armored legion back to the heavenly secret pavilion. He wasn't wrong. The extraterritorial devil race's army was already here. They were a black mass that blotted out the sky and could be seen from afar. Zhe stood in front of the great hall, his halberd returned to his hand. Everyone from the Zhe family prepared their weapons. However, most of their attention was focused on the heavenly secret pavilion. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with the extraterritorial devils. When Zhao Hai returned to the heaven's secret tower, he stood on the top floor and looked at the extraterritorial demons that were slowly advancing. Then he waved his hand as an undead appeared beside the heaven's secret tower. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial demons and smiled. When Zhe and the others saw these aliens, they couldn't help but be startled. These aliens were made up of countless large aliens. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't release a lot of them. After these aliens appeared, they immediately opened their mouths and roared. At this time, the extraterritorial devils also noticed the aliens. They stopped and didn't move forward. It was clear that they knew the identity of these aliens. They also knew that Zhao Hai had arrived. Zhao Hai's fame had already spread throughout the extraterritorial devil territory. All of the extraterritorial devils were aware of Zhao Hai's existence. Now that they saw these aliens, they naturally had to stop. Now that Zhao Hai had arrived at the fold boundary, things had become more complicated. They had to think of a way to deal with Zhao Hai. Naturally, the most important thing was that they had to report Zhao Hai's arrival to Yuan Yi and the Demon King. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devils and couldn't help but sneer. The reason why he got in touch with Zhe was because he didn't want him to misunderstand. If Zhe interfered while he was fighting the extraterritorial devil army, then it wouldn't be good. Because of this, Zhao Hai met with Zhe and had a few words with him. This way, Zhe wouldn't attack them. He wouldn't even cause trouble while they were fighting the extraterritorial devil army. The foreign demons stopped, but this didn't mean that Zhao Hai wanted to stop. He waved his hand as the alien army charged towards the foreign demons. Although the foreign demons stopped, the foreign demons didn't retreat. They knew that it was impossible for them to retreat at this distance. Zhao Hai didn't think that the foreign demons wouldn't be able to escape. When the extraterritorial devil army saw Zhao Hai's alien army charging towards them, they didn't hesitate and immediately formed an army to charge over. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Soon, they began to fight. First, it was the large aberrations. These aberrations' target was the demonic beast artifacts of the extraterritorial devil race. When they charged into the extraterritorial devil race's army and clashed with the demonic beast artifacts, they would open the shells on their backs. Countless smaller aberrations would rush out and the battle would begin. Zhiruhai looked at the battle in the distance. His face was full of shock. At first, he thought that Zhao Hai was a spy sent by the extraterritorial devil race. Because of this, he didn't believe in Zhao Hai. Later on, when he saw the extraterritorial devil army, he had the Zhe family prepare for battle. However, he discovered that Zhao Hai really wanted to fight the extraterritorial devil army. He couldn't help but slow down and didn't attack Zhao Hai. Then he saw Zhao Hai releasing the alien army. Then, the alien army charged towards the extraterritorial devil army. Zhiruhai knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lying to him. He was really here to deal with the extraterritorial devil army. However, Zhiruhai wasn't optimistic about Zhao Hai's chances. He was very clear about the size of the extraterritorial devil army. Although the aliens released by Zhao Hai were huge, there weren't a lot of them. In Zhiruhai's opinion, it was impossible for such a large number of aliens to be a match for the extraterritorial devil army. Who would have thought that when the two sides clashed, there would be countless smaller aliens coming out from the bodies of the aliens? Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of them, to the point where they couldn't be counted. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. The extraterritorial devil army retreated. They had no choice but to stop. This time, it wasn't only the alien army that was dealing with them, Kair was also dealing with them. When countless vines appeared out of nowhere, 7 colored flowers grew on the vines. Then a burst of floral fragrance was emitted. When the extraterritorial devil army smelled this fragrance, their bodies turned 7-colored as they fell to the ground and died. After that, countless extraterritorial devils suddenly roared a few times. Then, vines drilled out of their acupuncture points. Then, the vines grew bigger and the extraterritorial devils disappeared. After that, the 7-colored flowers flew out. The 7-colored flowers were like rotating propellers, sweeping out a large open space in the crowd. When the 7-colored flowers were attacked, they immediately exploded, creating another open space. Slaughter. This didn't seem like a war, but more like a massacre. When the aliens weren't as strong as they were now, they were already able to defeat the extraterritorial devil army. Now that their strength had increased, they naturally weren't afraid of the extraterritorial devil army. And with their terrifying fighting instincts, how could the extraterritorial devil army be their opponent? Then there was Kair. Kair had too many offensive methods. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that Kair had absorbed a lot of extraterritorial devils. In fact, Kair still had some methods that she hadn't used yet. For example, Kair could shoot out destructive rays from her 7-colored flowers. Kair didn't use this ability because if she did, then she would expose one of her trump cards. The extraterritorial devil army retreated. They had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't, then they would be completely wiped out. Because of this, they had an army behind them that could support them. There was no need for them to fight to the death with Zhao Hai. In fact, no extraterritorial devil army was willing to fight to the death with Zhao Hai. They were all too clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Now, when the extraterritorial devil army heard Zhao Hai's name, they were already somewhat afraid. Zhiruhai and the others stood at the back and stared blankly at the battle. This battle ended in a way that they couldn't imagine. This made Zhiruhai and the others unable to react for a while. Zhiruhai and the others had been fighting with the extraterritorial devil army for more than a day or two. They were very clear about how powerful the extraterritorial devil army was. They had also forced the extraterritorial devil army to retreat. However, it would take them at least a few days before they could repel the extraterritorial devil army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai used less than 4 hours to force the extraterritorial devil army to retreat. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Looking at the extraterritorial devil army that was slowly retreating and on the verge of collapse, Zhao Hai felt as if he was dreaming. The extraterritorial devil army had arrived. This time, there were even more extraterritorial devil army. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't attack immediately. Instead, he had the alien army retreat. Then he flew the Tianji pavilion and arrived at the Zhe clan's great hall. When Zhao Hai flew out of the Tianji pavilion, the iron-armored army didn't follow him. Only Ji Wuming and Morong Qian followed him. However, the Zhe clan didn't dare to underestimate these 3 people. This was because they were supported by an incomparably powerful force. Zhao Hai stopped in front of the Zhe clan's great hall. Then he smiled at Zhao Hai and cupped his fist as he said, "Zhao Hai has seen Patriarch Xia." Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai's ordinary appearance and the smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at the statue-like Ji Wuming and Morong Qian behind Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and gave a deep bow. Then he loudly said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. I feel indebted to Mr. for coming to our aid." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Patriarch Xia is too polite. You and I have a common enemy. It's only right for us to help each other. Can we have a chat inside?" Zhao Hai stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he extended his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please." Then he led Zhao Hai into the great hall. After arriving, Zhao Hai had someone bring a chair and placed it next to the stone chair. Then he invited Zhao Hai to sit down. At this time, the other generals of the Zhe clan also entered the great hall. They looked at Zhao Hai with curiosity. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. said that you've been fighting with the otherworldly demons for a long time. How much does Mr. know about them? Can you tell this old man?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This isn't a secret. There's nothing that can't be said. The otherworldly demons that you speak of have another name. They call themselves the otherworldly demons. We also call them the otherworldly demons. It's said that they came from the upper realm. As for whether this is true or not, nobody knows." Zhao Hai briefly told Zhao Hai about the origin of the otherworldly demons as well as what they had done in the past few years. Naturally, he also told Zhao Hai when he became enemies with the otherworldly demons. At the same time, he also told Zhao Hai when he entered the otherworldly demons' territory and started a war with them. He also told Zhao Hai about how he dealt with the otherworldly demons in the garbage realm. After that, he discovered that the otherworldly demons were frantically expanding. Zhao Hai and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai. They didn't think that the otherworldly demons would be this strong. They also didn't think that part of the reason why they were attacked by the otherworldly demons was because of Zhao Hai. However, they didn't blame Zhao Hai at all. This was because they knew that they couldn't blame Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai didn't attack the otherworldly demons would have attacked them sooner or later. This could be seen from the otherworldly demons' way of doing things. After Zhao Hai finished, Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you really come to the Zhe realm to save us?" Zhao Hai still didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be so kind. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, I didn't come here to save you. I came here to kill the otherworldly demons. If I let the otherworldly demons conquer the Zhe realm, then they would have countless puppets. In the future, when they fight against me, these puppets would be the vanguard and cannon fodder. These puppets would cause casualties to my army. Even if I kill all of them, it would waste a lot of my time. Because of this, I want to stop the otherworldly demons from expanding and then deal with them. The Zhe realm is just one of the realms I came from. My army will be stationed in 50 other realms to stop the otherworldly demons' army. The Zhe realm might not know, but in the past month, the otherworldly demons have already conquered more than 300 realms. The Zhe realm can be said to be one of the first realms that the otherworldly demons attacked." When he heard Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but show a proud expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "My Zhe clan's children won't surrender. Fighting is our favorite thing. Dying in battle is our pride. Today, Mr. Zhao Hai came and told us what happened. I want to thank Mr. Zhao Hai." Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly returned the gesture. The people of the Zhe realm were truly worthy of respect. In the past month, they managed to repel the otherworldly demons with a small army. Such people deserved Zhao Hai's respect. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai said to Zhe Hai, Patriarchia, it's wartime. Now. The otherworldly demons are still outside. I won't be polite. I want to ask the Zhe clan to join our alliance and deal with the otherworldly demons together. Does the Patriarch agree? If the family head agrees, all the materials brought by the extraterritorial demon army into the Zhe realm will belong to the Zhe clan. In the future, when we attack the extraterritorial demon territory, the Zhe clan will get a share of all the spoils. The more extraterritorial demon army you kill, the greater your contribution will be, and the more spoils you will get. In the future, when we exterminate the extraterritorial demon army, the Zhe clan may even get a realm as a spoil of war. Even if you can't get a realm, several mines will be good enough. Ha 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 ha. Zhe Hai laughed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, you don't know much about the Zhe clan. Our Zhe clan clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If the otherworldly demons are our enemies, then we will fight them to the end. As long as the Zhe clan is our benefactor, then we will repay them 100-fold. Mr. is the Zhe clan's benefactor, and the otherworldly demons are our enemies. Why wouldn't we send troops? Mr., please rest assured. Even if you don't give us any spoils, our Zhe clan will still send troops. When Zhao Hai heard Zhe Hai's words, he laughed and said, all right, it's good to hear Patriarch's words. Wuming, take it out. Ji Wuming complied, then he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the spatial bag, he handed it over to Zhe Hai and said, Patriarchia, I, Zhao Hai, will always keep my word. These are the resources we obtained in the war. Now, we're giving them to the Zhe clan. Patriarchia, you don't have to be polite, these things are what you deserve. If the Zhe clan wasn't in a difficult situation, then Zhe Hai wouldn't accept these things. But now, when Zhe Hai looked at the spatial bag in Zhao Hai's hand, he couldn't say no. Yuan Yi sat in his own demonic dragon while a few extraterritorial devils stood in front of him. Their clothes were torn, and they were all injured. They seemed to be in a sorry state. However, what was different from the last time they came to see Yuan Yi was the expression on their faces. When they came to see Yuan Yi last time, their faces were filled with anger. But this time it was different. Their faces were filled with fear when they came to see Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi looked at the group and couldn't help but sigh. However, he couldn't scold them. Instead, he said, is it really Zhao Hai? Is he alone? One of the group replied, I'm sure. Zhao Hai's large artifact, his appearance, and his beast, there's no one in the family who doesn't know about it. It's definitely Zhao Hai. Yuan Yi nodded. But just as he was about to speak, Yuan Li suddenly came in. He cupped his fist and said, Grand Marshal, we've been attacking cultivators from other realms. All of them are under attack. Not a single one is missing. When Yuan Yi heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he sneered and said, Zhao Hai has discovered our plan and is planning to stop us from expanding. So, Zhao Hai's subordinates are fighting with us in those realms? Yuan Li shook his head and said, no. The ones fighting with us in those realms are Zhao Hai's beast army. Moreover, we just received news that several realms in the family have been attacked. When Yuan Yi heard Yuan Li, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, so Zhao Hai wants to deal with us from both sides? Is he strong enough? An injured foreign realm devil said, Grand Marshal, when Zhao Hai attacked us this time, he had a lot of troops. However, he was very strong. Besides his beast army, there's also his vine army. I don't know what's going on with his vine army, but his vine army suddenly has a lot of offensive abilities. Moreover, these vines can also fly in the sky. They aren't as inflexible as the treants. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment and said, it seems like this matter isn't easy to deal with. Let's do it this way. Let's prepare to fight Zhao Hai. Today, Zhao Hai took advantage of us. He won't retreat. Tomorrow, he will certainly attack us. I'll report the situation to His Majesty and ask him to make a decision. Everyone responded, turned around, and left. Yuanyi then took out a jade slip. After inputting the contents into the jade slip, he sent the jade slip out. The Devil King quickly received the jade slip from Yuanyi. After reading the contents of the jade slip and looking at the jade slip in Yuanyi's hand, the Devil King couldn't help but sigh. One was a report that they had lost contact with several realms. The other was a report that Zhao Hai had appeared in the folded realm. These two things were done by Zhao Hai. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Devil King to deal with Zhao Hai. After thinking for a moment, the Devil King said, "Someone, bring me the leader of the slave regiment." The person outside the door nodded and immediately went to do it. Before long, a foreign realm devil came to the study. After greeting him, the Devil King had him stand up. This was a young extraterritorial devil, but his body was very thin and weak. Although he had the standard appearance of an extraterritorial devil, he was one size smaller than an ordinary extraterritorial devil, making him look weak and scholarly. The Demon King looked at this person and said in a deep voice, "Yuanwen, I think you know why I called you here this time, right? Zhao Hai is in the folded realm. Yuanyi just sent me a letter asking me what to do. I think that Zhao Hai wouldn't run away. You will lead the slave army to the folded realm to provide support. Remember, your main task is to deal with Zhao Hai. Don't worry about the others." Upon hearing the Devil King, Yuanwen immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty can rest assured." The Devil King nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "You can go." Yuanwen nodded, then he turned around and left. After Yuanwen left, the Devil King said, "Summon the realm supervisors to the Great Hall for a meeting." The person outside the door nodded and then went to arrange it. Before long, a voice was heard from outside the door, "Your Majesty, the realm supervisors are already waiting in the Great Hall." The Devil King nodded, then he stood up and walked outside. When the Demon King arrived at the Great Hall, many extraterritorial demons were already waiting for him. After the Demon King sat down on his throne, these extraterritorial demons knelt down and loudly said, "Long live your Majesty." The Devil King waved his hand and said, "You may rise." After everyone expressed their gratitude, the Demon King looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that Zhao Hai has made a move. Several realms have lost contact with us. At the same time, our army has also been obstructed by Zhao Hai. I've already sent the slave army to support them. Now, I order all realms to immediately open up their formations. Aside from our transmission formations, all other formations must not be used." The Demon King nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you an order." Upon hearing the Devil King, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned pale. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to force the foreign realm devils to this extent. Since when did the foreign realm devils need to use formations to resist their enemies? Normally, it was their enemies who used spirit formations to stop them. They had practically never used spirit formations to stop their enemies. Yet, they never expected that they would be sent to use spirit formations to stop their enemies. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. But even if they knew that it was a disgrace, what else could they do? Since things have already reached this point, they could only do this. If they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to resist Zhao Hai's attack. The Devil King looked at them and said, "All right, everyone go back and prepare. Zhao Hai is currently at the folding boundary. If our slave army and Yuanye's army can deal with Zhao Hai, then we'll have an easy time." Everyone nodded and retreated. At this time, Yuanwen had already led his slave army to the folding boundary. This so-called slave army was the people from the newly conquered realms. These people had already become mindless puppets. This was why the Devil King called them the slave army. Yuanwen was also a member of the Yuan family. However, he was a member of the Yuan family's younger generation. He was Yuanye's nephew, a generation younger than Yuanyi. But because of his outstanding commanding ability, he became the commander of the slave army. The number of slaves that Yuanwen brought this time was no less than 500 billion people. They had combined the slave army that they had made in the past with the newly created slave army and brought them to the folding boundary. When Yuanyi heard that Yuanwen had arrived, he immediately called Yuanwen over to his dragon. After Yuanwen arrived, Yuanyi waved his hand and had the others withdraw, leaving only him and Yuanwen inside the dragon. Yuan Wen looked at Yuan Yi with some confusion and said, "Second uncle, what are you doing? Why don't you have them stay?" Yuan Yi looked at Yuan Wen, then he sighed and said, "Little Wen, are you sure that you can defeat Zhao Hai with these slaves?" When Yuan Wen heard Yuan Yi, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This nephew hasn't fought with Zhao Hai, so it's hard to say." However, third uncle wasn't able to do anything to Zhao Hai before. In the end, he died in the garbage boundary. Moreover, he led the elites of the boundary. Although Zhao Hai has the geographical advantage, it can be seen that Zhao Hai is very strong. Yuan Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good, you're not arrogant enough to think that you can defeat Zhao Hai. Little Wen, the people you brought are all puppets. Although they might listen to commands, their ability to monitor and adapt is also lacking. It wouldn't be easy to use them to deal with Zhao Hai." Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't bring a lot of people with him this time. Perhaps we still have a chance. If we lose to Zhao Hai this time, then Little Wen, if you have the opportunity, go back home. Don't think about being Zhao Hai's enemy. Lead your family to prepare. If things don't go well, then you can ask Zhao Hai to surrender." When Yuan Wen heard Yuan Yi, he stared blankly. He looked at Yuan Yi and said, "Second uncle, why are you doing this? Why are you saying such discouraging words? Does Zhao Hai really have the ability to reach the heavens?" Yuan Yi smiled bitterly, then he said, "You're right. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai really does have the ability to reach the heavens. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's think about how to win this battle. Tomorrow, you and I will combine our forces. We'll use the slaves as the vanguard while we lead the other armies as the rear. We'll have a decisive battle with Zhao Hai." Yuan Wen nodded, then he looked at Yuan Yi and said, "Second uncle, are the people in the folding boundary really that strong? Our army has been attacking for a month and we still haven't succeeded?" Yuan Yi sighed and said, "Strong, very strong. The people in the folding boundary are the strongest I've ever encountered. Of course, if Zhao Hai didn't appear, then we would have been able to defeat the folding boundary. At the very least, we would have been able to do what we did with the golden demons. However, Zhao Hai's appearance was too untimely. He's affecting our morale and reducing our fighting strength. This is the reason why we haven't been able to conquer the folding boundary for a month." Yuan Wen said, "Second uncle, do you think that Zhao Hai will join forces with the people in the folding boundary to deal with us?" Yuan Wen smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need to think about it. He definitely will. What kind of person is Zhao Hai? Do you think that all the troops he brought are from the Void Realm? No, among the army that he brought, there are a lot of soldiers from the Beast Fighting Coliseum. It can be said that they are a coalition army. In fact, it's very easy to deal with them. As long as they lose a few battles, the coalition army would fall apart and disband. It's a pity that the people from the Beast Fighting Coliseum didn't put them in their eyes. This allowed Zhao Hai to seize the opportunity to win a few battles. At the same time, their strength also increased, making them miss the best opportunity to deal with them." Yuan Wen said, "Then what about now? If we make Zhao Hai lose a few rounds, then even if we suffer more losses, wouldn't we be able to make the coalition disappear? It's too late." Yuan Yi shook his head, then he sighed and said, "Zhao Hai's current situation is very good. Moreover, the people in the alliance already know about our true strength. Adding on to the fact that we already have enmity with them, they definitely won't retreat at this time. They already have no way to retreat. At this point, if we don't kill them, then we die." Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion while Zhiru stood beside him. Zhiru wasn't holding his halberd, the two were just looking at the army in front of them. The army at the front of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was Zhao Hai's alien army. Zhiru sighed and said, "If Mr. didn't come in time, then our folded realm would have been finished. Although our Zhe family isn't afraid of death, it's still best if we don't die." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It must be said that we also have some responsibility for this matter. When we fought against the extraterritorial demons, we used the terrain of the garbage plain to deal with the extraterritorial demon army for 3 months before completely eliminating them. But during these 3 months, the extraterritorial demon army lost contact with their clans. The Demon King might have felt that things weren't going well, so he sent out his army and frantically expanded outwards. If we didn't attack the extraterritorial demons, Then we wouldn't have had a good time. We can see from the extraterritorial devil race that they wanted to deal with us for a long time. It wasn't because of Mr. This time, Mr. came because we have an ally. If it wasn't for Mr., then when the extraterritorial devil race decided to deal with us, we wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Zhiruhai interrupted Zhao Hai and said. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then their folded realm would have been finished. When Zhao Hai heard Zhiruhai, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he said, the extraterritorial demons are a huge tumor to our realm. We have to get rid of them. Patriarch Xia, you don't know, but the ones we're fighting right now are the brainwashed cultivators. At the very least, they still retain their consciousness and know what they're doing. It's just that they're loyal to the extraterritorial demons. On the other hand, there are some cultivators who were turned into puppets by the extraterritorial demons. They don't have any intelligence at all, they're just like puppets that only know how to follow orders. It can be said that they're living a life worse than death. We need to eliminate these people so that they won't harm the other realms. Zhiruhai nodded. Zhiruhai nodded and said in a deep voice, we have also fought with the extraterritorial devil race cultivators. They are indeed very powerful. Wei Wei fought to the death and did not retreat. Every one of them was unafraid of death. However, I discovered that their spirit was not as good as before. That is why we were able to hold on until now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Zhao Hai said, don't worry about them. We'll eliminate as many as they come. Look, they're coming. After Zhao Hai said that, he pointed forward and saw a black mass on the horizon. It blotted out the sun as it rushed towards them. When Zhiruhai saw these people, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, not good. Their numbers seemed to have increased. Mister, what do we do now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's very simple. Patriarch Xia, I wonder if the Xia clan's children know how to ride. When Zhiruhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, how can they not? My Xia clan's children have to learn how to ride since they were young. Unfortunately, our Xia clan doesn't have that many beasts. In the past, my Xia clan had a cavalry regiment, but they all died in battle. If we have enough beasts, then my Xia clan's children would immediately become the best cavalry. Zhao Hai laughed and said, that's good. Then he waved his hand as a large number of horse-shaped beasts appeared beside the Heaven's secret sect. These horse-shaped beasts were about 3 meters tall. They were fully equipped with cavalry equipment. These horse-shaped beasts were also wearing armor and had sharp horns on their heads. At first glance, one could see that they were very ferocious beasts. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhiruhai and said, Patriarch Xia, you can have them ride these beasts and turn them into cavalry to fight the enemy. If you can become one with your horse, then your combat strength would increase. When Zhiruhai saw the horse-shaped beasts, he was stunned. Then he laughed and said, good, good, good. Mister can rest assured. Look at our Xia clan's children. Then Zhiruhai turned to the Xia clan's army and said, Xia clan's people, immediately choose a warhorse for yourselves. Go. Hearing Zhiruhai's words, the Xia family's children immediately responded. Then they rushed towards the warhorses, one person at a time. In just a blink of an eye, they had become cavalry. Cavalry was always advantageous against infantry, especially in the era of cold weapons. Strictly speaking, the cultivation realm was a special era of cold weapons. Although the people here were very strong, they still mainly used cold weapons in close combat. In this case, cavalry would naturally be able to display their strength. The Xia clan's people were already very strong. Now that they were equipped with mounts, their combat strength would be even more formidable. Moreover, their mounts weren't ordinary beasts, they were beasts that Zhao Hai made. These beasts were very powerful. When paired with the Xia clan's strength, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to see the foreign realm devils. But when he saw them, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he said, something's wrong. There's something wrong with these foreign realm devils. When the happy Zhiruhai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, what's wrong with this? Aren't they foreign realm devils? Zhao Hai shook his head. Then he carefully looked at the cultivators. When he saw their empty and sluggish eyes, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. He let out a long breath as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The foreign realm devils have sent puppets. It seems like they want to deal with me. Tell your Zhe clan's people not to move. Leave this to me." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as countless mechas appeared in front of the formation. Zhao Hai hasn't used mechas for a while. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but that he didn't have a lot of them. Compared to Zhao Hai's other forces, the number of mechas he had was small. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't use them. But now, he wanted to use them. What were puppets? In Zhao Hai's opinion, puppets were similar to mechas. They might even be inferior to Zhao Hai's mechas. Zhao Hai's mechas were very powerful. And with the addition of the Soul Stone, Zhao Hai's mechas had some intelligence. On the other hand, the puppets didn't have any intelligence at all. Zhao Hai looked at the mechas and smiled faintly. Then he said, "Let's leave the first battle to them." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. The mechas immediately charged towards the foreign realm devil army. When Yuan Yi saw Zhao Hai release his mech, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he sighed and said, "Good, Zhao Hai's reaction is quite fast." Yuan Wen looked at the mechs and frowned. Puppets are made to die. No matter how many of them die, they won't retreat unless they receive an order. Any enemy who encounters these puppets would be afraid. Zhao Hai's beast army clearly has intelligence. Since they have intelligence, they should be able to feel fear. But now, it seems like this isn't the case. These iron puppets shouldn't have emotions, right? But I don't know how strong they are. If they're strong, then the puppets wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. Yuan Yi nodded and said, "Yes, little Wen, your analysis is correct. It seems that you have learned a lot over the years. It's impossible for those iron men to have emotions. When the puppets fight against them, both sides don't know what fear is. It seems that I still underestimated Zhao Hai." Yuan Wen carefully looked at the mechas and said, "It's not like there's no other way. Zhao Hai seems to have a lot of iron men. We have a lot of puppets, 100 times more than Zhao Hai's army. As long as we use our numbers, we'll be able to make Zhao Hai suffer." Yuan Yi looked at the mechas and said, "That's the only thing we can do now. It's a pity. If our cavalry is still here, then we can launch a surprise attack on Zhao Hai's army. It's a pity that aside from the ones guarding the imperial city, the rest of the cavalry were lost in the garbage realm. The terrain there isn't suitable for cavalry to launch a surprise attack." Yuan Yi and the others knew about the terrain of the garbage realm. It was precisely because they knew that Yuan Yi said that the garbage realm wasn't a suitable place to fight from the rear. There was no way for the cavalry to spread out in a large-scale charge. Additionally, there were countless beasts and vines in the tunnel. Cavalry wouldn't be able to gain any advantage there. Because of this, most of the cavalry of the extraterritorial race had died in the garbage realm. At this point, there were very few cavalry left in the demon race. Yuan Wen looked at the mech and said, "Let's see the result of this battle. If we still can't win against Zhao Hai, then I'm afraid our race will be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid we'll lose." Yuan Yi sighed and said, "His Majesty made us expand and make puppets. This is like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. I heard that some people in the realm are already unstable. But if we don't do this, we won't be able to stop Zhao Hai's attack. His Majesty has no other choice. We don't know where Zhao Hai came from, but he's so strong that we can't do anything about it." Yuan Wen's eyes shrunk as he said, "Not good. Those iron men are using long-range attacks. Moreover, they're using energy weapons. Those puppets don't have the ability to change in the face of battle. This will cause a lot of casualties." Yuan Yi said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. It doesn't matter even if there are casualties. After all, those puppets are meant to be used up. I believe that there is a limit to the energy on those metal men. Besides, all energy weapons have a lifespan. They can't keep attacking. Let's wait and see. In the end, we still have to fight in close combat." Just like what Yuan Yi said, although the long-range attacks of the mechas were good, there were too many enemies. Although their long-range attacks caused a lot of casualties to the enemy, there were still more enemies that arrived in front of them. Melee battles were unavoidable. Fortunately, mechs also had close combat capabilities, and their close combat capabilities were not bad. However, there was one thing that was more troublesome about mechs, and that was that their weapons could only be carried on their bodies. They could not be stored in their space equipment because they could not use their space equipment. The weapons of the mechas were also very special. They had swords, shields, flails, long swords, dual swords, all kinds of weapons used by cultivators. Moreover, these weapons were bigger than the ones used by cultivators. The battle between the mechas and the puppets could be said to be very boring. One side only knew how to attack while the other side went all out to kill. The number of mechas was too small. Before long, the formation of the mechas was broken. The puppet army then rushed towards the alien army. The alien army moved. The aliens were born to kill. They didn't have any fear in their hearts. For them, killing was killing. It was just like eating and sleeping. Being killed by the enemy wasn't something to be afraid of. This was because they were already used to it. There was no such thing as fear in their minds. The mechas and the alien army blocked the puppet army. On the other hand, the Xia family's cavalry didn't move. Zhao Hai didn't allow them to move. In fact, it wasn't only the mechas and the alien army that could block the alien army. There was also the seven-colored flower. Although Kai didn't use the light of destruction to deal with the puppets, the seven-colored flower was the most suitable to deal with the cultivators. The seven-colored flower was most suitable for group battles. The vines swept out and the flowers flew out. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would be left behind. One side was attacking without any regard for their lives while the other side wasn't afraid of killing. The defensive line made of vines could be said to be indestructible. In this case, there was no need for the Xia family's cavalry to move. Zhiruhai's expression finally changed as he looked at the battlefield. He knew that if the extraterritorial devil race's army had attacked like this a few days ago, then they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He just didn't know why the extraterritorial devil race didn't send their puppet army to join the battle. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. What else could it be? It must be because of Zhao Hai. Besides Zhao Hai, who else could make these extraterritorial devils launch such a crazy attack? Even the strongest defensive line would be breached. The combined forces of the Mecha army, alien army, and Kai were a lot. However, compared to the extraterritorial devil race's puppet army, they were still lacking. 2 hours later, the puppet army finally broke through the defensive line and rushed towards the heavenly secret sect. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't need to say anything as the Xia family's cavalry had already set out. With their mounts, the Xia family's army was like a tiger that had grown wings. Zhao Hai looked at the unmoving extraterritorial devil race army behind the puppet army. Then he smiled faintly and said, "They want to deal with me directly? Hee hee, they're too naive. Alright, they haven't seen blood for a long time. I'll let them see some blood." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as countless armies appeared around the heavenly secret sect. These armies had something in common, they were all undead. After releasing the undead army, Zhao Hai had revealed a lot of cards in his hand. After the undead army appeared, they immediately formed a formation in the shortest time possible. Then the formation began to operate with the Heaven's Secret Pavilion as its center. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhiruhai's expression couldn't help but change. He believed that the Xia family's army was the strongest army in all realms. In fact, this was the case. If the Xia family's army wasn't this strong, then they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion of the extraterritorial devil race. But now that he saw Zhao Hai's undead army, he discovered that if Zhao Hai's undead army were to clash with the Xia family's army, then the one who would emerge victorious would be Zhao Hai. This wasn't because the undead army had more people than the Xia family's army. Even if they had the same number of people, the Xia family's army wouldn't be a match for the undead army. This was because the undead army could form formations. It wasn't strange for an army to form a battle formation. However, a battle formation wasn't the same as a magic formation. A battle formation was a battle formation. Each formation had its own special uses. It was very powerful in both offense and defense. However, it was completely different when compared to a magic formation. A battle formation was strong, but it only exerted the strength of the soldiers to the extreme. A magic formation was different. A magic formation would turn a soldier into a formation rune and then form a magic formation. Once a magic formation was formed, it would be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth. A defensive formation that borrowed the power of heaven and earth would form a protective shield around the perimeter. At the same time, it would strengthen the formation runes. In other words, the formation runes would become even harder. This was just an ordinary defensive formation that was formed by soldiers. After being strengthened by the power of heaven and earth, the soldiers would become stronger and their defenses would become stronger. However, it was impossible for an ordinary army to form a defensive formation. Soldiers were also people, and it was impossible for them to do it perfectly. On the other hand, a formation rune needed to be perfect. If there was a flaw in a formation rune, then it would have a huge impact on the entire formation. Soldiers were strong, they could do it perfectly for a short period of time. However, it was impossible for them to do it perfectly for a long time. The formation would change after a period of time, especially during battle or when advancing. But the undead were different. As long as Zhao Hai mobilized the undead, Laura and the others would automatically take command. Although the undead were very strong, as long as Laura and the others took command, they would lose their autonomy. It was precisely because of this that Laura and the others were able to make the undead operate according to the talisman's instructions. Once the undead were in formation, they would be terrifying to the extreme. This formation was constantly operating. While they were operating at the same time, they could also attack the enemy. This was indeed very terrifying. Naturally, in addition to these people, there were a lot of undead that didn't need to form formations. There were only so many talismans in a formation. As long as the undead kept the formation running, the undead didn't need to use their hands to attack the undead. The undead army was like a mobile fortress. The army that didn't form a formation was the army inside the fortress. They could rush out of the fortress and attack the enemy. When the enemy wanted to deal with them, they would return to the fortress. If the enemy wanted to enter the fortress to deal with them, then it would be impossible. The undead army could only let the enemy in and then kill them. They could also block the enemy outside the fortress, making it impossible for them to enter. The undead army didn't directly attack the extraterritorial demon puppets. Instead, the puppets were able to break through the defensive lines and enter the undead army's formation. As soon as the puppets entered the formation, they were immediately killed by the undead army. They didn't even have a chance to resist. The formation that Zhao Hai's undead army formed wasn't an ordinary formation, it was a 5 elements killing formation. Naturally, this wasn't a complete 5 elements killing formation. It was a formation specialized in killing people. It was a lot weaker compared to the true 5 elements killing formation. The 5 elements killing formation could produce a lot of energy that could kill people. Not to mention the undead army inside. Some of the weaker puppets were killed before they could even enter the formation. Some of the stronger puppets were able to block the energy from entering the formation. However, they would immediately fall into an illusion and be killed by the other undead. On the outside was the 5 elements killing formation, while on the inside was an illusion formation. The illusion formation can also change into other formations at any time. This was because the formation was made up of undead, so it can change at any time. It was unlike other formations that can only be made up of formation runes and couldn't be changed at all. An array with infinite transformations and a group of powerful undead. Anyone would have a headache when facing such an enemy, not to mention the puppets that had no consciousness. They could only rush forward in batches and die in batches. There was nothing else that could happen. Zhiruhai stood there in a daze. This was the first time he saw a war being fought like this. He thought that the Zhe family's army could move unhindered in the world. Even the extraterritorial demons wouldn't be able to defeat them if they didn't rely on numbers. But now, he knew that he was wrong. They still had an enemy, an army that was stronger than them. Zhiruhai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How can Mr. control so many things at the same time? The beasts, the iron men, the vines, the undead, all of them need to be controlled. Even if Mr.'s spiritual force is formidable, it's impossible for him to control so many things at the same time. This makes this old man very puzzled." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, these things aren't controlled by me. If Patriarch Xia asks, then I won't be afraid to tell Patriarch Xia. Do you see those beasts? Those beasts aren't controlled by me, they are controlled by one of my wives. My wife has a natural advantage in this aspect, so she can control countless beasts. The vines are controlled by my other wife, the undead are controlled by my other wives. As for the iron men, they don't need to be controlled too much. I used a special refining method to make them. Because of this, there aren't many things that I need to control. When Zhao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but sigh and said, so it's the wives. No matter what, even if these things are controlled by the wives, the strength of the wives really makes this old man admire them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just looked at the battlefield with a smile on his face. The extraterritorial devil race's puppet army was able to force him to use the undead creatures. This already proved their strength. However, this was all they could do. The extraterritorial devil race didn't have the ability to break through the five elements' great killing formation and the undead army. At this point, the heavenly secret sect still hasn't shown their fiercest side. Zhao Hai still has 100,000 void-piercing experts in his hands that haven't made a move yet. The cannons in the heavenly secret sect that can shoot out the power of the formations were also useless. Zhao Hai still has countless methods that he hasn't used yet. Just the methods that others know about, the methods that he can take out, would make it impossible for the extraterritorial devil army to get close to him. It would be even more impossible for them to deal with him. Yuan Ye's face was calm as he stood on top of the dragon's head, watching the battlefield. Everything that happened on the battlefield was seen by his eyes. He also discovered that the mech army, the alien army, the vines, the Xia family army, and the undead army were all like layers of a net. All the puppets that tried to drill through the net were all trapped inside. Those puppets simply couldn't drill through the net, not to mention killing their way to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Although Zhao Hai didn't use the heavenly secret sect these days, the extraterritorial devil army didn't have any information about Zhao Hai. In fact, the information that they collected about Zhao Hai was absolutely not little. They knew that Zhao Hai was good at using undead. Therefore, when they saw that Zhao Hai only used the demon beasts and vines, they thought that Zhao Hai had left all his undead in the void realm. But now, it seems that Zhao Hai was using those undead as a trump card. Moreover, Zhao Hai's heavenly secret sect was very famous in the void realm. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai's heavenly secret sect was incomparably powerful. A single heavenly secret sect was equivalent to a large artifact. However, Zhao Hai didn't use it. It wasn't because the heavenly secret sect was rusty and couldn't be used. It was because Zhao Hai felt that there was no need to use it. In other words, Zhao Hai still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was already able to fight against the extraterritorial devil race to this extent. What other means did the extraterritorial devil race have to deal with Zhao Hai? What else could they use to defeat Zhao Hai? Yuan Yi was at a loss. It wasn't just Yuan Yi, Yuan Wen was the same. He could recite all the information about Zhao Hai backwards. However, he had forgotten that Zhao Hai was good at using undead. The key was that the alien army was too powerful. The alien army and the vines were already a headache for the extraterritorial devil race. How could they still think about the undead? Now that he saw Zhao Hai's undead army, Yuan Wen felt his heart turn cold. After some time, Yuan Wen licked his lips and said to Yuan Yi, "Second uncle, what's the situation now?" "Second uncle, if we can't break this formation, then we won't be able to do anything to Zhao." "That's right," Zhao said. "I've forgotten that Zhao has undead, and he has used them to such a degree that I've never seen before. Second uncle, if we can't break this formation, then we won't be able to do anything to Zhao." Yuan Yi sighed. "Our information about Zhao Hai was wrong from the very beginning. Zhao Hai's strongest means aren't his individual strength, his undead, his vines, and his large artifacts, but his magic formations. Zhao Hai's most powerful means should be his magic formations. Unfortunately, we discovered it too late." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. Zhao Hai's strongest means should be his magic formations. Unfortunately, we discovered it too late." Yuan Yi was right. Formations were indeed one of Zhao Hai's strengths. His boundary formations, teleportation formations, offensive formations, defensive formations, illusory formations, and so on were all at the forefront of this level. This was not only because he had never given up on studying formations, but more importantly, he had gathered the strengths of many. Furthermore, he had the all-purpose analysis machine, calculator, and all kinds of materials. He could break other people's formations, but other people might not be able to break his formations. In this case, he naturally had the upper hand. Although Zhao Hai was able to break the formations of others, others might not necessarily be able to break his formations. In this case, he naturally had the upper hand. Naturally, Yuan Yi also knew that the reason why Zhao Hai was so strong wasn't just because of his formations. However, it was undeniable that formations played a very important role in this battle. The battle was still going on, but Yuan Yi no longer wanted to continue watching. He knew that it was useless to continue watching. They couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, and this was exactly what Yuan Yi was worried about. They were already considered the majority of the extraterritorial devil race's forces. Even so, they still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. What else could the extraterritorial devil race rely on to deal with Zhao Hai? He really didn't dare to think about it. Yuan Yi turned to look at Yuan Wen and said, "Little Wen, get ready. Return to the realm immediately and report the situation here truthfully to His Majesty. Ask His Majesty to make early plans." When Yuan Wen heard Yuan Ye's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he said with a sorrowful expression, "Second uncle, what about you?" Yuan Yi sighed and said in a deep voice, "Don't say anything. I will continue to fight Zhao Hai here until the last soldier. However, you have to go back. Almost all the people in charge of the Yuan family are dead. The remaining people are just average people who can't take charge. The future of the Yuan family still depends on you." When Yuan Wen heard Yuan Ye's words, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He knew too well what Yuan Yi meant. He was already prepared to die, but Yuan Wen didn't say that he wanted to die here with him. A person from a large family like Yuan Wen knew very well that the life and death of a person was far inferior to the life and death of a family. Yuan Wen didn't say anything. He knelt before Yuan Yi and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Then, he turned and walked to the teleportation array. A white light flashed and he disappeared into the fold. Yuan Yi didn't look back. He could feel that the extraterritorial devil race's doomsday was approaching him step by step. He was afraid that this day would come, so he would rather end his own life before the doomsday arrived. At this time, Earthen Marquis Yuan Wen appeared in the Demon King's palace. The Demon King called Yuan Wen to his study. After Yuan Wen gave the Demon King a bow, the Demon King looked at Yuan Wen and said, "What's the situation in the folded realm? Why did you come back?" Yuan Wen looked at the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, we are fighting Zhao Hai today. We have already attacked with all our strength, but we still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai in the end. Second uncle saw that things weren't going well. If this continues, the people in the fold will still die. Therefore, he asked me to come back and inform your Majesty so that you can make preparations." When the Demon King heard Yuan Wen, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Yuan Wen and said, "Yuan Wen, is what you said true?" Yuan Wen replied with a sad expression, "I wouldn't dare hide it from your Majesty, it's true." This time, in order to deal with the slave soldiers, Zhao Hai used the Iron Men as the vanguard, followed by his beast army. Then he used the vines to attack the Zhe family army. Finally, Zhao Hai turned the Zhe family army into cavalry, making them even more powerful. After the Zhe family army was dealt with, Zhao Hai released his undead. Not only were they strong, they were also able to form formations, not battle formations, but formations. Before the slave soldiers could enter the formation, 7 or 8 of them would be killed. Even if the rest were to enter the formation, they would be killed on the spot by the other undead. They simply couldn't get close to Zhao Hai. Moreover, from beginning to end, Zhao Hai didn't allow the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to participate in the attack. "I think your Majesty has heard about the methods of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Because of this, Second Uncle had me come back to report to your Majesty that Second Uncle said that he would fight to the last soldier in the Zhe family army." The Demon King's expression was unsightly as he stood up and said, "So Zhao Hai has already called back his undead army from the Void Realm?" That Zhao Hai was actually prepared. Yuanwen didn't say anything and just stood there. The Demon King looked at him and sighed. It seems like this Zhao Hai isn't easy to deal with. Alright, you can withdraw. After Yuanwen bowed to the Demon King, he slowly withdrew from the room. After Yuanwen left, the Demon King sighed and said, "It seems like it's impossible to deal with Zhao Hai without using them. Sigh, I really didn't want this day to come. It's a pity, a pity." After saying this, the Demon King sighed and didn't say anything else. However, this matter didn't end there. In the next few days, Yuanwen discovered that the Demon King had issued a lot of strange orders. Using the excuse of preventing Zhao Hai from attacking, the Demon King gathered the people of the various realms into the cities built by the demons. Moreover, he also sent people to watch over them and didn't allow anyone to leave. It should be known that the extraterritorial demon race had to build a city in each realm after conquering a realm. Moreover, the scale and style of the city had always been very strict. The cities built in 2 different realms were exactly the same. The height of the city walls, the thickness of the city walls, the layout of the streets, the layout of the city, the location of a well, a hall, and all the other locations were forcibly fixed. Even if there was no water in the well had to be built. But speaking of which, it was strange that the wells that didn't produce water would automatically produce water after a few days. Moreover, the water was refreshing and tasty. The quality of the water was actually high. This was something that no one thought about. Although Yuanwen didn't understand the Demon King's orders, he didn't dare to ask. Ever since he returned to the Yuan family, he began to prepare a backup plan for the Yuan family. Because he received Yuan Ye's orders, this matter proceeded very smoothly. On the other hand, the Yuan family had always been very low-key. Unlike the other extraterritorial devil clans, although the Yuan family was very good at war, they had always been very low-key. Moreover, the family had always been controlling the number of people. Even when the Demon King wanted to give them a fief, they didn't accept it. Instead, they exchanged it for all kinds of cultivation materials. This made the Demon King feel very reassured about the Yuan family. This was because the Yuan family didn't have any real military power. They could lead troops, but they only had some empty titles. They would only lead troops when there was a war. Most of the time, they would stay in their own homes. This way, the Demon King didn't have to worry about them rebelling. They also didn't have to worry about the Yuan family turning their fief into an independent kingdom. This was because the Yuan family simply didn't have any fief. It was precisely because of this low-key nature that the Demon King trusted the Yuan family. Every time a new Demon King ascended the throne, he would suppress some families and forces. Only the Yuan family didn't have any Demon King suppressing them. This made the Yuan family's status very high. Although the Yuan family's status was very high, the family rules were also very strict. The Yuan family rarely came in contact with other families. They were very low-key. In the past, there were still some families that wanted to be on good terms with the Yuan family so that they could get some benefits from the Yuan family in the future. However, they all gave up on this idea because the Yuan family was too low-key. It was impossible to expect the Yuan family to stand up for you. Therefore, the Yuan family slowly became a true lonely subject in the extraterritorial devil clan. It was also because of this low-key nature that outsiders didn't know about the Yuan family's arrangements at all. The only person who felt that the atmosphere in the extraterritorial devil clan was a little strange was Yu Chuang. Yu Chuang had long regarded the extraterritorial devil clan as an enemy. Therefore, he understood the extraterritorial devil clan very well. He knew that the extraterritorial devil clan wouldn't be so kind as to move them to the cities built by the extraterritorial devil clan in order to prevent Zhao Hai from attacking them. Therefore, when the extraterritorial devil clan was preparing to move people, Yu Chuang didn't say anything and immediately fled. They fled to the realms that had lost contact with the extraterritorial devil clan. The people in those realms had almost been completely brainwashed by the curse formation that Zhao Hai had made. The demonic seed in their souls had been removed and they were now full of hatred towards the extraterritorial devil clan. This was something that Yu Chuang didn't expect. However, after Yu Chuang and the others arrived at those realms, they were immediately arranged to a safe place by Ling Feng. It wasn't only Yu Chuang, the other members of the underground army also fled. They didn't enter the cities built by the extraterritorial Devil Clan. This was because Yu Chuang felt that the extraterritorial Devil Clan's actions were unusual. It was the smell of a conspiracy. Ling Feng and the others also told this matter to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was still fighting with Yuan Yi in the White Realm. It must be said that Yuan Yi had some skills. Although he was known for his offense, this didn't mean that his defense was weak. When he was focused on defense, it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to eat him. After Zhao Hai received Ling Feng's notice, he became very curious about this matter. He immediately obtained a map of the city built by the extraterritorial Devil Clan. The city was a square city. The layout of the city was very reasonable, there weren't any strange places in the streets. After analyzing the map, they found a picture of a devil's head. This devil's head was very special. It had streets as its lines, houses as its eyes, and a pond as its corners. Besides this, there was nothing else special about the city. Even the defensive formations were normal, there was nothing out of the ordinary. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. He looked at the map of the city, then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, is there anything else in the city? Or are there other formations? Why do I feel that this city isn't that simple?" Laura sighed and said, "I also have this feeling, but I didn't find anything. Even the general manager didn't find anything. I don't know what's going on." Zhao Hai calmly looked at the map and said, "No matter what, we need to be prepared. The demons aren't that kind. Why would they take care of the safety of these people? Why would they take care of them?" Zhao Hai calmly looked at the map. "That's impossible. They must have some kind of vicious plan. It might even be a blood sacrifice. We've seen this kind of thing a lot." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but stare. Then her complexion changed as she said, "Blood sacrifice? That's right, it's a blood sacrifice. Why does it look like a blood sacrifice to those people? Normally, those people are raised like livestock and can fight for them. If they can't beat others, they can kill all of them and turn them into blood sacrifices. What are they summoning?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. In short, it should be to deal with us. Go and inform everyone to be careful. At the same time, have Yu Chuang bring the underground army to a safe place." Laura smiled and said, "Yu Chuang has already done it." Although he didn't think of a blood sacrifice, he knew that the demons would want to deal with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a move. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "The people who understand you the most are often your enemies. This saying is true. Yu Chuang has always regarded the demons as his enemies. Therefore, he has been trying to understand them. Hehe, it seems like he's doing a good job." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Laura smiled faintly. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what should we do now? Should we go to the city now and stop them from doing so?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Stop them? How can we stop them? Do we have the strength to do that? Even though I've killed quite a number of extraterrestrial devils, how many realms have we actually conquered? How is it possible for us to destroy those cities now? As long as there's an extraterritorial devil, the people in those cities will jump out and fight us to the death. Even if we use the curse array, I'm afraid we won't be able to get rid of their brainwashing technique." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that Zhao Hai was right. With their current strength, it was impossible to stop the demons. The demons had too many realms under their control. Although they had a lot of people inside the space, they couldn't let them out. Otherwise, people would be able to guess the existence of the space. Then they would be in trouble. Zhao Hai looked at the map of the cities and coldly said, "As long as Yu Chuang and the others are safe, we don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on dealing with Yuan Yi and the others." I didn't expect that guy to be so determined to defend himself. Moreover, his defense is quite good. The demons really have some skills. If we didn't take advantage of the terrain last time, then we wouldn't have been able to deal with Yuan Rong. Laura looked at the projection as it changed to the image of Yuan Ye's camp. Yuan Ye's camp had changed. All of the large artifacts seemed to have lost their consciousness. Each and every one of them had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. They were just floating in the air. However, each and every one of them had formed a huge formation. The demons and the remaining slave soldiers were all inside the formation. Zhao Hai couldn't attack them even if he wanted to. Laura looked at the huge formation and couldn't help but sigh, they're quite fast. I didn't think that they would be able to learn our method. They're really amazing. To be able to react so quickly, they're worthy of being called the marshal of the demon race. Zhao Hai looked at the large artifacts and frowned, looking at his appearance. It seems like he's trying to buy time for the Demon King. Does he know what the Demon King wants to do? So he's deliberately dragging us here to buy time for the Demon King? Laura shook her head and said, I don't know what he's thinking right now. However, we don't have any good methods to deal with him. He's now determined to defend himself. No matter how we lure him, he wouldn't attack us. He's planning to drag this out. Just as Laura finished speaking, a knock was heard on the door. Meg immediately went to open the door and saw Ji Wuming coming in. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Young master, Patriarch Zhi Hai requests an audience. Zhao Hai replied, Invite Patriarch Zhi in. Then he turned towards the door. Before long, Ji Wuming led Zhi Hai into the room. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Zhi Hai and said, Patriarch Zhi, how come you have time to visit today? Have you arranged your family's men? The reason why Zhao Hai asked this was because the Zhi family had lost a lot of cavalry in the war against the foreign demons. Compared to the results of the war, these casualties were nothing. Moreover, Zhao Hai also agreed to give them all of the demonic beasts and horses. This made Zhi Hai very happy. Although Zhi Hai was happy, those who died or were seriously injured still needed to be treated. Because of this, Zhi Hai had been busy in the family since the war. Now that Zhi Hai had returned, it seems like the Zhi family's matters had been taken care of. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hai, Zhi Hai immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, The family's matters have been taken care of. Many thanks for Mister's concern. I brought all of the family's men who can fight. If the Zhi family's men are unable to fight, then it would be a disgrace. Zhao Hai laughed and then asked Zhi Hai to sit down. Laura gave Zhi Hai a cup of tea. Zhi Hai politely thanked Laura before he took a sip of the hot tea. Then he let out a long breath with a relaxed expression on his face. Zhao Hai looked at Zhi Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Zhi, I'm very curious. How did your Zhi family manage to produce such powerful soldiers? Although your Zhi family controls several realms, those realms aren't enough for your Zhi family to produce such powerful soldiers. Can you tell me how your Zhi family trained their soldiers? Zhi Hai smiled faintly and said, Zhi family, I'm very curious. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhi Hai's hand couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then he put down his teacup and smiled faintly. I didn't think that Mister would discover it this quickly. Haha, actually, this isn't a secret. All of our Zhi family soldiers are trained in the army training field. The army training field is an independent space. If you want to enter the army training field, then you need a command token. My Zhi family has a command token, so you can enter the army training field. Those who don't have a command token cannot enter. After he said that, Zhi Hai waved his hand as a token appeared in his hand. The appearance of this token was as Zhao Hai expected. It was a shield-shaped token with the word soldier engraved on it. There was nothing else. Zhao Hai looked at the token. Zhi Hai smiled faintly and handed the token over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he still took the token. He carefully examined it before returning it to Zhi Hai and said, This is a specially made token. It has a trace of intelligence inside, but it's very fragile. It should be used to identify people. If it's someone other than your Zhi clan, then as long as they use their spiritual force to probe the token, the intelligence inside would die. Even your Zhi clan wouldn't be able to enter that place, am I right? Zhi Hai stared blankly at Zhao Hai. After some time, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Has Mister seen this kind of token before? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I haven't seen it before, I just saw it. I've studied spiritual force and spiritual sense a lot. Therefore, I can see that there's a trace of spiritual intelligence inside. You don't need to be surprised. I'm just curious, why did you show it to me so easily? Aren't you afraid that if I use my spiritual force, then the token wouldn't work? Zhi Hai sighed and said, Of course I know. But this time our Xia family has suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter the military training ground for a while. If Mr. destroys this token, then it's fate. It's not a big deal. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter. As long as we destroy the extraterritorial devil race, then you'll have time to recover your strength. Hee, do you see that guy on the other side has turned his camp into a fortress? He wants to fight with us here. It won't be easy for us to deal with him. Zhiruhai looked through the window at the black cloud-like camp in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh and said, my sons have already seen it. That camp isn't easy to attack. It has a huge formation made up of large artifacts. I think that ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter, let alone get close to the camp. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that camp isn't easy to attack. If we ignore them and attack the extraterritorial devil race, then they would attack your Xia family. They might even attack our rear. Therefore, before we attack the extraterritorial devil race, we must destroy them first. Zhiruhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what does Mr. plan to do? My Xia family's sons will certainly listen to Mr.'s arrangements. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, they're stalling for time. I'm also waiting. I want to see if the demons can outlast me. Naturally, I won't just sit there and wait. I'll find a way to break this formation. Otherwise, I'll just stay there. The commander sent by the demons this time is Yuan Yi. That fellow seems to be very patient. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Zhiruhai frowned and said, Mr. said that the extraterritorial devil race is stalling for time? Why is that? Could it be that they're attacking other realms to replenish their forces? If that's the case, then we must stop them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no, they aren't attacking other realms. They don't have the ability to do so. Didn't I tell you before? This time, including your broken realm, they have already attacked 50 realms. I've already arranged people to deal with these 50 realms. I believe that they wouldn't be able to succeed. The armies that they sent to those realms have already been repelled. The demons are now using the people that they control as blood sacrifices. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Whoosh. Zhiruhai stood up and stared at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression. After some time, he said, blood sacrifice? Mister, are you sure that they want to do a blood sacrifice? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I can't be sure, but I can't be sure before they do it. But from their methods, the possibility of a blood sacrifice is higher. It's not 1 or 2 people, not 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000, but trillions of people. Ha ha ha. The extraterritorial devil race really has good methods. They can make trillions of people wait for death. Even I, Zhao Hai, don't have such methods. Zhiruhai sat down on his chair with a thump. His eyes were staring blankly ahead. This old man who had been proud of fighting all his life felt fear at this moment. A feeling of dread rose from his heart. Zhao Hai looked at Zhiruhai and said, I'm waiting. This is because I've arranged people to deal with the extraterritorial demons one realm after another. If this goes on, the extraterritorial demons would certainly use the blood sacrifice technique in advance. This is because they can't just watch as I save people from one realm after another. Maybe they weren't this anxious before, but now they are anxious. In the past, I had no choice but to kill those who were brainwashed by them. But now, I've found a way to break the blood sacrifice technique. Because of this, the extraterritorial demons wouldn't be afraid of me killing them. If I kill them, then their blood would flow into the city. But if I don't kill them, then the extraterritorial demons would deal with them instead. When the time comes, they would kill themselves. I want to see if a race that has been plagued by slaughter can live in this world and take advantage of others without doing anything themselves. Zhiruhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, don't you want to save those people? If Mister wants to save them, then you must have a way, right? Zhao Hai sighed, then he shook his head and said, you've guessed wrong this time. I don't have a way. They rule over too many realms. I don't have enough manpower to save those people. Otherwise, I might really be able to save them. Zhiruhai lowered his head dejectedly. He didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if the demon race were to use blood sacrifices on these people. Although these people had nothing to do with him, the number that Zhao Hai, mentioned was too astonishing. It was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at Zhiru expression and said, Patriarch Xia, what are you worried about? The demons have been preparing for this day for a long time. Even if we wanted to stop them, we wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't allow us to stop their blood sacrifice. There's no need to waste our time. What we can do now is to take revenge for those people and kill all of the demons. Only by doing this can we be worthy of them. Zhiru looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. Killing the extraterritorial devil race wasn't easy. However, he had to admit that this was the best way so far. It could also be considered as a final consolation for their souls. While Zhao Hai and Zhiru were talking about this matter, the Devil King also received the news that the worlds that they had lost contact with before could be contacted again. However, what the Devil King didn't expect was that the people from those worlds actually formed an army and began to attack the extraterritorial devil race. Looking at the boundless hatred on the faces of those people, the Devil King's heart turned cold. The brainwashing technique and the demon seed had always been the foundation of the extraterritorial devil race's control over other races. Now that these two abilities had been broken, it meant that their greatest reliance had disappeared. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the Devil King wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai killing people. Those people that Zhao Hai killed weren't a big deal for the Devil King. Those people were now gathered in the cities. Their blood would still flow to the cities, and the Devil King's goal would still be achieved. However, Zhao Hai didn't kill them. Instead, he turned those people into their enemies. This was what the Devil King was most afraid of. The Devil King kept walking around the room. He was very clear about the consequences of using so many people as blood sacrifices. The Heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The Heavenly Tao was something that nobody knew about. However, the truth was different. The Heavenly Tao was in the heart of every cultivator. Even if one's heart was as hard as stone, if one killed too many people, then one's Tao heart would be affected. In this case, when one wanted to transcend tribulation or ascend, they would be affected. Because of this, the Devil King didn't want to kill those people himself. He wanted to borrow Zhao Hai's hand to do so. However, it was clear that the Devil King miscalculated this time. Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He actually found a way to break the Devil King's plan. If the Devil King didn't make a move, then Zhao Hai would go from one realm to the next. In the end, the Devil King wouldn't have a foothold. Of course, the Devil King was more afraid of another thing. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would bring this method to the front of the two armies. If Zhao Hai did bring this method to the front of the two armies, then the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking about this, the Devil King felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He issued a decree as a sea of blood rose to the sky. Zhao Hai had underestimated the Demon King's reaction. In his opinion, the Demon King would wait for them to save some realms before using the blood sacrifice technique. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Demon King to immediately use the blood sacrifice technique after discovering that he could remove the demon seed and the brainwashing technique. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. An unprecedented massacre unfolded in the realms controlled by the extraterritorial devil race. All the cultivators who entered the cities built by the extraterritorial devil race were killed. At first, the city only had a layer of blood shield. The people inside the city rejoiced because they thought that the shield was there to protect them. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. The shield wasn't there to protect them, it was there to prevent them from escaping. All the houses in the city came to life and turned into puppets that ate people. After these puppets captured people, they would immediately kill them. The more people they killed, the stronger they became. And with the shield, no one in the city could escape. Everyone was killed and their blood dyed the ground red. Because the city was sealed, the ground turned into a pool of blood. The pool of blood then turned into a huge blood vortex. Everyone was sucked in by this vortex. Finally, the vortex became bigger and bigger until the entire city disappeared, leaving behind only a huge blood vortex. Zhao Hai and the others were sitting in the conference room of the Heavenly Secret Sect, quietly watching the formation of the vortex. The vortex started killing people in the city, and it took less than 10 days for the vortex to form. A city that could hold hundreds of millions of people turned into a blood vortex. Even if they were stone-hearted cultivators, they would still feel scared and sweat profusely. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the vortex to disappear. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "The extraterritorial devils have released news that we were the ones who did this. All the armies that are still in the hands of the extraterritorial devils have already regarded us as mortal enemies. This isn't a big deal, it's within my expectations. What I'm worried about is these vortexes. Something will definitely come out of these vortexes, and it will certainly be very powerful. We have to be prepared." Everyone's expression turned ugly as they nodded. Zhao Hai said, "There's no point in dealing with the ordinary armies of the extraterritorial devils. What we need to deal with are the things that will come out of the vortexes. But there's one thing we need to do, that is to deal with those fellows in the folded realm. I'm really curious, I don't know why they didn't bring these people back. Why are they still here, waiting for us to kill them?" Ling Feng and the others weren't as calm as Zhao Hai. One of them had a gloomy expression. Ling Feng said, "I think they just want to see if our formations are useful. They want to see how long we can take to remove their brainwashing technique and demonic seeds. Mister, should we take action? To be honest, those arrays are useless now. The extraterritorial devil race doesn't have many soldiers under their control. I just don't understand why they still want to control the human race's army instead of sacrificing all of them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They are waiting. I think that even after the blood sacrifice, it would still take some time for that thing to climb out of the vortex. Therefore, they are still keeping those people alive. They want to push the blame onto us and make those people believe that we were the ones who did it. Only in this way can they control those people. Once that thing climbs out of the vortex, those people will be useless to you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They are waiting. I think that even after the blood sacrifice, it would still take some time for that thing to climb out of the vortex." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the others didn't know what to say. After some time, Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what about those fellows in the folded realm? If we kill them now, wouldn't that give those people an excuse? It would make them think that we were the ones who did it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In any case, they would think that we were the ones who did it. So what's the big deal about being the scapegoat? Aren't those people following the extraterritorial devils wholeheartedly? Let them follow us. Tomorrow, we'll attack Xianxia's army. Open the dispelling formations on the large artifacts. I want to see if these dispelling formations are still useful." Upon hearing this, everyone stared. Yu Chuang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "What does Mr. mean? From what you said, it seems like these formations are going to be useless. Why is that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We were able to succeed before because the hearts of the extraterritorial devils were unstable. With the addition of the formations, it was difficult to get rid of their devil seeds and dispel their brainwashing technique. But it's different now. The extraterritorial devils are now on guard. Moreover, they blamed us for the massacre, causing them to have a common enemy. They might strengthen their brainwashing technique and turn those people into puppets. If I'm not wrong, our formation should be useless against those puppets." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they were disappointed. They thought that with these formations, it would be easy to deal with the extraterritorial devils. But now, it seems like this wasn't necessarily the case. Zhao Hai waved his hand and told them to go back and prepare. The group didn't stay any longer as they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Housekeeper, if there are any changes in the vortexes, immediately inform me. If something comes out of the vortexes, assess their fighting strength." The housekeeper nodded and then didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai knew that the housekeeper couldn't be compared to other people. He had no problem communicating with people, but he didn't speak nonsense. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. When he returned to his room, he saw Laura and the others looking at a projection. The projection was showing Xianxia's tortoise camp. The group was discussing how to deal with the camp in the shortest time possible. After listening to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai understood. Laura and the others simply didn't think that they could use the curse formation to break through the camp. They knew that the people inside the camp had already been turned into puppets by the extraterritorial devils. Because of the influence of the brainwashing technique, the puppets had already lost their minds. Therefore, it was impossible for their curse formation to work. Because of this, they were prepared to attack. After listening to their discussion, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at the demon camp. To be honest, this camp was very good. He didn't know how Yuan Yi managed to get his hands on those magic artifacts, but they were still able to fly in the air. Moreover, they were able to fly in a fixed trajectory. The entire camp had turned into a huge, slow-moving formation. This was the most terrifying part of the camp. Zhao Hai didn't know how Yuan Yi managed to get his hands on those magic artifacts, but they were still able to fly in the air. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Yi's camp and then suddenly laughed. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, they didn't know why Zhao Hai was laughing. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "The methods that you came up with aren't very good. This is because it wouldn't be easy to break through the formation. We would need a very strong offensive force. Even if we include Julie's alien army and Kair's seven-colored flower, they still wouldn't be very strong. Using them to attack would certainly cause a lot of casualties. This is what you're worried about, right?" Laura and the others nodded, this was what they were worried about the most. No matter what method they use, they would need to pay a huge price to break through the camp. Even if they use their mechas, they might just be destroyed in the process. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he laughed and said, "You're all blind. You forgot that we have an indestructible weapon. It's just that we haven't used it yet. We didn't use it before because we didn't need it. But now, it's time to use it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they suddenly had an enlightened expression on their faces. Then they smiled embarrassedly. Yuan Yi stood on the demonic dragon. Today, he wasn't wearing his robe, but a suit of armor. Although this suit of armor was also black, its style was much more beautiful than the armor worn by ordinary demons. This suit of armor was passed down from the Yuan family. The Yuan family's people were just ordinary demons at the beginning. Through repeated battles and victories, they were able to reach their current status. His armor wasn't the armor of an ordinary soldier. It was personally bestowed by the Demon King after he made a great contribution. Of course, the one who bestowed this armor wasn't the current Demon King, but a Demon King from more than 10 generations ago. The defensive ability of this armor wasn't very strong, but it was a symbol of his status. Only the patriarch of the Yuan family was qualified to keep this armor. He would only wear this armor on official occasions. The extraterritorial demon race would have a Demon King festival every 10 years. Normally, Yuan Yi would only wear this armor during the Demon God festival. He would only wear it for a day. Normally, he would hide it like a treasure and wouldn't wear it. Today, Yuan Yi was wearing this armor. When the surrounding extraterritorial demons saw Yuan Yi wearing this armor, their complexion changed. The Yuan family was the Marshal's family of the extraterritorial demon race. Many extraterritorial demons knew about the Yuan family's matters. When the patriarch of the Yuan family wore this armor, it could only mean one thing: they were prepared to go all out. When they saw Zhao Hai's army slowly approaching them, they didn't say anything. They were very clear that this time, they were really going all out. Yuan Yi looked at the slowly approaching army and said in a deep voice, "Pass down my order. No one is allowed to retreat. No one is allowed to escape. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy." Following Yuan Yi's order, everyone knew that unless they defeated Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. In their opinion, defeating them was an extravagant hope. Zhao Hai had been rampaging through the extraterritorial devil race for such a long time. He had slaughtered so many people from so many realms, but they had never seen anyone who could defeat him. It was really a dream for them to defeat Zhao Hai. However, they believed in their own defensive capabilities. In their opinion, their camp's defensive capabilities were very strong. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to easily break through their camp. Zhao Hai also looked at the extraterritorial devil race's camp. There was no change in the camp. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he turned to Yingla and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. As long as we break through the camp, they will immediately kill their way in. Remember, leave no one alive." Laura immediately went to pass down the order. Zhao Hai's army stopped about 10 li away from the extraterritorial devil race's camp. Zhao Hai had the others prepare. Zhou Hai stood in front of the Zhe family's army. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what method Zhao Hai was going to use to break through the extraterritorial devil race's camp. Zhou Hai had seen the camp before. It can be said that its defenses were watertight. Aside from attacking, there was no other way to enter the camp. However, with the defensive capabilities of the camp, attacking the camp would certainly result in heavy casualties. Zhou Hai believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a reckless thing. But aside from attacking, Zhou Hai couldn't think of any other method. This made him very puzzled. At this time, he discovered that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had started to move. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion began to slowly fly forward. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. After some time, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's speed reached its highest as it rushed towards the extraterritorial devil race's camp. Upon seeing this, Zhou Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would personally attack the camp. This was too unexpected. Although Zhou Hai couldn't see through Zhao Hai's strength, based on Zhao Hai's methods, Zhou Hai thought that Zhao Hai was a cultivator who relied on summoned creatures. His own strength wasn't very strong. However, Zhao Hai's ability to make decisions was very formidable. Because of this, Zhou Hai didn't say anything. But now that he saw Zhao Hai personally attacking the camp, Zhou Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. Is Zhao Hai really that strong? Can he attack the camp alone? Zhou Hai glanced at the others. Right now, no one was making a move. Everyone was quietly watching the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. This made him even more puzzled. Zhou Hai also saw the Heaven's Secret Pavilion charging towards the camp. When he saw the Heaven's Secret Pavilion charging alone, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He was very clear that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion was Zhao Hai's mount. Zhao Hai had always been in the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and almost never came out. Now, he actually used the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to attack the camp. This was definitely a good opportunity. As long as they could kill Zhao Hai, then even if they all died, they would still win. Yuan Yi didn't really care about the others. For the extraterritorial devil race, they only had one great enemy, and that was Zhao Hai. Once they got rid of Zhao Hai, the alliance would collapse. Thinking of this, Yuan Yi immediately shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. It's Zhao Hai. Do your best to keep him here. Even if everyone dies, you must keep Zhao Hai here. Prepare for battle. Reduce the outer formation and strengthen the inner formation. Let him in." Someone immediately passed down the order. Just as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion flew towards the camp of the extraterritorial devil race, an opening appeared in the extraterritorial devil race's formation. From the looks of it, Zhao Hai was actually allowed to enter the camp. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then he immediately understood the other party's intention. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "You want me to go in and die? Alright, I'll do as he wishes and go in to take a look." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the Heaven's Secret Pavilion immediately rushed in through the opening. As soon as Zhao Hai rushed in, the opening immediately closed. Zhou Hai had been paying attention to Zhao Hai. When he saw the opening in the extraterritorial devil race's formation and Zhao Hai rushing in, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was about to attack the extraterritorial devil race's camp. But just as he was about to attack, a person appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Elder Tang. Elder Tang looked at Zhou Hai and smiled faintly. "Patriarch Xia, don't worry. Little Hai will be fine." Zhou Hai naturally knew about Elder Tang. Although Elder Tang didn't talk much, he was very close to Zhao Hai. He also knew that Elder Tang and Zhao Hai had a good relationship. The two of them also came from the Void Realm. Now that he heard Elder Tang, Zhou Hai calmed down. Then he looked at Elder Tang with a puzzled expression and said, "Mr. Tang, will Mr. Zhao Hai really be fine? You must know that he's carrying all of us. If something happens to him, then things would be troublesome." Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry. The extraterritorial devil race wants Little Hai's life? Patriarch Xia, let me tell you the truth. Even if all of us were to attack Zhao Hai, we wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to him. Even if all of us were to die, Zhao Hai would still be fine. His strength is far beyond what you can imagine. You don't need to worry about it, just watch with peace of mind. Those fools of the extraterritorial demon race actually let Zhao Hai in. They brought this upon themselves, no one can save them. Zhao Hai nodded his head and looked at Patriarch Xia. Just as Zhao Hai was about to say something, he saw a white light shining from the extraterritorial devil race's camp in the distance. Rays of white light shot out in all directions. Everyone who was hit by the white light, regardless of whether they were humans or demonic beast celestial artifacts, were pierced through. Moreover, the wounds couldn't heal and blood kept flowing out. Even the demonic beast celestial artifacts couldn't live for long. As for the cultivators who were hit, almost all of them died. When Zhao Hai saw the light, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes shrank as he said, "The power of laws? So many?" Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Don't underestimate little Hai. As long as you dare to underestimate him, he will make you die without knowing why. He has too many means." Up until now, this old man still doesn't know what means he has. At this time, Zhao Hai was going crazy in the extraterritorial devil race's great array. Rays of light shot out in all directions. As long as one was hit by the light, no one would be able to escape. Moreover, it was the power of the array. How could a person block the power of a law? Often, a law could kill several people. The entire heavenly secret sect was now like a huge hedgehog. The extraterritorial devil race simply couldn't get close to it. The chaotic shooting of the power of laws caused a white area to appear in the extraterritorial devil race's camp. The extraterritorial devil race's great array was also completely destroyed. In this case, what Zhao Hai needed to do was to attack from the inside. Soon, a gap was opened in the extraterritorial devil race's great array. As soon as this gap was opened, the allied army immediately rushed in. The heavenly secret sect no longer shot out the power of the array. Instead, they released the alien army and the mecha army. At the same time, they also released the seven-colored flower. The extraterritorial devil race's greatest reliance was this great array. As long as this great array was broken, they would be finished. Their morale would be low, and they didn't have much of an advantage in numbers. Under such circumstances, how could they be a match for Zhao Hai and the others? Yuan Yi looked at the heavenly secret sect that was charging left and right in their great array. His face was ashen. He originally thought that he could trap Zhao Hai to death with the inner array. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be affected at all. Instead, the great array that they relied on was broken. This was undoubtedly a disaster for them. They were really finished. At the thought of this, Yuan Ye's eyes turned red. He turned to Yuan Li who was standing beside him and said, "Yuan Li, we can't care so much. Use the last move." Yuan Li looked at Yuan Yi and said in a deep voice, "Second brother, have you really thought it through? If we use that move, everyone here will be finished." Yuan Yi said in a deep voice, "We can't care so much now. If we can really make Zhao Hai stay here, then we'll use that move. Get ready." Yuan Li didn't say anything. He just stood there and bowed. Then he turned and left. Zhao Hai was constantly charging in the great array. It wasn't that he wanted to do this. He wasn't charging blindly. He wanted to completely tear the array apart and make it useless. This was his goal. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Yuan Ye's mount, the demonic dragon, was suddenly shining with a bloody light. This bloody light was spreading in all directions. A bad premonition arose in Zhao Hai's heart. He immediately shouted, "Pass down the order. Everyone withdraw from the array and use the void transmission array." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's order, everyone stared. They didn't know why Zhao Hai would give such an order. However, everyone immediately activated their transmission formations and left the battlefield. The only one who didn't leave was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the bloody light on the dragon's body. The bloody light was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that the blood on the ground seemed to be moving. The blood flew up and then slowly integrated with the bloody light. Then the bloody light began to boil. Zhao Hai didn't see it wrong, the blood light was boiling like a pot of fire. All the people inside the formation, whether they were demons, human cultivators, or beasts, all of them screamed miserably. Then Zhao Hai saw blood flowing out of their pores. Their screams didn't sound like human voices. Their screams got weaker and weaker before they finally disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on, but he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't know what was going on. When the screams disappeared, those people also slowly disappeared. The flesh and blood on the demonic beast magical artifact also completely disappeared, leaving only the metal parts on top. Zhao Hai already had Julie and Kai put away Alien and the seven-colored flower. Even Laura and the others were sent to the space, leaving only Zhao Hai standing there. Zhao Hai now knew what Yuan Yi and the others were planning to do. It was a blood sacrifice. Yuan Yi and the others were also planning to perform a blood sacrifice here. Although their blood sacrifice might not be as powerful as the ones in the demon cities, it was still a blood sacrifice. There was no mistake about it. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't leave with them was because he wanted to stay and see what the demons would do after the blood sacrifice. Looking at the people being swallowed by the bloody light one by one, Zhao Hai's expression became colder and colder. His body was filled with blood, but he wasn't affected by the bloody light. He just stood there and watched the bloody light sweep across his body. In the end, the bloody light got thicker and thicker until it turned into a sea of blood. In the middle of the sea of blood, a vortex began to appear. The vortex spun faster and faster as it got bigger and bigger. In the end, the vortex even pulled the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. With an intention, Zhao Hai received the Heaven's Secret Pavilion into the space. If someone paid attention to him, they would see that the space around Zhao Hai was actually distorted. In other words, although Zhao Hai was standing there, the space around him was distorted. In other words, Zhao Hai was now in an independent space. The bloody vortex swallowed everything. Besides Zhao Hai, there was only one thing that wasn't swallowed, and that was the demonic dragon. Yuan Ye's demonic dragon was still there, it hadn't been swallowed yet. Zhao Hai even saw Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi looked at Zhao Hai with an expressionless face. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, I won't let you leave here alive." Absolutely not. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Yi and sneered, "Since I, Zhao Hai, created the Tao of Laughter, there have been too many people who have said the same thing to me. You can't keep me here." Yuan Yi looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Zhao Hai, you still don't know your current situation, right? You're now in the extraterritorial devil race's secret blood sea vortex. This blood sea vortex leads directly to the 9 nether blood realm. Each blood sea vortex is a door that leads to the 9 nether blood realm. The 9 nether blood realm is where the blood devils from the upper realm live. You can't possibly be a match for them. So you're doomed." Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Yi and sneered, "So what if they're from the upper realm? When the people from the upper realm come to this layer, they'll be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. I wonder how much of their strength they have left compared to when they were in the upper realm. I wonder how long they can live in this layer. You want to scare me with the people from the upper realm? Do you think I, Zhao Hai, can be scared? Now I can be sure that even if you extraterritorial devil race came from the upper realm, you're just a slave race of the upper realm. Your strength is equivalent to the people of this layer. In the upper realm, you're nothing. Who ordered you to be sent down by that person using the Heaven's Secret? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You want to devour this layer with just your strength? What a fool's dream." Yuan Yi looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "How do you know that the people from the upper realm can't use all their strength in this layer? How do you know that the people from the upper realm can't stay in this layer for too long? Zhao Hai, who are you?" Zhao Hai laughed and looked at Yuan Yi. "Yuan Yi, I know how ignorant you are when you say this. The heavenly Tao has its own reasons. If the people from the upper realm can come to this layer at will, what do you think they'll do? Do you think this layer will still be like this? Do you think the beast fighting coliseum will still exist? The heavenly Tao doesn't allow them to come down. If they force their way down, they'll be punished by the heavenly Tao. Their strength will be less than 10%. Every minute and second they stay in this layer, they'll be ostracized by the heavenly Tao. If they stay in this layer for too long, they can forget about going back. They'll either be killed by the heavenly Tao or become like this layer." Yuan Yi stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He really didn't know how Zhao Hai knew about these things, even though he knew that Zhao Hai was right. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Yi, then he smiled faintly and said, "You want to know how I know about these things, right? Actually, it's very simple. I ascended from the lower realm to the true spirit realm. When I was in the lower realm, I fought with people from the true spirit realm. I know that the strength of the people from the true spirit realm would be suppressed when they enter the lower realm. I also know that they have to come back within a certain period of time. Otherwise, they won't be able to come back. Moreover, the people who went down were the weakest. The stronger ones wouldn't be able to survive in the lower realm. They wouldn't even be able to leave the lower realm's transmission formation. Do you think that you can kill me by bringing people from the upper realm? Dream on." When Yuanyi heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he let out a long breath and said, "I didn't think that you would actually ascend from the lower realms. You really have peerless talent. For someone who ascended from the lower realms to be able to cultivate to your current level, you're very strong. But so what? In the end, you're still in the lower realm, it's different from the upper realm." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Yuanyi, are you lying to me or comforting yourself? The more powerful the realm, the higher the realm, the more powerful the people in the higher realm. And the more powerful the people in the lower realm, the higher the price they have to pay. Yuanyi, you don't need to lie to yourself. I'll wait for the 9 nether blood devils you mentioned to arrive. When the time comes, I'll turn them into my undead creatures and turn them into my enemies. This way, when I ascend one day, I'll have some fighters from the upper realm in my hands. What do you think? What do you think?" Yuanyi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you're an enemy worthy of admiration. But what I want to say is that you're not a match for the upper realms people. Even if they can't use their full strength, you still can't be their opponent. Don't look at how you're standing here right now. Once they come out, you're dead." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I'm not here to wait for them. Let them come. I just want to meet them and see how strong they are. They actually dared to go against the heavenly Tao and come down to the lower realms to cause trouble. I also want to see what they want. It's impossible for them to come down to the lower realms for no reason. They must have some purpose. But I still don't know what it is, so I'm waiting." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Yuan Ye's expression finally changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How do you know about this?" Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Yi and laughed, "Why can't I know about this? Yuan Yi, you extraterritorial devils came down from the upper realm and didn't go anywhere else. Your first stop was the true spiritual world. This isn't a coincidence, right? Did you go to the true spiritual world to look for something? Later on, you discovered that you weren't a match for the true spiritual world, so you ran to the void realm. You must have other goals in the void realm. You only have one goal, which is to occupy more realms. As for why you want to occupy so many realms, I still don't know. But I'll figure it out sooner or later." As Zhao Hai said this, he observed Yuan Ye's expression. He wanted to judge from Yuan Ye's expression whether or not his words had touched Yuan Ye's heart. If what he said was Yuan Ye's goal, then Yuan Yi would definitely react. He wanted to confirm his guess through Yuan Yi. His guess was confirmed. Yuan Ye's expression didn't change much, but his eyes suddenly shrank. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes, along with a trace of confusion. Although it was just a trace of confusion, it was enough. Zhao Hai believed that his guess was right. The extraterritorial devils must have attacked the true spiritual world first. Their goal was most likely the Golden Crow Cauldron. As for why they wanted to conquer so many realms, Zhao Hai still didn't know. But he believed that he would find out sooner or later. At this point, Yuan Yi was even more certain that Zhao Hai couldn't be left alive. Now that he was alone, it seems like he didn't tell anyone about this. But if they couldn't keep him here, then the extraterritorial devils wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in this lair. More realms would attack them, and all of their plans would come to naught. Yuan Yi looked at Zhao and finally made up his mind. His hand moved as a scythe appeared in his hand. He didn't attack Zhao, but instead stabbed himself. The scythe pierced deeply into his body, causing blood to gush out. Yuan Yi didn't care, but instead said in a loud voice, "Supreme Blood Demon, please listen to the cries of your lowly servant. With your supreme might, please listen to your servants please. Your servant is willing to use his flesh and blood, his soul, to ask you to punish his enemies. Supreme Blood Demon, please show yourself. Yuanyi said in a loud voice, Supreme Blood Demon, please listen to your humble servants please. Your servant is willing to use his flesh and blood, his soul, to ask you to punish his enemy. As soon as Yuanyi finished his last word, the blood-red vortex suddenly moved. Like a huge mouth, it swallowed Yuanyi and his demonic dragon in one gulp. Then the vortex continued to spin, but Yuanyi and his demonic dragon disappeared forever. Zhao Hai looked at the place where Yuanyi disappeared and coldly smiled. You think you can deal with me, Zhao Hai? You're too arrogant. Ever since I, Zhao Hai, came to this world, I've always been against strong people. So what if there's one more? I want to see if the one who survives will be me, Zhao Hai, or the 9 nether blood devils. Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise, I'll exterminate the 9 nether blood devil race. The vortex seemed to have heard Zhao Hai's words. It began to rotate crazily. Then a loud roar was heard from the vortex. When Zhao Hai heard this roar, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, Housekeeper, did something come out of the blood vortexes of the demons? Replying to the young master, no. Those places are very calm. The steward replied. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, It seems like what Yuanyi did was just a guide. Perhaps the people of the blood realm haven't discovered the other passages yet, but Yuanyi just pointed them out to the blood devils. Because of this, the blood devils would appear here. Good. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Good. Good. At this time, another roar was heard. This roar was very loud. At the same time, Zhao Hai could hear the endless cruelty in this roar. Zhao Hai seemed to have heard the cries of countless vengeful spirits. Another roar was heard as a blood-red figure came out of the vortex. It was a blood-red skeleton. Then, countless other blood-red skeletons came out of the vortex. After these skeletons came out, they began to dance in the air. Then a huge skull emerged from the vortex. This skull was also a skull, but it was very large. It was almost as big as a large artifact. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. This was the first time he had seen such a large skeleton. The vortex could only hold the skull, but not the body. It was as if the skull was stuck there, unable to get out of the vortex. At this time, the skeleton faced the sky and let out a loud roar. This roar turned into energy that caused the space around Zhao Hai to distort. Zhao Hai was very clear that this distortion wasn't caused by the energy. Instead, it was the spatial defensive technique that he used before. It was now being counteracted by a huge external force. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that the other party would be this strong. With just a roar, it was as if his spatial defensive technique was being attacked by the power of laws. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to this. After the skeleton roared, it stretched out its hands. 2 huge blood-red skeletal hands grabbed the 2 sides of the vortex and then tore them apart. Hiss! A loud sound was heard. It was as if someone was tearing a piece of cloth. The vortex almost disappeared, but the spatial crack became a lot bigger. Then the skeleton jumped out. This skeleton was really tall, it looked as if it was supporting the sky. In front of it, Zhao Hai was like an ant under the foot of an elephant. When the skeleton came out, the other skulls that flew out immediately gathered around it. They were like children gathering around their parents. The skeletons raised their heads and roared a few times, as if they were venting their anger. Then, they began to laugh loudly. Their laughter shook the surroundings, and waves of energy spread out along with their laughter. When the waves of energy passed, sand and stones were sent flying, and their power was unparalleled. Zhao Hai stood there quietly as he looked at the skeletons. He could feel that the skeleton was very strong. However, the strength that the skeleton could use in this layer wouldn't be too strong. This was something that Zhao Hai was certain of. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure was because of his intuition. His intuition had always been very accurate. Although he felt a threat from the skeleton, the feeling wasn't very strong. In other words, the skeleton wasn't able to threaten his life. Since it wasn't able to threaten his life, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Fighting with it would allow him to see how strong the blood devils of the 9 nether blood realm were. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the blood-red skeleton. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "All right, that's enough shouting and laughing. Can we talk for a while? The skeleton looked down at Zhao Hai. He was very tall. Even if he was standing on the ground, he was still much taller than Zhao Hai. Therefore, he could only look down at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at him. The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, aren't you afraid of me? The reason why my servant sacrificed himself was to deal with you. I didn't see how strong you were. Why did you kill him? I can feel that he wasn't weak." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "He wasn't weak, but I was stronger than him. I couldn't kill him. Instead, I was about to kill him. Therefore, he could only ask his master to deal with me. What's wrong with that?" The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed and said, "Young man, you're very interesting. How about this, I'll turn you into my child so that you can stay by my side forever and make this old man happy. How about that?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Not good. What's the point of staying by a skeleton's side? But to be honest, I'm very interested in you. It would be good to have a servant like you. Later on, I'll have another fighter. It seems like you aren't weak. Yuan Yi shouldn't be able to summon you. I really don't know how you managed to escape." When the skeleton heard Zhao Hai, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Young man, you're right. He doesn't have the ability to summon me. In fact, he doesn't have the ability to summon anyone in the 9 nether blood domain. We taught them this method in the past in order to open a path to the lower realms for us. Once we absorb enough blood in the lower realms, we can return to the 9 nether blood domain and use this power to break the seal and take revenge on those hypocrites. Therefore, their deaths can only be used as a signal to let us know where the passage is. Whoever is closest to the passage will come out." Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said, "You're telling me this because you want to say that even if I know this, I can't tell anyone else because I'm going to die today. Ha ha ha, good. You're a smart young man." The skeleton laughed and said, "This is our secret. If those fellows who sealed us knew about it, then we wouldn't be able to break the seal. You know, they are actually quite afraid of us. This is because we can't be killed, so they can only seal us and slowly whittle away our strength. They have never put a lowly servant in their eyes. Even if the servant race disappeared, they still didn't pay attention to it. Unfortunately, they have always kept their eyes on their own layer and refused to look down. However, we still have to thank them. If they looked down, then they would have noticed our movements. Now that they don't look down, we can do our own things. Isn't this good? Now that they're here, they can't do anything about it." Zhao Hai looked at the skeletons. He felt that he wasn't talking to a skeleton, but to a sly old thief. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. You've done a good job. But do you really think that you're invincible in this layer? How does it feel to use the heavenly law? How much of your strength can you use now? 1/10? 100th? 1000th? Hee, I've also tasted this feeling. To be honest, I don't want to taste it anymore. Because you're fighting against the heavenly law." The skeleton laughed and said, "Heavenly law? Ridiculous. Haven't we cultivators always been fighting against the heavenly law? What's so great about it? Have you always been following the heavenly law since you started cultivating?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "You can't resist the heavenly law. Cultivators seem to be fighting against the heavenly law, but in fact, the heavenly law will always give people a chance to live. The evasive one in the heavenly law is giving people a chance to live. And cultivators have always been looking for the evasive one. Otherwise, why would people say that the 3,000 great paths all lead to the same destination? Where does this return lead to? The evasive one is the evasive one. You people who want to fight against the heavenly law are the real idiots. Is the heavenly law something you can resist?" The skeleton listened to Zhao Hai's words in a daze. Until Zhao Hai finished speaking, he didn't make a sound. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai in a daze, as if he had discovered a novel treasure. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said with a slight smile, "Didn't you appear here because you found the evasive one? The heavenly law is everywhere. Similarly, the evasive one is everywhere. You are sealed and can only slowly consume your strength there. Isn't this a path that looks like a dead end? But now? Didn't you find the evasive one? That's why you can appear here, right? You obviously benefit from the heavenly law, but you want to fight against it. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? The heavenly law can't be violated. Because you've gone too far, I'm here. Ha 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 ha, kid, you really overestimate yourself. What you said before really made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. But your last sentence exposed your purpose. You're just using the name of the heavenly law to scare this old man. Kid, let me tell you, a cultivator's heart is as hard as stone. If your Tao heart isn't firm, how can you cultivate? The skeleton laughed. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said with a slight smile, you don't believe me? You always think you can defeat me? Well, let's fight here. I want to see if you can defeat me. If you can kill me, then it will naturally prove that you're right. If you can't kill me, then it will prove that you're wrong. Isn't that simple? The great Tao is simple, nothing more than that. The skeleton laughed and said, kid, you're right. The great Tao is simple. In the cultivation world, whoever's fist is harder, their words are more reasonable. If your fist isn't hard, then it doesn't matter how reasonable your words are. Today, this old man will let you know what the great Tao is simple, and what the truth of the fist is. Then the skeleton waved his hand. The small skeletons that followed him rushed towards Zhao Hai. Each and every one of them had a red ghost fire in their eyes. Their mouths were constantly opening and closing. They looked like they wanted to devour someone. It was a chilling sight. Unfortunately, their opponent this time was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the skeletons and couldn't help but laugh. I'm an undead. Why would I be afraid of these skeletons? That's ridiculous. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Countless vines suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These vines had countless flowers blooming on them. The flowers were colorful, but the stamens were white. The skeletons rushed into the vines. Then the 7 colored flowers wrapped around their skulls. Then a scream was heard from the flowers. Then the flowers retracted back into the vines and disappeared. Naturally, the skeletons that were wrapped in the flowers were also destroyed. But in other places, 7 colored flowers would bloom and wrap around the skeletons. Then they would be destroyed. The whole process was like the skeleton feeding the small skeletons to the 7 colored flowers. When the skeleton saw this, he couldn't help but roar, "Brat, you dare!" Along with his roar, the small skeletons retreated and shrank to his side. Then with another roar, the skeletons gathered together and turned into a huge bone staff. The skeleton grabbed the huge bone staff and swung it towards Zhao Hai. With his height and stature, this movement seemed very slow. But in fact, the staff was very fast. When the bone staff was formed, it was already swinging towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the huge bone staff. He felt like the skeleton was swatting a fly with a swatter, and he was the unlucky fly. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that the skeleton would be able to swat him to death. Zhao Hai's figure moved and dodged the attack of the bone staff. At the same time, a sledgehammer appeared in his hand. Although Zhao took out his sledgehammer, the difference in size between him and the big skeleton was too big. No matter how you looked at it, he looked like an ant charging towards an elephant with a grass root. He looked crazy and somewhat silly. The skeleton coldly snorted, then the bone staff in his hand swept towards Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai's figure moved, he dodged the bone staff and rushed towards the skeleton. The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "Myriad ghost soul-locking net." Along with his words, the bone staff in his hand cracked and turned into skeletons. And in the middle of these skeletons, black threads appeared and connected the skeletons together, forming a huge black net. This huge net covered Zhao Hai's body. When Zhao Hai saw this net, he couldn't help but sneer. He waved the sledgehammer in his hand and shouted, "Break!" The sledgehammer smashed towards the net. The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to break his net. But at this time, Zhao Hai's sledgehammer smashed onto the net. Boom! A loud sound was heard, as if the entire space was trembling. A huge hole was created in the net by Zhao Hai. Several of the skulls that acted as the nodes were shattered. When the skeleton saw this, the blood-red soul fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He rushed towards Zhao Hai and let out a scream. This scream turned into an invisible force that attacked Xiao Hai. "Hey!" Xiao Hai shouted as he smashed his sledgehammer. With a loud bang, the invisible force completely disappeared. Xiao Hai was also sent flying by the scream. The skeleton looked at the flying Xiao Hai and waved his hand. The skulls formed a staff and fell into his hand. Then he waved the staff towards Xiao Hai. Although Xiao Hai was sent flying, he didn't lose the ability to fight back. His body stopped in midair. Then Xiao Hai's figure moved as he rushed forward. The sledgehammer in his hand smashed towards the huge bone staff. Boom! A ripple of energy spread out from the point of collision between the sledgehammer and the staff. Xiao Hai and the skeleton retreated at the same time. The two of them retreated about 10 li before stopping. The skeleton looked at Xiao Hai and said with some surprise, "I didn't think that there would be someone like you in the lower realms. Boy, tell me, who are you? How can you use the power of law for such a long time? This is impossible in the lower realms." Xiao Hai looked at the skeleton and coldly smiled. "What's so strange about this? The reason why the power of law can't be used for a long time in the lower realms is because the bodies of the lower realms aren't strong enough. And with the restriction of the world's laws, my body is strong enough. Although the world's laws can restrict me, the time I can use the power of law is much longer than the lower realms. You can't win against me. Ha ha ha. Boy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you can use the power of law?" The skeleton looked at Xiao Hai and laughed. "Today, I'll let you know how big the gap between us is." Then the skeleton threw itself at Xiao Hai with the bone staff in its hand. Xiao Hai's figure moved and dodged the staff. However, the bone staff changed shape and turned into a whip as it lashed towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's figure moved again and dodged the whip. The bone staff changed shape again and the skeleton flew towards Xiao Hai. Under the control of the skeletons, the bone staff could take on a myriad of forms. The skeletons would sometimes come together, and in the middle, there were black threads that connected them, allowing them to be soft or hard, long or short. There were truly endless transformations. Xiao Hai sneered and said, "Using energy to move weapons, there's nothing special about this method. Look at this." After he said that, the sledgehammer in Xiao Hai's hand suddenly became longer. Then the sledgehammer became like the bone staff, it could turn. No matter where the bone staff attacked Xiao Hai's sledgehammer would immediately arrive and counterattack. The two fought for a while. The red light in the skeleton's eyes kept flashing. He didn't think that Xiao Hai would be so difficult to deal with. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to be able to fight with him for so long. He looked at Xiao Hai and discovered that Xiao Hai wasn't using his full strength. This made the skeleton's complexion change. He discovered that if he didn't take out some means, then he wouldn't be able to deal with Xiao Hai. However, since he came from the upper realm, he couldn't use the large artifacts of the upper realm in this layer. Therefore, he couldn't use many of his methods. Therefore, he kept thinking about how to deal with Xiao Hai. After thinking for a moment, the big skeleton suddenly thought of something. Flames flashed in his eyes as he moved his hand. It was a small bell, but in the big skeleton's hand, it looked even more small. Then with a thought, the bell flew up and gently shook. Then the big skeleton shook his head and said, "All right, all right. All right, all right. All right, all right. All right, all right." Along with the shaking of the bell, Xiao Hai felt an incomparable irritation in his heart. This feeling slowly rushed into his mind. Xiao Hai stared, then he immediately understood the use of the bell. Xiao Hai looked at the skeleton and said, "Mommy mommy ho." Along with Xiao Hai's voice, a huge swastika appeared and rushed towards the skeleton. When the skeleton saw the Buddhist seal, it seemed to be very afraid. It immediately let out a sharp shriek as a huge ghost head flew towards the Buddhist seal to greet it. Boom! The swastika and the ghost head collided. The ghost head screamed before it disappeared along with the swastika. At this time, the skeleton discovered that the sledgehammer in Xiao Hai's hand had changed. It wasn't an ordinary sledgehammer. On the sledgehammer's front, there was a crack. This crack wasn't created because the sledgehammer was broken. Then the sledgehammer's shape changed as well. In the end, the sledgehammer turned into a huge wooden fish. Xiao Hai waved this huge wooden fish in his hand. Every time he waved it, the sound of the wooden fish would be heard. It was as if there was an invisible force knocking on the wooden fish. Along with the sound of the wooden fish, bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the wooden fish. As soon as the Sanskrit chants rang out, golden rays of light immediately spread out in all directions. All the skulls that were covered by the golden light let out ear-piercing screams. The screams were very sharp and sounded more like miserable cries. When the huge skeleton saw this, it coldly snorted and said, 10,000 ghosts protection. Just as its voice fell, the skeletons immediately flew back to its side. They moved around the skeleton and formed a shield around it. Then the skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, what relationship do you have with the monk of the Daming Temple? Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton, then he smiled faintly and said, Mr. must be joking. This kid has never heard of the Daming Temple. Naturally, it's impossible for me to have any relationship with it. The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, Kid, don't lie to me. You're clearly using the Buddha's demon-subduing sound of the Daming Temple. How dare you say that you have no relationship with the Daming Temple? Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton, then he smiled faintly and said, Whether Mr. believes it or not, I really haven't heard of the Daming Temple. Mister, are you saying that the Daming Temple is a sect from the upper realm? After this kid ascends, I'll definitely go and take a look. The skeleton looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. However, this made the skeleton even more curious. Zhao Hai's attack was the same as the Buddha's demon-subduing sound of the Daming Temple. But Zhao Hai actually said that he didn't know about the Daming Temple. Where did this ability come from? After thinking about this, the skeleton's eyes suddenly lit up. It thought that Zhao Hai must have learned some Buddhist technique in the lower realm. This technique was likely to be the same as the Buddha's demon-subduing sound of the Daming Temple. If this was the case, then the skeleton couldn't let Zhao Hai live. It must kill Zhao Hai. In that case, it would be able to learn this Buddhist technique from Zhao Hai. In the future, it wouldn't be afraid of the Daming Temple's monks. After thinking about this, the skeleton roared, It doesn't matter if you're one of the Daming Temple's monks or not. You're dead. 10,000 ghosts devour your soul. Then it waved its hand as the skeletons around it rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, a black mist appeared on the skeletons. The black mist was quickly absorbed by the skeletons. The skeletons turned pitch black as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the skeletons and couldn't help but smile. Now that he found a way to restrain the skeletons, it would be much easier to deal with them. Zhao Hai's mind moved as a huge golden phantom appeared above his body. Then the phantom slowly turned into a monk sitting in a lotus position. The monk's body slowly descended. Before long, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared into the monk's body. Then a 9-grade lotus platform appeared below the monk. The monk sat on top of the lotus platform before he slowly opened his eyes. As the monk opened his eyes, golden Buddhist seals appeared around him. Then the monk opened his mouth and said, Ba. Along with this Buddhist chant, a huge Buddhist seal flew towards the skeleton. When the skeleton saw this, he couldn't help but scream, Brat, you dare say that you're not from the Daming Temple? You liar. Although the big skeleton was cursing, his hands didn't stop. His hands were constantly forming hand seals, and then a black gas surrounded him. Then the black mist became denser and denser. Finally, the black mist turned into a ghost and went straight towards the Buddhist seal. But after doing all this, the skeleton didn't stop. It immediately condensed the black mist and turned it into a ghost. Then the ghost went straight towards the Buddhist seal. At this time, the first malicious ghost had already come into contact with the Buddhist seal. As soon as the malicious ghost came into contact with the Buddhist seal, it screamed and then turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. However, the Buddhist seal didn't change much, only the golden light on it dimmed a little. One by one, the ghosts rushed towards the Buddhist seal. Although the Buddhist seal was moving forward, its speed wasn't very fast. When it reached the 18th ghost, the Buddhist seal had already become transparent. At this moment, the big skeleton waved its hand again, and the skulls around it suddenly gathered together, turning into an even bigger skeleton, and pounced straight at the Buddhist seal. In the blink of an eye, the skulls rushed towards the Buddhist seal. Then the Buddhist seal disappeared. However, the skulls didn't stop as they rushed towards the Buddha sitting on top of the lotus. The Buddha stretched out its hand and sent a palm towards the skulls. The palm seemed to have become infinitely large. When it hit the huge skull, the skull instantly disintegrated. However, the palm didn't stop. A huge golden light flashed as it went straight towards the skull. The skeleton looked at the huge palm and suddenly shouted, "Nine Nether Blood River, wash away all the good in the world." As he spoke, a stream of blood river water flew out from the crack he had torn open and landed on his body. Then, the blood river water turned into a huge blood-colored monster that pounced on the palm. Boom! The palm and the ghost disappeared, both of them perishing together. But at this time, the skeleton discovered a problem. He didn't know when, but he found that his body was wrapped in a layer of iron chains. These iron chains were very thin, but they firmly entangled him. Just as the skeleton wanted to break free from the iron chains, the Buddha's hand moved again. The skeleton didn't expect the Buddha to use this method of attack. He wanted to resist, but his entire body was entangled by the iron chains. He couldn't move at all. Even so, he still screamed and kept attacking the huge hand. But in the end, he still couldn't do anything to the huge hand. The huge hand imprinted itself on the skeleton's body and then turned into a golden light that wrapped around the skeleton. The skeleton kept screaming, but it was useless. Finally, the screams disappeared along with the skeleton. Everything returned to normal. Only the place where they fought was left with a huge spatial rift. On the ground, blood-red pools appeared. The water in these pools was the river water of the Nine Nether Blood Realm. After the river water fell to the ground, everything on the ground was corroded by the water. Finally, the water gathered together and formed a huge hall. The spatial rift was still there, but it was slowly disappearing. Zhao Hai calculated the speed and estimated that it would only take a few hours for the spatial rift to completely disappear. Zhao Hai didn't leave. He waved his hand and took the water from the Nine Nether Blood Realm into the space. After the water entered the space, the housekeeper's voice sounded, "Discovered pure dark attribute blood." This blood wasn't originally purine attribute. Because of the influence of a purine attribute place, it slowly became purine attribute. This blood has a strong corrosive property. It can be made into purine attribute poisons as well as antidotes. It can also be extracted and added to the space's water. Once this blood is added to Alien's body, Alien's abilities would be strengthened once again. When Zhao Hai heard the housekeeper, he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "That's a good thing. Alright, you can arrange for the water to be used." The housekeeper nodded and then didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the spatial rift. However, his mind was still paying attention to the space. The Buddha's palm didn't completely destroy the skeleton. Instead, it used the golden light as a cover to bring the skeleton into the space. After the skeleton entered the space, the housekeeper's voice was heard again, "Discovered malicious program entering the space. Subduing the program." Subduing the program was successful. "Young master, it's done." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he swept the space with his spiritual force. He wanted to see what the skeleton had become. The skeleton didn't change much, it was still as tall as before. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw such a large skeleton. As soon as it felt Zhao Hai's spiritual force sweep over, the skeleton immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Bone Saint has seen the young master." Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton and said, "You're called Bone Saint? How strong are you in the Nine Nether Blood domain?" Bone Saint replied, "Young master, the Nine Nether Blood realm is actually a huge place of exile. The blood river there consumes our strength all the time. We were sealed there by some righteous people. They want to use this feature of the Nine Nether Blood River to completely consume our strength. When the time comes, we will naturally be swallowed by the Nine Nether Blood River and no longer exist in this world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What kind of place is the upper realm? Do you know this?" Bone Saint said in a deep voice, "I know, the upper realm is also composed of countless realms, but these realms are different from the lower realm. Every realm in the lower realm is blocked by spatial barriers, and there is no connection between them unless you know the location of the other realm. But the upper realm is different. All the realms in the upper realm have connections with each other. For example, if a realm belongs to the Daming Temple, then the entire realm belongs to the Daming Temple, and there won't be a second force. Bone Saint said in a deep voice, the upper realm is also composed of countless realms, but these realms are different from the lower realm. Every realm in the upper realm has only one force. For example, if a realm belongs to the Daming Temple, then the entire realm belongs to the Daming Temple, and there won't be a second force. Bone Saint said in a deep voice, the upper realm is also composed of countless realms, but these realms are different from the lower realm. Each realm in the upper realm has only one force. For example, if a realm belongs to the Daming Temple, then the entire realm belongs to the Daming Temple. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the Bone Saint continued, naturally, there are also battles between realms. However, it's almost impossible to completely turn a realm into your own. Some realms are weak, some realms are strong, and some realms don't have a space gate. For example, the Nine Nether Blood realm doesn't have a space gate. In the Nine Nether Blood realm, there's only the Nine Nether Blood River. This blood river flows through the void. Nobody knows how long it is, how deep it goes, where it comes from, and where it flows to. Besides the blood river, there's only the void, there's nothing else. There's nothing else. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, there's actually such a strange place. This is really interesting. Bone Saint, how's your strength in the Nine Nether Blood realm? Is it strong or not? Bone Saint replied in a deep voice, young master, all the people sealed in the Nine Nether Blood realm are the elite disciples of various realms. There are devil cultivators, ghost cultivators, monster cultivators, profound cultivators, and body cultivators. As long as they're cultivators from the outside world, they can be found in the Nine Nether Blood realm. I belong to the ghost cultivator category. I was born in the Bone King realm. But when I was fighting with people from other realms, I was sealed in the Nine Nether Blood realm. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Bone Saint and said, according to what you said, the Nine Nether Blood realm should be divided into many forces. Why are you here? What's the matter with the extraterritorial devil race that summoned you here? Bone Saint replied, although the people in the Nine Nether Blood realm come from different planes, everyone knows that once you enter the Nine Nether Blood realm, it's almost impossible to get out. Moreover, our lifespans are very long. After a long time, everyone has reached a consensus that if we want to get out, we must unite. The extraterritorial devil race that young master mentioned is actually a servant race of a demonic cultivator in the Nine Nether Blood realm. They were ordered by that demonic cultivator to come to the lower realms to collect energy. There's a kind of energy in the lower realms called the zealous faith power. This kind of faith power is different from ordinary faith power. Although people believe in you, they can distinguish right from wrong. For example, if someone gives you faith power, but if young master asks them to kill their own people, they won't do so. But zealous faith power is different, it doesn't distinguish right from wrong. Once they believe in you, they will do their best to believe in you. If you ask them to kill their own people, they won't resist. However, zealous faith power is different, it doesn't distinguish right from wrong. Once they believe in you, they will do their best to believe in you. If you ask them to kill their own people, they won't resist. But this kind of faith power must be cultivated with their own divine sense and the ability to think. Generally, puppets that don't think don't have faith power. As long as we collect enough faith power, we can send it to the Nine Nether Blood realm. Zhao Hai frowned and said, that's not right. Since you want to collect zealous faith power, why did you teach the extraterritorial devil race this blood sacrifice method? Isn't this interrupting your plan to collect zealous faith power? The Bone Saint smiled bitterly and said, young master, this blood sacrifice method is a last resort. The extraterritorial devil race can only be regarded as a servant race in the upper realm. Although their strength is good, they are far inferior compared to the people in the upper realm. We were afraid that they would encounter great danger in the lower realm, so we taught them this method. Once they use this method, they will be able to open the passage between the lower realm and the Nine Nether Blood realm. Then we will be able to come out and help them. But after helping them, we will have to return to the Nine Nether Blood realm. But if we kill more people here, we can absorb their blood chi and cultivate. This will allow us to stay in the Nine Nether Blood realm for a longer period of time. If we absorb enough blood chi, our strength will increase greatly and we might even be able to break the seal. But this is only a possibility. If we want to collect enough blood chi to break the seal, we will have to slaughter the entire lower realm. I'm afraid that the people in the upper realm will be aware of it. Therefore, this method can only be used as a last resort. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the Bone Saint and said, then why did the extraterritorial devil race choose the spiritual realm as their first stop? Is it for the Golden Crow Cauldron? When the Bone Saint heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face turned happy as he said, I didn't expect the young master to know about the Golden Crow Cauldron. So the young master has already obtained the Golden Crow Cauldron? Young master, the Golden Crow Cauldron is a good item. I don't know where it came from, but it's a powerful artifact. Legend has it that it came from the upper realm of our realm, and its power is boundless. In our realm, a sect obtained the Golden Crow Cauldron. The people of that sect used the Golden Crow Cauldron to conquer other realms. After they destroyed several realms, all the realms of our realm were dissatisfied. Everyone joined forces and sent troops to deal with that sect. After paying a heavy price, they destroyed the sect. However, the Golden Crow Cauldron was damaged and fell to the lower realms. In the 9 Nether Blood realm, someone studied the Golden Crow Cauldron. In the end, he calculated that the Golden Crow Cauldron was in the true spirit realm, so he sent his demonic servants to snatch it. As long as we snatch the Golden Crow Cauldron, we can use its power to break the seal. Zhao Hai now understood everything. It must be said that these people who were locked up in the 9 Nether Blood realm were very powerful. They actually thought of such a method to sneak past the formation. Naturally, this didn't matter to Zhao Hai. As long as he knew about the situation in the 9 Nether Blood realm, he wouldn't care about anything else. As for the Golden Crow Cauldron, it was definitely a pleasant surprise. However, Zhao Hai still turned to the Bone Saint and said, Bone Saint, how many people are there in the 9 Nether Blood realm? Is it possible that those people will listen to your advice and work for me? The Bone Saint replied, the 9 Nether Blood realm is very big. Nobody knows how many people are there. The alliance I mentioned before was only those who are close to the 9 Nether Blood realm. Not everyone is united. Moreover, the people there are very proud. Unless you kill them, it's impossible for them to work for the young master. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the Bone Saint with interest and said, Bone Saint, why are you so tall? Is there a race in the upper realm that is so tall? Bone Saint replied, replying to the young master, although there are some tall races in the upper realm, none of them are as tall as me. The reason why I'm tall is because of the ghost cultivators of the Bone King realm. The Bone King realm is made up of countless mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Every day, a lot of bone spirits are born. As for the newly born bone spirits, as long as they cultivate bit by bit, they can become bone cultivators of the Bone King realm. Some of these newly born bone spirits are tall, while I'm short. The small ones aren't even the tallest in the Bone King realm. The tallest bone cultivators of the Bone King realm are 10 times taller than me. As for the smallest bone cultivators of the Bone King realm, they are only the size of an ant. However, talent isn't divided by size. Those ant-sized bone cultivators might be even stronger than those tall bone cultivators. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. You go to the space and take a look. Housekeeper, see if he can grow flesh. If he can, then it would be interesting to have such a tall person. The housekeeper nodded and then led the Bone Saint to the hell space. After the Bone Saint left, Zhao Hai focused his attention on the spatial rift. The spatial rift was now very small, almost invisible. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave. He was going to wait for the spatial rift to completely close before leaving. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He told Ling Feng and the others about the current situation. At this time, Ling Feng and the others were in the garbage world. Previously, they used the void transmission formation to teleport there. Zhao Hai was afraid that they would be too worried and come back. Therefore, he told them that he was safe. Naturally, he also told them about the 9 Nether Blood realm and had them prepare. Moreover, he also told them to stay in the hell space and wait for the spatial rift to completely close. Just as the spatial rift was about to close, the housekeeper's voice was heard, Young Master, the Bone Saint can grow flesh. It's done. Young Master, do you want to take a look? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I want to take a look. The housekeeper nodded. Then a person appeared in the range of Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Then he nodded and said, "Good, very good. This outfit is very good." In front of Zhao Hai was a giant. This giant was wearing golden armor with an ox head armor. However, this wasn't an ordinary ox head armor. It was the Taurus armor of the Taurus Palace of the 12 Golden Palaces. The golden bull armor on the Bone Saint's body looked majestic and ferocious. At the same time, the Bone Saint was holding a weapon in his hand. It was a huge bull head staff with 2 huge horns on the tip. It looked very ferocious. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. Bone Saint, your clothes are very good. Right, when you're in the hell space, teach the undead how to cultivate. After all, their cultivation methods might be better than ours." The Bone Saint cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, replying to the young master, "The undead's current death scripture is very good. They can cultivate the undead's law of immortality. This is the path that the undead should take. However, the death scripture still has a lot of problems with the undead's law of immortality. I can give you some pointers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go. If I need you, I'll call you over. You can live in the hell space. It's very good for the undead's cultivation." The Bone Saint nodded and then returned to the undead space. Zhao Hai looked at the spatial rift. The spatial rift was about to disappear, leaving only a faint trace. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and prepared to wait for the spatial rift to disappear completely before leaving. At this time, the housekeeper's voice was heard, "Young master, there's something coming out of the blood vortexes. Do you want to see it?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I want to see it, of course I want to see it. Let's see what it is this time." The housekeeper nodded, and a projection immediately appeared in front of Zhao. He saw that the blood-colored vortex was constantly fluctuating, as if someone was trying to drill out of it. In the blink of an eye, a figure jumped out of the vortex. It was a Taoist priest wearing a white robe and carrying a sword on his back. This Taoist priest looked very young and had a baby face. No matter how one looked at him, he was less than 20 years old. His eyes were shining, but there was no trace of ruthlessness in them. Upon seeing this Taoist priest, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, "There's no murderous aura, no deathly aura, and no ruthless aura. If this person isn't a threat, then he's an expert, an extremely powerful expert." At this time, the last spatial crack disappeared. It just so happened that the Taoist priest didn't leave. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the Taoist. The Taoist priest was looking around curiously when someone suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Zhao Hai looked at the Taoist priest and said, "Did Taoist priest come from the 9 Nether Blood realm?" The Taoist priest nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you open this passage to the 9 Nether Blood realm? Why did you open it? Don't you know what kind of disaster this will bring? Isn't this the lower realm? How do you know about the 9 Nether Blood realm?" The Taoist priest spoke very quickly and was full of questions. However, Zhao Hai could hear a trace of compassion in his words. This surprised Zhao Hai. Although the Taoist priest's words were impolite, they were all well-intentioned. Zhao Hai hadn't seen a cultivator like this for a long time. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the Taoist priest and said, "Mr. Misunderstood. This passage wasn't opened by me, it was opened by the extraterritorial demons. I fought against the extraterritorial demons and they were defeated. Therefore, they used a blood sacrifice to open this passage. Just now, a huge skeleton came out from the other side and was defeated by me. However, I don't have the means to close this passage, so I can only watch it." When the Taoist priest heard Zhao Hai, he nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you defeat the person who came out of the passage? The huge skeleton you mentioned might be the Bone Saint. Although there are many people in the 9 Nether Blood realm, only the Bone Saint meets your requirements. Who are the extraterrestrial devils? Why do they know about the 9 Nether Blood realm?" After seeing that the Taoist priest wasn't lying, he opened his mouth and said, "I got the 9 Nether Blood realm from the extraterritorial demon race. I heard that this race came from the upper realms. After arriving in this layer, they began to conquer other realms. At this point, they have already conquered several thousand realms. Because of this, we had no choice but to fight them. After uniting a large number of realms and forming an alliance, we defeated them. In the end, they gathered all the cultivators they conquered and used a blood sacrifice technique to create this passage. I also heard about the 9 Nether Blood Realm from an extraterritorial demon. I know that the people who come out of this place are from the upper realms. But if we can't defeat them, then our lair would never have peace. Therefore, I've been guarding these passages, waiting for the people inside to come out. The Taoist priest nodded and said, the 9 Nether Blood Realm is a place where the extraterritorial demons came from. I know that the people coming out of this place are from the upper realms. The Taoist priest looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said in a deep voice, so this must be a conspiracy of the 9 Nether Blood Realm. I didn't expect that I, Wang Zhen, would risk my life to enter the 9 Nether Blood Realm without noticing this matter. I failed in my duty. Then the Taoist priest who called himself Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, young man, aren't you afraid that I'm an evil devil who deliberately said this to make you relax your vigilance? Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said with a smile, all the people from the upper world who come down to the lower world will have their strength greatly suppressed. It's impossible for them to stay in this world for too long. I know this. I don't feel any ruthlessness, death, or murderous aura from you. I don't even feel any threat from you. So I believe in you. Also, I'll say something that you don't want to hear. Even if you want to scheme against me in this world, I have a way to prevent you from succeeding. I can even make you suffer eternal damnation. When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help laughing and said, good, young man, your senses are very sharp. I also admire your competence very much. This old man is Wang Zhen of the Tai Dao sect. I've made a great wish in my life to enter the 9 Nether Blood Realm and rescue the righteous people from the 9 Nether Blood Realm. I want to leave all the evil devils in the 9 Nether Blood Realm and never appear in the world again. Others who enter the 9 Nether Blood Realm are sealed inside, but I'm not. I entered the 9 Nether Blood Realm voluntarily. Young man, this old man is willing to lend you a hand and kill all the evil devils who escaped from the 9 Nether Blood Realm on this world. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and suddenly said in a deep voice, I want to hear from you, Taoist priest, how long will this passage last? Also, if I defeat everyone who enters this level, where will you go, Taoist priest? Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, you're a careful person, I admire this very much. Good, I'm not afraid to tell you that this passage won't last more than a year. After a year, it will disappear. As for what you said, if you defeat everyone who comes out of the passage, where will I go? This is actually very simple. I'll go back. If I can't go back, then I'll stay here and pass down the orthodoxy of the Tai Dao. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen. He really didn't expect Wang Zhen to answer like this. He looked at Wang Zhen and said, all right, Taoist priest. If you really want to help me, then I naturally have no reason to refuse. But rest assured, if you really can't go back when the time comes, I'll definitely take you with me when I ascend. This way, you can go back to the upper world. What do you think, Taoist priest? When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai say this, he was a little surprised. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, young man, you should know that if you bring someone with you when you ascend, the heavenly punishment won't be as simple as doubling. For people like us, who stayed in the lower world and missed the time to go back, we can only stay here forever and have no chance to ascend. If you bring me with you, the heavenly punishment you'll receive will be even stronger. Where did you get the courage to actually bring me back to the upper world? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need for Taoist priest to worry about this. I just want to know if Taoist priest agrees or not. If Taoist priest agrees, then please help me with all your strength. I don't want this world to be plunged into misery and suffering. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, all right, young man, I promise you that I'll do my best to help you. Even if you can't take me to the higher realms, I'll still do my best to help you. This is because those people didn't do a good job, causing this disaster to befall your realm. Since that's the case, I'll be the one to eliminate this disaster. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, Taoist priest, please come with me. I'll invite you to meet my allies. After he said that, a transmission formation appeared on Zhao Hai's body. Wang Zhen looked at the transmission formation and didn't say anything as he directly stepped on it. The transmission formation flashed with white light as the two disappeared from the passage. The next moment, the two appeared in the garbage world. Wang Zhen looked at the transmission formation and didn't say anything. When Zhao Hai was fighting the Bone Saint, he received the Heaven's Secret Pavilion into the space. But after thinking about it, he decided that this wouldn't be good. If he received the Heaven's Secret Pavilion into the space, then when he arrived at the garbage world, he would have to release the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly sent the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to the garbage world. When Zhao Hai arrived at the garbage world, he directly appeared in the square outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Ji Wuming and Morong Qian were waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded to the two and said, "Invite the representatives of the other planes to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion for a meeting. Tell them that we're in big trouble this time." Everyone was in the conference room of the Heavenly Secret Building. Wang Zhen was also sitting in the conference room, curiously looking at the layout of the conference room. The layout of the conference room was actually very simple. In the middle was a round table, very large and oval in shape. Around the table was a circle of chairs, and behind them was another circle of tables. Behind the tables were chairs, and they were a bit higher than the first row. In the middle of the table, there were also aisles. He had never seen this conference room before. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I've just received information from the extraterritorial demons. Those blood vortexes are channels that lead to a place called the Nine Nether Blood Realm. The Nine Nether Blood Realm is a place used by the upper realms to imprison people. All of the people imprisoned in the Nine Nether Blood Realm are experts from the upper realms. However, there's no need to be afraid of them. In our realm, their strength would be suppressed to a great extent. They wouldn't be as strong as us. However, this channel will exist for a long time, it would disappear after a year." Mr. Wang Zhen, who was sitting beside me, came from the Nine Nether Blood Realm. However, he didn't come here to fight us, he came here to help us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Nine Nether Blood Realm is a place where the upper realms imprison people." Wang Zhen also stood up and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Everyone sized up this baby-faced cultivator who didn't look very old. They sized him up, but they all returned the salute. This wasn't because they respected Wang Zhen, but because they trusted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "In a while, everyone will return to your large artifacts. Tell your people to leave those who can use the power of laws behind and those who can't. They won't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. There's no need to leave so many large artifacts behind, just a few will be enough. For the next period of time, we'll have to deal with the extraterritorial devil race before a large number of people from the Nine Nether Blood Realm arrive. Then we'll deal with the extraterritorial devil race who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm." Everyone nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. They didn't believe that the people from the upper realm didn't know how to use the power of laws. In front of those powerful cultivators, only those who knew how to use artifacts would have the strength to fight. Those who didn't know how to use the power of laws were no different from throwing their lives away. Although Zhao Hai spoke in a relaxed manner, none of them relaxed. This was because they knew very well that no one in the upper realm was easy to mess with. And now, these people that came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm were even more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhiru Hai and said, "Patriarch Xia, it seems like your Fold Realm won't be spared. Maybe the flames of war will spread to the Fold Realm. I'll give Mr. 3 choices. First, you can stay in the Fold Realm. But once the battle reaches the Fold Realm, with the means of the upper realm and our combat strength, it's impossible to guarantee that the Fold Realm won't suffer any losses. If you really want to stay in the Fold Realm, then you must be prepared." Zhiru Hai quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. He didn't immediately agree to Zhao Hai's first proposal. This was because he knew that if the battle really broke out in the Fold Realm, then the Fold Realm's losses would be too great. He was afraid that it would hurt their vitality. Seeing that Zhiru Hai didn't respond, Zhao Hai continued, "The second option is to send you to the Void Realm. In the Void Realm, my underworld has a lot of empty spaces. There shouldn't be any problems with the Xia family. You can settle down in the Void Realm. After the war is over, you can choose to stay in the Void Realm or return to the Xia family. But after you go to the Void Realm, I will destroy all the transmission formations there. We will stay in the Demon Domain and fight the Nine Nether Blood Realm to the death. We can't let them go outside and cause trouble." This means that you might not be able to see your family again. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, then I'll send you to the Void Realm. My underworld has a lot of empty spaces there. Zhao Hai still didn't say anything. The Zhe family was different from other forces. Other forces were generally made up of countless small forces. Just like the spiritual edge realm, it was made up of countless sections. But the Zhe family was different. The Zhe family was a clan. All the people who participated in the battle were the descendants of the Zhe family. If they were forcefully separated from their family, then it would be a torture for the Zhe family. Seeing that Zhao Hai still didn't say anything, Zhao Hai continued, the third option is for you to follow me. Everyone in the Fold Realm will enter the Tianji Pavilion. My Tianji Pavilion can still hold everyone. After you enter, I can only guarantee that as long as I, Zhao Hai, don't die, no one from the Zhe family in the Tianji Pavilion will die. You don't have to participate in the battle. You can still see your family. After the battle, if you want to return to the Fold Realm, I won't stop you. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my word. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai calmly looked back at him. After some time, Zhao Hai slapped the table and laughed, alright, my Zhe family isn't afraid of trouble. I want to see how many people the Heaven's secret pavilion can hold. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, my Zhe family isn't afraid. When Zhao Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, alright, then I won't be polite. Tomorrow, the Tianji Pavilion will enter the Fold Realm. Everyone from the Zhe family will enter the Tianji Pavilion. In the last few days of battle, your Zhe family doesn't need to participate. The Tianji Pavilion won't participate either. You just need to bring the Zhe family into the Tianji Pavilion. Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to Yu Chuang and said, Mr. Yu Chuang, your underground army can also do the same. If your underground army wants to enter the Tianji Pavilion, then you can directly teleport to the Fold Realm. Seal it first, but you have to be quick. This is because the Fold Realm has just opened a channel. I'm afraid that the Nine Nether Blood Realm will open another channel. If that's the case, it will be more troublesome. When Yu Chuang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stand up. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Mister, we just obtained our own realm. We don't want to leave. I've already had people seal our realm. Moreover, we've sealed many channels. We won't be entering the Tianji Pavilion. Our realm isn't connected to the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Therefore, I believe that we won't be discovered by the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Mister, don't worry. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's good that you've made your choice. If your realm is really attacked, just let them inform us. We won't stand by and do nothing. We're now comrades in arms. It's only right that we help each other. Yu Chuang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai once again before sitting down. Zhao Hai glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, everyone can go and prepare. When everyone is ready, we'll take action. First, we'll deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Then, we'll deal with the people from the Nine Nether Blood Realm. I believe that the people from the Nine Nether Blood Realm will be here soon. Those people responded and then turned to leave. Only Zhao Hai, Elder Tang, Wang Zhen, and Zhao Hai were left in the entire conference room. Zhao Hai turned to Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, arrange for the people from the Void Realm to be sent back as well. Leave behind some who can use the power of laws. Don't leave the others behind. Elder Tang responded and stood up to leave. Zhao Hai turned to Zhao Hai and said, Patriarch Xia, you go and prepare. I'll arrange for the Heavenly Secret Tower to enter the Folded Realm. Once there, you can lead your people into the Heavenly Secret Tower. Don't worry, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and then turned to leave. Only Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen were left in the conference room. Wang Zhen's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, now I know why the devil race was defeated by you. Boy, with such commanding ability, I dare say that when you go to the upper realm, all the sects will fight over you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, do I have to choose? When I go to the upper realm, I'm afraid that they'll be the first sect to contact me. Even if I don't want to join, I'll still have to. Besides, who knows if my commanding ability is strong or not? In their eyes, I'm just an ordinary ascended disciple. When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai's words, he was slightly surprised. Then he pondered for a while and a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He put the jade tablet in Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Take this jade tablet. This is my identity tablet. I don't need it anymore. After dealing with the people from the 9 Nether Blood domain, I'll return there. Take this jade tablet. When you go to the upper realm, as long as you go to the Tai Dao sect and say that you're my disciple, they'll naturally invite you in." Zhao took Wang Zhen's jade token and carefully looked at it. He found that the front of the jade token was engraved with a mountain surrounded by clouds. On the top of the mountain was the word Tai or Tai or Tai. When he turned the jade medallion over, he saw the words Wang Zhen on the back. It really was an identity tablet. Zhao Hai put away the identity tablet and cupped his fists to true jade. "Thank you, Daoist. However, Daoist, if you return to the Tai Dao sect one day and don't have an identity tablet, what will you do?" Wang Zhen smiled slightly and said, "In fact, the identity tablets of our Tai Dao sect are all made by ourselves. After you make your first identity tablet, you have to leave a trace of your spiritual consciousness in the sect. In the future, if your identity tablet is damaged or you have no choice but to give it to someone else, they can take the jade tablet to our sect to verify its authenticity. We can also make our own jade tablets, and the jade tablets we make will also be authentic. As for if we die or get caught, the trace of spiritual consciousness we put on the jade tablet will be affected and disappear. This way, even if they take the jade tablet to the Tai Dao sect, they'll be seen through immediately. The Tai Dao sect will be polite to them." When Zhao Hai heard this, he put away the jade tablet with relief. He smiled at Wang Zhen and said, "Daoist, how about we go upstairs and have a few cups of tea? I don't know what the rules of the upper world are, but in any case, on this level, you can still drink tea, eat food, and drink wine." Wang Zhen laughed and said, "It's the same. I was just wondering what the tea on this level tastes like. Let's go." The two chatted and laughed as they walked upstairs. Zhao Hai calmly sat on the top floor of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Wang Zhen was sitting in front of him. Now that the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had arrived at the Zhe realm, Zhe Hai was packing people into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The Zhe clan was a great clan, and Zhe Hai was the patriarch. The Zhe clan wasn't like other great clans that had an elder council in order to disperse the clan's authority. There was no such thing in the Zhe clan. The clan was like the commander of an army. With one order, the entire clan would move. Whoever dared to make irresponsible remarks would be courting death. A military order was like a mountain. This sentence was very suitable for the Zhe family. Zhe Hai's order was a military order in the Zhe family. No matter if it was a man or woman, old or young, no one would dare to disobey a military order. Wang Zhen looked at the Zhe clansman outside. After a while, he sighed and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai, do you really just want to help the Zhe clansman?" Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen with a puzzled expression. Then he said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that?" Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai, then he shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to do this. Your Heavenly Secret Pavilion isn't simple. It can actually fit so many people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's impossible to rely on the Heavenly Secret Pavilion alone. My Heavenly Secret Pavilion has a few spatial magic artifacts that can compress space. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem to fit so many people." Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Spatial magic artifacts that compress space are very rare in the upper realm. Many spatial magic artifacts that can compress space can't be used in the upper realm. The space in the upper realm is different from here. It's almost impossible to compress space. Therefore, if you want to go to the upper realm, it's best not to put too many people in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Otherwise, those people might be in danger." Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at Wang Zhen and said, "Really? I didn't expect it to be like this." "What? Did you think that I would bring the Zhe family to the upper realm?" Wang Zhen smiled faintly. He turned his head to look at the Zhe family outside and said in a deep voice, "The Zhe family isn't simple. They might not be the strongest, but they are the best soldiers. Their entire race is like a huge army. If they can become your servant race, then they will be of great help to you." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said, "I know that all the sects in the upper world have a world in the lower world where people from the lower world fight each other. They choose the most outstanding people and give them their sex token. If they can ascend, they can directly join their sect. The Xia family has also been to such a world called the army training ground. That is to say, there must be a sect like this in the upper world. The cultivators in this sect should be the best soldiers, right? When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai, he stared. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "How do you know about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've conquered a realm before. That realm leads directly to a place called the Colosseum. Every once in a while, a Colosseum would appear. Everyone would go there and fight. In the end, only one or a few people would survive. And those who survive would be able to see the projection of a person. This person was an elder of the Azura realm's Colosseum sect. He invited me to ascend and join the Azura realm. But this seems to be a bit different from the upper realm. All the sects in the upper realm occupy their own realms. So what's the deal with the Colosseum sect in the Azura realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've conquered a realm before. I didn't expect you to already know about these things. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise the beast sect would have taken advantage of me. In fact, what you said isn't wrong. In the upper realm, each sect has its own independent realm. Moreover, all the realms are connected to each other. But in the upper realm, cultivators are also divided into benefits. For example, my Tai sect belongs to the righteous path of cultivation, and we belong to the righteous path of cultivation. Therefore, we don't face any obstacles when communicating with each other. Therefore, we are collectively known as the profound true realm. Some of the martial cultivation sects are known as the battle realm, while some of the evil sects are known as the demon realm. There are a lot of these realms in the upper realm, and each realm is equivalent to a small alliance. In this alliance, they don't have any problems communicating with each other. If you want to go to another realm, you can go through a space gate. But if someone from the profound true realm wants to go to the Azura realm, there is a certain amount of danger. If you want to enter the Azura realm, the people from your realm will remind you. Once you enter the Azura realm, the people from the Azura realm will also interrogate you. Moreover, if something happens to you in the Azura realm, the people from the Azura realm won't care about you. If you are in the profound true realm, you can ask any sect for help. They will help you." Zhao Hai understood what was going on. Then he asked, "Are there two realms that aren't in alliance with each other? For example, would they contact each other if they had a grudge against each other?" Wang Zhen smiled and said, "Yes. In the upper realm, you can't seal the space gate. And even if there are two hostile realms, ordinary cultivators are still allowed to communicate with each other. As long as you don't launch a large-scale attack, and as long as you don't spy on the other side's secret places, no one would care about your ordinary communication. But if you're in an enemy realm, you're more likely to be in danger. You should know that, strictly speaking, there's no distinction between good and evil among cultivators. The so-called righteous path is just a bit stricter, while the so-called evil cultivators are just a bit more reckless." Zhao Hai agreed with Wang Zhen's words. Strictly speaking, there really wasn't any distinction between good and evil among cultivators. In order to pursue the great Tao, cultivators were willing to do anything. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said, "Then what about the Xia family, who specializes in military training? What kind of realm are they in the upper realm?" Wang Zhen shook his head and said, "There's no such realm in the upper realm. People like the Xia family are generally the best servants in the upper realm. You might have an easier time ascending in the upper realm compared to other places, but their status in the upper realm isn't very high. Moreover, compared to ordinary cultivators, their potential for development is even lower." Zhao Hai was completely stunned by Wang Zhen's words. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen with a puzzled expression and said, "Specially trained as servants? If they only have ordinary strength in the upper realm, then wouldn't they be useless in the upper realm? There are countless experts in the upper realm, why would they be interested in them as servants?" Wang Zhen said in a deep voice, "It's not like that. If you rely on your own strength to ascend, then your potential for development in the upper realm will be very limited. But if you comprehend the laws in the lower realm, then your potential for development in the upper realm will also be very big. Not everyone in the upper realm can comprehend the laws. In the upper realm, there are only one or two cultivators who can comprehend the laws in the upper realm, and this ratio is even lower. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. 1 or 2 out of 100 people can comprehend the power of laws. This ratio is already very high. In the lower realm, it's difficult for 1 out of 10,000 people to comprehend the power of laws. Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, there's no comparison. In the upper realm, you can get some law crystals. You can use them to comprehend the power of laws. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, he felt more confident. When he goes to the upper realm, he can use the law crystals as he pleases. He doesn't need to explain it to others. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, hurry up and ascend. This upper realm won't be able to stop you. Go to the upper realm and see what's waiting for you there. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wang Zhen and said, Taoist Wang, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've killed too many people. I've destroyed several realms and turned a lot of people into undead, or in other words, ghosts. It's because of the undead that I can move unhindered in this layer. Can someone like me enter the Tai Dao sect? Wang Zhen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Taoist Wang, I'm not afraid to tell you. When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. Then, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Clearly, the Tai Dao sect didn't allow their disciples to kill too many people. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, the Tai Dao sect's rules are very strict. If you have a grudge with someone, you can take revenge on them. However, you can't implicate others. In other words, you can kill your enemy, but you can't kill his family. Moreover, no matter what you did in the lower realm, it's the same in the upper realm. You'll have to start from scratch. As long as you follow the rules of the Tai Dao sect, you'll be a disciple of the Tai Dao sect. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but nod and said, so that's how it is. Right, Taoist priest, you haven't told me what the Shi family can do in the immortal realm. Can they only serve people every day? Wang Zhen shook his head and said, yes. In the upper realm, some powerful cultivators will choose servants to follow them and take care of everything for them. After all, if a cultivator becomes a servant, they can live for a long time. You won't need to change servants for a long time. With servants taking care of things for you, you can cultivate in peace. Moreover, don't think that you're inferior just because you're a servant. You should know that the servants of powerful cultivators have very high status. But when the Zhe clan goes to the upper realm, they will generally become battle servants. They don't need to wait on people and will be trained to be the cultivator's personal guards. Their strength might increase in a short period of time, but they'll be stuck at that stage forever, making it difficult for their cultivation to progress. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. For the Shi family, it's really unfair. They can fight to the death in the upper realm and can finally ascend. But when they go to the upper realm, they can only be servants. They'll work for others for the rest of their lives and lose the opportunity to advance. This is really too cruel. Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. When Zhao Hai heard Wang Zhen, he couldn't help but sigh. What Wang Zhen said wasn't wrong. In this world, there was no such thing as true fairness. For people from the upper realms, people from the lower realms were just like ants. Perhaps in their eyes, allowing people from the lower realms to ascend to the upper realms was already a great gift. Making people from the lower realms as servants was already giving them face. If they dared to refuse, then they would just be giving them face and not wanting it. But for the people of the Zhe family, this was indeed the greatest injustice. This was because they had the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm, but once they became the servants of other cultivators, they would forever lose the opportunity to ascend. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, actually, this isn't a big deal. In the higher realms, there are some powerful beings who have their own clans. And under these clans, there are a lot of servant clans. These servant clans, from the moment they were born, they would be servants of the clan until they die. These servant clans are formed due to a lot of reasons. For example, their strength isn't high, so they need to find a backer. Or they might be very powerful before, but because they offended a powerful being, all of the experts in their clans would be killed. Then they would be taken in as servants by that powerful being. All of these are very normal. Zhao Hai nodded. He now had some understanding of the upper realm. It was a cruel world. If you didn't have strength, you wouldn't be able to survive. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't think that the upper realm is just like this. In fact, the upper realm is different from what you think. There are countries in the upper realm, and there are many mortals who can't cultivate. But all the countries in the upper realm are controlled by various sections. The kings of the countries are disciples of the sects that control them. And for those mortals, cultivators are immortals." Zhao Hai stared blankly. He didn't think that there would be countries in the upper realm that would have people who can't cultivate. This was too unexpected. He looked at Wang Zhen and said, "People who can't cultivate? How is this possible? How can there be people in the upper realm who can't cultivate? Even in our realm, there is no one who cannot cultivate. How could there be one in the upper realm? Even if he can't cultivate any kind of attribute cultivation method, he can still be a body cultivator. How can there be someone who can't cultivate?" Wang Zhen smiled faintly and said, "In the beginning, body cultivators can't be considered cultivators. They just practice martial arts. Only those who reach the martial Dao realm can be considered to have entered the cultivation world and become cultivators. There are countries in the upper realm, and those who are suitable for cultivation will be selected to become outer sect disciples. As for those who aren't suitable for cultivation, they can only practice martial arts. If they can't reach the martial Dao realm, then they won't be able to become cultivators in their lifetime." Zhao Hai was stunned. Entering the Dao through martial arts? What was that? In this realm, as long as you work hard enough, you can become a cultivator. Even if you can't ascend, you can still be considered a cultivator. Wang Zhen shook his head and said, "In the upper realm, there is a very strict division between cultivators and non-cultivators. This division is generally based on whether you can fly or not. You said that in the lower realm, only cultivators who work hard can become cultivators. But have you considered that there are a lot of people who can't break free from the shackles of the earth and can't really fly? Cultivators like these aren't suitable for cultivation. Under normal circumstances. Even if they aren't body cultivators, they can still use magic. But in the end, they can only be regarded as mortals, not true cultivators." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. In the earth layer, there were a lot of people who couldn't reach the teleportation realm and couldn't ascend. If these people were to ascend to the upper realm, then they would only be mortals and not cultivators. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "Don't you think it's very cruel? Just because they can't fly, they can't be considered cultivators. Then why do they cultivate? I asked myself this question before, but later on, I didn't think so. If there is no such division, then these people might lose their motivation to move forward. Isn't there a saying that when a person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven? This is how it is in the upper realm. Your family is an ordinary person, but as long as a cultivator comes out of your family, a true cultivator, then your family's status would immediately change. Even the king would have to treat your family with respect. Therefore, whether they are suitable for cultivation or not, they will work hard to become stronger. If one day they can really fly and become a cultivator in the upper realm, then their entire family would benefit." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He didn't think that it would be like this. Zhao Hai turned his head to Wang Zhen and said, "Then what about us who ascend from the upper realm? Can we fly in the upper realm?" Wang Zhen smiled and said, "That's impossible, at least for the first few years. However, you won't be treated as mortals because you were already top experts in the upper realm. The reason you can't ascend from the upper realm is because you haven't adapted to the pressure in the upper realm. Once you completely adapt to the pressure in the upper realm, you will be able to fly. Moreover, after you ascend, not only will you not be able to fly, you will also have to work hard to polish your spiritual energy. Because the pressure in the upper realm is different, the spiritual energy that you cultivate in the lower realm will be very scattered in the upper realm. You have to condense your spiritual energy in order to develop your strength." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "It's the same in every plane. When you ascend, you need to polish your spiritual chi first. Once your spiritual chi congeals, your strength will drop a lot. Then you'll need to cultivate bit by bit. This plane is the same." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "You're in a different plane." Wang Zhen nodded, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Have you seen people who ascend?" Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and smiled bitterly. "What do you mean I've seen people who ascend? I'm a person who ascended, okay? I ascended from the lower realm, so I naturally know about this. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai in horror and said, "You ascended from the lower realm? That's impossible, right? How is that possible? How could you ascend from the lower realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why can't I ascend from the lower realm? Haha, I didn't just ascend once. You don't know what the realm I was in was like. There, even if you cultivated to the highest level, you wouldn't be able to fly. Moreover, it was ruled by a so-called god race. That god race bullied us and made us believe in them. If we didn't believe in them, their representatives in the human world would kill us all. Ha ha ha, what happened in the end? I killed all their representatives in the upper realm. Then a god came. Didn't he just fly? But in the end, he was killed by me. Then a devil race came out and I killed all of them. Finally, I ascended and went to the god race. But after I got there, I didn't become a servant of the god race. I killed all of them. Then I ascended again and finally arrived here. Ha ha ha, I still want to ascend because I can see the hope of ascension. I want to see what the great Tao is. I want to see when I reach the peak of ascension, what will I see? Will I see longevity or immortality? Wang Zhen stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He never thought that Zhao Hai would actually ascend from the lowest realm. To be honest, if Zhao Hai hadn't said those words, Wang Zhen would have thought that Zhao Hai was bragging. But when he saw the flame in Zhao Hai's eyes, Wang Zhen chose to believe in Zhao Hai's words. That's right, Wang Zhen saw the flame in Zhao Hai's eyes. It wasn't the flame of ambition, but the flame of anger towards the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. But why did the heavens and earth do this? Why did it treat all living things like straw dogs? This was the origin of Zhao Hai's anger. So he wanted to see where the heavens and earth ended. He wanted to see what the heavens and earth relied on. Wang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. He now understood why Zhao Hai could ascend all the way here. It was because there was still a flame in his heart, a flame that dared to fight against the heavens and earth. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai in admiration and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter made Zhao Hai stare blankly. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen with a puzzled expression. "What are you laughing at, Taoist master? Do you think I'm lying? Do you think I can't do it?" Wang Zhen shook his head. "No, it's not that I don't believe you. I also believe that you can do it. I'm just happy that I met you here. How can I not be happy that I found such a great talent for the Tai sect? Zhao Hai, you don't really think that I entered the Nine Nether Blood realm for some great ambition, do you? Is there such a noble cultivator? Why don't I know about it?" Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and chuckled. "You're right. I don't believe it. I heard from Bone Saint that the people who entered the Nine Nether Blood realm were all very promising people from various sections. They should have been seized by other sects and sealed in the Nine Nether Blood realm. So I can roughly understand why you entered the Nine Nether Blood realm. It's because you've been targeted, or in other words, those people have been preparing to seal you in the Nine Nether Blood realm. But you found that you couldn't escape and you couldn't beat them, so you ran into the Nine Nether Blood realm, hoping that one day you can find a way to break the seal and return to your sect, right?" Wang Zhen smiled and said, "You're right, I really don't believe it. I heard from Bone Saint that the people who entered the Nine Nether Blood realm were all very promising people from various sections. They should have seized the opportunity to seal them in the Nine Nether Blood realm." Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly sighed. "I'm a little regretful now. I don't know whether it's right or wrong to let you join the Tai Dao sect. With your means, you'll definitely rise quickly after joining the Tai Dao sect. Maybe the position of sect master will be yours in the future. I don't know whether it's good or bad for the Tai Dao sect." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "We'll only know when the time comes. It's too late to say anything now. Come on, let's drink some tea. Let's go outside and take a look. It seems that the Zhe family won't be able to bring everyone into the Tianji sect for a while. We'll stay here for 2 days and then go and deal with the extraterritorial devil race. By the way, it's strange. Why did you, who didn't know about their plan, come here first? Why didn't the people who initiated this plan come here?" Wang Zhen said in a deep voice, "What's so strange about that? I'm afraid that those people haven't discovered those passageways yet. If it wasn't for a Taoist who appeared next to my cultivation spot, I wouldn't have discovered this passageway. You don't know, in the Nine Nether Blood realm, almost everyone doesn't move. Because they have to cultivate with all their strength to slow down the loss of their spirit chi. In the Nine Nether Blood realm, once you move, the loss of your spirit chi will accelerate. If you lose all your spirit chi, then there's only one outcome waiting for you, and that is to be swallowed by the blood river. Speaking up to here, Wang Zhen let out a long sigh and said, "You don't have to think about anything in there, you can't think about anything. The only thing you can think about is to live a little longer. This is because the speed at which you replenish your spirit chi will never be as fast as the speed at which you consume it. What's more annoying is that whether it's crystals or pills, they will lose their spirit chi. Even if they're stored in a space bag, they will still lose their spirit chi. This is the most frightening thing." Zhao Hai nodded. He was now even more curious about the Nine Nether Blood realm. To be more precise, he was even more curious about the blood river. He wanted to see what kind of river it was and why it had such an ability. If he could get this river into the space, then that would be great. Of course, Wang Zhen didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. He let out a long sigh and said, "In this kind of situation, do you think that those people would be able to discover those passageways so quickly? Even if they were the ones who planned it, they wouldn't know where the passageways would appear. If they could control where the passageways would appear, then they wouldn't have appeared in front of me, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he turned his head to Wang Zhen and said, "You said that if you can't go back to the Nine Nether Blood realm, then you'll stay here and pass down the Tao of the Tai sect? Are you serious?" Wang Zhen shook his head and said, "I won't stay. The cultivation method of the Tai Dao sect isn't suitable for this level of cultivation. If I really stay here, I'll never be able to join my own sect. Even if you can really bring me back to the Tai Dao sect, so what? I won't be able to improve my strength for the rest of my life because I won't be able to return with my own strength. Therefore, I'll still return to the Nine Nether Blood realm. At least there's a glimmer of hope that I can return to the Tai Dao sect. Here, I have no hope at all." Zhao Hai nodded. He agreed with Wang Zhen's words. Those who didn't rely on their own strength would be affected by the laws of heaven and earth. They wouldn't be able to increase their strength, this was their punishment. Although Laura and the others didn't ascend by themselves, their strength could still be improved. However, this was mostly due to the existence of the space. If it weren't for the space, then Laura and the others wouldn't be able to increase their strength. This was the law of heaven and earth. Zhao Hai was about to say something to Wang Zhen when his body suddenly shook. Then he turned to Wang Zhen and smiled. "All right, we can't drink tea anymore. Taoist priest, we have work to do." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed a blood vortex with a claw coming out of it. It looked like a beast's claw, but when the 5 fingers were separated, it looked like a human's hand. Upon seeing this claw, Zhao Hai immediately thought of a gorilla's claw. Wang Zhen looked at the projection and then at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled. "I'm really curious. How did you do it? How did you know when people came out of the passage?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's so great about it? In fact, it's just a mirror formation. As long as you add an early warning formation on top of the mirror formation, you can do this. But I did it better than others, so it has this effect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Although I know how to use formations, I'm not proficient in them. If you go to the upper realm, you should focus on one thing. If you learn too many things, you'll be easily distracted. In the end, you won't be able to accomplish anything." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Nobody knew him better than him. When it came to formations, he was far inferior to Laura and the others. Therefore, Wang Zhen's words were advising the wrong person. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said, "How about it, Taoist priest? Do you want to come with me to take a look?" Wang Zhen laughed and said, "Of course I want to take a look. Although I was forced to enter the Nine Nether Blood domain, I really did come here to monitor those people. I, Wang Zhen, came from the highest sect. Eliminating devils and defending the Tao is my responsibility." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and smiled. "All right, Taoist priest, please come with me." After saying that, Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light. In the next moment, they appeared beside the blood-red vortex. When the two of them arrived at the blood-red vortex, a huge arm covered with long blood-red hair had already stretched out of the vortex. Then, the arm pushed against the side of the vortex, and a huge blood-red figure drilled out of the blood-red vortex. As soon as this figure came out of the vortex, it began to hammer its own chest and issued a series of deafening roars. The roars were very loud and deafening. Zhao Hai looked at the huge figure and found that he had guessed correctly. The shadow that appeared in front of him was a huge ape, but its fur was blood-red. Zhao Hai looked at the ape and didn't say anything. Wang Zhen also looked at the ape and didn't say anything. After a while, the ape's mood slowly stabilized. It stared at Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen with its big eyes. Wang Zhen stood there with a calm face and said in a deep voice, "Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come out this time. What's wrong? You also have a part in this plan?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen and suddenly said, "Wang Zhen, why are you here? I understand now. There must be a passageway appearing beside you, right?" Wang Zhen looked at Xianxia and didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, a passage appeared beside me. Naturally, I had to come out and take a look. If I didn't come out, I wouldn't have known about your plan." "Good, you guys are really good. I really didn't think that you could use this method to open a passage to the 9 Nether Blood Realm. You guys are really good." Xianxia laughed and said, "Wang Zhen, don't try to fool me with some great ambition. I believe you know better than anyone else why you entered the 9 Nether Blood Realm. You also know better than anyone else what the 9 Nether Blood Realm is like. If we don't use this method, we might not be able to leave the 9 Nether Blood Realm for the rest of our lives. Which one of us isn't a proud son of heaven? Are you willing to be trapped in the 9 Nether Blood Realm alive?" Wang Zhen looked at Xianxia and sighed, "Xianxia, you're not willing, and neither am I. But do you think this method will work? This is the lower world, it's protected by the laws of heaven and earth. If you start a massacre here, aren't you afraid that you'll be trapped here forever and won't be able to return to the 9 Nether Blood Realm? Then you'll have even less hope of going back." Xianxia laughed and said, "If we can't go back, then so be it. Spending the rest of our lives here is better than being trapped in the 9 Nether Blood Realm for the rest of our lives." "Wang Zhen, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him? And from what you're saying, are you going to stop us?" Wang Zhen looked at Xianxia and sighed softly. "Do I have a reason not to stop you? Xianxia, don't you know the rules of our Tai sect? This is something I have to do." Xianxia looked at Wang Zhen and said in a deep voice, "Wang Zhen, you've already entered the 9 Nether Blood Realm. Why are you still following the rules of the Tai sect? What you need to think about is how to return to your sect. Since you're already here, why don't you work with us? This way, we can go back and settle accounts with those people." Wang Zhen shook his head and said with a sigh, "Xianxia, no matter what you say, I won't work with you. I have my own principles." "Xianxia, didn't you ask me who he is? I'll tell you now, he's the one who came to stop you. He's not from our world. He's from this world. He's the one who killed your servants. He's the one who wanted to find out about you. He's also the one who wanted to stop you. Bone Saint was already here before you, but now he's gone. Do you really think you're stronger than Bone Saint?" Hearing Wang Zhen's words, Xianxia turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Xianxia and smiled faintly, "Greetings, Mr. If Mr. returns to the 9 Nether Blood Realm now, I'll act as if nothing happened. But if Mr. still insists on doing things his own way, then I'll have to apologize." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Sorry, Zhao Hai. So you want to fight with me? If Wang Zhen wants to fight with me, then I'll believe in his strength. But you? What makes you think you can do that?" Zhao looked at Xianxia and smiled. "You will soon know why. Taoist priest, let me have this match." Xianxia nodded, then his figure flashed to the side. He wanted to see Zhao's strength. Xianxia nodded, then his eyes flashed. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, "You people are too arrogant. You always think that you're invincible because you came from the upper realms. Hee hee. Actually, your strength has been consumed by the netherworld blood field and the suppression of the world's laws. Right now, you're about the same as me. Maybe your bodies are stronger than others, so you can use more of your laws. But right now, you aren't my opponent. Xianxia smiled faintly. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Boy, don't be so full of yourself. Today, I want to see how strong you are to dare to fight with me." After saying that, Xianxia moved and punched at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and stepped forward to meet Xianxia's punch with his own. Boom! Chi energy collided and an explosion was heard. Both of them quickly retreated at the same time. Chi energy spread out from the place where they exchanged blows, blowing Wang Zhen's Daoist robe. Wang Zhen stared blankly at Zhao Hai, who had already stabilized his body. He had already thought that Zhao Hai's strength was very high, but he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so strong that he could compete with Xianxia in terms of strength. Xianxia was from the ape race. The apes had always been famous for their strength. Even in the upper world, no sect dared to compete with the apes in terms of strength. Wang Zhen didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to compete with Xianxia in terms of strength. Although he retreated a bit further than Xianxia, there was a huge difference in their physiques. Wang Zhen believed that if the two of them had the same physique, then Xianxia would be able to retreat further than Zhao Hai. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai's height wasn't even as high as Xianxia's arm. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Xianxia's strength was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he laughed and said, "Law of Mega Strength. You know the law of Mega Strength, so do I. Today, let's see whose law of Mega Strength is stronger." After he said that, Zhao Hai rushed forward once again. How could Xianxia retreat? He was forced to retreat by Zhao Hai, and this was already a great humiliation to him. If he retreated at this time, then he would lose all of his face. Xianxia roared as he rushed towards Zhao Hai. The two of them were having a lot of fun fighting back and forth. Wang Zhen's eyes were glued to Zhao's fist technique. Zhao's fist technique was really too strong. His fist technique looked very simple, but it was this simple fist technique that was able to display the strongest power of fist technique. The two of them were fighting in the air. Slowly, Wang Zhen discovered that Xianxia had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Xianxia was roaring again and again, but his fist technique was on the defensive. Wang Zhen stared blankly at Zhao Hai, then he muttered, "What kind of monster is this? He can actually fight Xianxia to this degree? Is this a competition of strength? God, I'm going crazy. Are people from the lower realms this strong? How is this possible?" It wasn't just Wang Zhen, Xianxia was even more angry. He didn't think that a person from the lower realms would be able to fight him to this degree. This was too unexpected. He was a person from the upper realms, and an elite at that. Although his strength was suppressed, he should be able to easily kill a person from the lower realms. How could this be? What was going on? Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this, he just continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's comprehension of the law of strength might be higher than his, but his body was different from ordinary people. His strength was much stronger than Xianxia's, and his fist technique had been tempered thousands of times. It had already reached the realm of simplicity. In this case, it would be very difficult for Xianxia to defeat him. Zhao Hai hadn't used the law of evasion yet, he was only using his fist technique to fight Xianxia. If he used the law of evasion, then his strength would be even stronger. However, Zhao Hai wanted to try and see if there was any difference between Xianxia's fist technique and theirs. But soon, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. Xianxia's fist technique might not be as good as his, but his fist technique was a little stronger than his. Fist force and fist techniques were completely different. Fist techniques were moves, while fist force was the strength contained in one's fist when one punched out, and this strength was the crux of the matter. Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Xianxia in terms of fist energy. Xianxia's fist energy was ever-changing. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was soft, sometimes it was forward, sometimes it was back, sometimes it was back, sometimes it was like a needle, sometimes it was like a sledgehammer. There were so many changes, it was hard to guard against. If this kind of energy hit a person, it would spread along the meridians and attack the body. This kind of attack, this kind of destruction, for a cultivator, was the most deadly. Fortunately, Zhao's body was different from the average person. His body was too tough, so Chensu's fist couldn't do anything to him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be his opponent. But Chensu's fist couldn't do anything to him. Zhao Hai now knew that the people from the upper realm weren't simple. The Bone Saint's use of magic was something that he had never seen before. And now, Xianxia's use of qi was something that he had never seen before. Facing such a person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be very careful. After fighting with Xianxia for a while, Zhao Hai had a rough idea of Xianxia's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. With a thought, his whole body floated up. His figure kept circling around Xianxia, but Xianxia couldn't hit him. Wang Zhen was standing on the side. When he saw this, he couldn't help but pat his head. He couldn't bear to watch. He was sure that Zhao Hai wasn't using his full strength. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to fight with him for such a long time. At this time, Wang Zhen discovered that Xianxia was motionless. His body was still trembling, but he couldn't move. He seemed to be struggling, but he was really fixed. While Wang Zhen was still in shock, Zhao Hai moved and rushed past Qianxi. Qianxi's body stopped trembling. His face was full of disbelief as he looked in front of him. Finally, his head rolled down from his body. Blood spurted out from his body like a fountain. Wang Zhen's heart trembled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would cut off Qianxia's head. Xianxia was a genius demon cultivator in the upper realm. But today, he actually died in the hands of Zhao Hai. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Xianxia into the space. Then he went to Wang Zhen's side and said, "It seems like the people in the 9 Nether Blood domain already know that the passage has been opened. I'm afraid they'll come out soon. I need to act immediately. If I'm late, I'm afraid something might happen." Wang Zhen stared blankly. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What are you going to do?" Zhao Hai said, "Let's go. I'm going to command the army and launch the final attack on the extraterrestrial devils. Only when the extraterrestrial devils are eliminated will I be able to deal with them with peace of mind." Wang Zhen nodded. In the next moment, a white light flashed on their bodies and they disappeared from the blood vortex. When they reappeared, they were already inside the heavenly secret building. Zhiruhai had yet to bring everyone from the Zhe family to the heavenly secret building. However, Zhao Hai still planned to work here. Therefore, he directly used the heavenly secret building's communicator to inform the Alliance army to launch an all-out attack on the extraterrestrial devils. Ling Feng and the others had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai's order, they immediately began to attack the extraterrestrial devils. Now, the extraterrestrial devils weren't like before, guarding more than 2,000 planes. They were only guarding one plane and had set up a barrier formation. It seems like they were waiting for the people from the 9 Nether Blood domain to arrive before going out to meet them. They didn't plan to fight with Zhao Hai. There weren't many people left in the extraterritorial devil race. Only their own people were left. All the subordinates of the human race had been killed and sacrificed. Even in the realm where they were now, there were a few bloody vortexes. This core plane of the extraterrestrial devils had the best environment, the richest products, and the widest area among all the planes. The extraterrestrial devils called it the demon bestowal world, which meant that the devil god had bestowed it to them. However, the current demon bestowal world wasn't very good. There were countless large magic artifacts attacking the extraterrestrial devils in the entire demon bestowal world. Although Zhao Hai had asked Ling Feng and the others to send back some of their large magic artifacts and most of the people were sent away, there were still many people left behind. There were also many large magic artifacts, and those who stayed behind were all elites, stronger than the extraterrestrial devils. Now, there was naturally no problem for them to attack the extraterrestrial devils. After Zhao Hai gave them the order, he also came to the demon bestowal world. It was impossible for him to hide in the back. To deal with the demon bestowal world, he had to mobilize his alien army. Wang Zhen also followed Zhao Hai to the demon bestowal world. When he saw Zhao Hai release the alien army, his eyes almost popped out. He never thought that Zhao Hai would have so many summoned creatures. He had always thought that Zhao Hai had become the commander of these people because of his strength and superb strategy. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. These combat beasts were Zhao Hai's trump card. Thinking of this, Wang Jin couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally realized that it was still a bit lacking to treat these things as Zhao Hai's trump cards. Until now, he still didn't know what was his trump card. The Demon King was standing on the back of a demon dragon. He was wearing a black robe and holding a staff in his hand. He looked like an ordinary demon commander, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the material of his robe was more exquisite, and the staff in his hand was more gorgeous. Of course, this was only on the surface. The robe that the Demon King was wearing was a special robe for the Demon King. This robe didn't look very eye-catching, but it was actually very powerful. Its defensive power was much stronger than those armors. Most importantly, this robe had the ability to attack, and it even had a teleportation array. Moreover, it was instantaneous. It could take him away from the battlefield in the blink of an eye and get him out of danger. The staff in the Demon King's hand was Demon 5 Scepter. This scepter wasn't as simple as it looked. It was very powerful and had countless spells sealed inside. Most importantly, there were countless magic artifacts inside. It was said that there was a compressed space inside this magic artifact. Nobody knew if this was true or not, but if it was, then there might be an army inside. The Demon King stood on the back of the demon dragon and looked at the large artifacts that were slowly approaching. Suddenly, countless demon beasts appeared in front of the large artifacts. On the back of one of the demon beasts were two people. One of them was dressed like a Taoist. He looked very young and had an indifferent aura around him. The other person was wearing a black warrior's robe. He didn't look special, but he had a unique temperament that made people notice him. The Demon King knew that this person must be Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but size up Zhao Hai. Although he had seen Zhao Hai's portrait many times, this was the first time he saw him in person. He really wanted to see what this person who forced the extraterritorial demon race into a desperate situation looked like. Zhao Hai was also looking at the Demon King. When the two looked at each other, the Demon King's eyes lit up. There seemed to be a lot of things in his eyes. It was as if there was a suction force that wanted to suck Zhao Hai's soul into his eyes. This was a secret technique of the demon race. It was called the soul-devouring eye. Only the Demon King could learn this technique. It was specialized in attacking a person's soul. It was very overbearing. The Demon King used this technique to deal with several people in the past. All of them fell for it because this technique was too powerful. It was impossible to guard against. Unfortunately, his opponent today was Zhao Hai. Such an attack was simply ineffective against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked straight into the Demon King's eyes and faintly smiled. His eyes suddenly flashed with a white light. This white light blocked the Demon King's attack. At the same time, it also counterattacked. This made the Demon King's eyes go crazy and his soul tremble. Fortunately, the Demon King was the one who took the initiative to attack. After he reacted, he immediately closed his eyes and calmed his soul. After some time, the Demon King recovered. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai, you really didn't disappoint me. You forced the extraterritorial devil race to this point. This is really beyond my expectations. I didn't put you in my eyes in the beginning, but now it seems like I was wrong." Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and faintly smiled. "If the extraterritorial devil race wants to dominate this layer, then you will encounter enemies sooner or later. If it isn't me, Zhao Hai, then there will be others. I can only say that the extraterritorial devil race is too ambitious. You are simply doing something that is beyond your ability. This outcome is also within my expectations." Ha 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 ha. What do you mean by beyond our ability? Haven't we already conquered more than 2,000 planes? If it wasn't for you, Zhao Hai, the extraterritorial devil race would have been able to dominate this layer and take all the smaller planes under our command. Zhao Hai, you are now the victor. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. But do you really think that you will win? I don't think so. Your war has just begun. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to say that when the people from the 9 Nether Blood Realm come out, we would all die? And that we wouldn't be their opponents?" Or that they will take revenge for you? If you really want to say this, I think you'd better not waste your breath. I already know what kind of place the Joyo Blood Realm is, and I also know who the people in there are. You can't scare me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Demon King's face couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How do you know all this? This is impossible. You can't know all this. Tell me, who told you? Who the hell are you?" Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and faintly smiled. "I have already fought with the people from the Underworld Blood Realm. Right, I forgot to introduce you. This is Daoist Wangzhen from the Tai sect." When the Demon King heard the name of the Tai Dao sect, he was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then his expression changed as he looked at Wangzhen. He cupped his fists and said, "Is Daoist priest really from the Tai Dao sect?" The Demon King had no reason to be afraid. If other people heard the name of the Tai Dao sect, they might not know what kind of existence it was. However, the Demon King was very clear about it. This was because he knew about the Tai Dao sect from some secret records of the Outer Realm. It was a big sect in the Upper Realm. He didn't expect to see someone from the Tai Dao sect here. At the same time, he immediately wondered if Zhao Hai was from the Tai Dao sect. Could it be that the Tai Dao sect sent Zhao Hai here? If Zhao Hai was really from the Tai Dao sect, then everything would make sense. Wangzhen looked at the Demon King and said in a deep voice, "That's right. This Daoist is from the Tai Dao sect, Wangzhen. This Daoist also came from the Nine Nether Blood Realm. I didn't expect that a servant race from the Upper Realm would actually come to the Lower Realm to stir up trouble. This Daoist will definitely take your life today." When the Demon King heard Wangzhen's words, he immediately confirmed Wangzhen's identity. However, he also understood the meaning behind Wangzhen's words. When he heard that Wangzhen also came from the Nine Nether Blood Realm, he suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. Instead, he looked at Wangzhen and laughed. "So what if you're from the Tai Dao sect? You're just a lone wolf in this realm." "You're right, I'm a servant race from the Upper Realm. But so what? This is the Lower Realm, not the Upper Realm. Moreover, my lord has already received the news and will be here soon. Wangzhen, your death date isn't far." Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and smiled coldly. "Before that, you should think about yourself. Today is the day you die." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The impatient alien army charged forward. The Devil King looked at the alien army and sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless energy beams shot out from the Devil King city and shot towards the aliens. Upon seeing the appearance of these energy beams, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, "Law crystals, you actually have so many law crystals?" The Demon King looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you didn't think that I would have so many law crystals. These law crystals aren't from the higher realms, they were found in this layer of the Demon Realm. Now you know why this place is called the Demon Realm. You didn't think that we demons were born with the ability to shoot out destructive lights, right?" The Demon King looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you didn't expect me to have so many law crystals. That's impossible. If we were really that strong, would we still be a servant race? Let me tell you, it's because we obtained these law crystals that we became the extraterritorial devil race today." Speaking up to here, the Demon King's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He said in a deep voice, "We, the extraterritorial devil race, used several generations to absorb the power of law and make this ability our instinct. Finally, we made the light of destruction our life source ability. Originally, when our race was strong enough, we would kill our way back to the Upper Realm and occupy a layer, becoming one of the most important sects in the Upper Realm. Unfortunately, we didn't expect to meet you here. Zhao Hai, you deserve to die. You destroyed the hope of our race." Zhao Hai really didn't expect this. He looked at the Demon King and suddenly said, "So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, I knew that your light of destruction was very strange. If your race is really that strong, why are you still here? So you were waiting for an opportunity. What? You don't intend to save your master?" The Demon King said in a deep voice, "Master naturally has a request. But if we can save Master from the Upper Realm and give him a complete layer, I think Master will be even happier." Zhao Hai, you didn't think that our extraterritorial devil race's trump card would be this, right? I heard that you also have a lot of law crystals. Let me see if you have more law crystals or I have more law crystals. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and laughed. Actually, I should thank you. You extraterritorial devil race really understands yourselves too well. I think that a lot of people must have died in order to turn the light of destruction into your instinct, right? You made the light of destruction into your instinct. In other words, you made the cells in your body completely adapt to the light of destruction. This isn't something that ordinary people can do. But this is also the reason why I want to thank you. The reason why there are so many aliens in my alien army that can shoot the light of destruction is all because of you. Now, I'll show you something you don't know. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand again. Countless thick vines shot up from below the Demon King city. These vines could no longer be called vines. They were much thicker than any tree. They were like dragons that shot up from the ground and destroyed everything in front of them. Because these vines came from the underground of the Demon King city, the entire Demon King city was naturally smashed into pieces. The energy cannons that attacked the alien army were naturally all destroyed. When the Demon King saw these vines, his expression couldn't help but change. His eyes almost flew out of their sockets as he roared, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Why is it like this? The ground is protected by my law force. Nothing can break through it. Why are these vines here?" Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. The only thing that can attack the power of laws is the power of laws. These vines have the power of laws, so they can break through your defenses. Keep looking, you'll find something even more interesting." Just as Zhao Hai said, after the vines came out of the ground, 7 colored flowers immediately bloomed. When these 7 colored flowers appeared on the vines, they would shoot out white light from time to time. This white light was incomparably powerful. When an extraterritorial devil was hit by this white light, he would immediately die. His death was the same as the extraterritorial devil that was hit by the light of destruction. The Demon King was about to go crazy. The aliens could absorb extraterritorial devils and grow horns on their heads. They could shoot out light of destruction. Just like the extraterritorial devils. He could still understand this. He could think that Zhao Hai had obtained an incomparably powerful beast. But how could these vines be explained? He was the Demon King. Naturally, he knew that the 7 colored flowers were shooting out light of destruction. But why would the 7 colored flowers shoot out light of destruction? This was something he couldn't understand. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and smiled faintly. "Are you very surprised? Don't you know why these vines can shoot light of destruction?" "Demon King, my beasts can absorb extraterritorial devils and then evolve into beasts that can shoot out light of destruction. Then why can't my plants do the same?" The Demon King looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes were already bleeding. He looked up and roared, "Zhao Hai, you deserve to die. Today, I will tear you to pieces." Then the Demon King waved his hand. Suddenly, countless cultivators appeared in front of him. These cultivators were wearing black robes. They held hammers and sickles in their hands as they rushed towards the alien army. There were a lot of these cultivators. Moreover, their fighting strength was very strong. For a moment, they were able to block the alien army. At the same time, the Demon King's body was covered in black mist. In the next moment, he appeared beside Zhao Hai and attacked with his staff. Zhao Hai's figure moved and dodged the staff. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand. He blocked the staff and said, "I've already prepared for this move of yours. Today, I'll personally send you on your way. You won't feel wronged." Then the long saber in his hand moved as he attacked the Demon King. The Demon King's staff wasn't simple. While he was fighting with Zhao Hai, the Demon King's staff was constantly releasing spells. Moreover, there were also countless magic artifacts that flew out of the staff and attacked Zhao Hai. Seeing the Demon King's method of attack, Wang Zhen, who had retreated, was startled. He measured his own strength and found out that if he was in Zhao Hai's position, he would only be able to resist. It would be very difficult for him to win against the Demon King. The only thing he could do was stall. The Demon King had too many methods of attack. This required a lot of spiritual force. As long as he couldn't keep up, he would be able to eliminate the Demon King. But when he saw the battle between Zhao Hai and the Devil King, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he had been in the Nine Nether Blood Realm for too long, and there was already a generation gap between him and the outside world. Otherwise, how could two people from the lower world be so strong? The Demon King was still fine. After all, he came from the upper realm. It wasn't strange for him to have a few magic artifacts. But what about Zhao Hai? What was that magic artifact of his? Why had he never seen such a magic artifact before? When he saw the Demon King's previous attack, he thought that he could only stall and not win. But now, when Zhao Hai fought the Demon King with the magic artifact in his hand, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and was even faintly suppressing the Demon King. The Demon King's magic artifact could cast spells, and so could Zhao Hai's. The Demon King's magic artifact could release magic artifacts, but Zhao Hai had released more magic artifacts than Wang Jin did. The Demon King's scepter had a very strong attack power. Moreover, it had a hammer in the middle and a sickle extending from it. It was a magic artifact that was a combination of weapons. This magic artifact could rival 100 other magic artifacts. Logically speaking, this kind of magic artifact should be incomparably powerful, but compared to Zhao Hai's magic artifact, it was inferior. The magic artifact in Zhao Hai's hand could actually transform into a myriad of things. One moment it was a long saber, the next it was a spear, the next it was an uncle, and then it was a 9-section whip, a soft whip, and so on. As long as it was a weapon you could imagine, all magic artifacts could transform into one. This was really beyond Wang Zhen's scope of understanding. It wasn't as if Wang Zhen had never seen a magic weapon that could change shape. Deformable iron wasn't something that only existed in this world, it existed in the upper world as well. Although deformable iron was considered a good thing in the upper world, Wang Zhen had also seen magic weapons that could change shape. It was just that he was a swordsman and lived by the sword. He was particular about using one sword to break 10,000 spells, so unlike others, he didn't crave for deformable iron as much. However, he had fought with someone who used deformable iron as a weapon. That person's weapon was constantly changing, but there were only a few types of weapons that he used the most. After that, he even asked someone why he used a weapon made of deformable iron but didn't make the weapon more versatile. That person's answer made Wang Zhen speechless. Not allowing too many weapons to change had to be explained from two aspects. First, the user's energy was limited. The reason why a sword cultivator's destructive power was incomparably strong was because he had spent his entire life on the sword. Therefore, their swords could break 10,000 techniques with one sword. Every type of weapon had its own unique way of using it. It didn't mean that if you knew how to use a spear, you would definitely be able to use a broadsword well. That was impossible. Even if both were long weapons, you couldn't be proficient in one technique. However, you could only be proficient in 10,000 techniques, but you couldn't be proficient in 10,000 techniques. You couldn't be proficient in 10,000 techniques, but you couldn't be proficient in 10,000 techniques. When two people were fighting, it was already very good if you could use several types of weapons in the right moves. To be able to do this, you would have to spend several generations more effort than an ordinary person to make this kind of method become a human instinct. Otherwise, when you were fighting, you would still be thinking about what kind of weapon I should use next, what kind of weapon I should use to block his move, and what kind of weapon I should use to attack your flaw. If you really did this, then you would be courting death. Once the battle started, you would be fighting based on your instincts because the moves were too fast and wouldn't give you too much time to think. Wang Zhen's heart was filled with anger, and his heart was filled with anger. His heart was filled with anger. The second reason was because of the deformation iron. Although the deformation iron could transform, it required a process. Every time it transformed, it required mental strength. If you transformed too quickly or too much, the deformation iron wouldn't be able to withstand the mental strength of a person. In the end, the weapon made of deformation iron would collapse. Therefore, even if you had a weapon made of deformation iron, you could only transform it into a few types of weapons. But Zhao Hai's current weapon completely overturned Wang Zhen's theory. His weapon was ever-changing, and almost every move used a different weapon. The most amazing thing was that he could use these weapons perfectly. Wang Zhen was surprised. He really couldn't figure out how Zhao Hai was able to do this. To be able to do what Zhao Hai did, you had to be proficient in all kinds of weapons. You also had to train these weapons into an instinct. When you were fighting, you had to constantly think. When you thought of something, your hand had to be there. In other words, you had to turn this weapon's transformations into an instinct. This was very frightening. In Wang Zhen's eyes, the Devil King's scepter was already more powerful than a weapon made of deformable iron. 4. The Devil King to be able to use the scepter to this extent already showed that he had put a lot of effort into it. Wang Zhen believed that if the Devil King's strength was on par with his, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious if the Devil King used this scepter to fight him. But what about Zhao Hai now? Zhao Hai was using a weapon that could transform into all kinds of weapons to force the Devil King into a disadvantageous position. This was too frightening. The battle between Zhao Hai and the Demon King was still going on. The Demon King was very surprised. The scepter was the best artifact in the entire demon race. Not only could this artifact attack various races, but it was also very powerful. In the face of such a large artifact, no one would dare to take it lightly. However, Zhao Hai was actually able to suppress him. This made the Demon King very surprised. After fighting for a while, a white light suddenly flashed between the Demon King's two horns. A white light shot towards Zhao Hai. The two were in close combat, so the distance between them was very close. Zhao Hai couldn't dodge this attack. The Demon King thought that Zhao Hai would be finished. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's body would shine with a layer of white light that blocked the light of destruction. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light shot towards the Demon King. The Demon King's figure moved and dodged the white light shot by Zhao Hai. However, he saw Zhao Hai throwing the formation in his hand into the air. Then, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Demon King stared, then his expression changed. He wanted to move, but he found that he couldn't. Then he discovered that he was in an unknown place. The Demon King looked at the incomparably huge planets around him. He was standing in the void realm. This place didn't seem to be the place where he was fighting, but a completely unfamiliar place. The Demon King was very clear that he wasn't in another place, he was trapped by a formation. The Demon King himself was very knowledgeable about formations. Naturally, he wouldn't move at this time. He was very clear that the more you move, the faster the formation would activate. The faster you move, the faster you'll die. However, even if he didn't want to move, the formation wouldn't. Zhao Hai's formation wasn't an ordinary formation. Although it was also the Stellar Transformations formation, there was a big difference. The Demon King didn't move, but the formation moved. White light shot towards the Demon King. The Demon King, who was in the array formation, felt that the planets around him had all turned into suns. These suns were shooting flames at him. Since he didn't know what kind of flame it was, he naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. He moved his body and dodged the flame, but even more flames shot straight at him. The Demon King immediately shot out a light of destruction at one of the flames. He thought that the light of destruction would disperse the flame, but he didn't expect that the light of destruction would only cancel out the flame. Seeing this, how could the Demon King not understand what was going on? These flames were not flames at all, but the power of laws. Upon feeling this, the Devil King couldn't help but feel sad. He knew that he was finished. Even if he had the ability to reach the heavens, being trapped in this formation that could shoot out the power of laws, he was afraid that he would die for sure. The Demon King was unwilling, very unwilling. He was unwilling to die in the hands of Zhao Hai. He was unwilling to open the passage, and when his master was about to save them, he was killed by Zhao Hai. He was really unwilling. But regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had no way of getting out. Moreover, the attacks of the flames were getting faster and faster. If it wasn't for his magic robes that allowed him to nimbly dodge within the formation, he would have already died. However, the Demon King also knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Originally, his magic robe wasn't used for dodging. His magic robe was used to teleport him to other places when he was in danger. Unfortunately, his magic robe couldn't do that at all. He activated his magic robe's teleportation ability, but in the end, he could only move around inside the formation. It was impossible for him to go out. Moreover, even with this ability to dodge, the Demon King felt that he wouldn't be able to use it for long. This was because he could clearly feel that the power of the space was getting stronger and stronger. His magic robe was about to lose its function. The Devil King roared unwillingly. Beams of light of destruction shot out from between his two horns. However, it was useless. The light of destruction was completely offset by the flames. He was still trapped inside the formation. Suddenly, the Demon King stopped. Then he looked up to the sky and roared, "Zhao Hai, you won't let me have an easy time, and I won't let you have an easy time either. You forced me to do this. With your blood as a sacrifice and your soul as a guide, I invite the demon god to descend upon your body and avenge you." Following his words, layers of golden light appeared on his body. This layer of golden light seemed to be immune to the attacks of the power of laws. When the power of laws hit the golden light, it would disappear. Seeing this, Wang Zhen's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "This guy is going all out. This must be a secret technique of the extraterritorial devil race." Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and smiled faintly. "I've seen this secret technique before. It's just a blood sacrifice technique that allows him to obtain power beyond his current level for a short period of time. Unfortunately, he forgot where he is. He's already at the peak of this world. If he gets any stronger, he'll ascend. Because of the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, even if he completes the blood sacrifice, his strength won't increase by much. But I think he must have some other purpose. The most likely reason is that he's sending a signal to his master, telling him that the passage has been opened." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the Demon King's body became very large. The curved horns on his head grew longer and his body turned blood red. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. With a thought, the stellar myriad transformation's great formation changed once again. Shackles pressed down on the Demon King. The Demon King's consciousness didn't seem to be very high. He roared and struggled, but in the end, it didn't have any effect. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon King and coldly snorted. With a thought, the power of laws hit the Demon King. Before long, the Demon King was completely refined. Not a single piece of flesh was left, not even ashes were left. Just as the Demon King disappeared, Zhao Hai heard roars coming from the blood vortexes in the magic bestowal realm. These roars were filled with anger. Upon hearing these roars, Zhao Hai knew that the masters of the extraterritorial devil race had arrived. Zhao Hai immediately contacted Ling Feng and the others and told them to be careful. Then he led Wang Zhen back to the Folded Realm. The Folded Realm's Folded Realm was almost completely occupied by the Heaven's secret sect. Zhao Hai explained the situation to Ling Feng and the others and had them do their best to clean up Demon King City. Demon King City had been destroyed by Zhao Hai. More than half of the extraterritorial devil race had died. There were still some who weren't dead, but Zhao Hai didn't plan to make a move. Instead, he had Ling Feng and the others do it. Since the Vines and the alien army had been recalled, Zhao Hai didn't plan to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen sat in the Heaven's secret sect. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I want to ask you something. What are the origins of the beasts that you just released? They seem to be very powerful." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and smiled faintly. "Of course they're very powerful. Those beasts are the strongest fighting machines. Without them, how do you think I can fight against the extraterritorial devil race? Do you know how strong the extraterritorial devil race was at that time? Who knows how many legions they had? If it weren't for those beasts, how could we fight against the extraterritorial devil race with our current strength? We'd just be throwing our lives away." Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard your conversation with the Devil King. From what I heard, the Devil King seemed to be saying that after those beasts ate the extraterritorial devil race, they could use the light of destruction? Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's true. These beasts have a very special ability. They can continuously evolve. Whenever they eat something, they can extract the best part of it and transform it into their own. Moreover, this kind of evolution is almost endless. Now you know how terrifying these beasts are." Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, it's true. These beasts have a very special ability. Wang Zhen's expression changed. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, where did you get such terrifying things? If these beasts aren't controlled well, it would lead to a monstrous disaster. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I know this. That's why I've been controlling the number of these beasts. If it weren't for dealing with the extraterritorial devil race, I wouldn't have taken them out. You can rest assured that I won't use them casually. They can only bring destruction to people. Unless I want to destroy a plane, I won't release them. I also don't want to kill too many people. I'm not as bloodthirsty as you think, so you can rest assured. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. He knew that it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to do this. If it was someone else, they could use these beasts to dominate this plane. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai wasn't lying. He really didn't want to use these beasts. While the two were talking, Ling Feng and the others had already cleaned up the extraterritorial devil race. But this time, they didn't return to the garbage plane. Instead, they stayed in the magic bestowal realm and even guarded the blood vortex. They were waiting for the people in the 9 nether blood realm to climb out of the vortex. A few hours after Ling Feng and the others cleaned up the extraterritorial devil race, a person emerged from the blood vortex. This was a cultivator with a very ordinary appearance. He was wearing a black warrior suit. There was nothing special about him. The only thing special about him was the saber on his back. Wang Zhen, who was sitting in the Tianji pavilion, was stunned when he saw this person emerge from the vortex. Then his expression changed as he said, it's someone from the cross-saber sect. Quick, tell them not to be rude. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen in confusion. However, he still told Ling Feng and the others not to be rude. Then a white light flashed and he and Wang Zhen appeared in front of that person. That person had a cold expression as he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai was also looking at that person. Before Zhao Hai could speak, Wang Zhen cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Wang Qing, Wang Zhen greets you. Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and cupped his fists. I didn't expect you to be here. You even came out before me. It seems like your luck is pretty good. Wang Zhen looked at Wang Qing and smiled bitterly. Senior brother Wang also participated in that plan? Do you really think that plan will work? Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and said, how did you know about this plan? Who told you? You weren't there when we made this plan. Wang Zhen looked at Wang Qing and said, Senior brother Wang Qing, I just want to know why you guys carried out this plan. Don't you know that a lot of people will die because of this plan? Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen as if he was looking at a fool. After a while, he laughed and said, dead people? Are there any cultivators who don't die in the process of cultivation? What do dead people count for? Wang Zhen, you're not that naive, right? What's the big deal about dead people? Besides, they're people from the lower realms. What's there to worry about? As long as you can return to the upper realms, what does it matter how many people die? Do you want to stay in the 9 nether blood realm for the rest of your life and be swallowed by the blood river? Wang Zhen was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't say anything. He knew that Wang Qing was right. For a cultivator, the death of a person wasn't a big deal. Even in the upper realm, a cultivator's progress was made by stepping on the corpses of others. Wang Zhen was considered a relatively good cultivator, but the number of people who died in his hands was not small. Moreover, in the eyes of people from the upper realms, the life and death of people from the lower realms had nothing to do with them. It was like a person looking at a group of ants. Would he care about the life and death of the ants? Not killing the ants for fun was already considered good. Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and smiled faintly. What? You're not talking? Wang Zhen, we are cultivators. If we don't have the heart to make progress, then we don't deserve to be cultivators. If we don't think about how to get out of the 9 nether blood realm, then we don't deserve to be cultivators. What's wrong with our plan? Wang Zhen didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Qing and nodded. You're right. What you're doing is also right. Naturally, there's nothing wrong with our counterattack. There's no such thing as absolute good and evil between cultivators. The bigger the fist, the faster the blade, that's the true truth. Wang Qing looked at Zhao Hai and carefully sized him up. Then he laughed and said, "Kid, your words are very pleasant. But from your appearance, you seem to be from the lower realms. What do you mean by resisting? Do you dare to defy me? You? With my current strength, ascension shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, I still have some concerns in this plane. I need to eliminate all threats to this plane. At the very least, after I leave, this plane should be safe. This way, I can leave with peace of mind. As for the dangers that might appear in a few hundred years or even a few thousand years, I don't need to consider them. I don't have time to think about things that are too far in the future. You're very unfortunate, you appeared before I left. If you appeared after I left, then no one would resist you. Unfortunately, I haven't left yet, so there would be people who would resist you." Wang Qing looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, then turned to Wang Zhen and said, "Wang Zhen, this kid is very interesting, and his strength is indeed not bad. What do you think if I get him to join the Crossblade sect? This kid's temper is very much to our Crossblade sect's liking." Wang Zhen looked at Wang Qing and shook his head. "You're one step too late. I've already given him my identity card, and he will join my Tai Dao sect. Also, I have to take care of this matter this time." Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and said, "Do you really think that you can stop everyone? Do you know how many passages these demon servants have created this time? How many people will come out of the 9 Nether Blood realm? Can you stop them?" Wang Zhen said in a deep voice, "I have to stop them even if I can't. This is my Dao. If I go against my Dao, then what's the point of seeking immortality? What's the point of finding the great Dao? I might as well be devoured by the blood river." Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and suddenly nodded with a solemn expression. "Alright, I respect your Dao. Come, let me see if your strength has regressed over the years." After saying that, Wang Qing had already pulled out the long saber on his back and looked at Wang Zhen with eyes like an eagle. Wang Zhen waved his hand, and the long sword on his back automatically jumped out of its scabbard and landed in his hand. He pointed the long sword at Wang Qing and performed a sword salute. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at Wang Qing motionlessly. The hand holding the sword was as steady as Mount Tai. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene froze. An invisible pressure was emitted from the two of them, making the surrounding people feel as if the air had become heavy. Everyone's breathing slowed down a lot from the pressure. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. His figure moved and he had already retreated outside the circle. His movement also caused the two of them to move. Wang Zhen's hand moved and he stabbed Wang Qing with his sword. This sword move was ordinary and didn't seem to have anything special about it. It was like a very ordinary move, immortal shows the way. Wang Qing's move was the same, an ordinary horizontal slash. Boom. Saber and sword collided, but there wasn't the sound of metal clashing. Instead, there was a loud explosion. An enormous force spread out in all directions with the saber and sword as the center. The two of them withdrew their weapons and continued to fight. This time, their moves weren't so ordinary. There were all kinds of strange moves and wonderful moves emerging one after another. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Although the two of them had countless wonderful moves, their weapons didn't collide even once. The two of them didn't wait for their moves to finish before they immediately changed their moves. It looked like the two of them were holding their weapons and swinging them around, as if they didn't have any lethality at all. But everyone present knew how dangerous their moves were. The first time their weapons clashed, they used the power of law. It was just that their power of law wasn't the same as Zhao Hai's. Their power of law seemed to be attached to their weapons. It was precisely because they attached their power of law to their weapons that there was such a big movement when their weapons clashed. After that, the two's weapons were still imbued with the power of laws. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to clash with each other. After all, their strength had been affected in this realm. If they were to use the power of laws for a long time, then they wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. They might even be injured. They could use the power of law. Maybe when they were in the upper realm, they could use the power of law for a long time without being affected. But here, they couldn't. This was the lower realm, and their strength was greatly affected. The two of them kept swinging their weapons while the people around them almost stopped breathing. At this time a loud roar was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Hai, who was watching the two of them fight, secretly sighed. He knew that what was to come would come in the end. From the moment these passages were opened, Xiao Hai knew that it was impossible for only one person to come out. The people of the Nine Nether Blood Realm might not have discovered the existence of these passages, so only a few people came out. However, the death of the Demon King must have alarmed the people of the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Now, a large number of people from the Nine Nether Blood Realm would certainly rush out. This was their true enemy. Xiao Hai didn't expect that the Demon King's death would be like this. Xiao Hai's figure moved to the side of another blood-colored vortex. Suddenly, a shadow rushed out of the blood-colored vortex. This shadow didn't seem to have any intention of stopping as it rushed towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai felt a gust of wind coming towards him. His figure moved, and he had already dodged the attack. Then he turned his hand and struck back at the person who had attacked him. Xiao Hai never held back. He knew very well that not all the people locked up in the Nine Nether Blood Realm were bad, but there weren't many good people either. Let alone the Nine Nether Blood Realm, a person like Wang Zhen would be a rare animal in any plane. There were no truly good people among the cultivators. The person dodged Xiao Hai's attack, but he didn't stop. He continued to attack Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai quickly discovered that the person he was fighting was a race similar to the extraterritorial devil race. It was just that this person was very short, only about half of Xiao Hai's height, less than a meter. This was a very short devil. However, he was still a demon. He had horns on his head and wings on his back. Moreover, his wings were very long and large, looking like a long cloak. He also had a tail on his back. He wasn't tall, but his tail was very long. It was more than 3 meters long. The tip of the tail also had an arrowhead shape. His face was also covered with thin scales, and his hands had long nails. Although his stature was very short, he was very sturdy. His eyes were blood red, and his fangs were exposed. No matter how you look at it, he looked like a demon, although this demon's stature was a bit short. Xiao Hai looked at this devil, then he smiled faintly and said, "Are you the master of the extraterritorial devil race?" The extraterritorial devils always imagine their masters to be incomparably tall, but they didn't expect you to be this short. So it's because of your short stature that you feel inferior, causing the extraterritorial devils to imagine you to be very tall. They don't dare to do this because you are their masters. Therefore, even if the extraterritorial devils use a blood sacrifice to borrow a trace of your strength, their stature would still become very tall. Ha ha ha. Interesting. When the short devil heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he said, "Kid, you killed my servant. I want you to pay with your life. But since you are strong, I will allow you to become my servant. Come, kneel before your God and hand over your soul. You will obtain eternal life." Along with the devil's words, waves of soul attacks rushed towards Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai's soul wasn't strong enough, then he might have already knelt down after hearing these words. This was a spell, a soul attack spell that was a lot more powerful than the brainwashing spell. However, this spell was useless against Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the devil and said, "You want me to submit?" Ha 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 ha. Even the heavens and earth can't make this Xiao Hai submit. What makes you think you can? Ridiculous. Put away your ridiculous soul attacks. Let's see who's the real deal. When the devil saw Xiao Hai's appearance, he suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good. Fighting is the right thing to do. This is the best way for us cultivators to resolve disputes. Come, let me see your strength. I'm Moyer." Then he cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at Moyer and faintly smiled. Then he waved his hand as a long sword appeared in his hand. Without saying anything, he immediately sent a strike towards Moyer. This strike was very sudden, because according to the rules, Moyer was supposed to return the greeting. However, Xiao Hai didn't return the greeting, instead, he sent a strike towards Moyer. Then he laughed and said, "Good kid, you're really like a demon. I wanted to sneak attack you, but I didn't expect you to stab me first. Kid, I think you should join our demon race. Once you're there, you'll be able to display your talents." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Good kid, you're really like a demon. I wanted to sneak attack you, but I didn't expect you to stab me first. Zhao Hai looked at Moyer, then he sneered and said, just you. Let me see what you're capable of. Then he tightened his grip on the long sword as he sent a strike towards Moyer. Moyer also felt that Zhao Hai was very powerful. His hand moved as a staff appeared in his hand. Then he began to fight with Zhao Hai. His staff was very long, about 4 meters long. The head of the staff was a huge devil's head. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made of, but it was clear that it was a very heavy weapon. Zhao Hai looked at Moyer and coldly smiled. Then he tightened his grip on the long sword. Unlike Wang Zhen and Wang Qing, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of an opportunity to clash with Moyer's staff. Zhao Hai's long sword was also infused with the power of law. Moreover, it was the power of the law of mega strength. So naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Moyer's strength was also very formidable. However, the law that he used didn't seem to be the law of mega strength. When his staff and Zhao Hai's long sword collided several times, Zhao Hai's long sword was sent flying. This made Moyer realize that he wasn't a match for Zhao Hai in terms of strength. Because of this, he didn't want to go all out against Zhao Hai. However, Moyer was still very surprised. Others might not know about the law that he used, but he was very clear about it. The law of mega strength that he used was a very powerful law called the law of weakening. The law of weakening was a negative law. Therefore, anyone who was hit by this law of weakening would become weaker. No matter what, their body would become weaker, their strength would become weaker, their spiritual energy would become weaker, and even their soul would become weaker. From this point, one could see how powerful this law of weakening was. However, this law of weakening was completely useless against Zhao Hai. Moyer's law of weakening couldn't break Zhao Hai's law of weakening. In the end, the two laws of weakening would cancel each other out. In other words, Moyer couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's moves were also very exquisite. In this case, Moyer naturally couldn't gain any advantage. However, Zhao Hai noticed that Moyer wasn't anxious at all. On the contrary, Moyer was very calm as he observed Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai very clear that Moyer still had some tricks that he hadn't used yet. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry either. He was on guard while attacking fiercely. However, nobody knew that he was already prepared for a sudden attack. At this moment, people rushed out of the blood vortexes created by the extraterritorial devils. Some of these people appeared in the magic bestow realm, but most of them appeared in other realms. After these people appeared, they looked around. When they discovered that there was nothing around them, they were very surprised. Then they immediately looked for a way to leave. However, this wasn't easy. Zhao Hai wouldn't let them go to other realms so easily. They could wander around the extraterritorial devils' territories, but it was very difficult for them to leave the extraterritorial devils' territories. All the territories that were connected to the extraterritorial devils used multiple layers of formations. But all the teleportation formations in the extraterritorial devils' territories were destroyed. It was too difficult for them to find a way to go to other realms in a short period of time. Although these people all had the power of laws, this didn't mean that they could leave the extraterritorial devil race. The spatial barrier wasn't that easy to break. Moreover, these people didn't belong to this layer of space and were suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. If they could break the spatial barrier that easily, then they would have seen a ghost. Those who appeared in the extraterritorial devils' territories didn't fight with each other. Obviously, they were very clear that they needed to be united in this place. However, those who appeared in the magic bestow realm had already fought with Ling Feng and the others. After fighting, Ling Feng and the others understood why Zhao Hai wanted those who didn't comprehend the power of laws to leave. The people who came out of the blood vortex were too strong. Those who didn't comprehend the power of laws would just be throwing their lives away. Even if it were Ling Feng and the others, they would still need to form a formation in order to block the attacks of these people. When Zhao Hai saw that so many people had appeared in the magic bestow realm, he didn't want to continue fighting with Moyer. With an intention, he threw a deathlock law on Moyer's body. Moyer felt that his body couldn't move. He stared, then his expression changed. He immediately used his power of law to break through the deathlock law. But just as he was stunned, Zhao Hai's saber emitted a white light and streaked across his neck. When Moyer used his power of law to break through the deathlock law, he felt a sharp pain in his neck before he lost all feeling. Just as Zhao Hai was about to collect Moyer's corpse, he suddenly noticed that Moyer's tail separated from his body. Then the tail began to wriggle and slowly turned into a human form. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Blood rebirth, what a good blood rebirth." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the star formation surrounded Moyer's wriggling tail. Then the power of law struck the tail. Before long, the wriggling tail turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Zhao Hai's method of dealing with Moyer was also seen by the other people who came out of the blood vortex. When they saw Zhao Hai's method, they were shocked. They were now certain that Zhao Hai was their biggest threat. The strength that Moyer just displayed was already very strong. Although he didn't reach the blood rebirth realm and only managed to refine his tail, he was still considered a minor expert in the upper realm. Such a person was very difficult to deal with. But even so, Moyer was still turned into ashes by Zhao Hai. He couldn't be more dead. Such a method was very rare. In an instant, the way that everyone looked at Zhao Hai changed. Some people who originally wanted to watch a good show no longer had the mood to do so. Each and every one of them stared at Zhao Hai with eyes full of hostility. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at these people. Then he looked at Wang Zhen and Wang Qing. Wang Zhen also had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai. But when Zhao Hai looked at him, he still nodded to Zhao Hai before retreating to his side. This showed that he still supported Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his gaze to Ling Feng and the others. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although Ling Feng and the others were having a hard time, they were still able to hold on. With the use of large artifacts, energy cannons, and the use of law, they were still able to block the attacks of the people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. This was already a very good result. Zhao Hai looked at the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm and said, "Everyone, you came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. Your purpose in coming here is to collect mad faith power. But as you can see, there's no one here. It's impossible for you to collect mad faith power. Moreover, the passage can only last for a year. If you don't return now, then you might never be able to return. Everyone, this plane isn't suitable for you. You should go back and find another way to return to your plane. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhao Hai looked at the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. "Isn't it better to go back to the 9 Nether Blood realm?" A cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, it seems like you're in charge of this layer. Go back? Ha ha ha. If we can get out of the 9 Nether Blood realm, then why would we come to this layer? Kid, you're too naive. Who said that there's no one here? Aren't those people people? Aren't you a person? When we catch you, can't you tell us that there are more people out there? 1 year is enough for us to arrange people here and have them help us collect faith power. Even if we can't get them to help us, we can still kill more people and collect more blood power. As long as we kill enough people, then we might be able to get out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. Kid, you're very strong, but you're only one person. Don't think that this person is blocking us right now. As more and more people come here, they will die sooner or later. It's impossible for you to stop us alone." Zhao Hai looked at the others and saw that they were also looking at him with an ominous glint in their eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "It seems like we can only fight." Then Zhao Hai said, "Tower." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the Heaven's Secret Tower suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai. Then the Magic Bestow Realm's barrier disappeared. The Magic Bestow Realm was also connected to the other planes. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen entered the Heaven's Secret Tower. Then the Heaven's Secret Tower disappeared and appeared in Spirit Edge's formation. When the Heaven's Secret Tower arrived in Spirit Edge's formation, Zhao Hai's mind moved. A large number of undead appeared beside the Heaven's Secret Tower. These undead had weapons in their hands. Their weapons were none other than energy spears. Naturally, the energy spears in the hands of the undead weren't ordinary energy spears. The energy spears in their hands were filled with the power of laws. After these undead appeared, they immediately formed a huge formation that encircled Ling Feng's large artifacts. Then the large artifacts began to operate. This series of actions seemed slow, but it was done very quickly. From the time Zhao Hai said tower to the formation of the formation, it only took a few minutes. The people who came out of the 9 nether blood realms stared blankly for a moment before they saw a huge formation in front of them. No one could see what was inside the formation. When the formation was first formed, one could still see the shadows of large artifacts and undead. But soon, large and small planets appeared, and then it turned into a void. They couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a void appeared out of thin air. Inside the void, there were large and small planets. This made everyone startled. Then they immediately understood that the other party was using a formation. However, they didn't know what this formation was. When these people were in the upper realm, they didn't belong to the same sect. Some of them even had enmity with each other. If they met in the upper realm, then it would be inevitable for them to fight to the death. But in this layer, they could only cooperate. This was because they were outsiders. If they didn't unite, then they would die. If it can be said that when they came out of the 9 nether blood realm, they still had a trace of arrogance in their hearts. They thought that this layer was slippery and nobody could do anything to them. But now, that bit of arrogance had completely disappeared. This was especially true after seeing Zhao Hai turn Moyer into ashes. This was because they discovered that there were things that could threaten their lives in this layer. Now, these people were looking at the formation that Zhao Hai made. They didn't know what formation it was, but it was precisely because they couldn't understand it that they were afraid. They were very clear that the more they couldn't understand something, the more they would need to be commanded. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. While these people still didn't know what to do, Zhao Hai made the first move. An incomparably thick white light shot out from the void. The speed of this white light was very fast. 3 people were hit by the white light in an instant. The 3 people didn't even have time to make a sound before they turned into ashes and disappeared. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm changed. They immediately scattered and distanced themselves from the void. They were very clear that the white light was an attack of law. Moreover, it was able to turn people into ashes. Even if they had the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood, they still wouldn't be able to use it. Everyone looked at the void with fear in their eyes. At this time, someone opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, we can't fight against him. Let's spread out and contact the other people who came here. We'll find 1 or 2 people who are proficient in formations and break this formation together. If we can't break this formation, then they will be like maggots attached to bones. We won't be able to do anything for a year. Therefore, we must break this formation and kill that kid." These people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm didn't have any leader. They could be said to be an organization. Everyone was allies, there was no distinction between superiors and subordinates. If there was someone who had the final say, then it would be Moyer. After all, the extraterritorial devils were his subordinates. If Moyer was still alive, then he could have become the leader of these people. At the very least, he could have organized everyone to face the enemy together. Unfortunately, Moyer was already dead. He was turned into ashes by Zhao Hai. The only person who could have been the leader was also dead. Naturally, these people were in a state of disunity. However, these people had rich combat experience. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai's formation, they immediately knew that they would be in trouble. Because of this, when the person said that they should find someone who understood formations to break it, everyone agreed. But at the same time, this matter was also troublesome. After all, they didn't have any organization. Just a moment ago, everyone still had the thought of facing the enemy together and dealing with Zhao Hai. But now, after hearing the person's words, they immediately scattered and disappeared. Zhao Hai was still standing in the Heaven's secret pavilion. When he saw that these people had disappeared, he couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what he wanted. It was good that these people had escaped. This way, he could deal with them one by one. Seeing that these people had run away, Zhao Hai immediately took Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret pavilion. Among these people, Mo had already left. After all, Mo and the others relied on their battleships. And in this case, the use of a battleship was very limited. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I think everyone knows the current situation. These people are experts from the 9 nether blood domain. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to be their opponent. Fortunately, they've scattered and fled. This is our opportunity. I'm going to chase them down. With my and Taoist priest Wangzhen's strength, as long as we meet someone who's alone, it won't be a problem for us to kill them. But you don't have to move, I'll leave the undead here as well as 2 undead who understand formations. I'll have the 2 undead teach you how to operate the formation so that you can cooperate with it in battle. This time, our enemy isn't ordinary. If we can't block them here, then it'll be very troublesome in the future. Ling Feng and the others didn't object. Although they had only fought with these people for a short while, they had already experienced their strength. These people were very formidable. Their use of the power of law was something that they couldn't compare to. Because of this, not only did Ling Feng and the others not oppose Zhao Hai's arrangement, they were also very grateful. Zhao Hai didn't plan to take the Heaven's Secret Pavilion with him this time. This was because there was no need for that. Large artifacts were basically useless to deal with a single person. This was because large artifacts weren't flexible enough. Using them to deal with a single person was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After leaving the 2 undead and Ling Feng's group in the conference room, Zhao Hai took Wang Zhen back to his room on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. As soon as they entered the room, Ji Wuming immediately served them tea. After inviting Wang Zhen to sit down, Zhao Hai said, "Taoist priest, you seem to be very familiar with Wang Qing. What kind of sect is the Crossblade sect?" Wang Zhen smiled bitterly, then he said, "The Crossblade sect is a sect that cultivates the saber. Our Taoyi Dao sect is a comprehensive sect. On the other hand, the Crossblade sect specializes in saber cultivation. All the cultivators in their sect use sabers, all kinds of sabers. Naturally, if that's the case, then there's nothing special about it. The only reason why I don't want you to fight with the people of the Crossblade sect is because they are very protective of their disciples." Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen with a puzzled expression. Wang Zhen also knew what Zhao Hai was puzzled about, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that since Wang Qing has already entered the 9 Nether Blood domain, then there's nothing to be afraid of? But the truth is that after becoming an official disciple of the Crossblade sect, someone will put something on their body called a blade seal. Nobody knows what this blade seal is, but it's very overbearing. If you kill a disciple of the Crossblade sect, then the blade seal will be imprinted on your body. Moreover, the people of the Crossblade sect can use the blade seal to find you and kill you to avenge the disciple." Zhao Hai stared blankly, he really didn't think that this would be the reason. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen with a puzzled expression and said, "Is the Crossblade sect very strong in the upper realm?" Wang Zhen nodded and said, "They're very strong, you can say they're very strong. They're a saber cultivator sect, and saber cultivators need an incomparably ferocious aura. Therefore, the members of the Cross-Saber sect are all very dauntless. In the upper world, very few people are willing to offend them. The Cross-Saber sect is also a sect that's neither good nor evil. They only do things according to their whims, and in the upper world, they're notoriously difficult to deal with. If you meet anyone from the Cross-Saber sect in the future, you must be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. This wasn't the first or second time he'd encountered this kind of situation, so he didn't take it to heart. If the people of the Crossblade sect were to make things difficult for him, then he would definitely kill them without any hesitation. After the 2 rested in the room for a while, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Taoist priest, I wonder if Taoist priest agrees to my proposal?" Wang Dao smiled and said, "Of course, it's impossible for them to chase after those people. Those people aren't easy to deal with. Even if they chase after them, they won't be able to get away with it. Only the 2 of us are qualified to chase after those people." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, Taoist priest, let's set off." Wang Dao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you have a target? We can't just go around looking for those people, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course not, our target this time is him." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed a person wearing a black Taoist robe. The person had his hands behind his back as he flew forward. He had a very sage-like temperament. Wang Dao was stunned when he saw this person, and then he said in a low voice, "So it's him. I never expected that he would actually enter the 9th Hell Blood domain as well. No wonder I haven't heard from him for so long." Jiao Hai looked at Wang Dao and said, Daoist priest knows this person? Wang Dao nodded and said, I do. His surname is Liu and his name is Yiren. He's a famous young expert of the Black Wind Dao sect. His nickname is Spirit Wind. This person was very famous in the upper realm. He's known for his ruthlessness. It's said that he has a very powerful artifact called the Black Wind Flag. With just one flag, the winds and clouds would change. Jiao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. How strong are those people? Right, I still don't know about the division of strength in the upper realm. Wang Dao replied, the upper realm's cultivators are divided into 12 levels, which are called the 12 palaces. The first palace is the Aries Palace, which is the entrance palace. This palace is divided into 9 levels. Once you cultivate it, you can be called an Aries cultivator. If you want to cultivate this palace, you must be able to absorb the power of the stars in the Aries constellation. Moreover, you need to use the power of the stars to ignite the corresponding acupoints in your body. Only then can you be considered to have completed the cultivation. Jiao Hai stared blankly at Wang Dao. He didn't think that the upper realm's cultivation would become like this. This was beyond his expectations. Moreover, he seemed to have been cultivating the power of the stars. What was going on? Could it be that his stellar art was actually a cultivation method from the upper realm? Wang Dao saw that Jiao Hai was in a daze. He thought that Jiao Hai was just surprised by the changes in the upper realm's cultivation system. He didn't think that Jiao Hai was thinking about the stellar art. Wang Dao continued, the 12 palaces correspond to the 12 constellations. I think you should know this, right? Each palace is divided into 9 stages. Once you've cultivated it, you can use the name of the palace. For example, the Aries cultivator, the Taurus cultivator, and so on. When you reach the upper realm, you must adapt to the power of the stars as soon as possible. The power of the stars is boundless. For people like us, we can only use 1% of our strength, or even less. But this Liu Yiren, when he was in the upper realm, I heard that he had already reached the realm of a virgin cultivator. He's very strong. Jiao Hai looked at Wang Dao and said, what about the blood rebirth realm? What's the level of a person in the upper realm? Just like Moyle from before, what cultivation level is he at? Wang Dao replied, in the upper realm, Gemini cultivators can comprehend the blood rebirth realm, which is the 3rd palace. However, the level of blood rebirth realm is very low. They can only comprehend it, but they can't achieve it. If they want to be like Moyer, who can imprint a part of their body with a soul imprint, then they would need to reach the lion cultivator realm, which is the 5th palace. Jiao Hai's eyes narrowed as he said, doesn't that mean that Liu Yiren has already reached the blood rebirth realm? He can already rebirth from a drop of blood? Wang Dao nodded and said, that's indeed the case. People like Louis should be able to achieve blood rebirth realm. However, they still can't achieve true blood rebirth realm. True blood rebirth realm means that no matter which part of a person's body it is, even if it's a drop of blood or a strand of hair, they can still be reborn. Louis shouldn't be able to do this. He should be similar to Moyer, he can only imprint his soul imprint on a part of his body. Liu Yiren calmly flew forward. It has been some time since he entered the 9 nether blood realm. Back then, he was tricked by others and was sent to the 9 nether blood realm. Liu Yiren finally understood the meaning of despair when he arrived there. There was nothing in the 9 nether blood realm except for the blood river. The 9 nether blood realm was constantly consuming their spiritual energy. Although they could replenish some of their spiritual energy, the replenishment was never as fast as the consumption. Most importantly, there was no formation in the 9 nether blood realm. The only way to get out of there was to break the seal, and no one could break the seal. When Liu Yiren was in the upper realm, he was also a high-spirited young master of his generation. However, after entering the 9 nether blood realm, he thoroughly understood that a young master like him was nothing in the 9 nether blood realm. This was because anyone in the 9 nether blood realm was a famous young master. No one would fight in the 9 nether blood realm because fighting would only increase the consumption of spiritual chi and would only make one die faster. Therefore, even if there were 2 life and death enemies, one would have to turn a blind eye to them. In fact, Liu Yiren didn't participate in this plan. He inadvertently discovered a strange movement in the 9 nether blood realm, so he followed those people to this lair. To be honest, he didn't want to go back to the Nine Nether Blood realm. He would rather die of old age than go back to that place that made him feel despair. At this moment, Lu Yiren suddenly discovered that the surrounding scenery had changed. It turned into a void, and a blood river was quietly flowing on the side. Lu Yiren's face couldn't help but change when he saw the scene. This was because he was too familiar with this scene. It was the Nine Nether Blood realm. But he immediately calmed down. He clearly remembered that he came to the lower realm, but now he suddenly appeared in the Nine Nether Blood realm. Wasn't this too strange? Lu Yiren immediately thought that he had fallen into someone's trap and entered an illusion formation. Lu Yiren didn't move, he just stood there calmly. He was familiar with how to use formations, but he wasn't familiar with how to break them. Because of this, Lu Yiren knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to break out of the formation. Naturally, he also knew that Zhao Hai was looking for him. Lu Yiren stood there, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "This humble one is Lu Yiren, please come out and meet Mr. Zhao Hai." He had heard the name Zhao Hai from someone else. After all, he wasn't a part of the plan. It meant that he came later. He didn't know some of the information that those people had obtained before. After being trapped in the Nine Nether Blood realm for so many years, Lu Yiren's arrogance had been wiped clean. He didn't have any other thoughts now, he just wanted to find a place to live until he died of old age. He wasn't like those people who wanted to go back to the upper realm. He was very clear that it was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Therefore, he didn't plan to go back after coming out of the Nine Nether Blood realm. When Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen heard Lu Yiren's words, they stared blankly. Zhao Hai turned to Wang Zhen and said, "Daoist priest, let's go see him." Wang Zhen naturally didn't object. Following Zhao Hai's lead, his figure flashed and appeared in the illusion formation. Lu Yiren looked at Zhao Hai and Wang Zhen, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he cupped his fist and said, "Lu Yiren greets the two of you." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yiren and said in a deep voice, "Daoist priest Lu, why do you want to see me?" "Daoist priest Lu and I are now enemies." Lu Yiren looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "I want to see Mr. Zhao Hai because I want to discuss something with Mr. Zhao Hai. Let me make it clear in advance that I'm not in cahoots with those people. I noticed some strange movements in the Nine Nether Blood realm, so I followed them here. I didn't plan this matter." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yiren and said, "What does Daoist priest Lu want to discuss with me?" Lu Yiren looked at Wang Zhen and smiled bitterly, "Fellow Daoist Wang, you also came from the Nine Nether Blood realm, so you should know what it's like. To be honest, I don't want to go back to the Nine Nether Blood realm. I also don't want to ascend. I just want to find a place in the lower realms to spend the rest of my life. If it's possible, I want to pass down my legacy. I don't want to kill people or collect blood energy, it's just a waste of effort. If the seal of the Nine Nether Blood realm was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called a danger zone." Wang Zhen sighed and didn't say anything. However, he agreed with Lu Yiren's words. The Nine Nether Blood realm was indeed a danger zone. It's just that he didn't expect Lu Yiren to want to stay here. Lu Yiren looked at Wang Zhen and then turned to Zhao Hai. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I'm telling you this because I want to express my intentions. Although I, Lu Yiren, have killed countless people in the past, I'm a man of my word. Today, I want to see Mister for one reason, and that is that I hope Mister can agree to let me stay here. I can help you deal with other people. I just want Mister to let me stay here and settle down." Lu Yiren's words made Zhao Hai stare. He looked at Lu Yiren and said, "Is Daoist priest Lu serious? If you stay here, you'll never be able to go back. You can only stay here and spend the rest of your life here." Lu Yiren sighed and said, "I should be satisfied to be able to spend the rest of my life here. This place is better than the Nine Nether Blood realm. If I go back there, I'll be swallowed by the blood river sooner or later." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yiren and said, "If Daoist priest Lu is serious, then you can make a hard oath. This Zhao Hai guarantees that I won't hurt you. When this matter is over, Daoist priest Lu can go wherever you want. This Zhao Hai won't trouble you for any reason." Lu Yiren didn't think about it and immediately made the hard oath. After Lu Yiren made the oath, Zhao Hai waved his hand and withdrew the illusion formation. Then he cupped his fists towards Lu Yiren and said, Taoist priest Lu, rest assured. This Zhao Hai is a man of his word. As long as this matter is over, no matter where you go in the future, this Zhao Hai won't stop you. Lu Yiren cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, Thank you, Mr. Wang Zhen looked at Lu Yiren and sighed. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to do this? If you go back to the Nine Nether Blood realm, you'll still have a glimmer of hope. If you stay, you won't have any hope at all. Lu Yiren looked at Wang Zhen and chuckled. Brother Wang, you haven't been in the Nine Nether Blood realm for long, right? I've been in the Nine Nether Blood realm for much longer than you. Hope? There's no hope in the Nine Nether Blood realm. Although I don't know much about magic arrays, I do know about seals. Do you know what kind of seal the Nine Nether Blood realm has? Hearing Lu Yiren's words, Wang Zhen was startled. Then he said with a serious face, Brother Lu, please teach me. Lu Yiren smiled bitterly and said, I wonder if Brother Wang has heard of the ultimate god seal? Wang Zhen stared blankly. He frowned and thought for a while. Then his face suddenly changed. He looked up at Lu Yiren and said, Brother Lu, the ultimate god seal you're talking about, is it the legendary seal? Lu Yiren nodded and said with a sigh, That's right, it's the legendary seal. It's said that the layer we're on is a place where the almighties of the upper world used to seal devils. Therefore, there are a lot of layers that we can't enter because there's a very powerful seal there. The people in our layer have studied these seals for countless years, but no one has been able to open them. Not only can these seals not be opened, they also absorb the energy around them to make themselves stronger. Even if you attack them, they'll convert the energy absorbed into their own. It's precisely because of this feature that the people in our layer gave these seals a name, the ultimate god seal. The seal in the Nine Nether Blood realm is the ultimate god seal. Even with so many experts, so many materials, and so many years of research, they still haven't been able to open the ultimate god seal. Do you think that the blood qi collected by the people in the Nine Nether Blood realm can break the ultimate god seal? Is this possible? Wang Zhen's face was ashen. To be exact, when he heard Lu Yiren mention the ultimate god seal, his face was already ashen. As a person from the upper world, how could he not have heard of the ultimate god seal? It's just that he didn't expect the seal in the Nine Nether Blood realm to be the ultimate god seal. However, Wang Zhen quickly discovered a problem. He looked at Lu Yiren and said, Brother Lu said that the Nine Nether Blood realm has the ultimate god seal. Don't tell me that other people don't know about it? Are you the only one who knows? Lu Yiren smiled bitterly and said, How could they not know? It's just that even if they did, they wouldn't say anything. Do you really think that they came to this layer to collect blood qi in order to break the seal? I'm afraid that only those who don't know about the God Extinction Seal would believe this. Those who do know about the God Extinction Seal are only here to find some blood energy to replenish their spiritual qi. They want to live a bit longer in the Nine Nether Blood realm, or they want to stay here and not leave, just like me. Zhao Hai frowned and said, But didn't they say that they wanted to collect Zealot's faith? Could it be that this is fake? First, they had their servants gather faith power in this layer. This faith power would allow them to stay in the Nine Nether Blood realm for a longer period of time. As for the faith power that they couldn't use, they would collect it. Once they have enough faith power, they would have their servants perform a blood sacrifice to open a passage to the blood river. Then they would appear in this layer and use their faith power to break through the spatial barrier and resist the laws of the world. This way, they would be able to return to the upper realm. Unfortunately for them, they met you and couldn't collect any more faith power. Therefore, they wanted to collect more blood qi or do it themselves. They wanted to establish a force here to collect more faith power and then find a way to return to the upper realm. When Zhao Hai heard Wang Zhen, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then his expression changed as he said, So those people aren't going to return to the Nine Nether Blood realm? Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and nodded. I think that's most likely the case. Some people who don't know about the God Extinction Seal might return to the Nine Nether Blood realm. But those who know about the God Extinction Seal definitely won't. Like Brother Lu, they'd rather spend the rest of their lives in this layer than return to the Nine Nether Blood realm. Zhao Hai's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, If they really want to spend the rest of their lives here like Brother Lu, then I can tolerate them. But I'm afraid that they don't want to spend the rest of their lives here and want to return to the upper realm. At that time, it would be a disaster for our lair. Wang Jin sighed and didn't say anything. Lu Yiren looked at Zhao Hai and sighed as well. Brother Zhao Hai, there's nothing we can do about it. You're also a cultivator. Everyone is fighting for a chance. Now that there's a glimmer of hope, they'll fight for it. It's just that I'm not as ruthless as them. And to be honest, I don't have much hope. Not only will our strength be affected in this layer, our lifespan will also be affected. How long will it take for them to gather enough faith here? How could an ordinary person produce fanatical faith power? I'm afraid that they won't be able to gather even a bit of faith until they die, let alone return to the upper realm. Wang Jin looked at Lu Yiren and smiled bitterly. That's not necessarily the case. Faith is just one method. What if they use other methods? Don't forget that there are a lot of people from the devil path among them. Lu Yiren stared blankly. Then his expression changed as he looked at Wang Jin. You're saying that they might use the blood infiltration technique? But if they really do that, how many people would they have to kill? I'm afraid that they would have to slaughter everyone in this layer. Wang Jin sneered. You think they don't want to? I don't think they can do it. But in my opinion, it's very likely that they'll do it because it's their last resort. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yiren with a puzzled expression. Then he said, Brother Lu, what's the blood infiltration technique? Why don't you tell me everything? Lu Yiren smiled bitterly and said, the blood infiltration technique is said to be a very tyrannical blood sacrifice technique of the devil path. The reason why it's called the blood infiltration technique is because it can break through spatial barriers. You might think that it's no different from the blood sacrifice technique, but in fact, the difference is very big. For example, they used the blood sacrifice technique to break through the 9 nether blood realm because they had already planned it beforehand. Moreover, the 9 nether blood realm is very strange. It shouldn't belong to any layer of space, so they were able to succeed. Otherwise, the blood sacrifice technique wouldn't have been able to break through spatial barriers. Wang Jin replied, what you said isn't entirely correct. It's not that the blood sacrifice technique can't break the spatial barrier. Using the blood sacrifice technique in the upper layer can break the spatial barrier in the lower layer. However, using the blood sacrifice technique in the lower layer can't break the spatial barrier in the upper layer. This is the law of heaven and earth, so the blood sacrifice technique can only go down and not up. It's precisely because of this characteristic that the blood infiltration technique was created. The blood infiltration technique is much more cruel than the blood sacrifice technique. I think Zhao Hai should also know how many people the servant races killed in order to open these passages. The blood infiltration technique requires billions of times more blood than the blood sacrifice technique to achieve its effect. In other words, they relied on killing to make the law of heaven and earth unable to bear it, allowing them to steal a thread of heaven's will and go against the flow. Wang Jin nodded. Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed as he said, billions of times more blood? If that's the case, then they would have to kill everyone in this layer in order to go back. Can they do it? Lu Yiren smiled bitterly. Then he turned his hand and something appeared in his hand. It was a jade pendant with an ancient appearance. There were flashing lights on its surface, it was very beautiful. Lu Yiren pointed at the jade pendant and said, this is a jade pendant passed down in my family. I don't know when it was passed down, who passed it down, or how it was obtained. This jade pendant only has one ability, it can calm people's minds and make it easier to cultivate. Then Lu Yiren received the ancient jade and said, in the 9 nether blood domain, everything that has energy will be slowly devoured. Only this ancient jade doesn't have any. Maybe it does, but it's very little. It's also because of this ancient jade that I can maintain my consciousness. Lu Yiren nodded. When Zhao Hai heard this, his complexion couldn't help but change as he said, you mean that the 9 nether blood domain can affect people's minds? Can it make them unconsciously devour others? Lu Yiren shook his head and said, no, the 9 nether blood realm doesn't affect people's minds. The only thing that really affects people's minds is themselves. In a place like the 9 nether blood realm, people's minds will change after a long time. They will do everything they can to leave and return to their original place. Do you know that in the 9 nether blood realm, people don't run out of spiritual chi and get swallowed by the blood river. Instead, they go crazy and attack others. In the end, they either get killed or run out of spiritual chi and get swallowed by the blood river. Some people even commit suicide by jumping into the blood river. To be honest, it's normal for people to go crazy in that kind of environment. It's normal for people to go crazy. Zhao Hai understood what was going on. These people stayed in a hopeless environment for a long time, causing them to go crazy. A psychopath can do anything. Moreover, the more people they kill, the more psychopaths they become. This was normal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "It seems like we have to kill them all this time. Otherwise, this layer would be in big trouble. Come with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai's body flashed as the three of them disappeared. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he said that. Then the three of them disappeared. Wang Qing flew forward alone. He wasn't used to being in a group with others. Others also didn't want to be in a group with him. This was because he was from the cross-saber sect, a saber artist. Saber artists were proud and aloof, but they were also dauntless. Saber artists paid attention to gratitude and revenge. Everything in the world of saber artists was done with a saber. Wang Qing participated in this matter. For him, there was nothing wrong with killing some people from the lower realms to allow him to return to the upper realms. In the eyes of cultivators, human lives were not human lives at all. He was not the only one who thought this, all the cultivators thought the same. However, Wang Qing didn't expect to meet Wang Zhen here. He had some friendship with Wang Zhen, but it wasn't deep. They could only be considered acquaintances. He didn't think that Wang Zhen would stop him. He also didn't think that this layer would have an expert like Zhao Hai. Wang Qing's expression was calm as he flew forward. However, his heart wasn't calm at all. Their plan to collect Mad Faith's power was destroyed by Zhao Hai. They could only use this time to collect some blood energy. However, there were no living people in this layer. Where would they go to collect blood energy? Wang Qing was at a loss at this time. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of Wang Qing. Then three figures appeared in the white light. Upon seeing the three figures, Wang Qing's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He knew all three of them, but he didn't expect them to be here. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Qing, but he still couldn't make up his mind. From Wang Qing's performance last time, it was possible that he didn't know about the Extinction God's seal. If he didn't know about this, then there was no need to be enemies with him. Zhao Hai decided to give it a try and see what Wang Qing was thinking. It would be best if he didn't go against Wang Qing. But if he could win Wang Qing over, then it would be even better. Then he would have more power by his side. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Qing, then he cupped his fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang, I want to talk to you." Wang Qing looked at Zhao Hai, then at Wang Zhen and Lu Yiren. Then he said, "What do you want to say? Why are the three of you together?" Zhao Hai looked at Wang Qing and said, "Brother Lu decided to help me because he discovered that no matter how much blood energy you gather, it's impossible to break the seal of the 9 nether blood realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wang Qing's expression couldn't help but change. He turned to Lu Yiren and said, "Brother Lu, is Zhao Hai telling the truth?" Lu Yiren sighed and said, "Brother Wang, I don't need to lie to you. The seal of the 9 nether blood realm isn't something else, it's the Extinction God's seal. How can people like us break the seal and return to the lower realms? I don't want to go back to the 9 nether blood realm. I just want to find a good place to spend my life. It would be even better if I can pass down my legacy. Because of this, I don't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai." Wang Qing's expression changed. He looked at Lu Yiren and said, "Lu Yiren, are you telling the truth? If you dare to lie to me, then my saber doesn't recognize people." Lu Yiren's expression turned cold. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Qing and said, "Wang Qing, don't think too highly of yourself. I know your strength. Do you think you can shout in front of me with your strength? I'm only telling you this because we're from the same realm. It doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Do you think this is still the upper realms? Do you think I'll be hunted down by the cross-saber sect if I kill you? Do you think they'll come down to avenge you? Also, even if we're in the upper realms, do you think our Black Wind sect is afraid of your cross-saber sect? Your saber doesn't recognize people? Alright, I don't want to know you either. Come, let's see if your saber is faster than my wind control flag. Hearing Lu Yiren's words, Wang Cheng's face turned ashen. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lu, please forgive me. I was just too excited. Looking at Brother Lu's expression, I can see that you're not lying. I didn't expect the seal in the Nine Nether Blood realm to be the absolute God seal. No wonder people can't get out. Sigh, what a pity. It seems like it's a waste of effort. Wang Zhen sneered, you're busy for nothing. Others might not be. You don't think that no one among those people can recognize the absolute God seal, right? Although few people have paid attention to the absolute God seal in recent years, there are definitely a lot of people who go there every year. Would they really think that it's the absolute God seal? Wang Qing, I think you still don't understand what's going on. When Wang Qing heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his expression changed as he said, Wang Zhen, what do you mean? Are you saying that there are people among those people who recognized the absolute God seal? If they recognized the absolute God seal, why would they do it? What are they after? Do they want to get out of the Nine Nether Blood realm? Wang Zhen sneered. How can it be enough just to get out of the Nine Nether Blood realm? They want to go back to their own world, but their plan was foiled by Little Hai halfway through. Now that they can't go back to their own world with the power of the mad faith, they can only think of other ways. Wang Qing, don't blame me for not warning you, they're very likely to use the blood infiltration technique. If you're still going with them, then be prepared to wash the world with blood. When Wang Qing heard Wang Zhen's words, his face couldn't help turning ashen. He looked at Wang Zhen and said, you're talking nonsense. You guessed all of this. Is the blood infiltration spell something we can use that kind of magic speed that damages heavenly Tao? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens? Even if they use it to go back to their world, aren't they afraid of being hunted down? Even the devil path wouldn't tolerate these murderous devils, right? Wang Zhen looked at Wang Qing and sneered. I'm afraid they've already gone crazy. Besides going back, they won't think of anything else. Wang Qing, I know that you're not weak, but at best, you can only fight to a draw with me. You might not even be a match for Brother Lu. As for Xiao Hai, I'm afraid you're even less of an opponent. We don't want to be enemies with you. In any case, we have some friendship, so if you trust us, then you can work with us. Don't think about going back to the Nine Nether Blood realm. We can just find a place to spend the rest of our lives in the Nine Nether Blood realm. We can pass down our orthodoxy in this layer, and it can be considered worthy of our teachings. If you really don't want to help us, then I hope you don't get involved with those ginseng people. I can see that Xiao Hai doesn't really want to kill you, so I'm telling you this. Wang Qing looked at Wang Zhen and then sighed. Then he cupped his fist and said, compared to them, I believe Wang Zhen's words more. Your reputation isn't bad. As for Brother Lu, although he's known for his ruthlessness, he didn't lie and betray others. I believe in your words, so I'll help you. Mr. Zhao, I really didn't know about their plan before. I just thought that they sent people to collect faith in order to break the seal and return to the upper realm. I didn't know about their real plan. Wang Zhen nodded, then he said, actually, I didn't know about it. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I believe Brother Wang's words. Wang Qing being able to help us is really good. Now, I just want to know who proposed this plan in the beginning. How many people supported this plan from the beginning? I'm afraid that this plan wasn't something that one or two people could come up with. I'm afraid that these people had already formed an alliance. It's just that this matter was hidden from people like Wang Qing. Jing Jun was standing on top of a mountain. This mountain was the tallest one in the realm he was in. It was surrounded by white snow, looking very beautiful. Of course, it was also very cold. However, things like temperature were almost non-existent for cultivators. Therefore, Jing Jun didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, he stood there with a look of enjoyment on his face. He even took a few deep breaths. He liked the air here. It was much better than the air in the Nine Nether Blood realm. Breathing this cold air into his lungs made him feel that he was still alive. This feeling was very good. Do you think our plan will succeed? That Xiao Hai doesn't seem weak. A voice was suddenly heard. However, Jing Jun didn't move. It was as if he already expected this voice to come. Whether it succeeds or not depends on what we do. Aren't we already halfway there? Didn't we already get out of that damned place? Now that we're here, nobody can stop us from going back. We must go back, even if we have to slaughter everyone on this level. Jin Jun still had a smile on his face. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with murderous intent. One could smell the scent of blood in his words. But we can't break that formation. Moreover, I've calculated that the formation's attack power is very strong. The voice from before was heard again. The speaker was a man in white. He was dressed in white and his hair was also white. On this snow-covered mountain peak, his entire person seemed to have blended into the snow. Jin Jun smiled faintly and said, "Snow Devil, don't be scared by them. I admit that the formation is very powerful. However, it also has its weakness. In the end, it's still a formation, so its movement speed is very slow. As long as we don't fight it head-on, it wouldn't be able to do anything to us. What we need to do is to find a way to another space and then go there to kill them." Jin Jun smiled faintly. Snow Demon looked at Jin Jun and said in a deep voice, "This method is not bad. However, I just contacted a few others. They said that the teleportation arrays connecting to other spaces have all been destroyed. Furthermore, there are spirit formations used here. If we want to go to other spaces, it won't be that easy." Jin Jun replied, "That's nothing. We still have a lot of time, we can take our time. It's impossible for them to seal off all the passages leading to the outside world. They must have left some clues behind. Let's hurry up and search. At the same time, have those who study formations check the destroyed transmission formations and see if they can be repaired. Also, it's best if we can find the formation and destroy it. Only then can we feel at ease." Snow Devil nodded and said, "I'll go inform the others." "Right, what about Wang Zhen? I really didn't expect that guy to be with Zhao Hai. Moreover, it seems like he really wants to stop us." Jin Jun sneered and said, "Although Wang Zhen isn't weak, he can only be considered average. There's no need to pay attention to him. Compared to Wang Zhen, I'm more interested in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is much stronger than Wang Zhen. I really didn't think that Moyer would be destroyed by Zhao Hai." Snow Devil said, "It seems like Zhao Hai knows about our plan. The reason why this layer has such a defense must have something to do with him." Jin Jun nodded and said, "That's for sure. But even if they know about our plan, with their strength, it's impossible for them to stop us. But in order to prevent them from destroying our plan, we still need to find a way to get rid of them. Zhao Hai is very confident in his strength. Once he sees that we aren't fighting with his formation, he will certainly come out to kill us. Mobilize everyone to find him and kill him." Jin Jun nodded and said, "That's right." Snow Devil nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it." After he said that, he took out several pieces of jade. With a wave of his hand, these pieces of jade immediately turned into jade swords. Then he inputted some information into the jade swords. Then he waved his hand, causing the jade swords to fly away. They were very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jin Jun seemed to have noticed Snow Devil's movements. He smiled faintly and said, "I really didn't think that an ancient communication method like the jade swords would become our main method of communication. Ha ha ha, this layer's formation is really good. It can actually make our communicators useless. Amazing, amazing." Snow Devil said in a deep voice, "We seem to have underestimated the people of this layer. Although the people of this layer also use arrays, the arrays they use are very different from ours. They actually faintly form a system of their own. I didn't think of this." Jin Jun nodded and said, "Don't worry about him. Arrange a few people to keep an eye on the formation and see if Zhao Hai comes out. If he does, then find him and kill him first." Snow Demon nodded, then she sent out several jade sword messages. Just as he released several jade swords, several of them flew over. Snow Devil received the jade swords and looked at the contents. He couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Alliance Lord, something happened. Several people have lost contact with us. They are our core members. We also lost contact with our peripheral members. Do you think they ran away? Did they act alone?" Jin Jun thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, I don't think so. Our core members were carefully selected by us. They are people who want to return to their own realms. Therefore, they wouldn't act alone. This is because you and I know that if we act alone, then we wouldn't have the chance to return. I think it might be Zhao Hai who came out and hunted our people. Snow Devil frowned and said, but how is this possible? How did he find those people? Those people weren't close to each other. How did he find those people in such a short period of time, feared them, and killed them? Jin Jun smiled faintly and said, don't forget, this is their territory. Since Zhao Hai knows that we're here, how could he not make some arrangements? Inform everyone to be careful. Tell them to form teams and not to act alone. Snow Devil nodded and immediately released a jade sword. Jin Jun stood on top of the snowy mountain and looked at the distant mountains below. Then he muttered, I didn't expect his counterattack to be this fast. This is also good. I want to see if he's stronger or if we're stronger. Snow Devil looked at Jin Jun and said, Alliance Lord, what should we do now? If Zhao Hai really came out to hunt us, then it would be very troublesome. He has the advantage of location and he has fewer people. It wouldn't be easy for us to find him. Jin Jun sneered and said, why should we look for him? Isn't it the same if he takes the initiative to find us? Send a message to everyone. Tell them that we're going to take a look at their formation. Now that Zhao Hai has left, the most important person in the formation has also left. I want to see if the formation can still function normally. Snow Devil nodded and immediately sent a message to the others. At this time, Wang Qing was looking at the people beside him in a daze. These people were just fighting with them, but now they're standing beside them. Wang Qing wasn't used to this. Lu Yiren looked at Wang Qing and smiled faintly, Brother Wang, are you still not used to this kind of fighting? Wang Qing turned his head to look at Lu Yiren and said, are you used to it? These guys are clearly undead, but can you feel the death aura coming from them? Zhao Hai's ability is too strong. Lu Yiren turned his head to look at the undead and sighed, right, this ability is too powerful. I really don't know where he learned this ability. It's simply the best ability to establish one's force. Just as Lu Yiren finished speaking, a voice was heard, using this method to establish a force is something the young master isn't willing to do. Otherwise, why would the young master form an alliance? The young master doesn't like to kill people. The one who spoke was an undead. He also came from the 9 nether blood domain. But after being killed by Zhao Hai, he became an undead. Wang Qing looked at the person who spoke. He knew this person, he was a disciple of the body cultivator sect, the mighty god sect. The disciples of the mighty god sect were famous for their strength. It can be said that they were the strongest cultivators in the upper realm. However, the people of the mighty god sect believed in their strength too much. Because of this, they looked down on those who weren't as strong as them. Because of this, their reputation in the upper realm wasn't very good. The person who spoke was called Wang Li. It was a very common name, but he had a nickname in the upper realm, the mighty god demon. From this nickname, one can imagine what kind of person he was. This person was very bloodthirsty. Moreover, he didn't care about his reputation at all. He was a very difficult character to deal with. However, this person had been missing for a long time. He had been in the 9 nether blood domain for even longer than Wang Qing. This time, when Zhao Hai came looking for him, he fought with Zhao Hai's group. In the end, he was killed and turned into an undead. Wang Qing looked at Wang Li and said, Wang Li, weren't you just turned into an undead by Zhao Hai? Why do you know about these things? Wang Li looked at Wang Qing and said, the young master's ability isn't something you can imagine. You should be glad that the young master doesn't kill. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive? Wang Qing didn't say anything. He agreed with Wang Li's words. Zhao Hai really didn't kill. You can only say that he didn't hold back when facing an enemy. But when it comes to killing, it was impossible. If Zhao Hai really wanted to kill, then he wouldn't have given Wang Qing a chance. Wang Qing was very clear that if Zhao Hai didn't give him a chance, then he wouldn't have any hope of winning. Lu Yiren looked at Wang Li and said, Wang Li, do you know where Zhao Hai is right now? Why did he leave us here and lead the others away? Wang Li looked at Lu Yiren and said, the young master has his own reasons for doing this. Naturally, he also has his own reasons for leaving us here. You will know when the time comes. When Lu Yiren heard Wang Li, he couldn't help but feel angry. This Wang Li was no different from when he was alive. The only difference was that he was absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of death qi on his body. If Lu Yiren didn't see Zhao Hai turn Wang Li into an undead, then he might have thought that Wang Li was Zhao Hai's subordinate. Moreover, he was a loyal subordinate who had followed Zhao Hai for countless years. Wang Qing also looked at Wang Li with some dissatisfaction. At this moment, a few figures flew over from the distance. Everyone's mind shook. They looked carefully and found that these figures were actually people from the upper realm. They even recognized the leader. That person was called Yu Jinglin, a cultivator from the upper realm's Flying Dragon sect. The Flying Dragon sect's cultivators were originally famous for their beast control. Naturally, their abilities weren't limited to beast control. Yu Jinglin was a special case of the Flying Dragon sect. His specialty wasn't beast control, but rather poison. When he was in the upper realm, he was nicknamed the Poison Prince. From this, one could see how strong his poison ability was. However, he had been missing for a very long time, even longer than Lu Yiren. When Yu Jinglin saw Wang Cheng's group, he was also stunned. However, he still waved his hand, causing the people around him to slow down and slowly approach Wang Cheng's group. At this time, Wang Li suddenly stopped and said, "The young master said to kill them. Don't let a single one escape. He's already on his way back. As long as we delay them here, we'll wait for the young master to come back and kill them all." When Wang Qing and Lu Yiren heard Wang Li, they immediately understood why Zhao Hai had them wait here. It turned out that he was waiting for Yu Jinglin's group. At this time, Yu Jinglin's group also arrived not far in front of Wang Cheng's group. He glanced at Wang Cheng's group and saw that there were more than a dozen cultivators on Wang Cheng's side. Behind Yu Jinglin, there were also nearly 10 cultivators. However, when Yu Jinglin saw Wang Li, his eyes lit up. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Everyone, this Yu greets you." "Wang Li, why are you here?" Wang Li looked at Yu Jinglin and said, "I'm waiting for you. Let's go to the formation together." Wang Qing and the others didn't say anything. This was because they already knew that Wang Li was a member of the Blood Realm Alliance. The Blood Realm Alliance was an alliance formed by those who planned to invade the lower realm. At first, Wang Qing thought that he was also a part of the plan. However, he was only an outer member of the alliance. He wasn't a member of the Blood Realm Alliance. On the other hand, Wang Li was a core member of the Blood Realm Alliance. The number of people in the Blood Realm Alliance was not small. There were at least tens of thousands of people. However, there were only a few thousand core members. The rest were the outer members. Some of the outer members knew that they were members of the Blood Realm Alliance. There were also some like Wang Qing who didn't know that he was a member of the Blood Realm Alliance. He belonged to the category of people who were being tested and hadn't officially joined. When Yu Jinglin heard Wang Li, he nodded and said, "All right, then let's go together." Wang Li nodded, then he led the group towards Yu Jinglin's location. It seems like they were going to join forces. At this time, Yu Jinglin suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. While he was puzzled, he suddenly thought of Wang Li. Wang Li seemed to have been waiting here for some time. How did he know that they were going to pass through here? After thinking about this, Yu Jinglin's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, "Not good, there's a trap." Just as he said that, Wang Li's attack arrived. Wang Li's side attacked with all their strength. Yu Jinglin and the others weren't prepared before. They were injured by Wang Li's attack. However, Yu Jinglin's group were experts who had been through hundreds of battles. Therefore, they were able to react and fight with Wang Li's group. Because Yu Jinglin's reaction was the fastest, he wasn't injured. While he was dealing with Wang Li's attack, he shouted, "Wang Li, you traitor! You dare to betray the alliance? The Alliance Lord won't let you off." Wang Li sneered and said, "So what if he doesn't let me off? Humph, let's see if he can survive until he can deal with me." After he said that, Wang Li's attacks became even more intense. At this time, a white light suddenly flashed outside the battlefield. Then more than 10 figures appeared. The one in the lead was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the battlefield and said, "Retreat." After his voice fell, Wang Li's group immediately moved back. On the other hand, Yu Jinglin and the others suddenly felt as if they had entered another world. Upon seeing this, Yu Jinglin immediately understood what was going on. He immediately said, "Formation. Everyone, be careful. We're now inside a formation. Don't move." Upon hearing this, those people didn't dare to move. Yu Jinglin was clearly very knowledgeable about formations. He was carefully observing the formation. He wanted to find the core of the formation and break it. However, Zhao Hai didn't give him this opportunity. The formation's attack immediately began. Waves of law power attacked Yu Jinglin and the others. Yu Jinglin and the others weren't simple people. They used their own formations to block Zhao Hai's attack. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhao Hai's formation didn't kill the people inside. It was actually the people inside the formation that were hiding inside. Originally, Zhao was the only one who could freely kill people inside the formation. But ever since Wang Li and the others were turned into undead, Zhao was able to transfer information about the operation of the formation to their minds. Now that Wang Li and the others knew how the formation worked, they could freely kill people inside the formation. Now that Yu Jinglin and the others were trapped inside the formation, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. He led Wang Li and the others into the formation and attacked Yu Jinglin and the others. Yu Jinglin and the others felt as if they were in a forest. This forest was boundless and without a trace. If they weren't sure that they were inside a formation, they would have thought that they were in a forest. Yu Jinglin was very knowledgeable about formations, but this was the first time he saw such a realistic illusion formation. At this time, an ordinary-looking flower in the forest suddenly shot out a white light. This white light went straight towards Yu Jinglin. Yu Jinglin didn't care about it. His body moved and dodged the white light. But at this time, a sudden gust of wind came from behind him. Yu Jinglin had just dodged the white light. He had used up all his strength and hadn't recovered his strength yet. How could he dodge this? After discovering that he couldn't dodge, Yu Jinglin had no choice but to move his power of law to his back. He was ready to receive this attack. But at this time, the gust of wind behind him suddenly disappeared. A silent attack suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Yu Jinglin could react, the attack had already pierced his throat. Yu Jinglin's eyes widened as he looked forward. There was nothing in front of him, he couldn't see anything. However, he could clearly feel that his throat was pierced. After his throat was pierced, one of Yu Jinglin's arms suddenly separated from his body. It twisted in the air, trying to turn into another Yu Jinglin. However, how could Zhao Hai give him this opportunity? A white light shot towards the arm. The arm suddenly stopped twisting and was fixed in midair. Then Yu Jinglin's body and the arm disappeared. Naturally, they were received by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also discovered that among the 9 Nether Blood Realm, there were a lot of people who could use blood rebirth. Although they weren't very good at it, most people could only use one arm to rebirth. However, this was still very dangerous. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought of using this method to deal with them. First, Zhao Hai killed the cultivator. When a part of the cultivator's body separated from his body and was about to be reborn, Zhao Hai used the death-locking formation to lock it in place. Then Zhao Hai took that part to the space and used the space's ability to erase the soul imprint of that part. This way, the cultivator wouldn't be able to be reborn. Then Zhao Hai put that part back into the undead's body and had the undead imprint its soul imprint on it. This way, the undead could be reborn from a drop of blood while the original cultivator's soul was completely erased. This was the case for Yu Jinglin. His arm was detached from his body, ready to be reborn, but it was received into the space by Zhao. Then the space erased the soul imprint on Yu Jinglin's arm, and the arm was put back into Yu Jinglin's body. Then Yu Jinglin turned into an undead and imprinted his soul imprint on the arm. This way, Yu Jinglin's undead body could be reborn, and his strength would be the same as the original Yu Jinglin's. Moreover, there was another advantage to doing this. In the past, if Zhao Hai wanted to completely erase a cultivator's rebirth, then he would need to refine that part of the cultivator's body into ashes. However, this would turn the cultivator into a cripple, just like Moyer. This was because Moyer's tail was refined by Zhao Hai. A crippled cultivator's strength would be affected. Even if he turned into an undead, his strength would still be affected. Moreover, this process would take a long time. It would take a long time to refine the rebirth part into ashes. It can be said that this process was very time-consuming. It would also damage the undead's fighting strength. It wasn't worth it. Naturally, this didn't mean that the undead would be crippled forever. Their bodies could still be restored. However, they would need to cultivate the ability to regenerate from a drop of blood. This way, they would be able to regenerate their severed limbs. This process would take a long time. On the other hand, having the space erase a part of the cultivator's soul wouldn't take a long time. This was because the space had its own unique laws. Erasing a part of the soul would only take a blink of an eye. The part of the body that had its soul erased already had the ability to regenerate from a drop of blood. Moreover, it would also be branded with a soul imprint. Because of this, it would be very easy for the undead to brand their soul imprint. Not only would it take a short time, it would also not affect the cultivator's strength. This would allow the cultivator to maintain their fighting strength when they were alive. This was killing two birds with one stone. When the formation was removed, Wang Qing and the others were finally able to see the situation inside. There was nothing inside. Zhao Hai was standing there while Wang Li and the others were standing behind him. Even Yu Jinglin was standing behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "All right, the matter here has been resolved. Let's go somewhere else. Yu Jinglin, you take your people and go to the formation. If necessary, attack them from the inside." Yu Jinglin nodded, then led the people who were following him to turn around and leave. Zhao Hai turned his head to Wang Li and said, "Wang Li, you go as well. Your identities haven't been exposed yet, so make good use of them. Don't let anyone find out." Wang Li nodded, but he didn't go towards Yu Jinglin's direction. Instead, he flew towards another direction. After Wang Li and the others left, Zhao Hai's group only had a dozen or so people left. These people were also undead, but since they were peripheral members of the Blood Realm Alliance, they weren't taken seriously. Moreover, they had already been exposed. Even if they were to go now, people would know that they were Zhao Hai's people. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't let them leave and instead had them stay by his side. At this time, Wang Jin arrived beside Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what are we going to do next? Are we going to do the same thing as before, intercept those small teams and destroy them?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We're going to do the same thing. This time, I want to make the Blood Realm Alliance suffer a lot. Since they went to the formation, we'll do our best to turn them into our people. When the time comes, we'll attack them. With their internal betrayal, I think they'll suffer a lot this time." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yiren and Wang Qing, then he smiled faintly and said, "The two of you will be the bait this time, is there any problem?" Naturally, Lu Yiren and Wang Qing didn't oppose. They both nodded and agreed to Zhao Hai's request. At this time, Jin Jun didn't know that Zhao Hai had placed a lot of sand in his group. He and the Snow Devil were also heading towards the formation. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't there, so he wanted to attack the formation and see if he could break it. If he couldn't, then he could at least lure Zhao Hai out. Most of the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm were now gathered around the formation. Among these people, there were a lot of people who understood formations. This was also Jin Jun's confidence. In Jin Jun's opinion, although the formation of this layer was very unique, it wasn't unbreakable. There were a lot of formation experts among them, so they should be able to break the formation. Time passed by little by little. More and more people gathered around the formation. However, they didn't take the initiative to attack the formation. Instead, they kept a safe distance from the formation. At this time, Zhao Hai brought Lu Yiren and the others back to the formation. At the same time, he invited Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. At this point, Ling Feng and the others had a basic understanding of how formations work. They can now attack enemies from within the formation. Seeing the confidence of Ling Feng and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It seems like everyone has gained a lot in this period of time. That's good. But if you want to attack those people, you can't use ordinary methods. Therefore, I prepared some things for everyone." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a pile of spatial bags appeared on the table. Ling Feng and the others weren't polite as they took a spatial bag. After opening the bag, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. There's no need to be surprised. There are indeed law crystals inside these spatial bags. However, these law crystals aren't mine. Don't forget that when we attacked Demon King City, the Demon King said that he had a law crystal mine. These law crystals were found in that mine. As soon as Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes lit up. In fact, the Demon King said that he had a law crystal mine. Ling Feng and the others knew about this, but they didn't know where it was. However, after they killed the Demon King and the others, they obtained a lot of law crystals from the treasury of the extraterritorial demons. This made them very happy. As for the law crystal mine, they didn't want it. Nobody told Zhao Hai about it. This was because in Ling Feng and the others' minds, Zhao Hai would certainly be able to find the law crystal mine. Therefore, they decided to give the law crystal mine to Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai didn't get any benefits from dealing with the extraterritorial demons. This made them very embarrassed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would take out the law crystals at this time. Moreover, he said that these law crystals were taken from the law crystal mine. With their understanding of Zhao Hai, they knew that Zhao Hai didn't want the law crystal mine. Zhao Hai's words meant that he didn't want the law crystal mine. Ling Feng and the others looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the law crystal mine is under Demon King City. However, it's very deep underground. Moreover, I don't know how it was formed, but the mine isn't very big. I've already dug out the law crystal mine. All of the law crystals are here. You can keep some of them, but the majority of them will be used as a source of energy for the battle. When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They knew that Zhao Hai was giving them benefits. Although they wanted to use the majority of the law crystals as a source of energy, they had no other choice. The people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood domain were very strong. If they don't use the power of laws, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. Therefore, they could only use the law crystals to attack them. On the other hand, Wang Zhen, Wang Qing, and Lu Yiren who were sitting on the side stared blankly at Zhao Hai. It was as if this was the first day they met Zhao Hai. This was because they didn't think that Zhao Hai would take out the law crystals and give them to these people. Things like law crystals were very rare even in the upper realm, let alone a law crystal mine. Although the cultivators in the upper realm can comprehend the power of laws by themselves while practicing the 12 palaces, many people were unable to do so. There were a lot of people who were very strong but still couldn't comprehend the power of laws. In this case, they needed the help of law crystals. Because of this, law crystals were very popular in the upper realm. If an average person had a law crystal, they wouldn't take it out. This was because even if they didn't need it, they could still use it to exchange for other things to further their cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't care about what the others thought. Instead, he looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, in a while, I'll expand the formation. This way, your large artifacts can be used. You already know how to deal with the enemy inside the formation. Use everything you've learned and give them a head-on blow. Ling Feng nodded and said, don't worry. Everyone nodded. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After everyone left, Wang Zhen immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you know what law crystals mean? Why do you want to give them to them? Seeing Wang Zhen's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I know what the law crystal means. But if we can't eliminate those people, then the world would face a disaster. Compared to the safety of the world, the law crystal is nothing. Wang Zhen nodded and said, of course I know what the law crystal means. Lu Yiren looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, Zhao Hai, I'm starting to admire you now. I also understand why these people are convinced by you. It's not just because of your strength, but also because of your mind. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Zhao Hai, I'm starting to admire you. Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled, you're too polite. I'm still far from reaching that level. But you can rest assured, I'm working hard in that direction. Hee. Wang Qing took a deep breath and calmed his excited heart. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you just said that you want to expand the range of the formation. Are you sure about this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, just wait and see." After he said that, Zhao Hai led the group to the top floor of the Heaven's secret building and looked outside. Wang Qing and the others also looked outside. Upon seeing the situation outside, Wang Qing and the others couldn't remain calm. At this time, Spiritual Edge and the others' large artifacts were still there. On the other hand, waves of undead were arranged in neat formations. Their formations weren't random, but they formed one formation after another. It looked very beautiful. This was the first time that Wang Qing and the others saw this kind of formation. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded. Through the formation, they could see some cultivators gathering in a place far away from them. These cultivators weren't a lot. Compared to the undead in the formation, their numbers were pitifully small. However, Wang Qing and the others didn't underestimate the other party. This was because these people came from the same place as them. Some of them were even stronger than them. Wang Jin turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "What do we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." Then he said, "Ask them if they're ready. Tell them not to attack blindly. These law crystals are good things. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. They must seize this opportunity." Wang Zhen and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know who Zhao Hai was talking to. Just as they were puzzled, they heard the voices of several women, "We're ready." The group stared, then they turned their heads. They didn't know when, but several beautiful women had entered the room. These women were holding metal formations in their hands. From time to time, they would speak to the formations. In front of these women was a projection that showed the situation of the battlefield. But projections and magic arrays weren't what Wang Zhen and the others were paying attention to. What they were paying attention to were the women. They never thought that with their strength, they would be able to get so close to these women in this world without them noticing. This really surprised them. Seeing the shocked expressions of the group, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "There's no need to be surprised. These are my wives. Your spiritual force would be affected by the Heaven's secret pavilion, so it's normal for you to not be able to see them. My wives are experts in commanding battles, some of them are even stronger than me. Because of this, I would hand over the command to them. I'm only responsible for the general direction." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wang Zhen and the others became curious. At this time, Laura and the others gave Wang Zhen and the others a salute. Wang Zhen and the others immediately returned the salute. They didn't dare to be rude. This was because Zhao Hai just said that the Heaven's secret pavilion was his domain. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand, Zhao Hai said that their spiritual force would be affected inside the Heaven's secret pavilion. Wasn't this obvious enough? If Wang Zhen and the others couldn't understand this, then they would have lived in vain. Before long, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, Spirit Edge and the others are ready to attack at any time. We can proceed with our plan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's proceed." Then he turned his head to the window. At this time, Wang Zhen and the others also turned their attention to the window. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai was planning. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Wang Zhen and the others. Instead, he waved his hand. Wang Zhen and the others discovered that there was a commotion among the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Wang Zhen and the others were puzzled as they didn't know what happened. But when they looked at those people, they couldn't help but stare. They were shocked by what they saw. Wang Zhen and the others had paid attention to the situation of the Blood Realm Alliance. Although the Blood Realm Alliance wasn't part of the Blood Realm Alliance, they were still people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Their numbers added up to about 50,000 people. This number might seem very pitiful, but with their strength, this number was very formidable. 50,000 experts who could use almost unlimited amounts of law power gathered together. What kind of concept was this? If these people wanted to destroy a realm, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Moreover, they wouldn't even need to use all of their strength. Only a small number of people would be able to destroy a small realm on this level. These 50,000 people were very lucky to be outside of the attack range of the formation. One must know that the attack range of the formation was very far, about 1,000 li. In other words, Jing Jun and the others were 1,000 li away, or even further away, where there was nothing but the sky. But now it was different. Around Jin Jun and the others, a pile of large artifacts suddenly appeared. There were about 2,000 of these large artifacts. These large artifacts actually formed a formation that trapped Jin Jun and the others. If this was all, then it wouldn't be a big deal. What shocked Wang Zhen and the others was that more and more undead appeared in the void. As soon as these undead appeared, they immediately formed a talisman formation and began to operate. Zhao Hai's formation and the formation formed by the large artifacts were slowly connected. Spectacular, too spectacular. This was the only feeling Wang Zhen and the others had now. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the whole world had turned into a huge array that was slowly taking shape. The size of this array and the strangeness of its formation were things they had never seen before. And this was precisely Zhao Hai's goal. Zhao Hai wanted to use this array to trap these people and then slowly slaughter them, just like slaughtering pigs and sheep in a pen. In fact, in Zhao Hai's view, these people weren't even as good as pigs and sheep. Pigs and sheep wouldn't take the initiative to kill people and could even provide them with meat. On the other hand, these people wanted to kill people. Under Wang Zhen and the others' gazes, this incomparably huge array made up of undead and large artifacts slowly took shape. The size of this array was something they had never seen before. For people of their status, their sects were incomparably powerful. The more powerful their sects were, the more powerful their defensive formations would be. However, the defensive formations had already been built long ago, and all the talismans were hidden. Naturally, the most important point was that the defensive formations were fixed in place and couldn't be moved. This array was completely different from the one they were looking at now. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Zhen and the others, Zhao Hai's large formation and the large magic artifact's large formation combined perfectly. Then the entire formation began to slowly operate. Wang Zhen and the others stared blankly at the people trapped in the array. At this moment, these people weren't moving. A few people who seemed to have studied array formations were carefully observing the array. But when they saw their actions, Wang Zhen and the others couldn't help but feel a little sad. They felt sad for these people. In any case, these people came from the same place as them, but now they were trapped in the array like beasts. Although these people seemed to be observing the formation and preparing to break it, Wang Zhen was very clear that it was impossible for them to break it. This was because Wang Zhen had already discovered that Zhao's big formation was made up of countless small formations. In other words, even if these people broke the formation, there would still be another formation outside, trapping them to death. Zhao Hai paid attention to the other party's situation. When he saw that the other party had completely fallen into the array, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he waved his hand, causing the entire array to slowly change and become bigger. The array became bigger, making it more suitable for the large artifacts to pass through. At the same time, Laura and the others gave the order to Spirit Edge and the others to move. All of Spirit Edge's large artifacts came to life. Each of the large artifacts followed a certain pattern as they slowly moved forward. They weren't moving in a straight line. Inside the formation, this was impossible. Even those who were familiar with formations would have to follow the path of the formation to move forward. Arrays were similar to the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the killing array was, there would be some passages in the middle. These passages could be said to be the escape routes of the array. As long as one walked through these passages, they would be able to come and go freely within the array. A lot of cultivators who were good at formations wouldn't destroy the array. Instead, they would find the passage inside the array. As long as they find the passage, they would be able to enter or exit the array. Naturally, if the array was under someone's control, then it wouldn't be easy. Once you find the passage, the other party would immediately change the array, turning it into a dead end. Wang Zhen and the others knew that Spirit Edge and the others were currently walking on this path. Then they would slowly approach Jin Jun's group and deal with them in one fell swoop. Sure enough, just as Wang Zhen thought, Spirit Edge and the others slowly approached Jin Jun's group. At this time, Laura and the others issued orders, directing Jin Jun and the others to move forward. Time passed by bit. Before long, Spirit Edge and the others' large artifacts had entered the array that trapped Jin Jun's group. Moreover, they maintained their speed as they slowly moved forward. At this time, Laura's voice was heard, "Brother Hai, the integration is complete. Spirit Edge and the others' large artifacts have been integrated into the array." As long as they move forward at this speed, they would become part of the array. They are now very close to Jin Jun's group, they can directly attack them with their large artifacts. Since their large artifacts are made of law crystals, they should be able to deal damage to Jin Jun's group. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let them attack as they see fit. Those law crystals are their own. If they waste them and use them all up, then I don't care. Laura smiled and nodded before she went to pass down the order. Zhao Hai stood on the divine secret tower and looked at Jin Jun's group inside the array. Wang Zhen was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, if you want to deal with Jin Jun's group, wouldn't you be faster? Why did you let them attack? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, don't you know? We are the Allied Army. The Allied Army means that we don't come from the same force, we come from different realms. The reason why I can gather them is because the threat of the extraterritorial demons is too big. Moreover, most of them have deep enmity with each other. Because of this, they would certainly come to deal with the extraterritorial demons. The second reason is because of benefits. I promised them that I would give them all of the spoils of war. This is also the reason why I took out the formation crystals before. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he turned to look at Wang Zhen and the others and said, by letting them participate in the battle, they would feel that they contributed. In this case, they wouldn't have any psychological burden or guilt when dividing the spoils of war. Therefore, I let them attack. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're really considerate. You even thought of this. In order to make them feel less guilty, you deliberately made them attack Jin Jun. In a situation where they didn't suffer any losses, they were able to eliminate the guilt in their hearts. This is really rare. You really take care of them. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen, then he suddenly smiled faintly and said, you think that I did this just to take care of them? Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, what? Isn't that the case? Zhao smiled faintly. If you know someone, but every time you see them, your heart will be filled with guilt. You will feel that you have wronged them. What would you do? Zhao smiled faintly. What would you do? Hearing this, Wang Zhen and the others stared blankly for a moment. A few of them wanted to answer, but they swallowed their words. After a while, they looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. In this world, the most difficult thing to understand is the human heart. If I don't let these people participate in the battle, what would they think? Would they think that I don't want to admit my previous words and want a share of the spoils? Even if they don't think so, they would still feel guilty towards me and wouldn't want to see me. And when they think of me, they would remember what happened today. Not only would they not be grateful to me, they might even wish for me to die early. So if I let them participate in the battle, they would think that it's natural for them to get what they want. This way, our cooperation will last longer, right? Wang Zhen and the others were stunned. After a while, Lu Yiren opened his mouth and said, you're really amazing. I didn't expect you to think of this. Zhao Hai, you're really amazing. I'm starting to admire you. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing I can do about it. After experiencing a lot, I think a lot. This is nothing. Look, they're starting to attack. While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed forward. Wang Zhen and the others looked towards the direction Zhao Hai pointed. They discovered that Wang Zhen and the others had really started to attack. Energy beams shot towards Jin Jun and the others. However, Jin Jun and the others were already prepared. Everyone formed a circle and were very cautious of their surroundings. Therefore, when they saw something coming, they immediately used their magic artifacts to disperse the energy beams. Then they counterattacked with the power of laws. However, their attacks didn't hit Ling Feng and the others' large artifacts. Instead, they flew very far away from them. Wang Zhen and the others didn't understand what was going on. Ling Feng and Jin Jun weren't very far away, so it was impossible for their attacks to deviate by that much. Only Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the formation. The formation would make people trapped inside think that the place they attacked before was their target. Because of this, their attacks would naturally deviate. Moreover, in the eyes of these people, Ling Feng and the others' attacks weren't attacks of law. Perhaps it was a vine attack, or perhaps it was a rock. This was all because of the formation. Jiao Hai also activated the illusion formation. At this time, Jin Jun and the others were facing all kinds of attacks. Because of this, Ling Feng and the others' true attacks were hidden. This way, they would be more lethal. Because of the illusion formation, Ling Feng and the others' attacks were effective. A lot of Blood Realm Alliance cultivators trapped inside the formation were killed by Ling Feng and the others' power of laws. Among these people, there were some who didn't understand the blood rebirth ability and died on the spot. There were some who understood the blood rebirth ability and used their soul imprints to be reborn. The battle went on at a leisurely pace. Ling Feng and the others had learned to be patient. If they didn't find a good opportunity, then they wouldn't attack. At the same time, Jin Jun and the others' defenses had also improved. At the same time, those who studied formations had also begun to try to break them. However, Wang Jin knew that Jin Jun and the others were dead. Jiao Hai wouldn't let them off, nor would he give them an opportunity. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. They finally relaxed a little. Jiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. What? You're relaxed now? Hee, although we've trapped the Blood Realm Alliance here, don't forget that the passage to the 9 Nether Blood Realm hasn't been closed. There shouldn't only be so few people in the 9 Nether Blood Realm, right? When Wang Zhan and the others heard Jiao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They immediately understood that Jiao Hai wasn't talking nonsense. Just like Jiao Hai said, although they had trapped Jin Jun and the others, the passage between this layer and the 9 Nether Blood Realm was still open. Moreover, the 9 Nether Blood Realm didn't only have 50,000 people, there were a lot of people inside. Before, when everyone didn't move, the 9 Nether Blood Realm was still calm. But now that more than 50,000 people moved, the entire 9 Nether Blood Realm would be alarmed. How could the people inside not come out? Impossible. Even if the lower realm wasn't good, it was still much better than the 9 Nether Blood Realm. Therefore, Jiao Hai was sure that the people in the 9 Nether Blood Realm would come out, they would. Wang Zhan and the others looked at each other before they smiled bitterly. Lu Yiren cupped his fist towards Jiao Hai and said, I've learned a lot. I've discovered that compared to you, Jiao Hai, we're still lacking. We just saw the first signs of victory and we already started to relax. But you didn't relax at all, you've been very calm all this time. We can't compare to you in this aspect. It seems like our cultivation is still enough. Wang Jin nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, we call ourselves the geniuses of our sections. But now it seems like we're still far behind a genius like you. The genius that Wang Jin was talking about was naturally Jiao Hai. Of course, I'm not talking about you and Jin Jun. The people who come out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm aren't people of the Blood Realm Alliance. Moreover, because you came out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm, you're very happy. Naturally, you won't think too much about it. The reason why I think about this is because of my mentality. My mentality is different from yours, so I naturally have to think more about it. Jiao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not talking about you and Jin Jun. The people who come out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm aren't people of the Blood Realm Alliance. Moreover, because you came out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm, you're very happy. Naturally, you won't think too much about it. This isn't a big deal. Wang Zhen and the others smiled bitterly. Naturally, they didn't think that Jiao Hai didn't believe him. In fact, what Jiao Hai said made sense. Although they were from this realm, they had always been spectators. They didn't really think that they were from this realm. This difference in mentality made them think of many things. Jiao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, Laura, there are people coming out of the passage. Let's go and take a look. I'll leave this place to you. If necessary, annihilate them. Don't give them any opportunities. Laura nodded, then she looked at Jiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you want to release the alien army? If the aliens eat the flesh of those people, they might be able to evolve again. Jiao Hai nodded. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, no, their strength is suppressed by the laws of the world. Their true strength is that of an immortal. If you let alien eat them, then alien would have no choice but to ascend. Now isn't the time, let the undead deal with them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. When Laura and the others heard what Jiao Hai said, they nodded. They also thought that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. If the strength of the aliens reached a level where they could ascend, then the laws of the world would certainly allow them to ascend. When the time comes, they would only be able to place the aliens inside the space and not let them go out. This was no different from not being able to increase their strength. Zhao Hai turned his head to Wang Zhan and the others and said, "Do you want to come with me? If you don't want to go, then I can arrange a room for you to have a good rest. Moreover, we can eat in this lair. I don't know if your lair needs it or not, but I can also prepare a table of delicious food for you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. Wang Zhan and the others looked at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be joking. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wang Zhan shook his head and said, "Forget it, we agreed to help you. How can we just give up now? Let's go and have a look. I don't know if there are any acquaintances among the people who came out this time." Naturally, Lu Yiren and the others didn't oppose, so they nodded and went together. Zhao Hai nodded, then a white light flashed from his body. In the next moment, they disappeared from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion's living room. Laura and the others only looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared, then Kair said, "Sister Laura, when are we going to deal with those guys? Brother Hai's people are still among them. Spirit Edge and the others don't know about it, so we don't want to accidentally injure them." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, if they are really in danger, then I'll bring them to the space. You don't need to worry, Brother Hai's spies are still too few. Now isn't the time to make a move, let's wait." Naturally, Kair didn't oppose, she just said, "Sister Laura, if you really want to make a move, then you must tell me. I'll be able to help." Laura looked at Kair, then she smiled and said, "What do you mean by you can help? Let me tell you, you're already busy. Didn't you notice? Spirit Edge and the others have already killed a lot of people, but most of them were able to use their severed limbs to regenerate themselves. However, I found out that this kind of rebirth isn't infinite, they can only be reborn once. That is to say, after they are killed, they can use their severed limbs to regenerate themselves. Even if they were killed, they can't be reborn anymore. Even if they died, it would still be a pity if they died. Now, Jin Jun and the others have learned to be smart. When a person is killed, they can use their severed limbs to regenerate themselves. Once they're reborn, then use your vines to take them to the space. Let the space erase their soul and see what use the severed limbs have." When Kair heard Laura, she immediately said, "All right, leave it to me. I'll do it well." Laura nodded, then she turned her attention back to the battlefield. She didn't care about Kair anymore. She knew that Kair would take care of the matters that she entrusted to her. This was the tacit understanding they had after living together for so long. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were surrounding a wolf. It was a silver wolf with bright silver fur. It was about 2 meters tall and 6 meters long. It had thick limbs and cold eyes. However, one could see the light of wisdom in its eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the silver wolf, then he suddenly said, "Mister, can you transform into your human form? We have something to say to you." The silver wolf looked at Zhao Hai, then it suddenly opened its mouth and said, "Now that I'm like this, I can speak. What do you want to say?" Zhao Hai looked at the silver wolf and said, "May I ask Mister's name? Which sect do you come from?" The silver wolf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You seem to be from this world, right? Why are you asking me this? You three seem to be from the upper realm, right? Why do you listen to him?" Wang Zhen didn't say anything before Wang Cheng's voice was heard. "Fox Wolf Silver Wind, it really is you. You're really a wolf-shaped fox. I heard that you specialized in sowing discord, harming people everywhere. When I heard that you went missing, I thought that you were already slaughtered. I didn't expect that you would be brought to the 9 Nether Blood domain and live until now. Now you actually came here to sow discord, do you really want to die?" Upon hearing Wang Qing, Wang Zhen and Lu Yiren's complexion changed. The two looked nervously at the silver wolf. Zhao Hai also looked at the silver wolf curiously, then he smiled faintly and said, "Fox Wolf? Not bad, a good name. It has the cunning of a fox and the ferocity of a wolf. Not bad, haha, this name is really good." When Yin Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis. Looking at Zhao Hai's smiling face, his heart suddenly jumped. He quickly said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. is overpraising me, I." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Hai had already made his move. Yinfeng didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually make a move. However, Yinfeng was already on guard against Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai's attack didn't succeed. But it still made Yinfeng break out in a cold sweat. He looked at Zhao Hai in anger and said, "Brat, you actually dare to attack me? Despicable, too despicable." Zhao Hai looked at Yinfeng, then he smiled faintly and said, "As soon as you came up, you indiscriminately tried to drive a wedge between us." Despicable? Despicable. To be honest, I don't think so at all. When dealing with a good person, I usually give him a fair chance to fight. But when dealing with a guy like you, I won't be polite. As long as I can kill you, I will use any kind of move. Yinfeng dodged Zhao Hai's attacks and said, "Brat, this time, it's this old man's fault. This old man guarantees that he won't try to drive a wedge between you two. Will you let this old man go?" Zhao Hai looked at Yinfeng, then he smiled coldly and said, "Do you know how I deal with despicable people? Ha ha ha, you want me to let you go? With your temperament, it's definitely not a good thing for you to appear in this lair. I've always disliked trouble, so I'll eliminate all troubles before they sprout. You're a trouble, so you must die today." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a formation was activated, trapping Yinfeng inside. Wang Zhen and the others didn't make a move. They just stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would make a move on Yinfeng so straightforwardly. Moreover, he didn't show any mercy and used a killing move. This really surprised them. Wang Zhen and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw Yinfeng trapped in the array. Yinfeng didn't have a good reputation in the upper realm. He was used to sowing discord. Who would have thought that he would meet such an unreasonable person today? He brought this upon himself. Jin Jun frowned as he stood there. Snow Devil stood beside him and frowned as well. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. They were actually trapped in a formation and couldn't move. Fortunately, they had a lot of people with them, so they could still hold on for a long time. Jin Jun frowned as he stood there. Snow Devil stood beside him and frowned as well. At that moment, a wretched cry rang out. Jin Jun and Snow Fiend looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cultivator shot to death by the power of laws. One of his hands had flown out and was twisting in the air. It looked like he was preparing to be reborn. But at this time, the hand and the corpse suddenly disappeared. Jin Jun stared, he didn't know what was going on. Snow Devil suddenly said, "This is a ghost formation. It seems like the other party sent someone to infiltrate the formation. The corpse and the severed hand must have been taken away. Alliance Lord, what do we do now?" Jin Jun turned his head to look at the people beside him. These people were staring at the illusory formation, their mouths were constantly calculating something. These people were very knowledgeable about formations, but they didn't expect that they still couldn't think of a way to break the formation. Jin Jun said, "We can't wait any longer. Gather everyone and attack in one direction. I don't believe that we can't break this illusion formation with the strength of our people." Snow Demon nodded and immediately went to pass on the order. No one objected. In fact, they had already lost a few thousand people since the start of the battle. However, they still hadn't been able to break through the forest's illusion formation. They had been anxious for a long time. Now that they heard Jin Jun's order, they felt that it had come at the right time. Before long, everyone, except for those who were chosen to defend the rear, gathered together and prepared to attack in one direction. At this time, Laura also saw Jin Jun's actions. When she saw them, she knew what they were going to do. Laura immediately ordered Spirit Edge and the other large artifacts to leave the area that Jin Jun was going to attack. Then she turned her head to Kai and said, "Kai, use your light of destruction to attack their backs. Then take their corpses back to the space." Kai nodded, then with an intention, vines drilled out of the ground and formed into giant vines. These giant vines flew in the air and arrived behind Jin Jun and the others. Then beautiful 7-colored flowers suddenly bloomed on the bodies of these giant vines. Then white lights shot out from these 7-colored flowers. These white lights merged together in the air and then shot towards the bodies of the group of people. Jin Jun and the others felt a sense of danger coming from behind them. They wanted to hide, but it was too late. Nearly 100 people were killed. When Jin Jun saw this, he immediately shouted, "We're using the enemy's method. They're afraid that we would use this method to break the formation. Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack with all your strength." When these people heard Jin Jun's words, they felt that it was reasonable. They immediately used their own methods and attacked forward. All of them used their law powers. Although their laws weren't like Zhao Hai's, they were still very formidable. Some of the undead were struck by the laws and died. Some of the undead were also destroyed. Some of the large artifacts were also destroyed. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's eyes. This time, the formation that trapped Jin Jun's group was broken. However, this didn't mean that Jin Jun's group was safe. In fact, Jin Jun's group's bad luck had just arrived. Although they managed to break the formation, there was still a bigger formation waiting for them. Jin Jun and the others suddenly felt empty in front of them. The forest that they were in before had completely disappeared. Just as they were about to cheer, they found themselves in a void surrounded by planets. Upon seeing this, their expressions couldn't help but change. A lot of them had suffered losses in the hands of this formation before. Now that they found themselves in the middle of this formation, how could they not be startled? Jin Jun saw that this wasn't good. If this goes on, the hearts of the people would scatter. And once the hearts of the people scatter, then they would be finished. After thinking about this, Jin Jun immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. If we can break that formation, then we can break this formation as well. Attack, attack with all your strength." Everyone's courage was aroused. They released their law powers in order to break the formation. They wanted to win a chance to survive. Unfortunately, what they encountered this time was the Star Transformation's Great Formation. Moreover, since Wang Zhen and the others weren't present, and Ling Feng and the others were inside the formation, it was impossible for them to notice the changes in the formation. Because of this, Laura and the others used a three-dimensional formation. Zhao Hai had been on guard against Ling Feng and the others, as well as Wang Zhen and the others. It was impossible for him to fully trust them. In fact, besides Laura and the others, Zhao Hai couldn't trust anyone else. This didn't mean that he wasn't confident, it was because he understood that they weren't facing ordinary people, but cultivators. Cultivators were the most unreliable people. In the eyes of cultivators, feelings couldn't compare to the pursuit of the great path of immortality. Benefits also couldn't compare to the pursuit of the great path of immortality. For cultivators, everything else wasn't important. In order to find the great path of immortality, they could sell everything and destroy everything. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai couldn't trust them. If he didn't trust them, then it would be impossible for him to reveal all of his secrets. The three-dimensional formation was one of them. When they fought against the extraterritorial demons, Zhao Hai used a two-dimensional formation. Although it could be said that when they entered the extraterritorial demons' territory, Zhao Hai used a three-dimensional formation in the mountains. However, this three-dimensional formation was hidden under the vines, making it impossible for Ling Feng and the others to see it. And in front of Ling Feng and the others, Zhao Hai wouldn't use a three-dimensional formation. In front of Wang Zhen and the others, it was even more impossible for Zhao Hai to use a three-dimensional formation. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if he used a three-dimensional formation in front of them, they would know that he had another card up his sleeve. When the time comes and they learn how to use this formation, then it would be very troublesome for him. Zhao had never underestimated his own three-dimensional formation. This was because he understood three-dimensional formations. From the beginning of his career until now, he had seen all kinds of formations. As long as one or more of the formation's eyes were destroyed, the entire formation would be paralyzed. Only three-dimensional formations were not. Even if 60% of the formation's eyes were destroyed, it could still operate normally. It could still exert about 80% of its power. This was the most powerful aspect of three-dimensional formations. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to this point. But as his understanding of formations increased, he began to pay more attention to it. He was very clear that the three-dimensional formation was an epoch-making product. It could lead to a revolution in the field of formations. No one understood the importance of formations more than Zhao Hai. Therefore, he didn't reveal the three-dimensional formation in front of others because it was too dangerous. Zhao Hai had long understood this principle. Because of this, he couldn't let people know about the existence of the three-dimensional formation. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that no one in this layer was his opponent, he wouldn't have released Xenomorph. Xenomorph's ability to continuously evolve was very attractive to cultivators. In the eyes of cultivators, obtaining Xenomorph was equivalent to obtaining a powerful fighter that could continuously increase their strength. Such a fighter was very important for cultivators. Now that Wang Zhen and the others knew about Xenomorph, although they might never be able to return to the upper realm, Zhao Hai still couldn't let them go. Either they would submit to him forever and become loyal to him like Ji Wuming and Murong Qian, and he would take them with him as he ascends. Or else, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. This was because he didn't want his secret to be known by the upper realm. Especially after learning about the cultivation levels of the people from the upper realm from the Wang Zhen, Zhao Hai was even more certain of his thoughts. Zhao Hai was almost invincible from the lower realm. What did he rely on? The first was the space, which helped him a lot. The second was his cultivation method, the stellar arts. The stellar arts was definitely the strongest cultivation method that Zhao Hai knew. He could constantly absorb the power of the stars to refine his spirit chi, making his spirit chi 10 times stronger than people of the same level. This was also one of Zhao Hai's big advantages. However, Wang Zhen told him that in the upper realm, people would absorb the power of the stars to increase their cultivation. Zhao Hai almost immediately thought that the advantage of the stellar arts had disappeared. In the future, everyone would be on the same starting line. In other words, the possibility of the upper realm being a threat to him had increased. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to be careful. However, Wang Zhen and the others weren't here, they were taken away by Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Ling Feng and the others were inside the large artifact. They would follow Laura's orders. Because of this, it was impossible for them to notice the changes that occurred in such a large formation. Because of this, Laura was able to boldly use the three-dimensional formation. Jin Jun and the others' attack power was very formidable. However, they were facing Laura and the others, as well as this abnormally large three-dimensional formation. In this case, it was impossible for Jin Jun and the others to break out of the formation. Jin Jun and the others kept attacking forward. At the same time, their backs were being attacked. In a blink of an eye, the 50,000 people had been reduced to 30,000. However, the large formation was still a large formation, they couldn't break out of it. However, Jin Jun and the others didn't dare to stop. Jin Jun was very clear that everyone was relying on the hope in their hearts to move forward. If they stopped, then the hope in their hearts would disappear. In this case, they could only wait for their deaths. From Jin Jun's point of view, their actions were undoubtedly very tragic and stirring. But the result was that they were constantly being attacked from behind. Their numbers were still decreasing, constantly decreasing. When their numbers were reduced to less than 20,000, they finally couldn't hold on anymore. Everyone panicked and began to scatter. They wanted to rely on their own efforts to leave the formation. No matter how Jin Jun shouted, it was useless. In the end, they couldn't escape death. There were still a few hundred people following Jin Jun. These people were all core members of the Blood Realm Alliance. They had already made a hard oath to advance and retreat together. Therefore, nobody left. Jin Jun and Snow Devil stood there, both of them were looking at the void in front of them. There were planets floating there, they looked very beautiful. However, behind this beauty, there was an infinite amount of killing intent. At this time, a voice was heard, "Alliance Lord, what do we do now? It seems like we can't break out. How about we provoke Zhao Hai and see if he can come out? As long as Zhao Hai comes out, then we'll have a chance to have a fair fight." From what I can see, Zhao Hai seems to be a very prideful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led his people here to block us. Zhao Hai nodded. Jin Jun turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Wang Li. Wang Li had long been a member of the alliance. He was from the Mighty God sect and was very strong. It was just that his temper was a bit straightforward. He was someone that Jin Jun trusted. Jin Jun smiled bitterly and said, "That's impossible. that Zhao Hai won't come out. He already has victory in his hands. How could he give us a fair fight? Although he's proud, that doesn't mean that he's reckless. I think we should just forget about it. Let's think of another way. At this time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. One of the people in their group disappeared. Wang Li couldn't take it anymore and angrily roared, "Despicable villain, you only dare to hide in the dark and play tricks. If you have the ability, then come out and fight with your grandfather. If you can defeat your grandfather, then you can do whatever you want with me. If you frown, then you're not a real man." Jin Jun smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to stop Wang Li, he suddenly discovered that the void around them had disappeared and turned into a sky. In front of them was a fleet of large artifacts. The large artifact leading this fleet was the one they saw before. It was the magnificent large artifact that had a large platform around it. Zhao Hai was standing on this platform. Behind Zhao Hai were Wang Zhen, Lu Yi, and Wang Qing. Upon seeing the three people standing behind Zhao Hai, Jin Jun couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes narrowed as he said, "Wang Qing, it's actually you. You actually became Zhao Hai's lackey. Don't you think it's shameful to be the lackey of an ant from the lower realms?" Wang Qing looked at Jin Jun and didn't get angry. He just looked at Jin Jun and smiled faintly, "It's you who didn't treat me as one of your own." "Jin Jun, I'm only cooperating with Zhao Hai. If he wants to deal with you, then so am I. You're about to die, so I don't care what you say." When Jin Jun heard Wang Qing, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Die? If you had trapped us in that formation, then perhaps we would have died. But now that you've let us out, do you think you can still kill us?" Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun, then he shook his head and said, "Telling the truth to an idiot like you is really lowering my IQ. Jin Jun, if I wasn't confident in getting rid of you, then why would I let you out?" Jin Jun stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the large artifacts behind Zhao Hai. Then he looked at his surroundings and discovered that there was nothing that could threaten him. He immediately felt that Zhao Hai was playing with him. Jin Jun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you don't need to play with me. It's useless. Your formation can't hold on any longer, right? After being attacked by us for so long, it's impossible for your formation to be undamaged. It must be that your formation can't hold on any longer. So you had no choice but to let us out and scare me. Kid, if you have the ability, then come and kill me." Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun and said, "All right, I'll kill you right now. Take this." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Jin Jun and Snow Devil were on high alert. But at this time, two powerful chi waves came from behind them. Before they could react, the two chi waves had already hit their backs. These two energies were made from the power of laws. Moreover, they were aimed at their backs. The two didn't even have the chance to dodge before their hearts were directly pierced. However, the two were still shocked as they turned their heads to look. This was because they could clearly feel that the people who attacked them were the people behind them. This was also what they were puzzled about. The people behind them had already made a hard oath to fight alongside them. So why would the people from the Blood Realm Alliance attack them? The two of them turned their heads and saw that the people who had attacked them were from the Blood Realm Alliance. One of them was Wang Li and the other was Yu Jinglin. These two people were old members of the Blood Realm Alliance. They couldn't understand why these two people would betray them. A cultivator's life force was very strong. Although the two's hearts were shattered, they didn't immediately die. Jin Jun stared at Wang Li, then he opened his mouth and said, "Why?" Wang Li looked at Jin Jun and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, then Wang Li turned his head to Jin Jun. Then under Jin Jun's shocked gaze, Wang Li turned into a skeleton. Jin Jun finally understood, he wasn't killed by the original Wang Li, the one who killed him was an undead. Jin Jun closed his eyes, his head tilted to the side as he died. Zhao Hai looked at the two and couldn't help but stare. This was because the two didn't use blood drop rebirth. The two weren't weak, it was impossible for them to not reach the blood drop rebirth realm. What was going on? Zhao Hai looked at the two and saw that they didn't use blood drop rebirth. Zhao Hai waved his hand and turned the two into undead. Then he released them. Then Zhao Hai looked at the two and asked, "Jin Jun, why didn't you use blood drop rebirth?" Jing Jun replying to the young master, the two of us have been reborn. At that time, we weren't strong enough, so we could only be reborn once. Later on, we were sent to the 9 nether blood domain. Reaching the blood drop rebirth realm wasn't easy. Because of this, the two of us couldn't be reborn. If we want to be reborn, we need to cultivate for a period of time. Zhao Hai nodded, he now understood the meaning of the two. However, he was still puzzled as he looked at Jing Jun and said, "But you were forced to reincarnate. How could the other party let you go? If they kill you again, won't you be dead for sure?" Jing Jun replied, "The other party didn't know that we could be reborn. They thought that they had already killed us, so they left." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "That's not right. Those who were killed by us, weren't they about to be reborn? If you were to be reborn at that time, then it's impossible for the other party to not notice you." Jing Jun shook his head and said, "Young master, you might have misunderstood. We don't need to be reborn immediately. If the other party doesn't know that we have the ability to be reborn, then we can be reborn after the other party leaves. This way, we can ensure our safety. In fact, we can be reborn whenever we want." The reason why those people were reborn immediately was because they were affected by the laws of heaven and earth. We aren't people of this plane. Because they have the ability to be reborn, the laws of heaven and earth are still effective on them. If they don't rebirth immediately, then the laws of heaven and earth will kick them back to the 9 nether blood realm and they won't be able to come back here. In order to not return to the 9 nether blood realm, they can only choose to be reborn immediately. If they are in the upper realm, then they can wait. Jing Jun shook his head and said, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai understood, he finally understood why those people chose to be reborn immediately, giving him a second chance to kill them. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and nodded. Then he waved his hand and had Jing Jun and the Snow Devil return to the space. The same went for Wang Li and the others. After that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Heaven's secret building. Then he immediately had people invite Ling Feng and the others to the Heaven's secret building's conference room. Before long, Ling Feng and the others arrived at the Heaven's secret pavilion's conference room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a pile of spatial equipment was placed on the table. Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others and said, "Everyone did a good job this time. These are the spatial equipment that you obtained from those people. These are your spoils of war. But don't be happy too early, there isn't anything good inside. The 9 nether blood realm's 9 nether blood river will suck away the energy of everything inside. Their pills, artifacts, and other things that can store energy have almost all lost their function. Only some ordinary offensive and defensive formations can still be used." Ling Feng and the others didn't care at all. They happily put away those things. After all, these were artifacts from the upper realm. Even if it was the worst upper realm formation, it would still be much stronger than the artifacts of this realm. This was because the upper realm had more resources than this realm. Naturally, the quality of the artifacts would also increase accordingly. That is to say, in the next year or so, there will be more cultivators coming to our lair from the 9 nether blood realm. These people may not have any intention of going back, because if they go back to the 9 nether blood realm, they may die there. But if they stay, even if they can't return to their own lair, they can still spend the rest of their lives in our lair. Therefore, in the next year, we have to pay attention to those passages at all times. As long as someone comes out, we must immediately stop them. If they really want to spend the rest of their lives in our lair, that's fine. But if they don't want to and want to use our lair as a springboard to return to the upper realm, then we don't have to be polite and directly eliminate them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That is to say, in the next year, there will be cultivators coming to our lair from the 9 nether blood realm. These people may not have any intention of going back, because if they go back to the 9 nether blood realm, they may die in there. But if they stay, even if they can't return to their own lair, they can still spend the rest of their lives in our lair. Therefore, in the next year, we have to pay attention to those passages at all times. As long as someone comes out, we must immediately stop them. If they really want to spend the rest of their lives in our lair, then that's fine. But if they don't want to and want to use us as a springboard to return to the upper realm, then we won't be polite and directly eliminate them." Ling Feng and the others nodded. Then they looked at Lu Yiren and Wang Qing with a puzzled expression. Clearly, they were more curious about these two people. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I know what you're thinking. Why do we have to kill those who want to return to the upper realm? Actually, there's a reason for this. They themselves are from the upper realm. This time, they stole the opportunity of the blood sacrifice technique to open the passage, allowing them to come to our lair. If they want to return to the blood realm, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if they want to stay here, then they would forever lose the opportunity to ascend. This is because the laws of the world don't allow this. Because of this, there are only two ways for them to return to the upper realm. One is to collect faith power. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. They would do anything for the god in their hearts, even death. In other words, if they want to collect faith power, they would need to establish a huge kingdom of faith in our plane. They would turn everyone in this kingdom into their craziest believers. This is similar to what the demons do. However, this isn't something that can be done in a day or two. They would be kept here by the laws of heaven and earth, which would affect their lifespan. In other words, if they want to collect faith power, then they might not be able to do it before their lifespan would be depleted. They might even die in our plane. Therefore, they wouldn't use this method. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, faith power is a crazy source of faith power. People who can produce this kind of faith power are the craziest believers in their hearts. They would do anything for the god in their hearts, even dying in our plane. Because of this, they wouldn't use this method to return. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't waste his breath. They wanted to know what Zhao Hai's second method was. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, the second method is the blood infiltration technique. The blood infiltration technique is an enhanced version of the blood sacrifice technique. The number of people killed by the blood infiltration technique is much higher compared to the blood sacrifice technique. It might even kill hundreds of millions of people. In order to get out of the 9 nether blood domain, these people have already killed a lot of people. If they use the blood infiltration technique, then how many people would they kill? I don't think I need to tell you all. Everyone was shocked. Naturally, they understood that the extraterritorial demons had killed all the people in the upper realm in order to use the blood sacrifice technique. If the blood infiltration technique killed hundreds of millions of people, then the number of people who would die would be unimaginable. Naturally, these people were all from the upper realm. If the extraterritorial demons were to continue killing people, then it would be terrifying. They were afraid that all the people in the upper realm would be killed. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, the reason why I didn't tell you about this until now is because it has been confirmed. Many of the people I killed have turned into undead, and I got the information from them. Zhao looked at the crowd and said, but I didn't tell you about it until now. Nobody doubted the authenticity of Zhao Hai's words. This was because Zhao Hai didn't need to lie to them about this matter. In their opinion, Zhao Hai obtained the least benefits from the battle. There was nothing to doubt about. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, everyone, I don't want to hide it from you. The 3 people sitting beside me are also from the 9 nether blood realm. However, they are different from the others. They know that they can't return to the upper realm, and they don't intend to return. They want to find a place in our lair to spend the rest of their lives. I've already promised the 3 of them that they would help us deal with the others. The people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm are only the first batch. There are still a lot of people in the 9 nether blood realm. What we need to do is to not let anyone escape. As long as one escapes, we will be in big trouble. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I've already promised the 3 of them that they will help us deal with the others. Everyone nodded. They knew that if they joined forces, they could still form a force. If they didn't, then they wouldn't be a match for the people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm. None of the people who came out of the 9 nether blood realm were weak. If they couldn't deal with them, then they would be unlucky if they were targeted by them one day. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is the last time I'll be contributing to this lair. Recently, I've had a faint feeling that I'm about to make a breakthrough. It's just that I haven't been cultivating diligently. If I were to cultivate diligently, I would certainly make a breakthrough soon. When the time comes, I'll be able to break through. Therefore, I intend to solve this problem before I ascend. This can be considered as my last contribution to this layer. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is my last contribution to this layer. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they stared before their expressions changed. After being in contact with Zhao Hai for some time, they already knew about his strength. It can be said that Zhao Hai was the guardian of this layer. For example, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai's help, then they wouldn't have been able to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Although the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm contributed to the battle, they knew their limits. They were able to deal with these people because of Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was leaving, this wasn't good news for them. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Is what Mr. said true? You're really leaving? Zhao sighed and said, Yes, I have to go. Actually, I haven't been practicing much recently. I just want to delay my departure as much as possible. You don't have to worry. I can stay in this space for at least a few years. Once I've dealt with the matters here, I will leave. Zhao sighed and said, Yes, I'm leaving. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Ling Feng said in a deep voice, Then, Mister, what should we do next? Zhao Hai replied, Right now, our main enemies are the people from the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Everyone knows how strong they are. The people who came out before were those who knew about the passage. I think there should be a lot of people in the Nine Nether Blood Realm who didn't know about the passage. But with so many people coming out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm, it's impossible for them to not know about the passage. If they found out about the passage, then they would certainly come out. What we need to do now is to eliminate those who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng said, Mister, please give the order. We'll listen to you. The others nodded as well. Their eyes were fixed on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Actually, there's no need to worry. Everyone should know that the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood Realm aren't ordinary. If you fight them alone, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be their opponent. Therefore, we must act together. Leave the scouting to me. Everyone should familiarize yourselves with the formations and attack the enemy. Our cooperation wasn't very good before, so we need to use this time to prepare. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, you don't need to worry. Everyone should know that the people who came out of the Blood Realm are very strong. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, All right, let's go back first. After some time, I'll have the undead instruct everyone. Everyone stood up and turned around to leave. They also needed to go back and discuss this matter. Once Zhao Hai leaves, this layer would lose its guardian. When the time comes, if they were to encounter a race like the extraterritorial demon race, then what would they do? After they left, Zhao Hai invited Wang Zhen and the others to his room. Laura and the others returned to the space. Only Ji Wuming and Murong Qian were left there. After Ji Wuming served tea to the group, he and Murong Qian went out of the room. When they arrived at the door, they stood on the left and the right, looking like two door gods. Zhao Hai invited Wang Zhen and the others to drink some tea. Then he opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here for the next year. Daoist Wang, do you still want to return to the Nine Nether Blood Domain? Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to go back. With the Extinction God's seal, even if I go back, I wouldn't be able to return to the Nine Nether Blood Domain. I might as well spend the rest of my life here. Zhao Hai saw that Lu Yiren and Wang Qing were the same as Wang Zhen. Their mood wasn't very good. He immediately understood why the three were like this. They were originally people from the upper realms, but now they had no choice but to spend the rest of their lives in this lair. On the other hand, Zhao Hai, a person from the lower realms, was about to ascend. This contrast made them feel very disappointed. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said, Daoist Wang, Daoist Lu, Brother Wang. Actually, I have a way to ascend with the three of you. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wang Zhen and the others' eyes lit up. Then they shook their heads. Wang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, I know your method. It's nothing more than putting us in a large artifact and then ascending with us. However, this method won't work. We are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. If you take us with you, it would increase the difficulty of your ascension. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You don't need to worry about this. Since I dared to say such a thing, then I can guarantee that I can help you ascend. However, the three of you must swear a hard oath to follow me and never betray me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't have to worry about this. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Wang Zhen and the others' expressions couldn't help but change. They were cultivators from the upper realms, so naturally, they were very proud. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say this, their expressions naturally weren't good. However, they also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to take them with him without any conditions. However, they weren't willing to become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, you don't need to rush to agree. Go back and think about it. If you don't agree, then I won't let you go. Since there aren't any big issues, Wang Li and the others should be able to handle it. You can rest for a few days. I'll have Yuan Ming arrange a place for you to live. Wang Zhen and the others didn't object. They had seen Wang Li's strength with their own eyes. To be honest, they had seen a lot of ghosts, but it was their first time seeing ghosts as strong as Wang Li's group. Moreover, they couldn't tell that they were ghosts at all. Zhao Hai called Ji Wuming over and had him lead Wang Zhen and the others to a place to rest in the Heaven's secret pavilion. After Wang Zhen and the others left, Laura and the others appeared in the living room. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you sent them away. Do you really want them to think about it? Do you have something else to do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, my virtuous wife knows me well. Hee hee. We've fought with those people many times, but we've always heard about the 9 Nether Blood Domain. We haven't seen the 9 Nether Blood Domain yet. Today, I want to take a look at the 9 Nether Blood Domain. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she nodded and said, let's go there and take a look. I'm very curious about the 9 Nether Blood River. I wonder what it looks like. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm also very curious. I want to receive the 9 Nether Blood River into the space. Don't tell others about this matter, I'll go alone. Do you want to take a look as well? Laura shook her head and said, forget it. The situation in the 9 Nether Blood Domain isn't clear. Moreover, the people there are very strong. If we go, we'll just drag you down. You can go by yourself. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll go. You take care of things here. With Jing Jun and the others here, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood Domain. If too many people come out and Jing Jun can't handle them, don't worry. Just let Jing Jun lead them to the formation and then deal with them together. Laura nodded and said, rest assured, we'll pay attention. You don't need to worry. Also, if something happens, you can come back immediately. There's nothing for us to worry about. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the room. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared next to a blood-colored vortex. He looked at the vortex and didn't hesitate as he flew towards it. When he entered the vortex, he immediately felt something strange about it. This vortex didn't have any rotational force. On the contrary, it had a very strong resistance. This resistance was very strong. It was as if someone was pushing you in front of you, preventing you from moving forward. This feeling was very strange. Even with Zhao Hai's strength, it was very difficult for him to fly forward. Everything around him was blood red. Zhao Hai could only keep flying forward. What surprised him was that the passage was very long. After flying for a long time, he didn't feel like he was going to reach the end. The thick smell of blood permeated the entire passage. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He knew that this was caused by the blood sacrifice. After some time, Zhao Hai saw a light in front of him. He knew that he was about to reach the end, but the further he flew, the greater the resistance. He didn't know if this was the case when Jing Jun and the others went out, but it should be the same. The entrance of the passage was right in front of him, but the resistance had also increased. Every inch forward required a lot of strength. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to use the power of laws. Once he used the power of laws, he felt that the resistance had decreased a lot. Relying on the protection of the power of laws, he quickly drilled out of the passage. As soon as he came out of the passage, Zhao Hai felt that there was no resistance. But what made him feel strange was that he didn't feel any pressure. After sensing his surroundings, he discovered that the density of spiritual energy here was a big problem. There wasn't much spiritual energy here at all. Jiao Hai looked forward and found that he was in the void. And far in front of them, there was a red ribbon floating. This ribbon was very long. It came from the void and flew into the void. It looked very spectacular and beautiful. Jiao Hai knew that this must be the Nine Nether Blood River. However, he didn't expect that the Nine Nether Blood River would be so beautiful. Jiao Hai looked around. There was nothing, just a void. It was different from the void in the void realm. The void in the void realm had stars, meteorites, energy clusters, and rays. Because of this, the entire void was very beautiful. Starlight could be seen all around, giving people a feeling of vitality. However, there was nothing in the void here, only dead silence and darkness. Only the blood river in the distance was emitting a bloody light, making the entire void shrouded in red. Therefore, this place gave people a very oppressive feeling. Jiao Hai sighed. He now understood why Lu Yiren said that people would go crazy if they stayed here for a long time. This was indeed the case. After entering the Nine Nether Blood Realm, it was like entering a small dark room. After a long time, people would go crazy. Jiao Hai looked around and didn't find anything. Then he turned his head and flew forward. His goal was the Nine Nether Blood River. Therefore, he flew straight towards it. After moving, Jiao Hai discovered that the spiritual qi consumption in the Nine Nether Blood Realm was 10 times higher than outside. Just by flying forward, he could feel the spiritual qi in his body being consumed rapidly. This made Jiao Hai stare. Then he couldn't help but nod. Now he understood why Lu Yiren said that people in the Nine Nether Blood Realm wouldn't move if there was nothing important. After flying forward for a while, Jiao Hai suddenly noticed a shadow in front of him. Jiao Hai stared, but he immediately thought that it was a cultivator. Jiao Hai didn't fly towards the shadow. Instead, he bypassed it and flew straight towards the Nine Nether Blood River. When Jiao Hai bypassed the shadow, he discovered that the shadow was a cultivator. However, the cultivator was sitting cross-legged, motionless as if he was concentrating on cultivation. Jiao Hai didn't care. He heard from Lu Yiren that as long as you don't take the initiative to attack others in the Nine Nether Blood Realm, very few people would take the initiative to attack you. However, you have to stay at least 100 meters away from the other party. Otherwise, the other party would think that you have malicious intent. In that case, a battle would be unavoidable. But in the Nine Nether Blood Realm, only lunatics would provoke others. This was because if you provoke others, the spiritual qi would be consumed even faster. It was a classic case of both sides suffering. Along the way, Jiao Hai finally understood what it meant to run a horse to death just by looking at a mountain. He saw that the Nine Nether Blood River wasn't very far from him. But when he started to walk, he discovered that the Nine Nether Blood River was very far away. He had been flying for a few hours now, but he still hadn't closed the distance. Fortunately, Jiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He continued to fly forward slowly. At the same time, he also paid attention to his surroundings. He wanted to see how many cultivators he would encounter in the Nine Nether Blood Realm. The more he flew forward, the more surprised Jiao Hai was. This was because there were too many cultivators in the Nine Nether Blood Realm. He calculated that he had been flying for 3 hours. However, in these 3 hours, he had encountered nearly 1,000 cultivators. This was really shocking. One must know that Jiao Hai was walking in a straight line. In other words, he was walking in a straight line alone. In this case, it only took him 3 hours to encounter so many people. This was really surprising. From this point, it could be seen that there were a lot of cultivators in the Nine Nether Blood Realm. This made Jiao Hai a little worried. If everyone in the Nine Nether Blood Realm ran out, then it would be very troublesome to deal with them. However, he didn't have a way to seal the passages. He had already tried to use a formation to seal the passages, but it didn't work. As soon as the formation covered the passages, it would immediately be swallowed by the passage. This was the reason why Jiao Hai was worried. After flying for more than 2 hours, Jiao Hai felt a little numb. He didn't know how many cultivators he had encountered. These cultivators were sitting there motionlessly with their eyes closed as if they were cultivating. However, Jiao Hai felt a deathly aura coming from them. This kind of deathly silence made them lose hope of living. They were still persevering. Perhaps it wasn't because they were strong, but because of a habit. Perhaps their hearts were already dead. However, this was also the reason why Xiaohai was worried. These cultivators were now prepared to die. Their hearts were already dead. This was all caused by the environment here. They couldn't leave and could only wait for death. In addition, this environment was like a confinement room. It wasn't strange for them to have such an aura. However, if they found a passage to the outside world, they would definitely rush out like crazy. Moreover, what kind of feeling would they feel when they saw the outside world full of vitality? They wouldn't be willing to come back here even if they were beaten to death. They would fight anyone who wanted them to come back. Xiaohai let out a long breath. He really didn't know what to do. He didn't expect this situation. There were a lot more people in the Nine Nether Blood realm than he imagined. At the same time, Xiaohai also discovered that although his spiritual energy consumption was very fast, it wasn't that he couldn't replenish it at all. It was just that the speed of replenishment was very slow. When he was flying in the outside world, if the amount of spiritual energy consumed was 1, then the amount of spiritual energy he would receive would be 1 or even more. But in this place, the amount of spiritual energy consumed was at least 10, and the amount of spiritual energy he received was at most 5 or 6, which was very little. Of course, this kind of replenishment wasn't as fast as his consumption. Xiaohai also discovered that even if he stopped and didn't move, his spiritual energy would still be consumed faster than his replenishment. This was a very strange phenomenon. "Young man, did you just come in? If you trust me, then don't move around. Stop and find a place to stay. This way, you'll be able to hold on for a while." Just as Xiaohai was thinking about his own matters, a voice was suddenly heard. This voice was very old and somewhat weak. However, it still pulled Xiaohai's attention back. Xiaohai looked towards the direction of the voice and saw an old cultivator sitting cross-legged about 200 meters to his left. He couldn't see how old this cultivator was. His hair was completely white and his body was very thin. However, his eyes were bright and full of spirit. What made Xiaohai feel strange was that he didn't have any death chi on him. Xiaohai stopped. He looked at the old cultivator curiously and asked, "Old mister, isn't the Nine Nether Blood realm only for young people? How did you get in here?" The old cultivator looked at Xiaohai and laughed. "When this old man entered the Nine Nether Blood realm, I didn't even know how young I was. My black hair turned white, and in the blink of an eye, my hair turned white." Xiaohai looked at the old cultivator with a puzzled expression and said, "Old mister, please forgive my rudeness. I heard that people can't stay in the Nine Nether Blood realm for a long time. How did you manage to stay here for so long?" The old cultivator looked at Xiaohai and chuckled. "Young man, don't look at this old man's white hair. This old man is actually a Buddhist cultivator. Do you understand?" Now that the old cultivator said this, Xiaohai understood. Buddhist cultivators were definitely a special existence among cultivators. Buddhist cultivators might not be the strongest, but they were very famous for their survivability. Buddhist cultivators have a very strong survivability. Moreover, they have a way to maintain their spiritual qi consumption at a very low level. This might be the reason why Xiaohai was able to persist in this place for such a long time. Xiaohai slowly flew to the side of the old cultivator and said, "I don't know how Mr. managed to persist for so long. I heard that the most difficult thing to do in the Nine Nether Blood realm isn't absorbing spiritual qi. Instead, it's persevering in this deathly stillness. How did Mr. survive in this boundless deathly stillness?" Xiaohai nodded. The old cultivator looked at Xiaohai and said, "Young man, it seems that you know a lot about the Nine Nether Blood realm. Yes, the Nine Nether Blood realm is a deathly stillness. But in this environment, this old man can calm down and study Buddhism. This is a unique place for this old man." Xiaohai looked at the old cultivator and asked, "Old mister, aren't you a Buddhist cultivator? Why don't you call yourself old mister instead of poor monk? Old mister, what's your Dharma name? Can you tell me?" The old cultivator chuckled. "Young man, what is Buddhism? What is a Buddhist cultivator? How can one be considered a real Buddhist cultivator? Could it be that those who call themselves Buddhas and chant scriptures every day are Buddhist cultivators? No, those people aren't real Buddhist cultivators. If you have Buddha in your heart, then you are Buddha. If you don't have Buddha in your heart, then you are just a fake Buddha. As for the Dharma name, it's just a title. This old man has long forgotten it. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. This old cultivator was a true Buddhist cultivator. As long as you have a Buddha in your heart, then you are a Buddha. If you don't have a Buddha in your heart, then you're just a fake Buddhist cultivator. The old cultivator's words were very reasonable. Zhao Hai kept his fists at the old cultivator and said, "This young man has learned a lot. Old Mister is really a great Buddhist cultivator. To tell you the truth, old Mister, I just came in from the outside world. I just wanted to take a look at the Nine Nether Blood River. As for the matter of the Nine Nether Blood Realm, I only heard about it from others." The old cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Young people are really curious. If this old man isn't wrong, then you must have entered the Nine Nether Blood Realm by yourself. Young man, you don't know that the Nine Nether Blood Realm is a land of death. It's easy to come in, but difficult to leave." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Old Mister doesn't need to worry. If I can come in, then I can leave. If old Mister is willing, then I can also take you out. Would you be willing?" The old cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and found that he wasn't joking. The old cultivator couldn't help but stare. Then he calmly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Oh, what price would this old man have to pay for you to take me out?" Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator's calm expression and was surprised. He looked at the old cultivator and said, "Old Mister doesn't seem surprised at all? Why is that?" The old cultivator smiled faintly and said, "This old man is now in the Nine Nether. There's nothing worse than this situation. Moreover, this old man has nothing on him, so I'm not afraid of you deceiving me. Young man, tell me, what price would this old man have to pay for you to take me out?" Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. If you follow me in the future, then I can take you out. However, I can only take you to the lower realms, I can't let you return to your realm." The old cultivator smiled faintly and said, "So young man has taken a fancy to this old man's life. Alright, I'll die here sooner or later. If I can see the outside world before I die, then it would be a good thing." This old man agrees. Zhao Hai looked at the old cultivator and said, "Is old Mister's heart moved?" The old cultivator smiled and said, "What is a mortal heart? If Buddha is in the heart, then there are pure scholars everywhere. If Buddha isn't in the heart, then there's the secular world. This old man has been in the Nine Nether Pure Land for many years. If I can see the secular world, then it would be a great thing. Buddhas are myriad, all living beings are Buddhas, and seeing all living beings is like seeing Buddhas. How can it be good?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good. Old Mister, your words are very good. As long as old Mister swears a heart demon oath, then I'll take old Mister out." The old cultivator smiled faintly and said, "This old man only has Buddha in his heart, there is no devil. Young man, this great heart demon oath is useless to this old man. If you really want to listen, then this old man can make this great heart demon oath." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the old man and said, "Is old Mister telling the truth? But even if it's true, it doesn't matter. I just want peace of mind. If old Mister betrays me after leaving with me, then this Zhao Hai is incompetent." When the old cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile and said, "Alright, since Mister said so, then I won't say anything else. Alright, this old man will make a great heart demon oath." Then the old cultivator made a great heart demon oath. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the old man and said, "I'm going to the Nine Underworld Blood River. Once I'm there, we can leave. Old Mister, do you want to come with me or stay here?" The old man replied, "I'll stay here. Moreover, I've made the great heart demon oath to follow you, Lord. Please call me by my old name, Yuan Qing." Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Qing and said, "You're a Buddhist. Why do you need to recognize me as your Lord and even use your own name?" The old man smiled faintly and said, "I'm a Buddha, and Lord is also a Buddha. For this old man, all of this is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. It's just a name. It's convenient for others and convenient for myself. What's wrong with that?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Then you can stay here." After I go to the 9 underworld blood river, we can leave. Then he turned around and flew towards the 9 underworld blood river. Yuanqing looked at the direction that Zhao Hai left and smiled. Then he sighed and said, "This old man is about to pass away. Being able to go out and take a look before I pass away is a great thing." "Hee, master, I'm afraid that this old man won't be able to serve you." His words were very soft. Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't be able to hear him. Not long after Zhao Hai left, Yuanqing suddenly felt a strange movement from the surrounding cultivators. He couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand why no one had moved here for so many years. Why would they suddenly move now? After a while, Yuanqing heard a cultivator shouting, "We found a passageway leading to the outside world. We found a passageway leading to the outside world. Everyone, hurry up and get out." The commotion in the surroundings intensified upon hearing this. Yuanqing was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I didn't expect it to be like this." After that, he closed his eyes and remained silent. Zhao Hai was already aware of the commotion, but he didn't pay attention to it. Jin Jun and the others were there to deal with these people. Even if Jin Jun and the others couldn't deal with them, Zhao Hai still had Laura and the others. After flying for about 10 hours, Zhao Hai discovered that he was getting closer to the Blood River. Zhao Hai roughly calculated that with his current speed, it would take him about 20 hours to reach the Blood River. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he just paid attention to the situation outside. The situation outside wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Jin Jun and the others were already fighting with the people who came out of the Blood Realm. Because Jin Jun and the others were prepared, they were able to gain the upper hand. With Laura and the others' help, Jin Jun and the others were able to kill a lot of people who came out of the Blood Realm. Naturally, these people were all turned into undead. At this point, Jin Jun's group was growing stronger. However, Zhao Hai also saw that as more and more people came out of the Blood Realm, Jin Jun and the others wouldn't be able to deal with them. When that time comes, they would have to rely on the formation. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Yuanqing didn't move. He was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It seems like he didn't know what was going on outside. Zhao Hai didn't expect Yuanqing to honor their agreement. This made Zhao Hai surprised. But even so, Zhao Hai didn't show any special reaction. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to bring Yuanqing to the outside world was just because of his interest. He wanted to know how strong a Buddhist cultivator like Yuanqing would be once they go outside. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Yuanqing would be so strong. Buddhist cultivators weren't the same as ordinary cultivators. Buddhist cultivators were very strict when it came to the cultivation of the heart. For them, the human body was just a bag of skin, the heart was the most important. Because of this, if a Buddhist cultivator wanted to reach a high level, then they would need to cultivate their heart first. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that Yuanqing was a Buddhist cultivator was because of what he said. If one has a Buddha in their heart, then all living beings are Buddhas. When a Buddhist cultivator reaches a high level, then they would be the same as ordinary people. As long as one has Buddhist thoughts in their heart, then they would be Buddhas. Zhao Hai had read an article before. In the article, a person asked a senior monk, "How does the master cultivate every day?" The senior monk replied, "Eating, sleeping, and working." Then the person asked, "What's the difference between this and ordinary people?" The senior monk replied, "It's different. Ordinary people don't eat when they eat, sleep when they sleep, and don't work when they work. They are always thinking about everything. This is the difference." Zhao Hai didn't know if this story was true or not, but Zhao Hai knew that cultivation wasn't just about chanting scriptures every day. Sitting up and walking was also cultivation. Naturally, this was also a realm. As long as one's realm reached the point where they could sit up and walk, then they would be able to cultivate. This would prove that one was a high Buddha. Zhao Hai saw this from Yuanqing. Because of this, he wanted to bring Yuanqing outside and even bring him back to his realm. He wanted to see how far Yuanqing's cultivation would go in his realm. As Zhao Hai moved forward, he also paid attention to the situation outside. More and more cultivators were coming out of the 9 nether blood domain. These people weren't organized. Jin Jun and the others were using this point to deal with these people. But because there were too many cultivators coming out, Jin Jun and the others were unable to stop them. This situation was already within Zhao Hai's expectations. He believed that Laura and the others would make some adjustments. It was impossible for them to eat all of these cultivators in one go. As long as these people don't leave the demon race's territory and go to other realms, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with them slowly. 20 hours passed by quickly. Zhao Hai also saw the 9 Nether Blood River. It really did come from the void. Zhao Hai didn't know where it came from. Zhao Hai also didn't know where it went. This made the Blood River even more mysterious. The 9 Nether Blood River didn't look any different from other rivers. It was more than a kilometer wide and more than 100 meters deep. It flowed quietly in the void, as if it wasn't bound by anything. Compared to the Blood River, Zhao Hai had seen a vast sea. But when he saw the Blood River, he couldn't help but become absent-minded. Besides the fact that the Blood River was red and exuded a smell of blood, there was nothing special about it. However, Zhao Hai could feel a strong suction force coming from the Blood River. This suction force was able to suck people's spiritual chi into the Blood River. This made Zhao Hai curious. Zhao Hai stood on the edge of the Blood River and wanted to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, Laura's voice was heard, "Brother Hai, don't touch it. I just asked Jin Jun. He said that anyone who touches the Blood River would be sucked into the Blood River and disappear. You shouldn't touch the Blood River, just use the space to collect some of the water." When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I want to see what this Blood River is all about." Then Zhao Hai reached out and touched the Blood River. When Zhao Hai's hand touched the Blood River, he felt his hand being sucked in by the Blood River. Then the spiritual chi in his body was sucked into the Blood River. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. At the same time, his blood chi was also sucked into the Blood River. It seems like it wasn't under Zhao Hai's control. This was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had the space to provide him with a steady supply of spiritual chi and blood chi. If it was someone else, then they might have already been sucked dry and fell into the Blood River. But even so, Zhao Hai's situation wasn't very good. He found out that he couldn't take his hand out. His blood chi and spiritual chi were rushing out. In other words, whether it was his spiritual chi or his own strength, they were all moving outwards. If he wanted to take his hand back, then he would need to withdraw his strength. But now, he was involuntarily using his external strength. How could he use his internal strength? Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, all the spiritual chi in the space would be sucked into the Blood River. This Blood River was like a bottomless pit. He was afraid that sooner or later, he would be sucked dry. But now, even if Zhao Hai wanted to cut his wrist, he couldn't do it. This was because all the strength in his body was directed outwards. He couldn't cut his wrist even if he wanted to. Zhao Hai was anxious. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. At the same time, he also understood that he had been too arrogant. He had underestimated the world and the heroes of the world. This was a world of cultivation. There were heavenly treasures here. Of course, there were also traps. If he wasn't careful, then he would lose his life. It was just that things had been too smooth for him these days. Moreover, there was nothing that could be his opponent. He hadn't suffered a loss in this world for a long time. Because of this, he relaxed his vigilance and forgot that this was a dangerous world. If he couldn't get his hand out of the Blood River, then he would be in trouble. But how can he get his hand out? Zhao Hai's mind turned, but he couldn't think of a way. After a while, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that he had been too impatient. He had lost his calm and was unable to deal with this matter calmly. This was also the reason why he couldn't think of a way. Zhao Hai believed that he could find a way to get his hand out of the Blood River. This was because the Blood River was the same as the heavens. It would certainly leave people with a chance of survival. But where was this chance? This was something that Zhao Hai needed to look for. Zhao Hai gently closed his eyes. He was recalling the characteristics of the Blood River. At the same time, he was also looking for a chance of survival. He forced himself to calm down and think about all the methods that he knew. He wanted to see what was the most suitable method to use in this case. Calmness was very important for a cultivator. If you can maintain a calm mind in battle, then you can discover your enemy's flaws. At the same time, you can also discover your own advantages. This way, you can defeat your enemy. Cultivation was the same. If you cultivate calmly, then even if you encounter danger, you can immediately react and make the right decision. Because of this, calmness was a necessity for a cultivator. However, there were very few cultivators who could remain calm in the face of trouble. Fear, anger, sadness, joy, all of these emotions could affect a person's thoughts and make them lose their cool. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was able to do this. He wasn't afraid because he had the space to support him. Spiritual qi and blood qi were continuously supplied to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to calm down. After calming down, Zhao immediately thought about all of his abilities. He didn't immediately use the space to solve the problem, because he was very clear that the space couldn't solve all of his problems. Like this time, he couldn't use the space to help him solve the problem. The blood river was too strange, so it was better to use the space's abilities as little as possible. Zhao didn't want to use the space's abilities to help him solve the problem. If he didn't use the space's abilities, then what abilities could he use? Zhao Hai immediately thought of another ability, which was the power of laws. He didn't forget that when he entered the 9 nether blood domain, he relied on the power of laws. At that time, the resistance was very strong, but he was still able to use the power of laws. Now that his spiritual qi and blood qi were flowing out, could he also use the power of laws to solve this problem? Zhao Hai had already done this before. Different types of laws had different ways of using them. For example, the law of giant strength needed to borrow Zhao Hai's body in order to display its destructive power. If the law of giant strength was used as an ordinary law, then it would only have the same destructive power as an ordinary law. But if the law of giant strength was used through Zhao Hai's body, then it would have an even more formidable destructive power. After all, the law of giant strength was very formidable. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with the law of giant strength, and the law of giant strength didn't seem to be affected by the law of giant strength. Upon thinking about the power of laws, Zhao Hai thought of a way to solve this problem. He didn't know if it would work, but he immediately used it. With a thought, the Deathlock law was used on his body. However, this time, the Deathlock law didn't lock his body's ability to move. Instead, it locked his spiritual qi and blood qi. When the Deathlock law was used, Zhao Hai immediately felt that his spiritual qi and blood qi stopped flowing out. However, his body could still move. Zhao Hai was happy. He immediately pulled his hand out of the blood river. The entire process was much smoother than Zhao Hai expected. The blood river was like ordinary water, it didn't have any suction force on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and removed the Deathlock law on his body. His spiritual qi and blood qi were instantly restored to their peak state. However, Zhao Hai looked at the blood river with vigilance. Zhao Hai knew that if it was someone else, then it would have been too dangerous. The blood river really deserved its reputation. Zhao Hai didn't know that if others knew that he touched the blood river and was able to escape unscathed, then they would be even more surprised. The blood river was a terrifying existence for the people of the 9 nether blood realm. Every year, countless cultivators died in the blood river. Some newcomers unknowingly touched the blood river and turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. Some people were sucked into the blood river because they had been in the 9 nether blood realm for too long. Their spiritual qi was exhausted and they were swallowed by the blood river. In short, the blood river was a scourge to the people of the 9 nether blood realm. It was an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke. But now, Zhao Hai touched the blood river and was still fine. If the people of the 9 nether blood realm knew about this, they would be even more surprised. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at the blood river and took out a spatial bag. Zhao Hai opened the spatial bag and wanted to absorb some of the blood river's water. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that as soon as the spatial bag was opened, a suction force came from the blood river. The spatial force inside the spatial bag disappeared in an instant. The spatial bag turned into an ordinary bag with its space disappearing. When Zhao Hai saw this, he was surprised. But after thinking about it, he threw the spatial bag into the blood river. In the blink of an eye, the spatial bag disappeared. Zhao Hai could feel that the spatial bag had become a part of the blood river and was completely decomposed. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Hai didn't think that the blood river would be this strong. Since the spatial bag couldn't be used, then he could only use other methods. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. Zhao Hai took the jade bottle and put it into the blood river. But when the jade bottle entered the blood river, it immediately disappeared and was absorbed by the blood river. Zhao Hai took out other tools, but unfortunately, they were all absorbed by the blood river. Naturally, the tools that Zhao Hai took out were all made of metal from the space. There was nothing special about them. Seeing that this method didn't work, Zhao Hai immediately thought of another method. With a move of his hand, a red bottle appeared in his hand. This red bottle seemed to be made of crystal and was translucent. Moreover, the bottle's mouth was very big and had a handle, making it easier for Zhao Hai to hold it. Zhao Hai put the bottle into the blood river. The blood river's water was still quietly flowing, but the bottle was still a bottle, it wasn't absorbed by the river. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and took the bottle out of the river. The river didn't have any reaction, it was as if it was an ordinary river that was filled with ordinary water. Seeing that the blood river didn't have any reaction, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took the blood river's water into the space. Just as the blood river's water entered the space, the housekeeper's voice was heard, discovered special water source. Detecting water source, excellent quality. It has the characteristics of absorbing all living things to strengthen itself, it can be upgraded. The water source has a special attribute and can be added to the space's blood pond. This blood pond is separated from the other blood ponds and cannot absorb energy from the space. Extract its characteristics and add it to the host's body. The host can absorb all living things' energy, but its level is too low and can only absorb ordinary energy. Special energy cannot be absorbed, such as the power of laws. Extract the characteristics of the water source and add it to the space's vampires. Young master, would you like to add the water source to the space's vampires? Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the blood river's water would be this formidable. He didn't immediately have the housekeeper deal with the water, instead, he asked, "Housekeeper, how can this water source be upgraded?" The housekeeper replied, "Absorb energy, make the water source continuously absorb energy. Naturally, they would be able to level up. But if the characteristics of the water source are used on the vampires, then the vampires wouldn't be like the blood river, absorbing all kinds of energy. Instead, they would be able to use this method to increase their fighting strength. In the process of battle, they would absorb the opponent's energy and turn it into their own. Finally, they would be able to completely absorb the opponent's energy. Young master, you also have this ability." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what was going on. Then he immediately said, "If we add the characteristics of the water source to the vampires, then would the vampires be able to absorb the power of laws?" The housekeeper replied, "No, the level of this water source is still too low. It cannot absorb the power of laws." However, the vampires are no longer afraid of the power of laws. In the past, the vampires couldn't recover after being attacked by the power of laws. But now, they can recover their bodies and continue to fight. Moreover, during the fight, they can continue to absorb the spiritual chi of their opponents until they die. The housekeeper nodded, then the housekeeper's voice was heard. Zhao Hai was surprised, the blood river absorbed a lot of cultivators' spiritual chi and blood in the 9 nether blood realm, yet it's still at this level? Isn't this too exaggerated? The housekeeper replied, "There's nothing strange about this. It's like the young master throwing soil into a basin of water. The water is dirty and can't be used. But if you throw the soil into the sea, then it wouldn't have any effect. We don't know how long the blood river is, and how much water it has. It's normal for it to not be able to level up after absorbing the power of the blood river." Zhao Hai nodded, he also thought of this point. He looked at the blood river one more time before he turned his head and left. His purpose in coming to the 9 nether blood realm had been achieved, the space now had the blood river. Therefore, it was natural for him to leave. After about 30 hours of ascension, Zhao Hai arrived at Yuan Qing's side. When Yuan Qing saw Zhao Hai, he slowly stood up. It seems like he hasn't moved for a long time. Now that he moved, his bones made creaking sounds, as if he was a machine that hasn't been lubricated for a long time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Yuan Qing's situation. He knew that for a cultivator like Yuan Qing, even if he didn't move for a long time, he wouldn't have any problems. The spiritual chi in his body would automatically nourish him. As long as he moved, his blood would flow more smoothly and his body would be restored to its peak state. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Qing and said, "Why didn't old Mr. leave with the others? Does old Mr. think that I'm lying to you?" Yuan Qing smiled faintly and said, "Lord, why would I leave? I've already agreed to follow His Excellency. What's the difference between leaving now and leaving? Moreover, His Excellency didn't lie to me. His Excellency really did want to take me away from the 9 Nether Blood realm." When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Qing, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, good. That's not a lie. You'll know when we get out of here, I didn't lie to you." After he said that, he turned around and flew towards the passage. Zhao Hai discovered that he couldn't use transmission formations here, nor could he use spatial abilities. If he wanted to leave, then besides going through the passage, he could only leave through his own space. He didn't want Yuan Qing to know about the space, so naturally, he wouldn't take him out of the space. Therefore, he could only go through the passage. Zhao Hai and Yuan Qing continued to move forward. After a few hours, the two finally arrived in front of a passage. At this time, there were still a lot of cultivators in the passage. These cultivators were all rushing to enter the passage. It seems like they weren't worried about the dangers outside. Zhao Hai knew what these people were thinking. They weren't worried about the dangers outside. Even if it was dangerous outside, it was still better than waiting for death here. Death was the only way out for them. Moreover, they would die in endless loneliness. For them, this was a kind of torture. There were still a lot of cultivators in the passage. Zhao Hai estimated that there were several tens of thousands of people here. At this rate, it would take a long time for them to leave the passage. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He turned to Yuan Qing and said, "Let's go over there and take a rest. It won't be too late for us to leave after they leave." Yuan Qing didn't have any objections. In fact, it didn't matter to him whether he could leave or not. Therefore, the two of them went to the side and sat down, watching those people squeeze out. Fortunately, those people still had some sense and didn't fight because they wanted to get out. Looking at the appearance of these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. He knew that even if these people went out, they wouldn't be able to escape death. He wouldn't let them live. These people were too dangerous. As long as he leaves, nobody in this layer would be able to deal with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, lest they affect the development of this layer. Although Yuanzhen was sitting next to Zhao Hai, he could still feel the change in Zhao Hai's expression. He turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Why is Lord's killing intent?" Zhao Hai looked at Yuanzhen and smiled faintly as he said, "Because I want to kill. Do you see these people? They didn't know how these passages were formed, or perhaps they didn't even want to know. These passages were refined with the blood of countless cultivators. They didn't even think about who these cultivators were or where they came from. For them, it was just a passage that led them to the outside world. Once they reached the outside world, they would find themselves in the lower realms. They might not be strong in the upper realms, but in the lower realms, they were definitely very powerful. It could be said that they were invincible existences. What would they do in this case? Can you imagine it? When Yuanzhen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn silent. Then he sighed and said, "These people can't use the Dharma to eliminate the hostility in their hearts like this old man. If they go out, I'm afraid the people in the outside world will suffer." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. In fact, several tens of thousands of people have already left the upper realm. And these passages were made by one of those people. They had their servants descend from the upper realm to the lower realm. After conquering several realms, they used the blood of the cultivators in those realms to create these passages. They wanted to go out and collect mad faith power, but their plan was destroyed by me. Since they couldn't collect mad faith power, they decided to use another method to return to the upper realm." Yuan Qing, do you know what method they used? Yuanzhen stared, then he pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Blood infiltration technique. Could it be that they want to use the blood infiltration technique?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, Yuanzhen. I didn't expect you to know about this method. Right, you want to use this method. In their opinion, the people in this layer aren't people at all. They're just ants. Killing them isn't a big deal. Yuanjun sighed and said, Master, are you from this realm? Are you going to deal with them? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Right, I'm from this layer. These people can go out from here. This is because the blood sacrifice can't be sealed. Once they go out, they would be blocked. I can guarantee that none of them would survive. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, I'm from this layer. Yuanjun sighed and didn't say anything else. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Master, are you sure? Just like what his lord said, these people would be invincible in the outside world. How could his lord and his lord deal with them? If you can't deal with them, then the people in this realm will be the ones to suffer. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Dealing with them won't be difficult. Hee. Therefore, Yuan Qing, I didn't lie to you. I said that I can take you out, so I will. If you don't come with me, then you'll die outside. Yuan Qing smiled faintly and said, It's just death. I don't really care about it. However, this old man's dharma has already been cultivated. I just want to go out and see what the Buddhas of this realm look like. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's because of this that I want to take you out. You are a Buddhist cultivator, and Buddhist cultivators are different from ordinary cultivators. Besides their own cultivation methods, they also have high requirements for their Buddhist dharma. If your Buddhist dharma can't keep up, then your cultivation will never reach its peak. I want to see how far your cultivation will go once you leave this place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You're a Buddhist cultivator. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and said, Master, you might not know, but my lifespan is about to run out. Even if I leave the 9 Nether Blood realm, as long as I don't return to the upper realm, I won't be able to serve Master for more than a few years. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, If you're loyal to me, then it's not impossible for me to take you back to the upper realm. I know that for people like you, life and death aren't important. The reason why you came with me this time was to see the outside world and verify your Buddhist dharma. You don't care about life and death, but if you can go back to the upper realm and give a speech to the Buddhist cultivators, wouldn't that be good? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not a Buddhist cultivator. Yuan Qing stared, then he smiled faintly and said, It's all up to fate. If Buddha gives me a chance to go back and give a lecture, then I'll go. If Buddha doesn't give me a chance, then I won't force it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think it was the Buddha who let the two of us know each other. I think there are a lot of people who enter the 9 Nether Blood realm every year. Have you reminded everyone? If you didn't warn everyone, then why did you warn me? Why did I meet you here? This is a kind of fate. Yuan Qing was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. That's right. My lord is right. This is fate. Ha ha ha. I don't know how many people I've killed, but I've never regretted it because I have a different standpoint. Being able to enter the 9 Nether Blood realm and meet you is fate. You're a different Buddhist cultivator. Originally, I didn't promise to let anyone here go, but I still let you go. This is also fate. Buddhists pay attention to karma. If you can't cultivate Buddhism and end up like these people, then you will also die outside. This is karma. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the people who were lining up to go out. Everyone has a different standpoint, so I don't have any psychological burden when killing them. My hands are stained with blood. I don't know how many people I've killed, but I've never regretted it because I have a different standpoint. This time, I was able to enter the 9 Nether Blood realm and meet you. You're a different Buddhist cultivator. Originally, I didn't promise to let anyone here go, but I still let you go. This is also a kind of fate. This is karma. Yuan Qing sighed and said, Yes, karma. Everything in the world has karma. When there is karma, there will be karma. It's just that nobody knows about it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just sat there and waited. At the same time, he was looking at the situation outside through the spatial fruit. At this point, Jin Jun and the others couldn't stop the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm. However, the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm didn't join forces. Some of them acted alone while some of them joined forces. Almost all of those who acted alone were killed by Jin Jun and the others. As for those who joined forces, Jin Jun and the others didn't touch the big alliances, but the small alliances were also killed by Jin Jun and the others. These newcomers were different from Jin Jun and the others. When Jin Jun and the others went out, they knew where they were and also knew about the situation outside. When they came out, they wanted to kill people. They wanted to use the blood infiltration technique, so they had their own goals. However, these people didn't. They didn't know where they were, they only knew that they were in the lower realms. When they came out of the 9 Nether Blood realm, they didn't know what to do next. Because of this, they were confused. Those who joined forces just wanted to make themselves safer, they didn't know what to do next. Because of this, Jin Jun was able to kill so many of them. Zhao Hai counted the number of undead inside the space. At this time, there were more than 100,000 undead inside the space. This was double compared to before. From this, one could see how dangerous the situation outside was. With more than 100,000 undead in his hands, Zhao Hai felt relieved. With these undead in his hands, he wouldn't need to worry about being dealt with in the upper realms. Zhao Hai and Yuan Qing sat there for a long time before the tens of thousands of people left the passage. In the end, only Zhao Hai and Yuan Qing were left. Zhao Hai looked at this situation and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Yuan Qing and said, "Let's go out as well." Yuan Qing nodded. Then he followed Zhao Hai and flew towards the passage. Then they went inside. During this process, Yuan Qing didn't seem to be anxious at all. Seeing Yuan Qing's performance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise him. This was the performance of a senior monk. No matter what the situation is, Yuan Qing's heart was as calm as still water. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't able to do this. Zhao Hai had already entered the passage once, so there was no problem for him to go out. It didn't take long before the two came out of the passage. When they arrived outside, the two couldn't help but stare. This was because there were a lot of cultivators gathered outside the passage. These cultivators came from the 9 Nether Blood realm. Some of these cultivators were gathered together and whispering to each other. There were also some who were wandering around, it seems like they were planning to act alone. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew why they didn't leave immediately. It was because some of the cultivators who fought with Jin Jun's group had returned. At this time, these cultivators were talking to the newcomers about Jin Jun's group. Zhao Hai knew that with these cultivators spreading the news, these newcomers would soon know that this layer wasn't safe. Perhaps they would unite. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to cause trouble. It was better to let these people unite. When the time comes, he would be able to deal with them all at once. Because of this, he didn't go near these people. Instead, he led Yuan Qing and left. When the newcomers saw the two leave, they were surprised. With so many people gathered here, it was obvious that something was going on. At this time, Zhao Hai's group was leaving. However, nobody came to disturb them. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, people like Zhao Hai were idiots. It wasn't a big deal for such an idiot to leave. Zhao Hai led Yuan Qing and flew out of the line of sight of these people. Then he turned to Yuan Qing and said, "All right, let's go." After he said that, a white light flashed on his body and covered the two. In the next moment, the two disappeared and appeared on the platform outside the Divine Secret Pavilion. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared on the platform outside the Divine Secret Pavilion, Ji Wuming immediately greeted him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you're back. Daoist Wang Zhen and the others have been looking for you for several days." After he said that, he looked at Yuan Yu, who was standing behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Arrange a place for Mr. Yuan Qing to rest. Then have Wang Zhen and the others meet me in my room." Ji Wuming complied, then he turned to Yuan Qing and said, "Mister, please." Ji Wuming nodded, then he turned to Yuan Qing and said, "Mister, please." Yuan Qing wasn't polite, he gave a slight bow to Zhao Hai before following Ji Wuming. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to his room. Laura and the others were still in the room, looking at the projection. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, how do you plan to deal with those people?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's easy to deal with them. In the past, using the undead to deal with them would consume a lot of law crystals. I have a feeling that law crystals would be very useful in the higher realms. We shouldn't waste them casually. It just so happens that the vampires have been improved by the 9 Nether Blood River. Moreover, they aren't afraid of law attacks. Although they can't absorb law attacks, they should be enough to deal with those people. Then we can have the vampires cooperate with Jean Jun and the others to deal with those people. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Laura nodded and said, all right, then I'll arrange it immediately. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, those people have just come out of the 9 Nether Blood domain. They don't know much about this lair. I just saw a lot of people gathering at the entrance. Let's wait and see if they can unite. If they do, then it wouldn't be too late for us to act. Zhao Hai's expression was serious as he listened to Yuan Qing. This was the first time he heard someone explain the Buddha in this way. This really surprised him. At the same time, Wang Zhen and the others didn't believe that Yuan Qing was the monk. But now, they were completely convinced that Yuan Qing was the monk. This was because this was the first time they heard someone explain the Buddha in such a simple and straightforward manner. If one didn't have a high level of understanding of Buddhism, then they wouldn't be able to do this. Their expressions changed as they looked at Yuan Qing. Wang Zhen and the others stood up and respectfully gave Yuan Qing a salute. Then they said in unison, Wang Zhen, Wang Qing, and Lu Yiren have seen Grandmaster Yuan Qing. We were rude just now, please forgive us. Yuan Qing looked at the three and smiled faintly, there's no need to be polite. This time, this old master came with the young master to see the outside world. Please take a seat. The three sat down, but this time, they were somewhat restrained. Looking at the appearance of the three, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He knew that the three really respected Yuan Qing. Zhao Hai didn't mind, instead, he looked at Yuan Qing and said, Grandmaster's words have enlightened me. In the future, I hope that Grandmaster can give me more lectures. Yuan Qing smiled and said, this old master has already told the young master all the Buddhist scriptures that this old master knows. If the young master wants this old master to continue, then this old master won't be able to say anything. I hope the young master can forgive me. When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Qing, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. But then he immediately understood what Yuan Qing meant. Yuan Qing had just told him about the Buddha in his heart, and this was what Yuan Qing had comprehended over the years. Yuan Qing was telling Zhao Hai everything that he knew, and this wasn't a lie. Yuan Qing was able to tell Zhao Hai everything that he knew in just a few short sentences. This was the style of a grandmaster of a generation. Zhao Hai stood up, then he cupped his fist and said, many thanks, Grandmaster. Does Grandmaster need to take a rest? Yuan Qing smiled and said, the scenery outside is just right. This old man wants to see the outside world. For someone like this old man who has 1 foot in the grave, I don't want to miss the outside world. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, if that's the case, I'll have Ji Wuming arrange a room by the window for Grandmaster. I can also prepare some food for Grandmaster. Don't underestimate my food, it's the best. Yuan Qing smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you, young master. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandmaster doesn't need to be polite. This is what I should do. Wu Ming, arrange a room by the window for the Grandmaster. The wind shadow room should be good, and it's best if it has a balcony. I'll have the madam prepare some food. You can take it and deliver it to the Grandmaster. Ji Wuming nodded. Then Yuan Qing stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. At this time, Wang Zhen and the others looked at Yuan Qing's ordinary gray robe and white hair. They couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. In their hearts, they believed that this was a true senior monk. After Zhao Hai sent Yuan Qing off, he sat down and looked at the group. Then he said, you won't doubt me this time, right? This is a true senior monk. Wang Zhen said with an ashamed expression, I'm ashamed. We were wrong to have doubted Grandmaster Yuan Qing's identity. Grandmaster's profound Buddhist teachings are really admirable. Wang Qing let out a long breath and said, I've seen a few Buddhist cultivators. But compared to Grandmaster Yuan Qing, the difference is like heaven and earth. Grandmaster Yuan Qing is a true Buddhist cultivator. Those people can only be called Buddhist cultivators. Compared to Grandmaster Yuan Qing, they are far inferior. Lu Yiren nodded and said, right, I've only heard about Grandmaster Yuan Qing before. Now that I've met him, I'm really fortunate to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, you don't need to feel emotional. It's precisely because Grandmaster Yuan Qing has comprehended the truth of Buddhism that he no longer rigidly adheres to the situation. He no longer calls himself a monk, a Taoist, a Buddhist, but this old man. We should respect people like him. Grandmaster Yuan Qing doesn't have much time left. It's our good fortune to be able to meet him at the end of his life. We shouldn't disturb him too much, it's best to let him do what he likes. The group nodded. They felt that Jiao Hai was right. A person like Grandmaster Yuan Qing really shouldn't be disturbed. Seeing the group nod, Jiao Hai smiled faintly. Then he said, you should go back and rest. I'm afraid we'll have a big operation in a few days. Wang Jin looked at Jiao Hai puzzledly and said, young master, why don't we act now? Let's deal with some of them first before they come out. If more and more of them come out, it'll be more troublesome for us to deal with them. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, let's take it slow. Wouldn't it be better to deal with them together after they come out? It'll save us some trouble later. When Wang Jin heard Jiao Hai, he nodded and said, that's good. It's just that there are a lot of people in the 9 Nether Blood domain. Young master, you've been there before, so you should have seen it. If all of them come out, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. Jiao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, since I dared to release them, then I naturally have a way to deal with them. You should go back and rest first. When those guys come out, I'll inform you and we'll deal with them together. When the three heard Jiao Hai, they nodded and then turned around to leave. After the group left, Laura and the others came out of the room. Meg was holding a space bag in her hand. This space bag was filled with food for Yuan Qing that she personally made. It must be known that this kind of experience wasn't available to everyone. In the past, when Meg and the others made food, they would only eat it themselves. Even when Jiao Hai invited people to eat, most of the food was made by the universal machine, not by Meg and the others. But this time it was different. They heard the entire conversation between Jiao Hai and Yuan Qing from beginning to end. To be honest, this was the first time they heard someone explain Buddhism. They admired Yuan Qing very much. This was why Meg personally cooked and made some delicious food for Jiao Hai. Meg placed the spatial bag on the table as the group sat down. Laura looked at Jiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you've really done a good deed this time. A senior monk like him shouldn't die in a place like the 9 Nether Blood domain. Allowing him to see the outside world before he dies is a great merit. Meg nodded and said, you've done a good deed this time. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, I don't believe in Buddhism. But to be honest, when I heard the Grandmaster talk about Buddhism, I felt that it was very reasonable. Buddhists pay attention to cause and effect. Now, I'm thinking, did the Grandmaster do all of this because of cause and effect? The heavens saw that he was very smart, but smart people tend to get distracted. Therefore, the heavens sent the Grandmaster to the 9 Nether Blood domain. In the 9 Nether Blood domain, the Grandmaster couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to comprehend Buddhism. After countless years of meditation, the Grandmaster finally reached the great success stage. At this time, I appeared and brought the Grandmaster out of the 9 Nether Blood domain. Laura and the others nodded. Looking at their expressions, Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, let's not think about him anymore. No matter what, we brought the Grandmaster out of the 9 Nether Blood domain. This is a good thing. Let's talk about something else. How many people have come out of the 9 Nether Blood domain? Laura replied, I just counted, there should be more than 200 million people. However, the number of people coming out has decreased a lot. It seems like most people have come out. Brother Hai, aren't there a lot of people in the 9 Nether Blood domain? Why are they coming out in batches? This is very strange. Jiao Hai replied, maybe it's because of the distance. I don't know how big the 9 Nether Blood domain is. I can't even find the end of the 9 Nether Blood river, let alone the end of the 9 Nether Blood domain. Also, the upper realm has been locking people up in the 9 Nether Blood domain. Why would they send people there? I'm very curious. If it's just to eliminate the enemy's strength, then they can just kill them. Why would they lock them up in the 9 Nether Blood domain? This doesn't make sense. But in any case, there are a lot of people in the 9 Nether Blood domain. This is what makes me feel strange. Laura and the others were also puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. To be honest, they couldn't understand this matter. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if the enemy's strength was weakened, then wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Why would they lock people up in the 9 Nether Blood domain? This didn't make sense at all. Some things that didn't make sense often had a hidden story. Unfortunately, they had no way to investigate this matter. They could only wait until they ascend and go to the upper realm to investigate this matter. Laura replied, no matter what the reason is, I think that this is a good thing for us. We can turn those cultivators into undead. This way, we'll have more strength in our hands. Even if we go to the upper realm, we'll still have the strength to protect ourselves. This is the most important thing for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, actually, I've always been worried about the upper realm. This worry is mainly because of the Beast Colosseum. The Beast Colosseum is likely to be an artifact. There's no secret there. Although the space is one with me, the people in the Beast Colosseum shouldn't be able to discover it. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the people in the Beast Colosseum find out about the space, then they would certainly find a way to get it. If we don't have any strength, then we wouldn't be able to fight against them. Therefore, we need to deal with these people. Only then would we have the strength to protect ourselves when we reach the upper realm. Laura and the others nodded. They also heard what Wang Zhen said to Zhao Hai before. They also knew that once they reached the upper realm, they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits in terms of cultivation methods. When the time comes, they could only rely on the space. If they get chased after, then they would be in big trouble. It would be better for them to stay in the upper realm and make ample preparations before ascending. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately understood that Zhao Hai wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. She immediately nodded and said, all right, then there's no need to worry. I'll have Jing Jun and the others deal with the stragglers. This way, they wouldn't be able to avoid uniting. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, we need to make them unite. This way, we'll be able to deal with them together. Have you calculated how many cultivators there are in this layer? Laura replied, a lot. I'm afraid it's already over 100 million, and it's still increasing. Brother Hai, how many cultivators are there in the 9 Nether Blood domain? Also, what's the matter with the old man you brought back? Zhao Hai replied, I can't say how many cultivators there are in the 9 Nether Blood domain. In short, there are a lot. As for the old man, he's a Buddhist cultivator. Moreover, he's a very profound Buddhist cultivator. When I entered the 9 Nether Blood domain, he reminded me to sit down and not move. I chatted with him and found out that he's a very interesting person. Therefore, I brought him along. He discovered the Great Heart Demon Oath and said that he would follow me for life. Although he said that the Great Heart Demon Oath was useless to him, I still thought that I should bring him along. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod. So it's like this. That's good. I heard that Wang Zhen and the others have been looking for you these past few days. Zhao Hai nodded. That's good. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Then Ji Wuming's voice was heard, young master, Taoist Wang Zhen and the others have arrived. Zhao Hai said, invite the 3 of them in. Ji Wuming nodded and then opened the door. Wang Zhen's group entered the room in a single file. After Laura and the others served tea to the 4, they turned around and left. Wang Zhen and the others cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, there's no need to be so polite. Come and sit down. The 3 didn't become polite and sat down. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, the 3 of us discussed it and felt that what you said was reasonable. We just want to know if what you said about bringing us to the upper realm is true or false. Zhao Hai replied, in this matter, I, Zhao Hai, never lies. If you agree to follow me, then I'll take you to the upper realm. Wang Zhen and the others looked at each other. Then the 3 stood up and said to Zhao Hai, the 3 of us are willing to follow Mr. Zhao Hai. If we betray you, then we will suffer the backlash of our heart demons. Our souls will scatter and we will never be able to reincarnate. When Zhao Hai heard the 3, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good, good, good. With the help of the 3 of you, that's even better. Please take a seat. The three sat down without any restraint. Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, I just went to the 9 Nether Blood domain. At this point, a lot of people in the 9 Nether Blood domain know about the passage. A large number of people have already left the 9 Nether Blood domain and arrived at this lair. Our main enemy will be them. Right, I also brought someone back from the 9 Nether Blood domain. He's a Buddhist cultivator called Yuanqing. He's been in the 9 Nether Blood domain for a long time. If you have time, you can meet him. The three nodded. Wang Jin frowned and said, the Yuan generation. When I entered the 9 Nether Blood domain, the Yuan generation in the upper world had a high status. Louis nodded and said, there are a lot of Buddhist sects in the upper world, but among the Yuan generation, only the Dalan Temple is famous. The eminent monks of the Yuan generation in the Dalan Temple are all very powerful. Moreover, they hold important positions in the Dalan Temple. It can be said that they are the backbone of the Dalan Temple. If this Yuanqing is really from the Dalan Temple, then his identity isn't simple. Young master, if you bring him back to the upper world, you must be careful so that the Dalan Temple won't bother you. Louis calling Zhao Hai young master was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. But he didn't care. He just nodded and said, it seems like we really need to be careful. Yuanqing's dharma is very profound. He has already reached the realm of having a Buddha in his heart and everything in the world is a Buddha. He's very amazing. You should get in touch with him more. Wang Qing suddenly said, I remember now. I remember this Yuanqing. He seems to be a famous genius disciple of the Dalan Temple. However, this person isn't famous for his strength, but his dharma. He also has a nickname, the Monk of Scriptures. The Monk of Classics? When Wang Jin heard Wang Qing say this, he also exclaimed, that's right, the monk's name is indeed Yuanqing, but I heard that he has been missing for many years. If it really is him, then he's really an amazing person. Zhao Hai looked at the two in confusion and said, what's so great about the Monk of Classics? Is he very famous? Lu Yiren continued, this monk is a legend in Dalan Temple. It's said that no one knows who his parents are. He was an old monk in Dalan Temple who picked him up on the side of the road when he was out. When he was picked up, he was still an infant. Naturally, he joined Dalan Temple. It's said that he could read at the age of 3 and could understand scriptures at the age of 6. After that, he read all the Buddhist scriptures in Dalan Temple. He read all the scriptures in Dalan Temple, and he had a photographic memory. His dharma is very profound. Later, he began to worship all the Buddhist sections. He didn't ask to see any cultivation methods, but only the scriptures. Since his debut, he has never injured or killed anyone. He is a real Buddha who has achieved the Tao. However, I heard that his strength wasn't very strong because he wasn't very interested in cultivation, only the Buddhist scriptures. When people asked him why he was only interested in the Buddhist scriptures, he said that Buddhist cultivation was mainly for Buddhist cultivation, and other things were secondary. I heard that when he went missing, all the Buddhist sects rang their bells to remember him. When Zhao Hai heard Lu Yiren, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Yuanqing would have such an identity. This made him curious. He pondered for a moment before he said, it seems like this Yuanqing is quite a character. Fateless, go and invite Yuanqing over. Lu Yiren nodded and said. Ji Wuming, who has been guarding the door, nodded before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, I don't know if this Yuanqing is the same Yuanqing you're talking about. I just feel that his Buddhist cultivation is very profound. You should take a look at him. The group nodded. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the group in confusion and said, what's wrong? Why do I see that you're very excited? Could it be that Yuanqing had done something else? You're not Buddhist cultivators, why are you so excited? Wang Jin smiled bitterly and said, young master, there's something you don't know. The Buddhist monk Yuanqing has never done anything evil in his life. On the contrary, he has done countless good deeds. Countless cultivators have received his kindness. In the upper realm, he's known as the Buddha of 10,000 homes. If this Yuanqing is really a Buddhist monk, then we should pay our respects to him. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Yuan Jin would be this good. He didn't do any evil in his entire life, this was very rare. One must know that Yuan Qing's place wasn't a peaceful place, it was the cultivation realm. As a cultivator, he didn't harm or kill anyone in his life. This was very rare. While they were talking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Then Ji Wuming's voice was heard, "Young master, Grandmaster Yuan Qing is here." Zhao Hai said, "Invite him in." Ji Wuming nodded. Then he opened the door and invited Yuan Qing into the room. Yuan Qing had changed into a new set of clothes. This set of clothes should have been prepared for him by Ji Wuming. It was a very ordinary gray monk's robe. Yuan Qing did not have a haircut. His silver hair was casually draped behind his back. His silver beard was also very long. He was tall and thin. Except for the monk's robe, he did not look like a monk at all. As soon as Yuan Qing entered the room, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, do you have any orders for this old man?" Wang Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Yuan Qing's words. They had thought that Yuan Qing was an enlightened monk with the demeanor of a transcendent being. Why was he calling himself an old man now? This greatly exceeded their expectations. After Zhao Hai asked Yuan Qing to sit down, he said, "Grandmaster Yuan Qing, I wonder if you're from the Great Forest Temple. You also have the title of monk scripture?" Yuan Qing was taken aback. He then smiled and said, "I didn't expect young master to know the name Monk Jingzhen. Hee, it's just a joke. The name is just a code name. Jingzhen is just a small name. Young master, if you like to call me that, you can call me Monk Jingzhen." Zhao Hai chuckled and said in a deep voice, "Your dharma is profound. I'm also very interested in dharma. If you have time, please preach to me. I, Zhao Hai, value a phrase very much. What does the Grandmaster think of this phrase?" Yuan Qing smiled and said, "The Buddhist scripture should be reversed." Yuan Qing smiled and said, "Young master's words are well said. Actually, this phrase should be flipped around, which is the Buddha's heart. In my life, I haven't killed, injured, or done evil because I'm from Dalan Temple. Others don't dare to make things difficult for me, but as a cultivator, it's impossible to cultivate without killing, injuring, or doing evil. That's why although I'm a monk, I won't force others to do good and not do evil. As long as I have Buddha in my heart, then I won't be poisoned too much. Sometimes, when the Vajra is angry, it's also good to do good. If young master can really achieve the Buddha's heart, then young master can also call himself Buddha." Ha 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 ha. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't expect becoming a Buddha to be so simple. This is the first time I've heard of it." Yuan Qing looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Young master, what do you think Buddhas are? Are you talking about the Buddhas in the temples? Those who are omnipotent and fulfill wishes for others are Buddhas? No, the Buddhas in the temples are just Buddhas created by people. The real Buddha is in the heart. If you do a little good, then you're a Buddha. If you do a great good, then you're a Buddha. A Buddha shouldn't be a person, nor should it be a standard. It should be a trace of kindness. If you have kindness in your heart, then you can become a Buddha." Zhao Hai's expression was serious as he listened to Yuan Qing. This was the first time he heard someone explain the Buddha in this way. This really surprised him. At the same time, Wang Zhen and the others didn't believe that Yuan Qing was the monk. But now, they were completely convinced that Yuan Qing was the monk. This was because this was the first time they heard someone explain the Buddha in such a simple and straightforward manner. If one didn't have a high level of understanding of Buddhism, then they wouldn't be able to do this. Their expressions changed as they looked at Yuan Qing. Wang Zhen and the others stood up and respectfully gave Yuan Qing a salute. Then they said in unison, "Wang Zhen, Wang Qing, and Lu Yiren have seen Grandmaster Yuan Qing. We were rude just now, please forgive us." Yuan Qing looked at the three and smiled faintly, "There's no need to be polite. This time, this old master came with the young master to see the outside world. Please take a seat." The three sat down, but this time, they were somewhat restrained. Looking at the appearance of the three, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He knew that the three really respected Yuan Qing. Zhao Hai didn't mind, instead, he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "Grandmaster's words have enlightened me. In the future, I hope that Grandmaster can give me more lectures." Yuan Qing smiled and said, this old master has already told the young master about the Buddhist scriptures. If the young master wants this old master to teach more, then this old master won't be able to say anything. I hope the young master can forgive me. When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Qing, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. But then he immediately understood what Yuan Qing meant. Yuan Qing had just told him about the Buddha in his heart, and this was what Yuan Qing had comprehended over the years. Yuan Qing was telling Zhao Hai everything that he knew, and this wasn't a lie. Yuan Qing was able to tell Zhao Hai everything that he knew in just a few short sentences. This was the style of a grandmaster of a generation. Zhao Hai stood up, then he cupped his fist and said, many thanks, Grandmaster. Does Grandmaster need to take a rest? Yuan Qing smiled and said, the scenery outside is just right. This old man wants to see the outside world. For someone like this old man who has one foot in the grave, I don't want to miss the outside world. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, if that's the case, I'll have Ji Wuming arrange a room by the window for Grandmaster. I can also prepare some food for Grandmaster. Grandmaster, don't underestimate my food. It's the best. Yuan Qing smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you, young master. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandmaster doesn't need to be polite. This is what I should do. Wu Ming, arrange a room by the window for the Grandmaster. The wind shadow room should be good, and it's best if it has a balcony. I'll have the madam prepare some food. You can come and take it to the Grandmaster. Ji Wuming nodded. Then Yuan Qing stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute before he turned around and left. At that moment, Wang Zhen and the others looked at Yuan Qing's ordinary gray monk robes and white hair. They couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. In their hearts, they were certain that this was a true senior monk. After Zhao Hai sent Yuan Qing away, he sat down and looked at the group. Then he said, you won't doubt me this time, right? This is a true senior monk. Wang Zhen said with an ashamed expression, I'm ashamed. We were wrong to have doubted Grandmaster Yuan Qing's identity. Grandmaster's profound Buddhist teachings are really admirable. Wang Qing let out a long breath and said, I've seen a few Buddhist cultivators. But compared to Grandmaster Yuan Qing, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Grandmaster Yuan Qing is a true Buddhist cultivator. Those people can only be called Buddhist cultivators. Compared to Grandmaster Yuan Qing, they are too far behind. Lu Yiren nodded and said, yes, I've only heard about Grandmaster Yuan Qing before. Now that I've seen him today, I'm really fortunate to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, you don't need to feel emotional. It's precisely because Grandmaster Yuan Qing has comprehended the truth of Buddhism that he no longer rigidly adheres to the situation. He no longer calls himself a monk, a Taoist Buddha, but this old man. We should respect people like him. Grandmaster Yuan Qing doesn't have much time left. It's our good fortune to be able to meet him at the end of his life. We shouldn't disturb him too much. It's best to let him do what he likes. The group nodded. They felt that Zhao Hai was right. A person like Grandmaster Yuan Qing really shouldn't be disturbed. Seeing the group nod, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he said, you should go back and rest. I'm afraid we'll have a big operation in a few days. Wang Zhen looked at Zhao Hai puzzledly and said, young master, why don't we act now? Let's deal with some of them first before they come out. If more and more of them come out, it'll be more troublesome for us to deal with. Them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, let's take it slow. Isn't it better to deal with them together when they come out? It'll save us some trouble later. When Wang Zhen heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, that's good. It's just that there are a lot of people in the 9 Nether Blood domain. Young master, you've been there before. If all of them come out, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, since I dared to release them, then I naturally have a way to deal with them. You should go back and rest first. When those guys come out, I'll inform you and we'll deal with them together. When the 3 heard Zhao Hai, they nodded and then turned around to leave. After the group left, Laura and the others came out of the room. Meg was holding a space bag in her hand. This space bag contained food for Yuan Qing that she personally made. It must be known that this kind of experience wasn't available to everyone. In the past, when Meg and the others made food, they would only eat it themselves. Even when Zhao Hai invited people to eat, most of the food was made by the universal machine, not by Meg and the others. But this time it was different. They were able to hear the entire conversation between Zhao Hai and Yuan Qing. To be honest, this was the first time they heard someone explain Buddhism in such a way. They admired Yuan Qing very much, so Meg personally went to cook and made some delicious food. Meg didn't forget to cook for Yuan Qing. She didn't forget to cook for Yuan Qing. Meg placed the spatial bag on the table as the group sat down. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you've really done a good deed this time. A senior monk like him shouldn't die in a place like the Nine Nether Blood Domain. Allowing him to see the outside world before he dies is a great merit." Meg nodded and said, "You've done a great deed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't believe in Buddhism. But to be honest, when I heard the Grandmaster talk about Buddhism, I felt that it was very reasonable. Buddhists pay attention to cause and effect. Now, I'm thinking, did the Grandmaster do this because of cause and effect? The heavens saw that he was very smart, but smart people tend to get distracted. Therefore, the heavens sent the Grandmaster to the Nine Nether Blood Domain. In the Nine Nether Blood Domain, the Grandmaster couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to comprehend Buddhism. After countless years of meditation, the Grandmaster finally reached the great success stage. At this time, I appeared and brought the Grandmaster out of the Nine Nether Blood Domain. Laura and the others nodded. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's not think about him anymore. No matter what, we brought the Grandmaster out of the Nine Nether Blood Domain. This is a good thing. Let's talk about something else. How many people have come out of the Nine Nether Blood Domain?" Laura replied, "I just counted, there should be more than 200 million people. However, the number of people coming out has decreased a lot. It seems like most of the people have come out. Brother Hai, aren't there a lot of people in the Nine Nether Blood Domain? Why are they coming out in batches? This is very strange." Zhao Hai replied, "Maybe it's because of the distance. I don't know how big the Nine Nether Blood Domain is. I can't even find the end of the Nine Nether Blood River, let alone the end of the Nine Nether Blood Domain. Moreover, the upper realms have been sending people to the Nine Nether Blood Domain. Why would they send people there? I'm very curious. If it's just to eliminate the enemy's strength, then they can just kill them. Why would they send them to the Nine Nether Blood Domain? This doesn't make sense. But in any case, there are a lot of people in the Nine Nether Blood Domain. This is what makes me feel strange." Laura and the others were also puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. To be honest, they couldn't understand this matter. Just like what Zhao Hai said, if the enemy's strength was weakened, then wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Why would they send people to the Nine Nether Blood Domain? This made no sense at all. Some things that did not make sense often had very special secrets. Unfortunately, they had no way to investigate this secret now. They could only wait until they ascended and went to the upper realm before they could investigate this matter. Laura replied, "No matter what the reason is, I think that this is a good thing for us. We can turn those cultivators into undead. This way, we'll have more strength in our hands. Even if we go to the upper realm, we'll still have the strength to protect ourselves. This is the most important thing for us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Actually, I've always been worried about the upper realms. This worry is mainly because of the Beast Colosseum. The Beast Colosseum is likely to be an artifact. There's no secret there. Although the space is one with me, the people in the Beast Colosseum shouldn't be able to discover it. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the people in the Beast Colosseum find out about the space, then they would certainly find a way to get it. If we don't have any strength, then we wouldn't be able to fight against them. Therefore, we need to deal with these people. Only then would we have the strength to protect ourselves when we reach the upper realms." Laura and the others nodded. They also heard what Wang Jin said to Zhao Hai before. They also knew that once they reached the upper realms, they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits in terms of cultivation methods. When the time comes, they could only rely on the space. If they were to be chased after, then they would be in big trouble. It was better to stay in this layer and make ample preparations before ascending. Ling Feng and the others were sitting in the conference room as they looked at Zhao Hai. They already knew that they would have to fight the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood realm. They were already mentally prepared for this, so they didn't feel uneasy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, during this time, a lot of cultivators have come out of the Nine Nether Blood realm. As long as these cultivators are alone, I've already dealt with them. The remaining cultivators are all in groups. These cultivators are divided into 5 groups, with a total number of 300 million people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I've already dealt with the Nine Nether Blood realm. After that, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, 300 million people might not seem like a lot. When we fought the foreign demons, both sides used hundreds of billions of people. Although it seems like 300 million people aren't a lot, I think everyone should know how strong these people are. They are much stronger than ordinary people. Because of this, we can't treat these people as ordinary people. We need to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the crowd and said, 300 million people might not seem like a lot. In the past, when we fought against the foreign demons, both sides used hundreds of billions of people. Everyone nodded. They naturally knew how powerful these 300 million people were. If they treated these 300 million people as ordinary cultivators, then they would be crazy. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, I'm not afraid to let you know that I have an undead army made up of the people who came out of the Nine Nether Blood realm. There are nearly 200,000 of them. However, compared to 300 million, these 200,000 people are too weak. Although they are an undead army, they aren't truly undead. Therefore, using these 200,000 undead army to fight against 300 million cultivators will only result in defeat. Therefore, you will be the main force this time. Nobody said anything, but their expressions were heavy. This was because they knew the difference between them and the other cultivators. The strongest among them could only use the power of laws 3 to 5 times. Moreover, they could only use the power of laws from their own bodies. They couldn't use it on their own bodies, otherwise, they would be injured. On the other hand, their opponents were people who could use the power of laws without limit. The gap between them was too big. In the past, they were able to defeat those cultivators because of Zhao Hai. If they had relied on themselves, it would have been impossible for them to defeat those cultivators. They were very clear on this point. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai say that they would be the main force, their hearts turned heavy. Ever since they followed Zhao Hai into the territory of the extraterritorial devil race, they didn't suffer too many casualties. Because of Zhao Hai's protection, they generally only did missions that weren't too dangerous. Naturally, their casualties were much lower. Even in the battle against the cultivators from the blood realm of Nine Nether, they didn't suffer too many casualties. That was because Zhao Hai was there. However, they weren't confident that they would be the main force this time. The cultivators from the Nine Nether blood realm were different from the extraterritorial devil race. Most of the extraterritorial devil race's cultivators were human cultivators, and their strength was similar to theirs. As long as they were careful, they could avoid some casualties. Even if there were some casualties, the casualties wouldn't be too heavy. However, this time was different. This time, their opponents were the cultivators who came out of the Nine Nether blood realm. These people were very strong. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, they didn't shrink back. This situation was much better than what they expected. Zhao Hai was able to block the previous storm. If they didn't go up this time, then they would look down on their own people. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He smiled inwardly, but he didn't say anything. He wasn't wrong, these people were the main force this time. However, they were only dealing with the cultivators inside the large artifact. In fact, the main force in the sky was the blood race. The blood race formed a large formation. Not only could this formation trap the other party, it could also absorb the spiritual chi of the cultivators. And with Ling Feng and the others attacking from the side, these cultivators would be finished soon. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell them about this. Many people knew about Zhao Hai's blood race. They also knew about the strength of the blood race. The blood race had an advantage against ordinary cultivators. However, when facing cultivators with laws, their advantage wasn't very obvious. Additionally, the blood race's offensive strength wasn't very strong. Because of this, these people didn't care too much about the blood race. But after the space improved the blood race, they would only absorb the energy of certain people. As for the energy of others, they wouldn't absorb it. This way, the blood race could absorb the energy of the cultivators from the 9 nether blood realm and not Ling Feng and the others. This way, Ling Feng and the others wouldn't notice the abnormality of the blood race. They would think that the vampires weren't the main force, but rather the blood race. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Alright, now that everyone knows the general situation, I just want to know one thing. How is everyone adapting to the formation? This is related to everyone's lives." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, now that everyone knows the general situation, I just want to know one thing." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ling Feng and the others immediately perked up. Ling Feng quickly said, "Mr. Can rest assured, we're already familiar with the formation. You don't need to worry about anything." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright, it's good that you're familiar with it. If we were to fight the cultivators head-on, then we would certainly lose. Therefore, we can only rely on the formation. Last time, it was the undead who formed the formation. However, the undead suffered a lot of casualties last time. As long as the undead encountered the undead, they would either die or be injured. To be honest, these casualties were very painful. Therefore, this time, it wasn't the undead who formed the formation, but the vampires." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "Some of you know what kind of race the vampires are, while some of you don't. I'll tell you that the vampires are an almost immortal race. In fact, they are formed from blood energy and a part of their soul. Their fighting strength isn't very strong, but they are immune to ordinary attacks. Even if they were hit by the power of laws, they wouldn't die. Because of this, I plan to use the vampires to form the formation." Everyone nodded. Many of them knew about the vampires. After all, Zhao Hai had used them before. Although Ling Feng and the others didn't know, they still trusted Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone is reluctant to part with the law crystals in your hands. But if we can't deal with these people, then they will come back to deal with us sooner or later. At that time, even if we have more law crystals, it would be useless. These are all the law crystals I have, I'll give them all to you. You can use them." Then Zhao Hai placed a spatial bag on the table. Ling Feng and the others looked at the spatial bag, nobody made a sound. After some time, Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you should take this spatial bag. Mister's law crystals are the rewards he obtained from the Colosseum. These things are very useful to Mister, so how can we use them? We still have a lot of law crystals, it's enough for us to use. Moreover, Mister doesn't need to worry, we know what's important. We can't deal with these people." Zhao Hai looked at Ling Feng and the others, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that there are only a few people in the 9 nether blood realm? This is only a small portion of the people in the 9 nether blood realm. Do you know why I didn't mention the 200,000 undead that came from the 9 nether blood realm? This is because they won't be participating in this battle. While we're fighting, they'll be monitoring the entrances. They'll slaughter everyone who comes out of the entrances. Unless there are too many people coming out and they can't stop them, they'll be guarding the entrances." After saying this, Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression and said, "The reason why I gave you these law crystals isn't for you to use in this battle, but to prepare for the future. If more people come out of the 9 nether blood realm, then the law crystals in your hands won't be enough. These are your reserves, take them." Ling Feng and the others didn't say anything. Ling Feng stepped forward and silently received the spatial bag. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Alright, I've already explained everything. You can go back and prepare. I'll give you the coordinates in a moment. I'll go and arrange a formation. Once I trap those people, it'll be your turn. Don't be polite and give them a good beating. But remember, use the law crystals sparingly and find an opportunity to kill them in one strike." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave, leaving only Wang Zhen and the others in the conference room. Wang Zhen and the others looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. Then Wang Zhen said, "Young Master, Are there really more than 300 million people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm this time? Zhao Hai looked at Wang Zhen and said, 300 million is more than that. I wouldn't joke about this. What's wrong? Are you shocked by this number? Do you think that I don't have a way to deal with them? Wang Zhen and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Hai was right, they were really scared. They didn't think that there would be so many people coming out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm. They already thought that Jin Jun's group had several tens of thousands of people. They didn't think that 300 million would come out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm this time. Now, they had no idea what to do. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, you don't have to worry. I can guarantee that those people will die while we won't have a lot of casualties. The reason why I said that before was to make them nervous. In fact, the matter isn't that serious. Wang Zhen and the others couldn't relax. When they thought about the number of 300 million, their hearts felt heavy. They weren't as calm as Zhao. Whenever they encountered something, they couldn't see the slightest hint of anxiety. They couldn't do that, so now they were worried to death. Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he just said, let's go to the top floor. I believe that Laura and the others have already made a plan. It's time for us to make our move. Then he stood up and walked out of the conference room. Wang Zhen and the others were frowning as they followed behind him. They felt as if they were going to the execution ground. When the three arrived at the top floor, Laura and the others were looking at the projection. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others just nodded before they went back to their work. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he walked over and looked at the projection. There were a lot of green dots on the projection. These dots were densely packed together, making it hard to tell how many there were. Wang Zhen and the others knew that these green dots represented the people who came out of the 9 Nether Blood Realm. Zhao Hai asked, did you choose your first target? Naturally, he was talking to Laura. It was impossible for them to attack the 5 alliances at the same time, so they had to choose a target first. Laura pointed at the projection and said, that's our first target. Brother Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai looked at where Laura was pointing and saw that she was pointing at the middle of the 5 green dots. These 5 green dots were distributed in 5 directions, front, back, left, and right. Logically speaking, the first one they should attack was definitely not the one in the middle. This was because if they attacked the one in the middle, the other alliances might come to support them. But this time, Laura had chosen to attack the one in the middle, which made Wang Zhen and the others very puzzled. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, alright, how's the plan going? Don't let Spirit Edge suffer too many losses. They left behind their elites this time. If they lose too many, then they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you can rest assured. I've already arranged everything. You just need to fight. If the other 4 alliances come to support us, then we'll deal with them. I'll make sure that they don't come to make trouble. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's good that you've arranged everything. Then, should we move now? Right, send the coordinates to Spirit Edge. This way, they won't be unable to find us. Laura nodded and nodded. Zhao Hai went to the window and looked at the large artifacts outside. Then he waved his hand. In the next moment, the Heaven's Secret Tower emitted a white light before it disappeared into the large artifact formation. When the Heaven's Secret Tower reappeared, Wang Zhen and the others discovered that they could already see the cultivators coming out of the 9 Nether Blood domain. The cultivators coming out of the 9 Nether Blood domain naturally saw Zhao Hai and the others. They immediately became nervous. Their originally loose formation quickly gathered together. When Zhao Hai saw the number of people, he immediately knew why Laura chose this group to attack. It was because this group had the most people among the 5 alliances. Destroy the enemy with sharpness. This was Zhao Hai's style. Naturally, Laura and the others also learned this point. Because of this, they chose to attack the strongest of the 5 alliances. As long as they deal with this alliance, then the other alliances wouldn't be difficult to deal with. Seeing these people gather, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, good, this saves me a lot of trouble. Then he waved his hand and a large number of vampires appeared and surrounded the cultivators. While the cultivators were still in a daze, they suddenly discovered that the scene in front of them changed. They went from where they were a moment ago to a void. In this void, there were many planets moving around. Upon seeing this, everyone stared. Then they immediately understood that they were trapped in a formation. Because of this, they didn't panic. Some of the people who knew about formations were still looking around to see what was going on. At this time, one of the cultivators came out and cupped his fist towards the void and said, "This one is Hu Jingfei. May I ask if the mister in charge of this formation is here?" No one answered. The formation was still operating as usual. Hu Jingfei immediately said, "Mister, please listen to me. We are all pitiful people who escaped from a place. We really don't know where this place is or how we've offended you. If we've offended you in any way, please make it clear so that we don't end up hurting each other. I know that you came from the 9 nether blood realm. You are all from the upper realms. However, you are now in the lower realms. It's not appropriate for you to stay here. We also don't want to fight with you. As long as you return to the 9 nether blood realm, we promise not to attack you." This voice was fleeting. It was unknown where it came from. Even with Hu Jingfei's strength, he couldn't find the source of this voice. Hu Jingfei immediately said, "Mister, it's great that you know about the 9 nether blood realm. If you know about the 9 nether blood realm, then you should know what kind of place the 9 nether blood realm is. If we go back, only death awaits us. We just want to have a place to settle down here. Please agree. Your strength is too strong for this layer. Moreover, these channels were refined by the people of the 9 nether blood realm using the blood of the people of this layer. Therefore, you can't stay in this layer. You should go back." Hu Jingfei pondered for a moment, then he said, "Mister, can't you make an exception? As Mister said, this is the lower realms. There are very few people who can match us. Is Mister really confident in dealing with us?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. To be honest, he sympathized with these people. After all, they didn't enter the 9 nether blood realm of their own volition. If Zhao Hai had negotiated with them, then he might not have killed them. Sealing their strength and locking them in the space. And slowly subduing them. But now that Hu Jingfei was threatening him, Zhao Hai couldn't take it anymore. He sneered and didn't say anything. Instead, he had the formation slowly move. The formation that Zhao Hai used this time was still the Myriad Transformation Star Formation. However, this formation was different. It isolated spiritual energy from the outside world, making it impossible for spiritual energy to enter the formation. This way, Hu Jingfei and the others wouldn't be able to replenish their spiritual energy. At the same time, the people inside the formation were all modified vampires. They were specifically absorbing spiritual energy from these people. In this situation, these people wouldn't be able to hold on for long. One must know that these vampires were modified by the 9 nether blood river. Moreover, these vampires were very close to Hu Jingfei and the others. This was just like the 9 nether blood river and the 9 nether blood realm. They would lose their spiritual energy faster. After Hu Jingfei's threat, he waited for the other party to reply. But when he saw that the other party didn't respond, he couldn't help but stare. Then he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was quickly draining away. He couldn't help but be startled, he didn't know what was going on. He wanted to absorb spiritual energy to replenish his lost spiritual energy. However, he discovered that it was useless. There was no spiritual energy here at all. It was as if this place had become a spiritual energy vacuum. Hu Jingfei's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, a cultivator came to Hu Jingfei's side and said, "Alliance Lord, it seems like there's no spiritual energy here. It seems like it's related to the formation. What do you think we should do?" Hu Jingfei replied, "Immediately have those who are proficient in formations think of a way to break the formation. Everyone else, be careful. Don't give the enemy an opportunity." The cultivator nodded and then immediately went to communicate with the others. But soon, Hu Jingfei felt that something was wrong. Their spiritual qi was being drained too fast. Moreover, it wasn't just their spiritual qi, even their blood qi was being drained. This made Hu Jingfei surprised. He really didn't understand what was going on. Of course, there was another reason that made Hu Jingfei's expression change. The feeling here was too similar to the 9 nether blood realm. In fact, this place was even more terrifying than the Nine Nether Blood Realm. Although the spiritual chi in the Nine Nether Blood Realm was very thin, there was still some spiritual chi that could be replenished. But here, there was no spiritual chi at all, nothing at all. This was the scariest part of this place. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jingfei and the others and then said, Laura, inform Ling Feng and the others that they can come over. Laura nodded and then immediately went to inform them. Wang Zhen and the others looked at the flustered Hu Jingfei and the others. They didn't know what was going on. Hu Jingfei and the others shouldn't be this flustered. What's going on? Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't explain anything to them. At this time, a white light suddenly flashed inside the formation. Then the white light disappeared as large artifacts appeared inside the formation. After the large artifacts appeared, they immediately moved. They had been cramming in the past few days to learn how to move inside the formation. Now that they were inside, they naturally knew what to do. After all the large formations appeared, the large artifacts began to move around in a regular pattern. Slowly, they approached Hu Jingfei and the others. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and the others were surprised to see that the large magic artifacts had all appeared out of thin air. Zhao Hai definitely hadn't arranged any arrays in advance. In other words, the large magic artifacts also used a portable transmission array. This was too surprising. Wang Zhen and the others looked at the large magic artifacts in surprise. One must know that even in the upper realm, only people can use portable transmission formations. Moreover, they can only use it in their own realm. Once they go to another realm, they would need to use the transmission formations of that realm. However, they had never heard of a portable transmission formation that could be used by a large artifact. This was very surprising. People can use portable transmission formations because of their small size. Using a portable transmission formation didn't require a lot of energy. One could just use their own spiritual energy. But how big was a large artifact? To use a portable transmission formation on a large artifact, one would need to have a large transmission formation first. Wang Zhen didn't know how Zhao Hai did this. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't explain anything to him. He just calmly stood there and looked at the large artifacts that were slowly approaching Hu Jingfei and the others. Before long, the large artifacts entered their attack range. But at this time, Wang Zhen and the others heard Laura's order. Laura ordered the large artifacts to not attack and to listen to her orders when to attack. Wang Zhen and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They felt that there was something wrong with Laura's order. To deal with Hu Jingfei and the others, they needed to act quickly. If they don't act quickly, then the other four groups might discover the situation and come to support them. Although Laura had already made arrangements so that those people wouldn't be able to come in a short time, if they were to delay for too long, then it would be troublesome. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction. He just calmly looked at the large formation, as if there was nothing wrong with the order. This made Wang Zhen and the others even more confused. The three looked at each other, then Wang Zhen suddenly said, "Young master, shouldn't we have Spirit Edge and the others attack? If we delay, then the other party's reinforcements might arrive. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, don't worry. Their reinforcements won't be able to come. Let's wait a few days before we deal with those guys." Although Wang Zhen and the others were puzzled, they didn't say anything. Compared to Zhao Hai's relaxed mood, Hu Jingfei and the others' situation wasn't very good. Hu Jingfei felt that the spiritual qi in his body was being drained faster and faster. If this continues, then it wouldn't be long before their spiritual qi was completely drained. When that time comes, they would become cripples. Hu Jingfei turned his head and loudly said, "Yu Ling, how is the formation going?" The cultivator who spoke to Hu Jingfei before flew over. His expression was very ugly as he said, "Alliance Lord, there's no other way. This is a large formation, it's very difficult to break it. Moreover, the spiritual qi in our bodies is flowing too fast. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on for long." Hu Jingfei pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I understand. You can go." Yu Ling nodded, then he turned around and left. Hu Jingfei felt the speed of his spiritual qi loss and estimated the time. He found that his spiritual qi would be completely drained in less than a month. And this was under the premise that there was no battle. If there was a battle, then this time would be shortened. Hu Jingfei knew that his estimation wasn't accurate. The other party had trapped them here, so it was impossible for them not to attack. As long as the other party attacked, their spiritual qi loss would accelerate. When that time comes, it wouldn't take long for them to be finished. We can't wait like this, Hu Jingfei said in his heart. Then he turned his head and said, "Everyone, we just came out of the 9 Nether Blood domain. Everyone knows the situation there. If we go back, we'll die. Now, let's go." Then he waved his hand and took the lead to fly forward. At the same time, he shot out the power of law. Hu Jingfei and the others' charge this time couldn't be described as easy. Everyone shot their power of law all the way forward. Their power of law was all aimed at the planets. They wanted to use this method to destroy the formation. However, they were disappointed this time. The planets in the star formation weren't the eye of the formation, nor were they tangible objects. These planets were just illusions. Because of this, the direction of their attack was wrong. However, Hu Jingfei and the others were still moving forward. This was because they had to rush out. If they couldn't, then they would really die. However, Wang Zhen and the others who were standing on the heavenly secret tower could clearly see that Hu Jingfei and the others were spinning in circles. This was because they were inside a huge formation, and Hu Jingfei and the others were constantly spinning in circles. They were also continuously spinning in circles while shooting out the power of laws. However, it didn't have any effect at all. Wang Zhen and the others knew that Hu Jingfei and the others were confused by the illusions. They might think that they were rushing forward, but in fact, they weren't. At the same time, Ling Feng and the others also saw this situation. Before, they didn't know why Zhao Hai didn't let them attack. But now, they knew that Zhao Hai didn't let them attack. It was because Hu Jingfei and the other spirit was at its peak. Looking at their attacks, it was clear that they were at their strongest. Letting them attack aimlessly for a while and wait for their spirit to be exhausted would be more effective. Moreover, the casualties would be smaller. After thinking about this, Ling Feng and the others weren't in a hurry. They quietly drove their large artifacts inside the formation. They didn't want to disrupt the operation of the large artifacts. Attack, attack, advance, advance, consumption, consumption. The more Hu Jingfei and the others flew, the more anxious they became. The faster they attacked, the faster their spiritual qi was consumed. The faster their spiritual qi was consumed, the more anxious they became. Hu Jingfei and the others had already fallen into a vicious cycle. Zhao Hai kept looking at Hu Jingfei and the others. He knew that Hu Jingfei and the others wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Perhaps they would collapse on their own. At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, the other 4 groups seem to have discovered the situation here. They're currently rushing over. It seems like they want to check the situation. This is because they didn't send a lot of people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's block them." Laura nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Wang Zhen and the others were looking at Hu Jingfei and the others in a daze. Hu Jingfei and the others were still attacking aimlessly. However, their attacks didn't seem as fierce as before. What's going on? Wang Zhen and the others had planned for a bit. Hu Jingfei and the others had only been attacking for about 3 hours. Although their strength had been suppressed in the lower world, they shouldn't have been unable to hold on so quickly. What's going on? Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jingfei and the others' situation, then he said, "Laura, have Spirit Edge and the others make their move. Tell them to be careful. Don't act rashly." Laura nodded and then immediately passed down the order. With Zhao Hai's order, Spirit Edge and the others' large artifacts began to move. The large artifacts were getting closer and closer to Hu Jingfei and the others. But just like what Zhao Hai said, they didn't act rashly. Instead, they were looking for an opportunity. Soon, an opportunity came. Hu Jingfei and the others felt that their spiritual qi was being drained too quickly. They were very clear that if this continues, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. At this time, the drawbacks of their temporary alliance were revealed. They weren't united. At this time, some people wanted to stop and slowly look for a way to break the formation. Even if they couldn't find it, their spiritual qi would be able to support them for a while. If they were attacked, they would be able to resist a little bit. However, some people didn't think so. They wanted to rush out as soon as possible. Because of this, they wanted to go forward. This way, those who wanted to stop would naturally stop. Those who wanted to go forward would also go forward. This caused the entire formation to become chaotic. At this time, Spirit Edge and the others finally made their move. Waves of law power went straight towards these people. These people were caught off guard and were hit by the law power. Those who were hit by the law power were either killed or injured, no one was spared. Among those who died, there were also people who were able to regenerate their limbs. But at this time, the vines appeared once again and sucked the corpses and their regenerated limbs into the space. The attack of Spirit Edge and the others made Hu Jingfei and the others' formation even more chaotic. Hu Jingfei now had no way to suppress these people. This temporary alliance only existed in name. Hu Jingfei looked at the situation and knew that the situation had changed. He couldn't help but look at the sky and sigh. Then he muttered, "Heaven, is this the will of the heavens? We just came out of the 9 nether blood domain, and now we're in this situation." Yu Ling, who was beside Hu Jingfei, suddenly said, "Alliance Lord, this isn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. If we don't rush forward, then we can only wait for death. Alliance Lord, we have one last choice, and that is to surrender." When Hu Jingfei heard Yu Ling's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. To be honest, he really didn't think about surrendering, but now he was a little tempted. He was very clear that if this went on, only death would await them. If they surrendered, they would still have a chance to live, but if the other party didn't accept it, they would just maintain this situation in the end. Hu Jingfei turned his head to Yu Ling and said, "Yu Ling, are you willing to surrender with me?" Yu Ling nodded and said, "I'm willing." Hu Jingfei nodded. He glanced at the people around him. Those people were already in a mess. Except for wandering spirits, only a few people were still by his side. The rest of the people were already fighting on their own. Hu Jingfei said, "What about you? Are you willing to surrender with me?" These people looked at each other before they nodded and said in unison, "We're willing." Hu Jingfei nodded, then he turned his head to look at the large formation. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Mister, please wait. I'm willing to surrender to Mister. I just hope that Mister can let us live." Naturally, Zhao Hai heard Hu Jingfei's words. He didn't expect Hu Jingfei to surrender so easily. He looked at Hu Jingfei in confusion. Looking at Hu Jingfei's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. This made Zhao Hai hesitate. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai said, "If you want to surrender, I can do that. As long as you seal your cultivation and don't resist, I can take you out." When Hu Jingfei heard Zhao Hai, he turned his head to look at the others. Then he sighed and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry." After he said that, he sealed the cultivations of these people. Although these people could use laws, they couldn't do what Zhao Hai did. Their laws needed to be coordinated with spiritual qi. Because of this, as long as their cultivations were sealed, they wouldn't be in any danger. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go." After sealing the cultivation of these people, Hu Jingfei also sealed his own cultivation. As soon as they sealed their cultivation, their bodies immediately fell down. At this time, several vines suddenly appeared and wrapped them up. Then the vines shrank and disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Hu Jingfei and the others appeared on the platform of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Upon arriving on the platform, Hu Jingfei and the others immediately looked around. Finally, they looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the top floor. They had seen the Heaven's Secret Pavilion before. Although they were trapped in the formation, they still knew about the existence of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Naturally, they also saw Zhao Hai standing on the top floor. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Jingfei and the others. Then his figure moved and appeared on the platform. Hu Jingfei and the others carefully looked at Zhao Hai. They also wanted to see what kind of person could defeat them so quickly and even force them to surrender. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to their thoughts. He carefully looked at them and said, "If you really want to surrender to me, then I can accept you. However, you have to make a hard oath to follow me forever and never betray me. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai nodded. When Hu Jingfei and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. They knew that Zhao Hai really wanted them to surrender. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered the hard oath. Hu Jingfei looked at the people behind him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. From the moment they sealed their cultivation, they had lost the qualifications to talk about betrayal. If they didn't agree, then only death would await them. Hu Jingfei turned to Zhao Hai and cupped his fist. "We can do it. Mister, please tell us your names." Zhao Hai gave his name to Hu Jingfei and the others. Hu Jingfei and the others immediately swore that they would follow Zhao Hai from now on and betray him forever. Otherwise, they would die at the hands of heart demons. After Hu Jingfei and the others made the oath, Zhao Hai was completely relieved. This hard oath was useful for most cultivators. Aside from people like Yuan Qing, Zhao Hai hadn't heard of any cultivators who weren't afraid of the hard oath. Therefore, he waved his hand and removed the restrictions on the group. Hu Jingfei and the others also recovered their strength. Seeing that the group had recovered their strength, Zhao Hai said, "Come with me." Then he led the group back to the heavenly secret pavilion. Inside his room, Zhao Hai looked at the situation on the battlefield through the window. It must be said that Hu Jingfei and the others had a lot of people in their alliance. There were tens of millions of them. But now, many of them had been killed. The remaining people were still struggling, but they were completely disorganized. Some of them had joined forces with their friends, while others were fighting on their own. Defeat was inevitable. Zhao Hai calmly looked down. He wanted to know if there were still people who would surrender. If there were still people who surrendered, then it would be even better. End of chapter 30-32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.